Zhang Guoxiong watched Han Sen going in the middle of the mutant creatures with a complicated expression. 20 years ago he was as brave as Han Sen. At that day and age when it was still difficult to hunt a sacred blood creature, he used his diligence, talent and special privileges coming from his family to max out his sacred genopoints and evolved as a sacred blood evolver in First God's Sanctuary. However, after he entered Second God's Sanctuary, when he was about to realize all his dreams, he found out what a terrible place he ended up at. There was no strong teammates or available beast souls. He needed to risk his life even when trying to kill a primitive creature. At the same time, he must avoid the spirit shelter and large groups of creatures at all times. In the beginning, Zhang Guoxiong still fought with some hope. Shortly, he discovered that it was almost impossible to max out on ordinary genopoints in this place, let alone primitive genopoints. It did not mean that Zhang Guoxiong was not strong enough to kill an ordinary creature. He was capable of that, but there were only so many types of ordinary creatures. As he ate many of a type, that type no longer provided ordinary genopoints for him. If he wanted to look for other ordinary creatures, he needed to go beyond the spirit shelter, which was something he could not achieve. It was the same case for primitive creatures, which made Zhang Guoxiong feel desperate. There was no way he could continue to increase the ordinary and mutant genopoints, and he was not able to kill a mutant creature. Zhang Guoxiong gave up hope completely. As he lost hope, he spent his days on nothing for 20 years. When Han Sen appeared, Zhang Guoxiong felt like he had seen himself 20 years ago. So confident, proud, and arrogant. Subconsciously, Zhang Guoxiong tried to say no to Han Sen, like he did to his younger self. However, after Han Sen created one miracle after another, Zhang Guoxiong suddenly realized that he wished Han Sen's success strongly in his heart, because he saw Han Sen as his younger self. He did not really want to lose or continue to be a loser. He wanted to see someone succeed. That was why Zhang Guoxiong joined Goddess Gang. When a lot of people told him to leave, he still followed Han Sen to the spirit shelter. He only wanted to give Han Sen a chance. Maybe he wanted to give himself a chance. Maybe there was miracle in this world. And maybe he could start over again. He was 40 years old. Maybe he was no longer young, but he was not old either. Zhang Guoxiong wanted to stand up again, to feel the urge to pursue something with all he got, and to go after his own dream. I am not old yet, Zhang Guoxiong told himself. Watching Han Sen throwing himself at the mutant creatures, Zhang Guoxiong felt he had gone back to the hot-blooded era, when he was still fearless. At that moment, Zhang Guoxiong deeply felt that his blood had not gone cold yet. His heart was still warm. He still wanted to go to the top of all mountains like a man. Kill! Zhang Guoxiong roared and wielded his broadsword at an incoming ice-armored beast, beheading the beast immediately. With the roar from Zhang Guoxiong, Han Sen also charged the mutant creatures. A red and golden firebird spread its beautiful wings in the hall and brought a pretty aura to everyone's beast souls. People found that the abilities of their beast souls were significantly enhanced, which made it much easier for them to cope with the creatures. Beast soul aura. Is it a sacred blood beast soul aura? Zhu Ting looked to Han Sen in the middle of the mutant creatures in surprise. Unfortunately, Han Sen did not have time to answer him. He threw a sharp gaze at the mutant creatures and aristocrat spirit. Every single object and living creature in the hall was imprinted in his mind. Using his brain power, Han Sen was quickly calculating every single possibility. Shape-shifting into Fairy Queen made his eyesight sharper and made his enemies look slower, giving him enough time to think. Han Sen made a step and turned his entire body into jade. If someone could see his body under his armor, they would certainly appreciate how gorgeous and dedicated it looked. Crack! When Han Sen brushed by a snow wolf, a foot-long cut was made on the shoulder of the snow wolf. Blood jetted out, but the jade-like palm was not even colored by the blood. Han Sen's performance just began. Under the attack of a dozen mutant creatures and the aristocrat spirit, Han Sen was not in a hurry. He looked so calm that it seemed that nothing could affect him. However, if Han Sen's moves were to be observed closely, each and every one of his moves had a strong sense of purpose. No extra movements were made. His entire body was like a highly efficient machine, generating all the power he got. The aristocrat's spirit wielded the ice spear, trying to kill Han Senator. A dozen mutant creatures tried to circle him, but Han Sen found the slim chance of survival in a seemingly impossible way, breaking through the block of the mutant creatures and rushing toward the gigantic statue of deity. At this point, Uncle Qing and others were dumbstruck. They could hardly believe that Han Sen was still human. A dozen mutant creatures could not stop his footsteps at all. The aristocrat's spirit was both astonished and mad. Unexpectedly, she could not even catch up with Han Sen and had to watch him beating one mutant creature after another. In just a dozen seconds, Han Sen broke the blockage of the mutant creatures and jumped on the shoulder of the statue. The aristocrat's spirit could not even catch up with Han Sen, staring blankly at him. Han Sen stood on the shoulder of the statue and took out the spirit stone from the deity's forehead. It all happened so fast that the aristocrat's spirit and the gang members had no time to react. When Han Sen got his hands on the spirit stone, he suddenly felt a strange force from his palm, making the spirit stone light up. Ice aristocrat, Snow Charmer, gives you her absolute loyalty and hopes to be your servant. The elegant female spirit suddenly bowed her head and kneeled in front of Han Sen. Han Sen placed the spirit stone on top of the head of the spirit. The stone suddenly became even more bright, whose light almost blinded everyone. When the lights disappeared, both the stone and Snow Charmer were gone. The spirit swore fealty. The rest people watched it happen, astonished. After a long while, they realized what had happened and looked incredulous. God knows how difficult it was to make a spirit swear allegiance. It was not something that could be achieved by violence. It basically all depended on luck. In Han Sen's mind, a spirit stone that looked like a piece of ice, decorated with lots of mysterious patterns, was floating. In the middle, two strange words, Snow Charmer, were imprinted. Although Han Sen did not know the language, he somehow knew what it meant. Han Sen summoned the spirit, and the stone suddenly flew out of his mind, turning into her figure. Snow Charmer, kill those mutant creatures. Han Sen thought. Snow Charmer immediately raised her ice spear and moved toward the mutant creatures. Initially, the creatures inside the spirit shelter were following Snow Charmer's command, fearless and regulated. However, when they lost her control, they suddenly became a mob. They lost their cooperation between each other immediately. Although they were still great in number, they no longer had the threat they just did. Snow Charmer wielded her spear and entered the group of mutant creatures. Her fitness was better than normal mutant creatures initially. With her great intelligence and spear skills, she killed her way into the mutant creatures and slaughtered a snow wolf very soon. Snow Charmer killed a mutant creature, Snow-Toothed Wolf. Beast soul of Snow-Toothed Wolf gained. Do you want to withdraw the beast soul? A voice sounded in Han Sen's mind as Snow Charmer killed the Snow-Toothed Wolf. Withdraw. Han Sen did not feel surprised by that. He had studied how to use a spirit before. According to other people's experience, after he gained the fealty of a spirit, he could withdraw the beast souls that the spirit gained from killing creatures anytime. Equally, he could transfer his beast souls to the spirit. Spirits were loyal subordinates. However, after giving their allegiance to humans, spirits would become integrated with their spirit stones. They would thus lose the ability to come back from death infinitely. If they were killed after they became servants, they would die for real. When the spirits were killed, the beast souls they carried would also disappear. Therefore, one must be careful when giving beast souls to a spirit. Although there were many limitations, the intelligence, skills, and ability to make judgment of spirits made them much better than ordinary beast souls. Especially, spirits had the ability to use beast souls, which meant they could be used like human partners, while beast souls were more like tools. Withdrawal successful. Beast soul Snow-Toothed Wolf gained. Very soon, a voice sounded in Han Sen's mind and a new beast soul appeared. Han Sen had no time to check his newly gained beast soul, and continued to hunt mutant creatures with Snow Charmer. Snow Charmer had great spear skills. She even injured the sacred blood monster of tentacles before. Although many mutant creatures helped her at the time, she still needed impeccable spear skills to achieve that. The spear was wielded like a tornado. The lean body of Snow Charmer gave off incredible strength. A snow bear was hunted soon. Snow Charmer killed mutant creature Snow Polar Bear. No beast soul gained. The creatures outside the hall became a mess. They either ran away or defended themselves, only no longer fierce as before. The gang members chased the creatures in the excitement, looking back at Snow Charmer, who looked like Athena admiringly from time to time. She was an aristocrat spirit, and so elegant and gorgeous. She was even a great fighter. Which man could see her and say they don't envy Hansen? Later on, Hansen no longer needed to move a finger. Snow Charmer took care of the mutant creatures that did not have time to run away with her dazzling spear skills. She was so fierce that it was incredible to watch. Hansen was full of joy. An aristocrat spirit was so strong already, so if he gained a royal spirit, it would be even better. Since a royal spirit would correspond with a sacred blood creature, Hansen suspected that there was another type of spirit that would correspond with super creatures. No matter what, Hansen was more than satisfied that he gained Snow Charmer. At least, it proved that his super body king spirit did work. Whether or not others could gain the loyalty of a spirit depended on luck, and the chance was quite low. However, as long as Hansen had the spirit stone, he could gain the allegiance of a spirit for sure, which was more than incredible. Hansen had already been envisioning the future when he will take a troop formed of all kinds of spirits and rule Second God's sanctuary. Whoever standing in his way would be killed. No one would ever dare to challenge him. The battle only lasted a little over an hour. Lots of creatures ran out of the spirit shelter and many were killed by the humans. Snow Charmer alone killed 4 mutant creatures. Hansen himself killed 2. However, he did not gain other beast souls other than the wolf. More than 100 primitive creatures were killed. Bodies of creatures were everywhere inside the shelter. Every human was excited. We conquered the aristocrat spirit shelter. So you and other young people still thought it was hard to believe, as if they were in a dream. We made it. Many people hugged each other, shouting and jumping up and down. Many among the people who followed Hansen here almost had a death wish. When they were trapped, they became almost desperate. However, who knows that they would have such an ending? Most of the people were only slightly injured. None was killed. They took down an aristocrat spirit shelter just like that, which must be a miracle. The person who created a miracle was undoubtedly the man who broke the blockage of a dozen mutant creatures and a spirit and took the spirit stone. Brother, will you sell me the spirit? You can ask for any price. Zhu Ting regarded Snow Charmer with his mouth watering. No way. Hansen turned Zhu Ting down. Of course, Hansen would keep a spirit like Snow Charmer for himself. Although a spirit was no human, and there was no way she could warm his bed, he would feel happy every time she served him a drink or something. In addition, Snow Charmer was a great help to Hansen at this point. Zhu Ting did not want to let it go and insisted. How about I give up the S-Class St. Hall license and you trade her for Treading Cloud? No. Hansen turned him down without even thinking. He had lots of S-Class St. Hall licenses, while needed a spirit like Snow Charmer terribly. The broadsword in Zhang Guoxiong's hand was still dripping blood. He looked to Hansen with a complex look, not sure what he was feeling. For 20 years, he had never been as relaxed as this moment. Yang Monli's eyes were focused on Snow Charmer. She envied Hansen so much. The guy had very good luck as always. It was the first spirit shelter he conquered, and he already gained the fealty of the spirit. Uncle Qing was squinting. No one knew what he was thinking. However, his look was also quite complicated. Hansen and the rest took down the aristocrat spirit shelter. Is it true? Of course it's true. Someone had already been there. People of Goddess Gang had already stationed there and carved the words Goddess Gang on the gate. Damn it. 20 people took down the aristocrat shelter? That is so fake. How did they achieve that? No idea. However, there must be many people regretting to death. Would you mean? Regretting what? So many people used to be the members of Goddess Gang. In the end, when Hansen said they were going to conquer the spirit shelter, most people quit. Now that the spirit was taken down, each current member could have a room to themselves and live there for free forever. In addition, they were also given large amount of meat. Do you think those who had left would regret? They must feel so bad. However, Han Sen would still recruit people. Goddess Gang only had 20 people at this point, so that it must be hard for them to keep the entire shelter. They will definitely be recruiting. Han Sen said that he will admit no one that had left already. It doesn't matter who talks to him. The way he's doing things, many people will be offended. He does not need to be afraid of offending anyone. People of Starry Group had to be respectful to him. He said he would conquer the spirit shelter, and he just did. With such a background and ability, he needs to fear no one. I'll bet all those who had left are regretting to death now. If they want to go to the shelter, they must pay a big protection fee. If they want a room, they must pay very high rent. All of the things they could have enjoyed for free. Haha, no one could predict the future. It was too risky to attack an aristocrat shelter anyway. How is there any risk? What kind of people is Han Sen? He took 20 people to attack the spirit shelter and no one was dead. The most they suffered was some slight injuries. What kind of risk is there? This Han Sen is such a genius. How did he do it? Fresh Evolver, who just came months ago, easily took down the aristocrat shelter with 20 people with him. It is so incredible. Otherwise, why did someone like Uncle Ching obey all his order? He was no ordinary guy. The news that Han Sen conquered the spirit shelter was soon spread. Many people went to the shelter. However, if they wanted to be protected in the shelter or rent a room, they must pay a high price, which was the income of Goddess Gang. Of course, most of the money would fall into Han Sen's pocket. Otherwise, he would not be so interested in conquering the shelter in the first place. After the gates of the shelter were shut, even a mutant creature could hardly enter. Of course, it was much safer to live in the shelter than to live outside. In addition, there was space inside the shelter for trade purposes. There was also a teleport device in each room. Merchants and rich people would easily pay the price. Han Sen did some calculation. The place was so sparsely populated, and he had only seen 300 to 400 people. However, even so, it was easy for him to make several million from collecting rents and protection fee. If he were to do some business, he would be able to earn even more money. However, Han Sen was not interested in that and did not want to waste too much time. So he asked Yang Monli to take care of everything. The gains were great this time. 6 mutant creatures and more than 100 primitive creatures. Han Sen did not sell any of them but shared everything with people who had followed him. After all, they risked their lives, which deserved to be rewarded. Han Sen saved a mutant creature for himself. Together with the evil-blooded condor, he had enough food for 2 to 3 months. Because it took less effort than he thought it would, Han Sen did not put Zero into action at all. In addition, he was in no hurry to expose Zero's true strength. After all, she looked too young. The fact she was in Second God's sanctuary already was quite a surprise for everyone. It was no good for her to show too much strength. It would be safer to be conservative. After Han Sen took care of everything in the shelter, he traveled beyond the shelter, wanting to find out if there were any humans on the other side of the mountain. However, after climbing over several mountains and marching hundreds of miles, all he saw was glaciers and snow field, with no human in sight. Han Sen saw a giant serpentine at least 300 feet long slithering on glaciers from afar and immediately turned back. He had seen a lot of creatures on the way and did not dare to go anywhere strange with his current strength. Even if he ran into some strong sacred blood creatures, Han Sen did not have confidence in winning the fight, not to mention super creatures. Meat of evil-blooded condor eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. After eating evil-blooded condor for days, Han Sen eventually gained 1 sacred geno point. However, it was so slow that Han Sen simply threw the rest to the Archangel since he was no longer willing to eat the same thing. A huge benefit of having his own gang was that Han Sen did not need to fight himself to gain different types of ordinary and primitive creatures. Han Sen picked some smaller ordinary and primitive creatures to eat, gaining several ordinary or primitive geno points every day, which gave him a much faster progress than the bird leg. I will first fill up my ordinary and primitive geno points. The progress I make in my fitness is quite great. Han Sen did not go out for adventures at the time being. He went to God's sanctuary to eat ordinary and primitive meat to gain some genopoints every day and read his books on Daphne the rest of the time. When Daphne finally arrived at the destination, Han Sen had already gained 84 ordinary genopoints, 35 primitive genopoints, and 1 sacred genopoint. His basic fitness was already 80+. With all kinds of assistance, he could achieve 90+ for a short amount of time. At this time, Daphne had already arrived at the crystallizer ruin. Initially, Han Sen thought the so-called crystallizer ruin should be an ancient city or base. However, when he saw a real crystallizer ruin, he understood how naive he had been. Watching the gigantic planet that looked like a brilliant diamond, Han Sen felt more shocked than he could describe. This planet, more than 10 times the size of planet Roca, was the crystallizer ruin they were going to explore. All kinds of crystallizer architectures were spread around on the planet. Different from human architects, colorful crystallizer architectures were connected to each other, covering almost the entire planet. Only one glance made people gasp. As Han Sen was astonished by the glamour and grandeur of the crystallizer ruin, he suddenly sensed heat from his chest. Feeling shocked, Han Sen quickly reached inside his clothes and grabbed the 9-life cat pendant. Suddenly, he felt like he had grabbed a boiled egg. The 9-life cat was giving off incredible heat. The closer he got to the crystallizer ruin, the hotter the pendant became. When Han Sen entered the atmosphere of the planet, the pendant was almost scorching. Han Sen did not know what was wrong with the 9-life cat or why it would suddenly react so strangely. However, undoubtedly, the change was definitely related to the crystallizer ruin. However, Han Sen did not know what the connection between the 9-life cat and the crystallizer ruin was. After some preparation, the expert panel, Warframe Department, Explosion Department, and Marines took their equipment and left the warship, beginning their exploration. When the work began, everyone was banned from entering God's sanctuary again. Since the cookhouse did not need to go to the field, Han Sen felt quite bored every day. However, since most people on the warship had already landed on the planet, he and Ji Yanran could see each other secretly quite often. Chun Shoshan went to the field together with the expert panel, while Ji Yanran was responsible for staying on Daphne. She actually had nothing to do other than receiving reports sent by Chun Shoshan and the expert panel. Such a huge planet. We have only these people. How long would it take for us to finish the work if we look into one architecture after another? I don't think we could finish it in a century. Han Sen felt quite upset when watching the field recordings in Ji Yanran's office. If this went on forever, he would probably stay here for his entire service. Ji Yanran smiled and said, "Who would be so dumb to discover one after another? That way, with these people, it would take us 500 to 1,000 years to finish 1% of the work." Ji Yanran paused and then continued. Crystallizers had different ranks. Their architectures follow a certain rule. As long as we find one entrance, we could access their treasure. All we are looking for is their crystals. It sounds easy enough, Han Sen said. It is not easy at all. Since the device could not scan the internal structure of the architectures, we must rely on the experts specialized in crystallizer civilization to find the right entrance. Can't we just blast it away? Han Sen asked. The crystal material of their architectures is very unique. Not only is it tough, but it will also expand once blasted. At that time, the internal space would be completely blocked, which would make the excavation work even harder. Ji Yanran drank some water and continued. This is not the real problem though. Since the experts and professors are here, the entrance could always be located sooner or later. However, if the crystallizer ruin is still working, that will truly be challenging. As Han Sen was about to ask what kind of challenge there could be, he suddenly heard an explosion. Looking at the live recordings of the field, Han Sen saw a red crystal, the size of a fist floating next to a crystal wall. The crystal blinked with red light twice and something weird happened. The red crystal quickly expanded and changed its form, turning into the same vehicle as the multifunction excavator that was doing the fieldwork. It quickly rushed toward the original excavator. Bang bang! It only took 2 blows for the crystal excavator to smash the one it imitated. The crystal vehicle headed toward the excavation team. The soldiers in Warframe Department quickly turned on their warframes and charged the crystal excavator. Because they did not want to damage the architectures, they refrained from using massive weapons with only laser guns and swords in their hands. Luckily, the red crystal only imitated a multifunction excavator, so it was soon shot down into pieces, turning into a pool of red liquid that then evaporated. It seems that we are out of luck. This crystallizer ruin is still operating. I'm afraid this task would not be completed that easily, Ji Yanran said with a wry smile. What is that? Han Sen was shocked. It is a defense crystal of crystallizers. The Alliance calls it a simulating crystal. Once scanned by it, it could imitate the shape of anything including mechanics and creatures. However, its texture will still be the same red crystal. So the simulation was not complete, explained Ji Yanran. What an amazing civilization, Han Sen complimented. Very amazing and very dangerous. There are many deadly crystallizer technologies that we don't even know about. We found it. We found the entrance. A surprised voice suddenly came from the live recordings. Han San and Ji Yanran quickly looked at the footage and saw Chun Shoshan and several professors standing in front of an excavated architecture, looking inside, full of surprise. It seems everything is going smooth. I hope we could locate the treasure soon. Ji Yanran felt slightly relieved. However, in the next moment the holographic image suddenly broke off. Ji Yanran quickly contacted Chun Shoshan and the rest using comlink, but there was no answer. Something's wrong. Ji Yanran suddenly became pale and summoned all the officers on the warship. The communications team was trying to reach people in the field. However, they were completely out of touch, as if they had disappeared. There were not a lot of people stationing on Daphne to begin with, so even the cookhouse was summoned. Including the medical team, the repair team, and the cookhouse, there were only less than 40 people. No communications were available, and people could see some equipment left on the surface through radar. All the humans were gone, and nothing could be seen inside. Captain, shall we go back and call for reinforcement? An officer hesitated and asked. We must figure out what's happening first, Ji Yanran said with her brows knitted. Several top experts and scholars specialized in crystallizer civilization were in the field. If they were gone for no reasons, Ji Yanran would be facing harsh sanction if she returned without figuring out why. She might even be sent to the military court. In addition, many officers and soldiers including Chun Shoshan were also on the planet, so Ji Yanran should not go back before taking a look. However, people who were staying on the warship were mostly non-combatants, including officers in charge of ship operation, medicine, and cooking. There were very few people that could be deployed. Ji Yanran reviewed all the talents she got on hand and gritted her teeth. I ask for 5 soldiers who is good at warframe operation to follow me to the field, figuring out what is happening. I'm rather good at warframe. Let me follow you, Han Sen said quickly. Naturally, he could not stay on the ship while letting Ji Yanran risk her life. In addition, he wanted to figure out why the 9-life cat pendant would react to the crystallizer ruin. Captain, let the guards follow you. The leader of the guards, Li Lu, stood up and saluted. The guards were all the combatants that remained on Daphne. Captain, let me lead the team. The only surpasser on the warship, Zhao Ping, said. Quartermaster, you should stay on Daphne. This is our base. If anything goes wrong on the ship, it would be meaningless even if we bring back everyone. At that point, we would all be faced with death. In addition, I am only going to investigate and will not go deep. Ji Yanran looked to the guards, thought about it, and said, Li, you pick 4 soldiers good at warframe to come with me, and you shall come as well. The rest of the team stay on the ship. Yes, Captain. Li Lu named 4 soldiers and asked them to report to Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran told everyone to prepare their own warframe and looked at Han Senator. She hesitated and said, You go prepare as well. Yes, Captain. Hansen answered and went to take his warframe. The 7 of them quickly left the warship and got on a field truck to go to the excavation site. Because it was not far from the warship, it only took them half an hour to get to the destination. Looking out of the field truck, all sorts of equipment were intact. Nothing was damaged, and there was no evidence of a fight. The only thing broken was the multifunction excavator. Seeing no blood, everyone felt relieved. At least those people were not under attack. Maintain the order. Transferring scanned data. Communications good. All sorts of information kept flashing on the warframes, some sent from the truck, some from Daphne. Their warframes were also transmitting data back. Although everyone had been highly vigilant, nothing really happened. They reached the entrance the professors found with no trouble. It was a black crystal gate more than 100 feet tall, decorated with lots of complicated patterns. There were dots and circles and lines, as well as some triangular shapes. There were no obvious rules to how they were put together. It looked sort of like the guts of a mechanical clock, quite mysterious. At this point, the black crystal gate was already prized open. A one-man warframe could easily pass, but larger mechanics could not enter. "Captain, shall we go inside to take a look?" Li Lu asked Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran did not answer Li Lu and felt astonished at the black gate. She quickly said to Han Sen using a private channel, "Han Sen, I will take people down and have a look. You stay here." "Why?" Han Sen knew she must have noticed something. Otherwise, she would not have said that. "This is the ruin of some crystallizer royalties, and it's still running. It is too dangerous down there. Since you know nothing about crystallizers, you might trigger some dangerous traps. Just stay here," Ji Yanran said. "I will follow you," Han Sen said. "This is an order," Ji Yanran said seriously. "Your order is not valid on me," Han Sen said softly. Ji Yanran was trying to say something else when she suddenly heard screams from the field truck. All of them quickly looked to the truck and saw the two soldiers stationing in the truck had gone out, rushing to them in warframes. "What has happened? What has happened? Please report. Please report." Li Lu tried to ask what had happened through the comlink, but found all he could hear was noise of current. Han Sen quickly checked his comlink and found his warframe had lost all communications to Daphne. The system was down. Ji Yanran had noticed that as well and told the rest of her team, "Maintain the order. We will go have a look." The team quickly approached the warframes of the two soldiers. Before Ji Yanran asked what had happened, they already knew the answer. Behind the two soldiers, lots of fist-sized red crystal were floating in the air like red light bulbs. With a glance, one could not tell how many there were, but there were at least hundreds or 1,000 of them. Simulating crystal. How come there are so many? Everyone was shocked. No wonder the two soldiers started to run. Whoever saw so many simulating crystals would do the same. Previously, Han Sen had already witnessed how powerful a simulating crystal was. As long as it scanned something, it could turn into the exact same thing. If hundreds or thousands of simulating crystals scanned the warframes or field trucks, they would be killed instantaneously facing all those vehicles. In addition, more simulating crystals were coming this way, growing in numbers. There was no telling how many there were. Retreat that at the retreat into the ruin. Ji Yanran had understood where the expert panel had gone, and she had to repeat their option. Boom, boom, boom. The closest simulating crystals had already caught up with the two soldiers. With a flash of red light, the crystals flashed at their warframes like a camera and quickly turned into red crystal warframes of the same style. They landed quickly and continued to chase the two soldiers. More and more simulating crystals became warframes and joined them. Li Lu could not help drawing laser guns to attack the red crystal warframes to save his two comrades. No! It was too late for Ji Yanran to stop him. Li Lu's shot made a huge hole in one of the red crystal warframes. However, instantaneously all the red crystal warframes drew their laser guns and shot in their direction. Boom, boom. The warframes of the two soldiers closest to the crystals exploded immediately, turning into burning crap iron, while the red crystal warframes were still shooting this way. Retreat into the ruin. Han Sen operated his warframe to go into the black crystal gate. Retreat to the ruin immediately. Ji Yanran followed Han Sen and commanded in a clear voice. Li Lu, whose eyes were bloodshot, gritted his teeth and ordered the other two soldiers to retreat into the ruin while covering them by going last. Boom! As Ji Yanran and Han Sen just entered the black crystal gate, they heard a loud noise. The warframe of Li Lu had already exploded. Li! Seeing the warframe of Li Lu was shot down, the two soldiers shot at the red crystal warframes madly using laser guns. Come inside. Quickly! Ji Yanran exclaimed at the two soldiers, but it was too late. Although the two soldiers shot down a few red crystal warframes, they were taken out by more simulating crystals. Go! Han Sen exclaimed and used his warframe arm to push Ji Yanran's. Although those people were not his friends yet, Han Sen felt upset seeing fellow humans die. However, now was not the time to be sad. He could not watch Ji Yanran die like those soldiers. Ji Yanran came back to herself, gritted her teeth, and operated the warframe to go inside the ruin. They had to get rid of the simulating crystals as soon as possible. Otherwise, she and Han Sen would die as well. Behind the black crystal gate there was a crystal path. Ji Yanran led Han Sen to go forward but did not dare to go too fast. Very soon, the red crystal warframes started to catch up with them. Don't worry so much. Run quickly. Han Sen knew that Ji Yanran was worried about the traps in the ruin, but if they did not go quickly, they would soon lose their lives. The expert panel should have already entered the ruin. If there were any traps, they should have triggered those already. Being yelled at Han Sen, Ji Yanran suddenly understood that, and operated her warframe at full speed to go forward. After they ran for several miles, they entered a huge architecture like a shelter. Many paths were interconnected. Where are we going? Ji Yanran took a look, but paths looked identical to each other. She had no idea where they were supposed to go. In addition, the paths were so narrow that the warframes could not pass. Follow me. Han Sen gritted his teeth, came out of the warframe, and turned it into a briefcase. He ran ahead with the warframe in his hand. Ji Yanran copied Han Sen's moves and followed him. As Han Sen just entered the path, he quickly summoned the snow-toothed wolf. A snow wolf suddenly appeared in front of Han Senator. It was a beast soul mount, but Han Sen did not mean to ride on it, only commanding it to go forward. Han Sen planned to use the snow-toothed wolf as a scout. He knew very little about crystallizer ruins. However, since Ji Yanran did not have any idea, he must make a decision, even if he did not know whether his decision was right or not. Hesitation would only bring them into bigger crisis. The snow-toothed wolf was running forward, and Han Sen and Ji Yanran were following with warframe cases in their hands. However, the paths were so complicated that they lost the direction although there were no dangers. It sounds quiet now. Let's stop. When reaching something like a bridge, Han Sen looked down and stopped, looking at the weird crystal statues. Ji Yanran listened carefully and indeed heard no sound. She felt relieved and looked to the crystal statues about 50 feet tall each. The statues were made of crystals of different colors. The shapes of them looked rather odd. They were nothing like humans or animals. Those are the deities that crystallizers worshipped. Most crystallizer ruins had statues like these, explained Ji Yanran as she looked around. Han Sen did not seem to be listening but fixed his eyes on one statue. Come out, otherwise I would not be polite. Han Sen squeezed the warframe case in his hand and yelled coldly at the statue. Ji Yanran looked to the statue, feeling puzzled. She did not see anything, but very soon, someone walked from behind the statue. Tang Xian? How are you here? Where is everyone else? Ji Yanran saw who it was and asked with her brows knitted. I don't know. We scattered. Why are you here as well? Tang Xian walked to the two of them as he said. Stop. Otherwise I will shoot. Han Sen quickly drew his mini laser gun from his waist, pointed it at Tang Xian and said coldly. Why should I stop? Tang Xian did not pay Han Sen any mind and continued to approach them. Boom! Without any hesitation, Han Sen shot at Tang Xian's head, taking half of his skull away. Han Sen, what did you do? Ji Yanran was startled, not sure why Han Sen did it. However, Ji Yanran knew Han Sen must have a reason. Although Tang Xian had offended Han Sen before, Ji Yanran knew he was not someone who would commit murder because of a small grudge. Without Han Sen explaining, she saw what was wrong. With half of his goal grown, Tang Xian did not fall immediately but turned around. On Tang Xian's back, a pink crystal the size of a duck egg was set in his muscles. Red crystal hair was growing from the crystal, driven into his entire back like veins, blinking red light as if he got new heart. It looked both weird and sickening. Parasite crystal. Ji Yanran was astonished, quickly drew her gun and aimed at the crystal like Han San. Ready to shot. Boom, boom, boom. Ji Yanran and Han Sen shot at the mummy like Tang Xian repeatedly, but to no avail. The laser guns only broke a part of the crystal hair, which quickly grew again. Laser weapons are useless. Use beast souls. They suddenly heard a voice say. Han San and Ji Yanran turned back and saw Professor Li Mingtang and several young researchers coming from a path nearby. It was Li Mingtang who said that. Before Han Sen summoned his beast souls, someone came from behind Li Mingtang. He held a beast soul sword and slashed at Tang Xian and the crystal repeatedly, breaking the crystal. A cookhouse soldier does not belong here. Wang Ho took back his beast soul sword, stared at Han Sen coldly and said, "A cookhouse soldier is also soldier," Han San said calmly. "If you want to throw your life away, suit yourself." Wang Ho said contemptuously and ignored Han's senator. He walked to Ji Yanran and said, "Captain, why are you down here? You should not be here." "Professor, what did you find?" Ji Yanran ignored Wang Ho and asked Li Mingtang. Li Mingtang said, "We found the entrance to the ruin and discovered that this is the ruin of crystallizer royalties. However, there were suddenly a huge number of stimulating crystals. Having lost the connection to Daphne, we had to retreat into the ruin. Later on, we were attacked by parasite crystals. Many people were affected. We wandered off in the mess." "Where are Chen Shoshan and Lin Haifeng?" Ji Yanran asked. Li Mingtang shook his head and said, "There were so many soldiers and researchers affected by parasite crystals. It was all a huge mess and I did not notice them." Ji Yanran frowned slightly. What Li Mingtang said was similar to what she had expected to happen. People scattered in the ruin, so it would be hard for her to find everybody. "Professor, do you know the way out?" Ji Yanran looked at the surroundings and no longer knew the directions. This architecture of crystallizers looked like a metropolitan built with crystal. It was not easy to find a way out at all. In addition, because of the special characteristics of these crystals, they could not even blast away the architecture using bombs, which will only lead to their death. The researchers looked at each other, obviously having no idea how to go out. "In fact, we don't need to be worried at all. Our mission was to find new things. All we need to do is to continue forward. Maybe we will find the treasure very soon," said Wang Ho. Li Mingtang also said, "Captain, since you are already here, and there are a lot of stimulating crystals outside, we could not leave any time soon. It makes sense for us to take Wang Ho's advice and look around first. If we could locate the treasure, we would be able to finish the task and have some clues as to how we should leave this place." Having studied the crystallizer civilization diligently, Ji Yanran knew what Li Mingtang said was correct. However, it was the ruin of a crystallizer royalty. They were only several people without even a surpasser among them, so it was still quite dangerous for them to walk around. However, she did not have other options than to agree to their suggestions and go deeper. Of course, the researchers did not march blindly. Based on their understanding of crystallizer civilization, they could make judgments about which architecture was designed for what. Based on general rules of crystallizer civilization, they could calculate where the treasure was. Although the result was not exactly precise, they had the rough direction correct. "Han Sen, stay close to me. Do not go far," Ji Yanran told Han Sen in a low voice. Han Sen nodded. Of course he would stay close to his girlfriend, otherwise he would not be able to save her if she was in danger. Wang Ho heard Ji Yanran and said to Han Sen sarcastically, "Captain, you took a cookhouse soldier down here. Are you trying to protect him, or should he protect you?" "Wang, please focus on your own job. This is not your concern," Ji Yanran said to Wang Ho coldly. Wang Ho snorted and said nothing. Li Mingtang quickly tried to mediate. "We are in danger now, so we should all work together to find the treasure. The more people we have, the more powerful we are." In addition, Han San was also a graduate of a famous military academy. The other researchers also said something to relieve the tension. The group of people continued to go forward. Shortly, another black crystal gate was standing in front of them, also decorated with those complicated patterns. Seeing the black crystal gate and the patterns, Li Mingtang was overjoyed. He quickly walked to the gate and examined the patterns inch by inch. Fantastic! This place is indeed the ruin of a crystallizer king. Li Mingtang watched for a while and turned back excitedly. Professor, what do the patterns mean? Although Ji Yanran had done her study, it was impossible for her to understand those patterns. Li Mingtang explained in excitement. I could only figure out a small part of it. This crystallizer king came from Dia Galaxy. Dia Galaxy? The mother galaxy where crystallizers originated. Ji Yanran looked surprised. Indeed, it is the birthplace of crystallizer civilization, the lost galaxy. Li Mingtang looked exhilarated. Han Sen felt quite confused. He did not understand most part of it. All he knew was that the crystallizer king seemed to be of high rank and possess lots of treasure. Other researchers also looked hyped, as if they had found a gold mine. Han Sen did not understand anything about crystallizer civilization and Dia Galaxy. However, the 9-life cat dependent on his neck was getting hotter and hotter. It seemed that he was approaching something that was affecting it. Under Li Mingtang's command, the researchers took out their tools and started to prise the black crystal gate. They were very skilled at it. It took them less than half an hour to prise it open. Light suddenly penetrated the gap. Ouch! A researcher that was shone upon by the light screamed and rolled around on the floor. The places on his body exposed to the light became scorched, from his face to his waist. The black mark went deep inside his flesh. Everyone became astonished. They quickly pulled the guy away from the light. Han Sen was also dumbstruck. It only took a little while for the injured places on the researcher to be infected. Someone quickly took out the first aid kit to treat the wound, but it was useless. The researcher passed away very soon. However, Li Mingtang stared at the light and said excitedly, "This is the wandering light of crystals because there were a large number of crystals inside. This might be a historic discovery in the history of crystallizer research. Prepare fast. Whoever had succeeded in practicing microcrystal should follow me inside to look for the treasure. Other people stay here. Professor, you could not go inside." Ji Yanran stopped Li Mingtang. Why not? Li Mingtang was dazed. It is too dangerous inside. In addition, a huge discovery like this had to be made under the surveillance of AI according to alliance laws, said Ji Yanran. Li Mingtang quickly said, as long as one has succeeded in practicing microcrystal, one could resist the wandering light of crystal. The risk is minimum. As for the surveillance of AI, this is a special situation, so when we go back, I will write a full report and shoulder the responsibility. Wang and Lu, you two quickly prepare yourselves. We will go inside immediately. Sorry, Professor. We must stick to the rules. The ruin is right here and will not go anywhere. When we go out and gain connections to Daphne, we will come back for it. Ji Yanran still stood in front of Li Mingtang, not letting him pass. Captain, this is a special situation. Why do you have to be like this? Li Mingtang frowned slightly, his face grim. Professor, I told you long ago that if we didn't get rid of this woman, she would ruin it all for us. Wang Ho and other researchers stood around Han San and Ji Yanran with a murderous look on their faces. Wang Ho, you are also a soldier of the Alliance. Aren't you afraid of the sanction by military laws? Ji Yanran exclaimed at Wang Ho. Military laws? Wang Ho smiled contemptuously, summoned a golden beast soul sword and slashed at Han San, who was next to Ji Yanran. He snorted and said, there is no laws here. Han Sen stayed calm and pulled Ji Yanran back. However, the two other researchers also summoned beast soul weapons and attacked them fiercely. A beast soul dagger appeared in Ji Yanran's hand, blocking the weapon of one researcher. Han Sen turned his body sideways and dodged a blow from the other researcher. At the same time, he approached the researcher and put Cursed Wolf Dagger on his neck. Do not move, unless you want to see him killed. Before Han Sen finished his sentence, Wang Ho threw himself at the researcher in front of Han Sen and cut him in half. Without a stop, the golden sword continued to approach Han Sen. Han Sen's eyes became cold. He raised the Cursed Wolf Dagger at the golden sword and quickly stepped back. He did not realize that Wang Ho was so cruel that he did not even care about life and death of one of his own. So Han Sen was a bit slow. Crack. Unexpectedly, the cursed wolf dagger was cut off by when the golden sword. A cut was made on Han Sen's forehead. Although the cut was not that deep, blood started to flow. "You are dead," Wang Ho said coldly. His body generated incredible strength and caught up with Han Sen like a shadow. Making another slash at Han Sen, Wang Ho moved fast and fierce. Han Sen was not affected by the situation. With anger in his eyes, he lamented the loss of the cursed wolf dagger. He had not suffered such a loss in a long time. "But it is not that easy for you kill me." Han Sen snorted, his heart thumping like thunder. Moving his legs, Han Sen fiercely dodged the sword of Wang Ho and threw a punch at his face. Seeing Han Sen fought Wang Ho with no disadvantage, everyone else was shocked. Wang Ho was an evolver whose fitness was over 100. For Han Sen, a cookhouse soldier, to be his match, it was absolutely astonishing. "You indeed have some secrets," Wang Ho snorted and said. "Why are you standing there and watch? Kill Ji Yanran right away." The researchers then came back to themselves and attacked Ji Yanran. Although they did not dare to kill her, as Wang Ho said, Ji Yanran was in danger and was about to be caught. Han Sen obviously understood what Wang Ho was thinking. With Ji Yanran taken hostage, Wang Ho did not even need to fight Han Sen anymore to beat him. "You're a good fighter. However, you are too naive." Han Sen summoned the spirit stone. Shortly, an elegant beauty in ice armor appeared next to Ji Yanran, wielding her ice spear and fending off the researchers, saving Ji Yanran from the crisis. "Spirit? Is that an aristocrat spirit?" The researchers looked surprised. Judging by the ability of this spirit, she was a top aristocrat spirit, which was so rare. With Snow Charmer helping Ji Yanran, the researchers could not approach them anytime soon. "Snow Charmer, take Yanran away." Han Sen thought and transferred the Golden Growler and Desert Bird to Snow Charmer. Snow Charmer was a good rider to begin with. On the back of the Golden Growler, she wielded her ice spear and cleared a path among the researchers with the help of Desert Bird. However, before Snow Charmer pulled Ji Yanran on the Golden Growler, a figure suddenly appeared next to Ji Yanran with no warning. A mini laser gun was pointed to Ji Yanran's head. "Professor Li Mingtang?" Ji Yanran looked to that person, shocked. Unexpectedly, it was Li Mingtang. Judging by his speed, Li was even faster than Wang Ho. It was so hard to imagine that Li Mingtang, who was the weak and polite scholar, would have such fitness, even stronger than Wang Ho. "Wang Ho, stop," Li Mingtang said calmly. Wang Ho stared at Han Sen coldly and went back to the side of Li Mingtang. Han Sen did not chase him, staring at Li Mingtang without speaking. "Captain, I do not mean to kill you or become the enemy of the JIS. So, I will have to ask you to cooperate for a little while. When we find the treasure, I will let you go," said Li Mingtang. Then he looked to Han Sen and said, "The same applies to you. Be our hostage and I will not kill you. When everything is over, you can leave together with her." Han Sen did not reply but moved fast and dashed to the Black Crystal Gate. Not expecting Han Sen to act this way, Li Mingtang and Wang Ho were slow in their reaction. Han Sen had disappeared in the Black Crystal Gate. Damn it! That bastard had practiced microcrystal. Seeing Han Sen was not hurt by the light, when the expression changed. "Doesn't matter. There is only one way going into the core area." He could not go away. Li Mingtang did not mind it, looked at Ji Yanran, and asked other researchers to lock her up. "Zhang and Lu, you two have been rather successful in practicing microcrystal, so you should not fear the wandering light. Follow Wang Ho and me inside. The rest shall wait here." "Shouldn't we kill her?" Wang Ho glanced at Ji Yanran. "It is troublesome to piss off the JIS. In addition, we don't know what is happening inside, so we should make the decision later. If we could not catch Han Sen, with her as our hostage, we will have some leverage," Li Mingtang said calmly, taking his men to enter the Black Crystal Gate. Wang Ho and the other two researchers followed Li Mingtang, while the rest were watching Ji Yanran. After entering the Black Crystal Gate, Han Sen felt his eyes were prickling. Although there was no sun, the light was so strong that it felt like there were a million magnesium lights. As the light hit his body, Han Sen, who was already using microcrystal, still felt heat on his skin. He saw a square crystal tunnel, around which the walls were decorated with strange patterns similar to the ones on the black crystal gates. Han Sen had no idea what they meant. The light is so strong here that I don't believe they could see anything clearly. Han Sen thought and took out a small mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he summoned the beetle knight, which walked into the mirror and walked out as Han Sen. Han Sen hid behind the black crystal gate, controlling his doppelganger to run toward the other end of the tunnel. Shortly, Li Mingtang and Wang Ho caught up with him. Seeing the doppelganger, they ran after it with no hesitation. You are all official researchers in the Alliance. Haven't you thought about the consequences? Ji Yanran frowned at the researchers and said, Consequences? Captain, you are indeed so naive. Do you think we will stay in the Alliance after we succeed? A researcher sneered with contempt. For something inside the crystallizer ruin, you are willing to give up everything in the Alliance without knowing what it is? Ji Yanran asked. At the same time, Ji Yanran understood that these people had a plan since long ago. This was no improvised rebellion. Without a strong support, these people would not dare to do things like this. Haha! Do you know what is in the ruin? The researchers smiled at each other, feeling amused. Just some crystals, right? What else could be in a crystallizer ruin? Ji Yanran asked, seemingly puzzled. Haha! Something wilder than your wildest dream, a researcher said with a smile. Ji Yanran wanted to ask again, but the researchers stopped talking. One of them slapped some tape on her mouth. You used to be the almighty captain. Well, now you should tread carefully. Otherwise, we would not be polite with you. After he said it, he saw how helpless and beautiful Ji Yanran was, being locked up. Feeling tempted, he wanted to touch her face. Ji Yanran quickly became pale, whined through the tape and moved backward. However, she was locked, so there was no way to go. The hand of the researcher was about to reach her face. Ouch! Momentarily, a figure flashed by, and the entire hand of the researcher was cut off and sent into the air. The researcher held his broken arm and screamed shrilly. It's you! The other researchers saw who it was and became astonished. Who else could it be? Han Sen reached out to cut off the chains on Ji Yanran's body. Han Sen dashed forward like a wild beast, throwing one punch at each researcher, sending them into a coma without a chance to fight back. How come you are here? Where are Li Mingtang and the rest? Ji Yanran was overjoyed and surprised, throwing herself into Han Sen's arms. Since you're here, how could I be somewhere else? Han Sen stroked her hair lovingly and continued. They have entered the core area. I don't believe they will come out anytime soon. After feeling thrilled, Ji Yanran walked over to those researchers and woke one of them up. She pointed her laser gun at his head and commanded, Answer my questions. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ha ha! The researcher only gave her a strange smile. The next moment, blood came out from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. The guy died instantaneously. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were both shocked. All people feared death and would strive for survival if there was the slightest chance. However, this researcher was so resolute that he poisoned himself immediately, which was abnormal. They woke the other researchers up, but the result was all the same. They hid their poison somewhere and ended their lives immediately after they woke up. Strange, it is really strange. These people would not even face death sentence after they returned to the Alliance. They would end up in jail most likely. Since they would have a chance to regain freedom anyway, why would they commit suicide like this? Something must be off. Ji Yanran was shocked, watching the dead bodies of the researchers. Even the coldest assassin could not be as resolute as this. The reaction of these researchers did not belong to any normal human beings. Li Mingtang and these people all looked pretty strange. I wonder what they are after. Han Sen reached out and took out everything in the researchers' clothes. Nothing was suspicious. They did not even have many private items. There were basically all tools necessary for the excavation work. However, one thing caught Han Sen's attention. Each of these researchers had a card holder full of different types of crystal cards. Some were memory chips, some were credit cards, some were access cards and work permits. And there were many membership cards of different corporations and shops. However, among all the cards, one seemingly ordinary crystal card caught Han Sen's attention. It looked like an access card, which most people had a few in their life. Access cards like that open doors to homes or working space. However, each of the researchers carried such a card. Although they were of different color and design, Han Sen still could tell it was the same access card. Because on the back of the access cards there was a hidden image of a red beast with its head and tail connected. It had a look between a cat and a fox. Han Sen was more than familiar with this image of nine-life cat. Although the patterns on the back of the crystal cards were complicated, the image of the nine-life cat could be spotted on different corners on all of them. If not examined closely, it was hard to discern. However, because Han Sen was very sensitive about the image of nine-life cat, he immediately spotted it. Han Sen was surprised by this finding and felt quite puzzled. "Did you find anything?" Seeing Han Sen was dazed, Ji Yanran squatted next to him and asked. "Nothing." Han Sen shook his head and placed the card back. These cards could easily have smart chips installed, so it would be easy for someone else to track him down if he took it. In addition, they were just access cards and Han Sen had no idea where they led. Each of these people had a card, so it was obviously not an advanced card. There would probably be no use to take it anyway. "What do we do now?" Ji Yanran suddenly became confused. "I want to have a look in the core area again," Han Sen said hesitantly. If he went inside alone, it would be dangerous for Ji Yanran to stay put. "Then I will go with you," Ji Yanran said decisively. "Did you practice micro-crystal?" Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran, surprised. He was lucky to have succeeded in practicing micro-crystal and become immune to the wandering light. At such a young age, if Ji Yanran also succeeded in practicing micro-crystal, then it would be truly impressive. "I have not practiced micro-crystal. However, bone energy of my family makes me immune to the wandering light as well." Ji Yanran was quite proud. "Are you sure?" Han Sen had no idea what kind of hyper-geno art bone energy was, so he confirmed it with Ji Yanran. "Otherwise, do you think my family would let me come here?" Ji Yanran spit out her tongue and smiled prettily. "Then we will sneak inside and find out what Li Mingtang and the rest are after." Han Sen was quite curious as to why the nine-life cat dependent would react to this place and why the researchers would be carrying access cards with the image of nine-life cat. All these unanswered questions puzzled Han Sen very much. Entering the black crystal gate, Han Sen felt his eyes were prickling from the blinding light. Ji Yanran gave Han Sen a pair of glasses, which made it much easier for him after putting it on. Inspecting the patterns carved on the tunnel, he still did not understand what they meant. After going through the tunnel, the two reached a corridor with many rooms on the sides. Han Sen took a look and found several rooms had been opened. He winked at Ji Yanran, and the couple sneaked into the first room that had been opened. Looking inside, they found the room was quite small, only about 100 square feet. It was empty as well. They carefully looked into several other rooms and found they were all empty. "Li Mingtang must have taken what was inside," Ji Yanran said after a while. "How do you know there used to be something?" Han Sen asked, puzzled. "I have studied a lot of materials on crystallizer civilization. Based on the design of these rooms, they should be crystallizer storage units. Although they did not contain as many crystals as the treasure, items used less often and trophies would be placed here." Ji Yanran pointed to the round holes on the floor of the room and continued, "These holes are actually transport tunnels. However, only crystallizers could open them to transport items directly to the storage." Han Sen did not quite understand. After he listened to Ji Yanran carefully, he pointed to the rooms that were still closed and asked, "Why didn't they open these doors then?" Ji Yanran walked up to a closed storage room, observed the patterns on the door and said, "I still haven't learned enough about crystallizer culture, so I do not understand well what these patterns mean. But I think they did not open the stores because these patterns symbolize something like danger or warning." "Makes sense." Han Sen nodded and followed Ji Yanran. because Han Sen used the doppelganger of Beetle Knight to lead the group of people inside. He did not have much to worry since it was just a doppelganger. He controlled it to run fast and only stopped when the doppelganger had got rid of those people completely. The doppelganger had already reached something like an underground plaza full of those statues of strange crystallizer deities. At this point, there were many forks on the path. Han Sen decided to stop the doppelganger and commanded it to climb up a huge statue and hide in the ears of the statue. Very soon, Han Sen saw Li Mingtang, Wang Ho, and others enter the underground plaza. It seemed that they were carrying some things with them. Han Sen wondered where they got the stuff. Han Sen runs pretty fast. It seems that he's not afraid of die in here. Researcher Zhang snorted after failing to find Han Sen by looking around. He gets to live because he ran fast. If we caught up with him, he would be doomed. If it were me, I would run as well, Wang Ho said quietly. With so many forks, who knows where he went? If we follow a path now, he could return to the entrance without us knowing. That would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Zhang said. After examining the different paths, Li Mingtang shook his head and said, "These paths are no joke. If he enters the wrong one, he would not be able to return alive." "Professor, where do these paths lead?" Wang Ho frowned and asked. "These paths should all lead to the nurseries of crystallizers. At the end of each path, there should be a nursery. Crystallizers pay a lot of attention to their nurseries, so there must be some significant traps. Even surpassers could not guarantee coming back alive," Li Mingtang explained. "Are there really crystallizers inside?" Wang Ho asked again. "Dead ones, maybe. We have not found any living crystallizer so far," replied Li Mingtang casually. "Which path is the one that leads to the treasure?" Hearing there was no living crystallizers, Wang Ho lost his interest and examined the paths. "The real access is not one of those paths," Li Mingtang said and walked to the statues. After observing for a while, he pointed to a pyramid-shaped statue carved with circles and said, "The access should be under this statue. Come and push it aside." The two researchers quickly turned their warframes on and drove over to push aside the 15-foot-tall statue. Indeed, when the statue was moved aside, an entrance was exposed underneath. However, before they had time to look at it, they heard a crackling noise inside the entrance. Li Mingtang suddenly gasped, "Come back immediately!" However, the two researchers did not have time to react when a golden shadow rushed out from the entrance. It was a golden crystal shaped like a 12 by 12 Rubik's Cube, spinning continuously. For some unknown technology, it was floating in the air. After the golden Rubik's Cube emerged, as the pieces turned, golden lightsabers of a dozen feet long were shot from its core. The golden lightsabers flashed as the Rubik's Cube moved around, cutting the warframe of a researcher into pieces instantly. The Rubik's Cube clattered as it turned, the golden lightsabers flashing and cutting the remaining warframe into pieces. Naturally, the person sitting inside had no way to survive. After destroying the warframes, the Rubik's Cube clattered again and flew toward Li Mingtang. Li Mingtang fished something like a grenade from his clothes and threw it far away. With a distant noise, the golden Rubik's Cube surprisingly left Li Mingtang alone and rushed toward the noise. "Now!" Li Mingtang quickly went down the entrance, and Wang Ho followed hastily. After circling around the spot where the grenade exploded, the Rubik's Cube seemed to know it had been tricked, turned around, went down the entrance, and disappeared from Han Sen's sight. "Fortunately, I chose to hide here. Otherwise, when my real body and Yenran arrived here, we might die without even knowing what has happened." As Han Sen was deep in his thoughts, he saw something climbing out from the spot of the explosion of the specially made grenade. Han Sen glanced at it and was covered in cold sweat. From the gaps of crystal climbed out a little thing green and transparent, looking like a unicorn beetle. Han Sen remained still, watching the unicorn beetle made of green crystal climbing out of the gaps made by Li Mingtang's grenade. The unicorn beetle was the size of a fist. It did not climb fast and the gap was not wide. It took the beetle some effort to climb to the ground. Compared with the golden Rubik's Cube and simulating crystals, this unicorn beetle was obviously quite clumsy. It was climbing slowly, and it seemed it could not fly either. After climbing for a short distance, the horn of the beetle clashed with a statue. The little thing was so dumb that it did not even know how to turn. Struggling with its feet, it tried to move forward. However, its strength was obviously minimal so that it could not move the statue at all. The beetle looked like a toy car going around in circles. After some observation, Hansen found that this guy was both dumb and weak. Could not be compared to the golden Rubik's Cube at all and did not seem that dangerous. Hansen thought about it and climbed out of the ear of the statue, throwing a crystal near the unicorn beetle. Startled by the sound, the unicorn beetle forgot about the statue it was trying to move, turned around and climbed toward the crystal that had fallen. Shortly, it touched the crystal, which was only slightly bigger than a fist. Using its horn to leverage the crystal, the unicorn beetle only managed to shake the crystal slightly and failed to move it away. Among the stuff manufactured by crystallizers, there is something so useless? Hansen was surprised. He walked over to the unicorn beetle, grabbed its shell and lifted it up. Like a turtle that was lying on its back, the unicorn beetle moved its feet around yet failed to touch anything. It was indeed very weak and could not get out of Hansen's hand. This must be a pet made by crystallizers? Hansen examined the beetle carefully. This pet was carved with the mysterious patterns of crystallizers, similar to the ones on the black crystal gate, looking like the guts of a mechanical watch. Hansen touched the feet of the unicorn beetle with his finger, which was grabbed by the beetle immediately. However, it did not have much force. Grabbing Hansen's finger, the unicorn beetle came to the back of his hand. Holding Hansen's wrist, the beetle chirped at Hansen twice. Hansen saw that the beetle was completely useless, so he left it alone and walked to the gaps made by the grenade explosion. Li Mingtong's grenade must be specially made. It broke the crystal floor and made a foot-long crack. Hansen looked down the crack and was pleasantly surprised. It was an oval chamber down the crack, with a dozen purple crystals inside it. Hansen had seen this type of crystals before, which was the one that Ji Yanran had used on him, the crystal that could enhance brain development. Hansen wanted to go down for those crystals, but he had no tools on him. This was, after all, just a doppelganger. Afraid that the doppelganger would be destroyed by the researchers, Hansen did not leave any beast souls with it in the first place. With the strength of the beetle knight, it was not realistic for him to widen the crack. Hansen had to stay put and wait for his own body and Ji Yanran to come over. At that time, he would think of some ways to take the crystals out from the chamber underneath. His own body and Ji Yanran were still a bit far away from his doppelganger. So Hansen the doppelganger sat down and started to play with the unicorn beetle on his hand. This guy looked quite pretty yet incredibly clumsy. It was quite fun to play with it. Hansen and Ji Yanran followed the doppelganger's route. Hansen told Ji Yanran about what had happened and took her over. He also described the looks of the unicorn beetle to Ji Yanran, but she did not know what it was either. Her guess was also that it can be a crystallizer's toy or something like that. After seeing his doppelganger, Hansen seized the unicorn beetle and took the beetle knight back to his mind. Products of crystallizers generally have some unique functions. The golden Rubik's Cube you just described was in fact a guard crystal. It could shoot lightsabers that easily slice warframes apart, let alone human bodies. Unless someone was fast enough to escape before it started to use lightsabers, there was no other way to go past it. Seemingly useless stuff like this is indeed quite rare in crystallizer ruins. Ji Yanran observed the unicorn beetle and did not see anything special about it. It is a crystallizer product after all. Even if it is a toy, it is quite unique. I believe I can make some money if I take it back. Looking at the unicorn beetle, all Hansen could see was dollars. Many collectors are very into crystallizer products. If you find the right person, it could be worth a lot. Ji Yanran nodded and said, "Then I will keep it first." Hansen put the unicorn beetle into a pocket and walked over to the gap. He then turned on his super biological warframe to widen the gap. After 20+ minutes, the gap was wide enough for a person to go down, so Hansen put away the warframe and crawled inside. There was no other things in the room than the purple crystals. Hansen picked them up one by one and counted 16 in excitement. Ji Yanran told him before that although the crystals called brain crystals by human could be spotted in a lot of crystallizer ruins, the number was not huge. In smaller ruins it would be lucky to find 1 or 2 brain crystals. Sometimes there was none. Even in larger ruins it would be impressive to find 7 to 8 brain crystals. Human history, the most brain crystals they ever found in a ruin were 100 plus, which shocked the entire alliance. The fact that there were 16 brain crystals in this place was definitely something huge. If you want to take these brain crystals for yourself, you will have to use them right here. Otherwise, they would be spotted in the scanning process before you board Daphne. Ji Yanran told Han Sen, seeing how excited her boyfriend was. Then let's use them. We will each use half. For better, for worse. Han Sen said and split the brain crystals into 2 portions, taking 8 for himself and giving 8 to Ji Yanran. Initially, Ji Yanran did not plan to take the crystals. Listening to Han San, she was happy to take the 8 crystals and said, "We could only use 1 in 12 hours. Otherwise the extra stimulation to the brains would cause a small problem." Han Sen nodded and put a brain crystal on his forehead. Suddenly, he felt an electric current flowing into his brain and the brain crystal broke. Feeling the numbness in his brain, Han San was alerted by the coolness from his pituitary, making his brain clearer than ever. Brain crystals are indeed fantastic stuff. Unfortunately, its effect will fade gradually. In the end, the brain will only be developed slightly. Han San put away the rest of the brain crystals and looked to the triangular exit in the center of the room. The space inside the room was spherical. Other than the gap where they came from, the only exit was the triangular tunnel leading downward in the center of the room. Han Sen walked to the tunnel and looked down, finding the 6-foot-long tunnel was connected to another spherical room. Ji Yanran, do you know what these spherical rooms are used for? Han Sen knew so little about crystallizers that he had to look to Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran shook her head and said, "In all the materials that I've studied, there is no mentioning of such places. However, there are many unsolved mysteries in crystallizer civilization, so this is normal. Shall we go down and have a look? Maybe there are more brain crystals." Han Sen thought about it and said, Li Mingtang and Wang Ho had entered the core area. However, the guard crystal had followed them inside. Han San had no idea what was happening in the core area, so they might encounter the guard crystal if they followed Li Mingtang and Wang Ho, which was not ideal. "I wonder if it's too risky." Ji Yanran hesitated. "It's not risky." Han San summoned Snow Charmer and sent her down the triangular tunnel to find out what was inside the other room. Very soon, Han San made sure that it was an empty room. Snow Charmer also found triangular tunnels leading to other places. Han Sen hesitated and summoned the Beetle Knight again, making his doppelganger hide inside the statue's ear, watching the entrance from which Li Mingtang and the rest entered the core area, while he and Ji Yanran entered the other room through the triangular tunnel. Like Snow Charmer said, it was an empty room. On the side of the room there was a triangular tunnel of the same size leading horizontally to another spherical room. Han Sen asked Snow Charmer to climb into the tunnel first to make sure there was no danger before he and Ji Yanran went inside one by one. It turned out that all the spherical rooms were empty, all connected by triangular tunnels. After traveling past a dozen spherical rooms, Ji Yanran and Han Sen ended up in a normal room. Walls of the room there were lined with black crystal cabinets that had at least hundreds of lockers. There was no telling what was inside. "This is the treasure." Ji Yanran saw the black crystal cabinets and became surprised. "You're saying this is the treasure?" So, the simulating crystals, parasite crystals, and guard crystals are all stored here. Han Sen was overjoyed. He did not expect to come to the treasure by accident. These black crystal cabinets are similar to the ones used to store crystals that we had discovered before. However, this room is different from the previous treasure. Also, I'm not sure why the room is connected with those spherical rooms. Therefore, I could not make sure whether this is the real treasure. Ji Yanran was not confident. "Let's open one up to find out." Han Sen asked Ji Yanran to go back into the previous spherical room and commanded Snow Charmer to open up a square black crystal coker. Nothing strange happened. The black crystal locker was empty. There was nothing stored inside. Ji Yanran came back to examine the inner structure of the cabinet and said assertively, "Now I am sure that this is the cabinet that holds the crystals. This should be a treasure, but it seems too small for a royalty ruin. These cabinets could not even be compared to those in some smaller ruins. It does not look like it is designed for a royalty. It's good as long as it is a treasure. Maybe it is the private collection of the royalty." Han San was excited and asked Snow Charmer to open up other cabinets. However, dozens of cabinets all turned out to be empty, which disappointed Han San a bit. However, Han San did not want to accept zero gains, so he commanded Snow Charmer to open up all the cabinets. After she had opened 80+ cabinets, she finally saw a twinkling light inside. Han San was excited and quickly walked up to the cabinet. There was a golden crystal inside the size of a snail. It was over with a complicated cut, which made it look like a brilliant golden diamond. "It is a crystal?" Han San did not dare to move and asked Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran nodded and said, "This is an inactive crystal. Judging from the look of it, it should be the Rubik's Cube that you had seen. It will not turn itself on, right?" Han Sen was startled. Ji Yanran shook her head and smiled. "Definitely not. All the crystals stored in the treasure are dormant until they are activated by crystallizers. However, it is impossible to find a living crystallizer to initiate these crystals. The guard crystals are commonly seen, but normal ruins only have 2x2 or 3x3 Rubik's Cubes. Even in larger runes, the Rubik's Cubes are mostly 6x6. The 12x12 Rubik's Cube you saw is very rare and of high value for collection and research. If this is also a 12x12 Rubik's Cube, then it is priceless." Hearing Ji Yanran say that, Han Sen was overjoyed, took out the golden crystal, and stuffed it in his pocket. He said with a smile, "Then I will put it away first." Ji Yanran knew what he was thinking but did not say anything, just rolling her eyes at him. With the finding of the guard crystal, Han Sen was even more motivated. He told Snow Charmer to open up all the remaining cabinets and soon discovered another crystal. It was a white crystal. Han Sen looked to his girlfriend, puzzled. "This is the memory crystal, containing all the data left by the crystallizers. If one has enough mental power, one could directly sense the content of the crystal. However, human nowadays could hardly reach that level. They could only get part of the fragmented information in the crystal relying on machines. Since this crystal is left behind by a crystallizer royalty, it might contain important information. If we are all able to translate part of it, maybe our science and technology could have another leap," Ji Yanran explained. "Then I will put it away first." Han Sen unapologetically took this memory crystal as well. "Did you hear something?" Han Sen suddenly noticed something and looked to Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran shook her head and said, "What did you hear?" As Han Sen was about to say something, he suddenly heard something falling. Pink crystals as big as duck eggs started to fall from the triangular tunnel from which they came down. Momentarily, there were 100+ pink crystals present. "Parasite crystals!" Both Ji Yanran and Han Sen exclaimed at the same time. Oval parasite crystals threw themselves at Ji Yanran and Han Sen like bouncing balls in increasing numbers, making the couple cringe. "Run!" Without any hesitation, Han Sen took Ji Yanran's hand to run toward the exit of the treasure. Although parasite crystals could be crushed, there were so many of them that even Han Sen could not fend them all off since they would grow on human body as long as they touched the skin. The couple rushed out of the treasure and ran for their life in the tunnel that was slightly taller than a person. Countless parasite crystals followed them like ocean waves and filled their sight. The pink crystals were incredibly fast as well. "Damn it! Where do these parasite crystals come from? How come we did not see them when we entered the place?" Han Sen was slightly upset. They were right inside the core area of the crystallizer royalty ruin, running recklessly. If they died here, they would not even know what killed them. However, looking at the endless parasite crystals following them, Han Sen knew they would die definitely if they did not run, so he did not dare to stop. Luckily, the snow-toothed wolf mounts was running ahead of them as their scout, which was more or less a comfort to Han Sen. Boom! The snow-toothed wolf which was running in front was suddenly cut in half by a beam of light. It fell heavily on the floor and then disappeared. Rubik's Cube. Han-sen saw the 12 by 12 Rubik's Cube in the next intersection and became pale. This way. Ji Yanran ran into a side path first and Han-sen followed her. However, neither the parasite crystals nor the Rubik's Cube was retreating. Both of them followed the couple. Ji Yanran and Han-sen ran around several corners and suddenly found themselves in a dead end. There was no way to go. Whatever. Han-sen knew it was time to fight for his life. He drew his laser gun and shot at the incoming parasite crystals like crazy. Ji Yanran did exactly the same, shooting at the parasite crystals with her laser gun nonstop. However, the guns were not that useful. After breaking several parasite crystals, more started to go at them. There was simply no end to the crystals. Very soon, a large number of parasite crystals had come close to them and tried to attach to their bodies. Han-sen gritted his teeth and threw a grenade before he covered Ji Yanran to hide in the corner. The grenade exploded in the tunnel, smashing lots of parasite crystals. However, Han-sen was only using an ordinary grenade. The crystal wall and floor quickly expanded under the impact like foam, filling up the entire tunnel and almost drowning Han-sen and Ji Yanran. "Are you okay?" Han-sen tried to move his body, but he was trapped in crystals that were still expanding because of the explosion, which made it hard for him to even turn around. The couple were trapped in a narrow space, so they had to stand hugging each other. There was no additional space at all. "I'm fine," Ji Yanran answered in a soft voice, her cheek on Han-sen's chest and her body pressed to his body. Although Han-sen enjoyed making out with Ji Yanran, it was obviously more important to run for their lives. The entire tunnel was filled up by the expanding crystals, so there was no way to go out from the way they came from. The only possible exit would be the space behind the dead end, if there were any. As long as they could break this crystal wall, they would still have hope. However, Han-sen no longer had any beast soul weapon he could use. He had to run Jadeskin and turn his hands into jade, throwing punches at the crystal wall behind Ji Yanran's back. Bang! Under Han-sen's fist, the wall only had a hairline crack. "I have a sacred blood dagger from Second God's sanctuary. Let me try," Ji Yanran said and summoned her dagger, stabbing at the wall behind her backward. However, Ji Yanran could hardly move her arm, so it was hard for her to put much force into the move. In addition, she had just become an evolver before long, so she did not have great fitness. After stabbing with her dagger a few times, she was only able to leave several shallow white marks on the crystal wall. "I'll do it." Han-sen stopped Ji Yanran and punched at the crystal wall again. Han-sen had achieved initial success in Yin-Yang Blast. Using the technique of Yin Force, it was not hard for him to make a powerful punch in a short distance. With slight vibration, Han-sen's fist punched at the crystal wall with loud bangs. After dozens of punches, the crystal finally cracked. Pieces of crystals started to fall from the crystal wall. Han-sen followed up by punching hundreds of times, expanding the cracks. Eventually, the crystal wall was pierced by his fist. "I know that God will not let me die here." Han-sen was overjoyed. The crystal wall was only less than an inch thick. He accelerated in punching the wall and quickly expanded the opening to the size that one person could cross through. "Turn around slowly and crawl into the hole." Han-sen glanced into the hole and saw a hall. There did not seem to be much stuff inside. In addition, if there was anything inside, it must have been alerted by the loud noises he was making. Ji Yanran turned around slowly. However, looking at the hole, her eyes suddenly became red. She cried, "Han-sen!" She sounded like she was crying. Tears filled up her eyes and she grabbed Han-sen's hands. The crystal next to the hole was colored red by blood, which was astonishing to look at, and the back of Han-sen's hands was completely broken. Breaking the crystal wall with bare hands was something difficult for him, even though he had practiced Jadeskin. In the end, her bones were almost broken. However, Han-sen gritted his teeth and pulled through without making a sound, which was why Ji Yanran only noticed his wound until this point. Holding Han-sen's hand, Ji Yanran could not make a complete sentence. Her tears fell like rain. No worries. It's a small injury. My bones are good. Let's go out first. Han Sen smiled and urged Ji Yanran to crawl into the hole. Han Sen followed her inside and was astonished by what he saw. The hall was the size of a factory workshop. It was empty inside, but on the ceiling of the hall, red crystals were floating like red stars, blinking with red light. Han Sen recognized this type of crystal immediately, which was the simulating crystal. Boom! When the couple just stood up, all the simulating crystals started to flash red lights at them, as if there was a press conference in the hall. Shortly, red crystal humans that looked exactly like Han Sen or Ji Yanran fell from the ceiling and ran toward them. Simulating crystals were an impressive creation, which many human scholars called a miracle. It was impossible for a human to become a rock, let alone a gun. However, simulating crystals were beyond their limitations. As crystals, simulating crystals could mimic the characteristics of different matters, which was miraculous and amazing. When turning into mechanics, the simulating crystals were like machines. However, when turning into creatures, they had the features of creatures. In addition, simulating crystals' abilities were similar to the simulated items. As miraculous as it was, the simulating crystal had a fatal flaw, which was that the stronger its target was, the stronger it would be. That meant if the target was not strong enough, the crystals would be weak. Of course, because of the material itself, the simulating crystals would not be too weak. If it was simulating an ant, because of the toughness of the crystal, it was still 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary ant. Currently, the simulating crystals became Han Sen and Ji Yanran. In fact, they acquired the data of their bodies by scanning them. Data could be imitated, but there were certain things that simulating crystals could not imitate, such as the martial arts they practiced and their understanding of those martial arts. Therefore, when Han Sen saw a large number of simulating crystals turning into Ji Yanran and him, he was not too appalled but became more relaxed. If the simulating crystals became warframes or weapons, even if they could dodge the attack, the crystals around them would expand under the impact of explosion and bury Ji Yanran and him alive. At this point, simulating crystals turned to Ji Yanran and Han Sen knew absolutely everything about his own body. Ji Yanran was a weak evolver. That was why Han Sen thought it was the best consequence. Ji Yanran, on the other hand, was scared and became pale. Just out of a trap, they were trapped in a bigger crisis. It would not work if they blew up the tunnel again. If they blew up another tunnel, they might be trapped here for good without any possibilities to escape. Protect yourself. Han Sen pulled Ji Yanran behind his back and rushed out. Shortly, Ji Yanran stared her eyes wide, and her jaw dropped. Han Sen threw himself at the group of red crystal humans and beheaded one of them with bare hands. He threw the crystal head on the face of the next red crystal human and smashed its chest with his knee. The entire process was so smooth and unexpected that it was wonderful to watch. As many as the simulating crystals were, all of them were broken up by Han Senator. The red crystal humans did not have any power to fight back, as if they were dogs in front of Han Sen. Ji Yanran did not believe that the rest crystal humans were too weak. After all, the simulating crystals imitated Han Sen and herself. Those looking like her notwithstanding, the ones that looked like Han Sen should theoretically have the same physical abilities as him. The only explanation for such a huge gap in strength was that Han Sen used his own force very effectively. Having the same force, different people would have different applications. It was the same as playing chess. Although all the players had the same number of pieces, an advanced player would play very differently from a beginner. Without a doubt, the percentage of force Han Sen could tap into made him a supermaster, which was why the red crystal humans looked like him but could not fight back at all. With Ji Yanran's background, she had seen a lot of talents, including quite a few surpassers, and demigods were nothing rare in her eyes. However, in terms of the effectiveness of using the force, Han Sen was definitely among the top 5 in evolvers. In addition, those evolvers were all celebrities and progenies in the alliance, with great background and reputation. Ji Yanran had only seen one person with a humble background who could achieve this level, which was Han Sen. Ji Yanran was completely impressed by Han Sen's moves and became very proud of both Han Sen and her choice. With her family and status, it was easy for her to choose any talented young man, But she chose Han Sen and did not second-guess herself even during the period of time when Han Sen was missing. Although her choice was mostly out of sentimental reasons, she was very happy with Han Sen's performance. There was no lady in the world who did not wish her man was the best, and Ji Yanran was no exception. Boom, boom, boom. Broken red crystals fell all over the floor, turned into red liquid and evaporated. Han Sen made a solid punch each time and blew up hundreds of red crystal humans. Boom! He used 7 kill to turn his leg into axes, kicking the head of a red crystal man into its guts, blowing up its entire body. Pieces of crystal fell on the floor. Han Senior Ji Yanran blushed out of excitement and hugged her man, not knowing what to say. She felt as long as she was around Han Sen, she had nothing to fear and nothing to worry about. Han Sen thought Ji Yanran was worried about him, patted her on her bouncy butts and smiled. Just a few red crystal men. It's going to take way more than that to hurt your husband. No worries. Ji Yanran hugged him tight without speaking or letting go, burying her head in his chest. Ahem. This is not the right time. Even if you're in the mood, we must find somewhere safe first. Seeing how charming and tempting Ji Yanran was, Han Sen was burning up with passion. I'm in no mood. Ji Yanran blushed and hit Han Sen with her small fist, rolling her eyes at him. Isn't it nice to be young? You have the mood to flirt in such a place. A voice sounded with the worst timing, surprising Han Sen and Ji Yanran. They quickly turned to look. The crystal door on the side of the hall was pushed open. Li Mingtang entered from outside, looking at the couple with a grin. Han Sen looked behind him and did not see Wang Ho. Li Mingtang was injured in multiple places and did not seem to be in good shape. Han Sen, you surprise me. I have only seen 3 people at your age who could use their own strength so effectively. Li Mingtang looked at Han Sen with approval and continued to say, however, this is in a crystallizer royalty ruin. So, from now on, you have to follow my lead. And why is that? Han Sen stared at Li Mingtang coldly and said, for this, what do you think? Li Mingtang said casually, and his skin suddenly turned into gold. Instantaneously, he had a gold body, looking like the Buddha himself. Super diamond body. You obtained super diamond body. Han Sen was shocked, watching Li Mingtang with a golden body. I started when I was 3 years old and had spent more than 6 decades practicing it. All I have achieved is initial success. Li Mingtang said quietly, without any intention to brag. What is super diamond body? Han Sen asked, puzzled. The name sounds like some cheeky cartoon he used to watch on the Skynet. Ji Yanran explained, there are numerous hyper-geno arts adapted from ancient martial arts, so there are all kinds of rankings. However, no matter which ranking you see, Super Diamond Body is always in the top 10. Super Diamond Body was adapted from the ancient martial art Indestructible Diamond Body. If you could practice it to the extreme, even plasma cannons could not hurt you. However, it is so hard to practice that 100 years might be just a start. Therefore, not a lot of people dare to try this hyper-geno art. However, once achieving something, one's body would be absolutely peerless among people with the same status. It is not that impressive, as the captain said. I have only achieved initial success. If someone has a fitness level above 120, it would be easy for him to break up my body. Li Mingtang paused and said, in fact, you do not need to be my enemies. I did not mean to take your lives anyway. Otherwise, Captain, you will not be able to live until this moment. In this crystallizer king ruin full of crises, an extra person means extra force. We should all cooperate in order to have a bigger chance at survival. What do you think? Cooperation, yes. However, you must at least tell us about your goal to enter this crystallizer royalty ruin. We do not want to die without knowing why. After consulting his girlfriend, Han Sen said to Li Mingtang, in fact, it will do you no good knowing about these. You'd be better off not know. Li Mingtang sighed. Since you want to cooperate with us, you must have something you need us for. If we follow you without asking, we would probably die without knowing the reason. Han Sen said coldly. You are indeed smart people. Li Mingtang paused and continued. Actually, I could tell you and it's fine. Captain, You should know that this crystallizer ruin was discovered decades ago. I heard that an interstellar exploration ship found this place. Ji Yanran thought about it and said. Li Mingtang nodded slightly and said, Indeed, the exploration ship found this crystallizer royalty ruin and sent a team to explore it. However, none of them came back. After that, the Alliance sent a warship similar to Daphne here and none of the people came back alive either. Did you know what had happened? Ji Yanran said. No. Li Mingtang shook his head and said with his eyes glistening. However, my late father was the captain of the exploration ship that discovered the ruin in the first place. After he came here, he never went back. All I want to find is his remains. Professor, you must think we are 3-year-olds? It is so obvious that you and Wang Ho both want something here. Don't tell me that Wang Ho is also looking for his dad's remains, Han San said quietly. Li Mingtang smiled and said, Of course, the reason we entered the ruin was also for something the captain of the Alliance warship brought to the ruin. What is it? Han San asked. A crystallizer key. Legend has it that as long as you have that key, you could initiate the core of crystallizer ruins and control all the crystals. Li Mingtang was full of excitement. Can you imagine what would happen if humans could control those magnificent crystallizer technologies? It will make human technology jump ahead 300 years. I'm afraid that the reason you're looking for that crystallizer key is not to enhance human technologies, Han San said coldly. Han Sen knew that the so-called exploration ship was actually pirate ships which grabbed the fortunes in the universe that had been overlooked. For Li Mingtang's father, the captain of an exploration ship was a euphemism of interstellar pirate. I've told you everything you want to know. Choose whether or not you want to cooperate with me. Li Mingtang did not answer Han Sen's question but said to the couple, One last question. What do you need us for? Han Sen asked. There is an area ahead of us that neither Wang Ho nor I managed to go through. We also lost each other. Unexpectedly, I ran into you guys. I now have an idea. The 3 of us work together to pass that area to reach the core of the crystallizer ruin. When we arrive there, you could take the crystals in the treasure, which are what the Alliance wants anyways. And I could take the crystallizer key. What do you think? Li Mingtang said. Deal. Han Sen had decided on the reply with Ji Yanran minutes ago, so he agreed without hesitation. Okay, let's go then. When we are in the area, I will then tell you in details what to do. We should not mess around with this, otherwise all 3 of us will be in danger, Li Mingtang said and walked out of the hall. Han Sen followed Li Mingtang, holding Ji Yanran's hand. Looking around, he couldn't help praising the greatness of crystallizer civilization. Even now, the Alliance could hardly build such an integrated architecture covering the entire planet without affecting the planet's self-regulating system, which was simply magnificent. Li Mingtang carefully led the way ahead of them, telling them what to watch out for, so that they would not trigger the self-defense mechanism in the ruin. Shortly, the 3 of them reached an abyss, which looked bottomless and was about several miles wide. It almost looked like the gates to hell. From afar, he could see a fairy tale-like castle that looked like it was designed for the giants. The castle was connected to their side by a foot-long crystal bridge. It looked like the 2 sides of the abscess were connected by a thread. Passing this crystal bridge, we could then arrive at the core of the crystallizer royalty ruin, Li Mingtang said, pointing at the castle far away. Can we fly over? Han Sen said, puzzled. Look above. Li Mingtang pointed to the ceiling and said. The couple looked above and saw gigantic green crystals were hanging from the ceiling like chandeliers, each over 10 feet wide and very delicate. As gorgeous as they were, Ji Yanran became pale after she saw them. After seeing those green crystals, Ji Yanran started to whisper. There are nest crystals here. How can we possibly walk over there? Ji Yanran asked Li Mingtang. That is why we need to work together, Li Mingtang said. Han San did not know what the green crystals were for, so he did not speak but listened. After a while, he finally understood why Li Mingtang and Wang Ho failed to go through. The green crystals that looked like chandeliers were named nest crystals, nurturing lots of mini crystals inside of them. The nest crystals were very sensitive to air circulation. Once air circulated around them, the mini crystals inside would jet out like hail. However, those mini crystals were 1,000 times scarier than hail. Full of spikes, they would start to absorb blood once they touched human skin. Even with super diamond body, Li Mingtang could not block the mini crystals, so it was definitely not easy to go through. Using flying beast souls to fly across would definitely trigger the nest crystals. The only possible way was to walk slowly over the crystal bridge to reduce the air circulation, so that the nests would not be triggered. The trouble was that even though they could walk on the bridge, that would still generate movements and air circulation which would still trigger nests. If the nest crystals were triggered, the three persons must work together to avoid being touched by the mini crystals. Li Mingtang told Ji Yanran and Han Sen how to cope with the mini crystals, and the three of them slowly walked onto the crystal bridge with some distance apart. None of them dared to go too fast. They moved on the bridge like slow motion for fear that they might alert the nest crystals. Initially, Li Mingtang thought that it was basically impossible to walk through without triggering the crystals. However, the three of them passed the bridge slowly. The nest crystals hanging above were not triggered at all. Strange. Even Li Mingtang frowned, not knowing why the nest crystals were so calm. Last time when Li Mingtang came to this place with Wang Ho, they triggered a nest crystal without walking far. In the end, the two of them had to run for their lives separately. Even so, Li Mingtang still got injured. It is the best if we could refrain from triggering them. Let's go inside, Li Mingtang said and walked into the castle. Ji Yanran and Han Sen followed up, maintaining some distance from Li Mingtang. Previously, Li Mingtang needed them to go over the bridge. However, now that the nest crystals were not triggered, Li Mingtang might not need them anymore. Han Sen vigilantly followed Li Mingtang into the castle. The gate was already open. After they entered the causal, they became dumbstruck. In the huge causal lay many corpses in a messy way. All the corpses looked alive without any hint of drying up. They almost looked like living persons. However, taking a closer look at them, the three could easily tell that they were dead. When seeing those dead people, Li Mingtang suddenly became excited. Quickly glancing at the dead bodies, his eyes fell on the body of a middle-aged man and he became thrilled. Although Li Mingtang was overjoyed, he did not dare to go over, observing vigilantly. Those people would not die here for no reason. There were no injuries on any of their bodies. Standing or sitting, they simply died, without any traces of fighting or struggling. However, Li Mingtang still did not understand how those people died and why their bodies looked exactly like how they were when alive, without any signs of corruption, which was why he did not dare to go over. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were even less tempted to go up. When they were about to ask Li Mingtang the expert, they suddenly saw someone coming out from a structure inside the castle. With a closer look, Li Mingtang saw it was Wang Ho and suddenly changed his looks. He asked Wang Ho, "When did you come? Did you find anything?" Wang Ho smiled, reached out his hand and showed Li Mingtang a red crystal, the size of a pigeon egg. "After separating with you, I walked around before I came over, and I have also found the thing." "Fantastic. Give me the thing quickly." Seeing the red crystal, Li Mingtang looked overjoyed and watched the red crystal zealously. "Okay." Wang Ho walked to Li Mingtang slowly, quickly handing the crystal to Li Mingtang. Li Mingtang was so excited that he reached out to grab the crystal. Unexpectedly, Wang Ho flipped his hand and grabbed the crystal, punching Li Mingtang in the chest with his other hand. Li Mingtang was prepared as well. The moment when they made the move, Li Mingtang's body turned into gold. When Wang Ho hit his chest, the sound was metal hitting metal. "Wang Ho, you should know that you could never hurt my super diamond body," Li Mingtang exclaimed coldly. "Is that right?" Wang Ho snorted and suddenly threw a grenade. However, Wang Ho did not throw the grenade at Li Mingtang or the couple, but outside the castle. Hearing the strong explosion and airflow, Han Sen suddenly became pale. The nests on the ceiling almost exploded at the exact same time. All the green mini crystals hidden inside fell out like a dust storm. Very soon, the mini crystals came to them like locusts, not giving them any time to react. "Rot in hell." Wang Ho regarded the three of them coldly. while the mini crystals bypassed his body as if he was not a target at all. Li Mingtang was shocked, but it was too late to run. All the green mini crystals stuck to his body, from which even his super diamond body could not defend him. Waving his hands like crazy, he did not manage to break many before he was covered in green mini crystals like a beekeeper covered in bees. After sticking to his body, the green mini crystals quickly turned into a red color. Obviously, they sucked out a large amount of blood from Li Mingtang's body. Li Mingtang issued a shrill scream, hitting the mini crystals on his own body like crazy, but to no avail. More and more mini crystals started to stick to him. Han San and Ji Yanran were both pale, thinking that it was probably the end of their lives. Since even Li Mingtang's super diamond body was not effective, it was less likely for them to survive. However, after the mini crystals came over, they also bypassed the couple and did not touch them at all, which made them both surprised and happy. What? Seeing the situation, Wang Ho regarded the couple, surprised. All right then. Let me send you to hell myself. Wang Ho summoned his golden beast soul sword and walked directly to Han Sen. Han Sen was staring at the red crystal held in Wang Ho's left hand, not because he could tell something special about the crystal, but because the 9-life cat dependent was reacting to the red crystal. The red crystal looked very similar to the material of the 9-life cat pendant. Without more time for Han Sen to examine the crystal, Wang Ho had already walked up to him. Han Sen stood in front of Ji Yanran and shape-shifted into the fairy queen, running heresy mantra and overload at the same time to achieve his best. I did not kill you because I did not want Li Mingtang to find out about my real strength. You think you could beat me with your miserable abilities? Wang Ho snorted with contempt, stabbing his sword at Han Sen. Wang Ho's move was incredibly fast, and his sword reached Han Sen's throat in an instant. His heart thumping, Han Sen fixed his eyes on Wang Ho. Stepping forward instead of going back, he approached Wang Ho like a ghost. Even if Han Sen did everything he could, his fitness was still lacking compared to Wang Ho, who had already passed 100 in fitness. In addition, Wang Ho had a sacred blood sword from Second God's Sanctuary in his hand, while Han Sen had no proper weapon to use, which made it even harder for him to compete with Wang Ho. Han Sen's only chance to win was a close combat. Seeing Han Sen approaching himself, Wang Ho turned his sword around, changing from stabbing to cutting without so much as a pause. There was almost no way for Han Sen to defend himself. Swish! Han Sen was a bit slow at dodging the sword, and his neck was immediately marked with a cut. Blood started to flow. Although the injury was not fatal, it looked very scary. Watch out, Han Sen. It is Sprocket's sword. Do not let him strike again. Seeing Wang Ho's sword skills, Ji Yanran alarmed Han Sen, appalled. You are indeed someone from the JIS, so knowledgeable that you recognize Sprocket's sword. However, you know that too late. Wang Ho moved his left hand and summoned another beast soul sword. With one sword in each hand, he attacked Han Sen continuously. Han Sen had no way to block the incoming attacks. Wang Ho's sword skills were so incredible that the two swords looked like they were designed to be used together. One sword after another, Wang Ho did not leave any chance for Han Sen to even breathe. The strikes were so tight that they were like two sprockets moving forward with their teeth intertwined with no gaps at all. Just in a moment, Han Sen had been cut in several places already, bleeding heavily. Since Han Sen evolved to Second God's Sanctuary, he had never met such a strong enemy. There was no way for Han Sen to fight someone with a fitness over 100 and using Sprocket's sword. Summoning her dagger, Ji Yanran wanted to join the fight. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she could not stand there and watch Han Sen getting killed. Don't come over. I got it? Han Sen exclaimed to stop Ji Yanran from coming, staring at the double swords of Wang Ho. No rush. You will both die anyways. Wang Ho's swords were getting faster and faster, his face cold. The kiting skills that Han Sen had put a lot of effort into eventually became handy. With excellent calculation, Han Sen managed to stall Wang Ho. Although he did not have the ability to fight back, Wang Ho's swords were never deadly to him either. Wang Ho couldn't help frowning slightly. Sprocket's sword was one of the best sword skills in making attacks. Once started, it could hardly be stopped by anyone. Since Wang Ho succeeded in practicing Sprocket Sword, even an evolver stronger than himself could hardly survive his double swords. It would be impressive for someone to block 100 or 200 strikes. However, Han Sen's fitness was obviously weaker than Wang Ho, but he had already blocked 300 strikes before Wang Ho could launch a fatal attack. In addition, Wang Ho was starting to feel that it was harder and harder for his blades to hurt Han Senator, although Han Sen was covered in injuries and blood all over. Wang Ho knew very well that those injuries were not deadly. What was even weirder was that Han Sen's injuries only bled a bit when he just got hurt, but the bleeding stopped very soon, and the injury started to shrink. Han Sen's eyes were emotionless like a well, reflecting all his enemies' moves. Sprocket Sword was indeed very impressive. There was hardly any pause between two strikes. Each strike was carefully designed that once the first strike was made, every strike that followed was unstoppable. Each strike was targeted at a vital part, not leaving the enemy any chance to fight back before killed. However, humans were not machines with sprockets, and the design of Sprocket Sword even gave Han Sen some extra opportunities. When it came to the design in martial arts, Han Sen had never met anyone stronger than Queen, who was a real master. Different from Queen, Wang Ho's sword skills were half fixed and half calculated, which made it more rigid than Queen's kiting skills. If Queen was a real master, then Wang Ho was simply someone with a good set of sword skills. No matter how good a set of sword skills was, it must be rigid with errors. When Han Sen was using kiting skills to dodge the attacks from Wang Ho, he was also continuously leading Wang Ho to make mistakes. Gradually, Han Sen came to understand the Sprocket Sword better, so it was harder and harder for Wang Ho to injure him. Wang Ho became upset. It was the first time that he had encountered an opponent like this one. It seemed that Han Sen's footwork was quite ordinary. However, no matter how fierce Wang Ho's sword skills were, it was hard for him to kill Han Sen. Han Sen's fitness was much worse than Wang Ho's, but Wang Ho started to feel that he was about to lose control. The figure of Han Sen became more and more unpredictable in Wang Ho's eyes, which consumed his confidence and made him feel that it was hard for him to kill Han. Senator Wang Ho was even worried that Han Sen might strike back. Impossible! Wang Ho roared, hitting Han Sen even harder with his swords. However, there was hardly effective. To the contrary, it made it even easier for Han Sen to cope with him. Anger will only cause more mistakes in Wang Ho's sword skills. All of a sudden, the situation seemed to be reversed. Wang Ho's sword skills were still as fierce as ever, but for some reason, it felt he was at a disadvantage. Ji Yanran was both surprised and happy. Wang Ho, who had practiced Sprocket Sword, which was one of the strongest attacking sword skills, failed to kill Han Sen after the first strike, and Han Sen even turned the situation around, which was something Ji Yanran had never heard of before. A fitness level over 100 and the well-known Sprocket Sword seemed to be completely useless in front of Han. Senator Han Sen became more and more flexible, while Wang Ho became more and more suppressed. With a strong fitness and sharp sacred blood sword, Wang Ho could not put Han Sen down at all. Boom! With a punch from Han Sen, Wang Ho had to turn from offense to defense. The renowned Sprocket Sword was forced to be put on hold. Wang Ho's mind was almost shattered. He could not imagine that he would be forced to defend himself when using Sprocket Sword. Shocked and mad, he stepped back all of a sudden with the red crystal in his hand and said gloomily, "I will let you die ugly." As he spoke, Wang Ho put the red crystal on his forehead. Then, the red crystal suddenly lit up and shot a beam of red light. As if they were led by the red light, the green mini crystals floating in the air all turned toward Han Sen, as if they were commanded by some kind of invisible force. Han Sen was shocked. He had no idea that Wang Ho could actually use the red crystal to control other crystals. Even Han Sen himself did not know why the mini crystals did not approach Ji Yanran and him previously, so he could not think of any way to block the mini crystals. A sea of green mini crystals were already in front of Han Sen's face. Squeak! Suddenly, a low chirp came from Han Sen's pocket. The green mini crystals coming toward Han Sen suddenly froze as if time had stopped. After just a moment, the green mini crystals moved again. However, this time, Their target was no longer Han Sen, but Wang Ho with the red crystal in his hand. Wang Ho suddenly became pale, urging the red crystal hastily, but to no avail. The green mini crystals were completely out of control and covered his body instantaneously. Ouch! Wang Ho screamed painfully and rolled around on the floor. However, he soon stopped moving. All of his blood was gone in a second, and his body was dried up. Wang Ho stared his eyes wide, full of despair. Squeak! Han Sen's pocket sounded again. The green mini crystals flew up and returned to their nests in a spiral, fabulous but spooky. Both Han Sen and Ji Yanran were stunned. Han Sen quickly opened his pocket and took out the green crystal unicorn beetle he put there. The unicorn beetle was the same way, lying on Han Sen's hand languidly. It looked as useless as ever, but both Han Sen and Ji Yanran were amazed by it at this point. Without a doubt, the reason that the green mini crystals got rid of Wang Ho's control and sucked him dry was completely this unicorn beetle. Han Sen was quite certain that he and Ji Yanran also needed to thank the unicorn beetle for keeping the green mini crystals away from them earlier. What is this? Han Sen looked at the unicorn beetle in his hand, shocked. Ji Yanran only shook her head. She had never heard of such a thing. It seemed that only crystallizers could control crystals, while crystallizers did not appear in the form of any creatures, let alone a unicorn beetle. However, if this unicorn beetle was not a crystallizer, how could it have controlled all those crystals? Han Sen put the unicorn beetle back to his pocket carefully. No matter what, Han Sen felt he had got himself a treasure. With the unicorn beetle near him, it would be much safer for him to enter any crystallizer ruin. After putting away the unicorn beetle, Han Sen walked to the body of Wang Ho and picked up the red crystal. Taking the red crystal in his hand, the 9-life cat pendant reacted even stronger. However, after Han Sen put the red crystal next to the 9-life cat pendant, nothing strange happened. There is no doubt that this piece of crystal is making the 9-life cat pendant react. But why is that? Han Sen gave it some thought and then put the red crystal on his forehead like Wang Ho did. All of a sudden, Han Sen felt a warm stream flowed into his brain. It felt somewhat like when he used the brain crystal, but it was different in that he did not feel the electric shock, just the warmth. This is strange. How did Wang Ho use this piece of crystal to control other crystals? Han Sen did not find a method to use the red crystal. When Han Sen was in doubt, he suddenly felt the crystal was melting in his hand. Shocked, Han Sen wanted to remove the crystal from his forehead, but the crystal had already turned into liquid, which he could no longer catch. Instantly, the red liquid infiltrated Han Sen's brain, making it hotter and hotter. White vapor started to rise from Han Sen's hair. However, heat like that did not make Han Sen feel uncomfortable. To the contrary, Han Sen felt his brain was never so clear. The effect was even better than when he just used a brain crystal. Very soon, the heat in his brain gradually disappeared. Han Sen did not feel anything special other than a clearer brain. After the crystal was absorbed, the 9-life cat pendant was no longer hot and became an ordinary stone again. Are you okay? Ji Yanran touched Han Sen's forehead, worried. I'm fine. This thing is similar to the brain crystals. How on earth did Wang Ho use it to control the other crystals? Han Sen asked, puzzled. Both Li Mingtang and Wang Ho are dead, so I'm afraid no one knows the truth anymore. Ji Yanran looked at the bodies of Li Mingtang and Wang Ho again. The two persons who were elite of the alliance died in this ruin of crystallizer royalty for a strange reason. Han Sen nodded but did not think so himself. Going through the stuff left behind by Li Mingtang and Wang Ho, Han Sen saw the access card with the 9-life cat image in Wang Ho's cardholder as well. To his surprise, Han Sen did not find a similar access card in Li Mingtang's belongings. Han Sen went through other stuff without finding anything else of value. Han Sen returned everything to its original place, looked inside the castle, but did not go deeper. With this unicorn beetle, we should be able to exit the ruin safely and look for other people trapped here still. Han Sen took Ji Yanran's hand and went back, not wanting to raid the treasure at all. It was mainly because everything would be taken by the alliance once Han Sen returned to Daphne. There was no way he could cheat the scan. What worried Han Sen the most was whether the unicorn beetle would be found. Carrying the unicorn beetle, Han Sen found the other crystals did not dare to approach them at all. The Rubik's Cube, simulating crystals, and parasite crystals would all freeze whenever the unicorn beetle approached. Nothing would attack them proactively. Although Ji Yanran and Han Sen did not recognize the paths, they would not run into any danger with the unicorn beetle. After more than half a day, the two of them eventually met other people who had entered the ruin, including Chun Shoshan. After reuniting, the group of people found the entrance where they came from, thanks to the judgment of a professor. After they came out, they did not run into the simulating crystals again and returned to Daphne smoothly. The two crystals that Han Sen took back did not escape the scan, but to Han Sen's joy, the unicorn beetle was not discovered. Because of the huge accident during the exploration of this crystallizer ruin, Daphne was asked to go back immediately. It was yet to be determined whether they would be punished. Fortunately, the two advanced crystals that Han Sen brought back were submitted to the Alliance by Ji Yanran, which excused her from potential sanction. Being a cookhouse soldier, Han Sen was too unimportant to be liable, so he was fine as well. Korn, come over here. Sitting in his bed, Han Sen was reading a book when he found the uniform beetle was fighting it out with a table leg, trying to knock it over with its horn. Unfortunately, it was so weak that it could not shake the table at all. Han Sen exclaimed at it, but the unicorn beetle did not understand him, still working hard to fight the table. Come back! Although Han Sen knew the unicorn beetle could not understand him, he was too lazy to get out of bed, so he shouted at the beetle again. The unicorn beetle did not mind him. However, its body was suddenly captured by something and started to float toward Han Sen. Ah! Han Sen looked at the unicorn beetle in surprise. As he changed his thoughts, the unicorn beetle suddenly lost the support and fell from the air. Han Sen was completely shocked. He tried to focus his mind again on the unicorn beetle, and very soon, it floated again, flying wobbly toward him. Han Sen caught the unicorn beetle with his hand and felt overjoyed. Then he tried to focus his attention on other smaller objects like cups. Indeed, it turned out he could move some smaller objects with his mind. He could make a cup within a range of about 6 feet float. If the object was more far away, it would be beyond his power. Also, he could not lift anything heavy with his mind. Initially, Han Sen was very excited. Later, however, he discovered that this ability was almost useless. The distance requirement was stringent, and the actual force he could use was too weak. It was almost impossible to be used in a fight. The red crystal seemed to have given my brain some revolutionary development. Now I could even use my mind to move things. However, it is still so weak that it is not very useful. Han Sen soon lost interest in his newly gained ability. However, another benefit that the red crystal brought him made Han Sen jump with joy. When Han Sen started to learn the ancient language again after he came back, he found his memory and understanding much better and his progress much faster. Because of the accident in the last mission, everyone on Daphne was forbidden to enter God's sanctuary or use the Skynet. Han Sen had to learn the ancient language all the time. Because his brain had been enhanced, he had made tremendous progress in understanding the ancient language. Although he was still unable to understand the majority of Dongxian Sutra, Han Sen now understood a part that was easier to read. This part was a technique that represented a kind of footwork. Simply by going forward, backward, left, right, and sideways, one could produce endless interesting combinations. It showed how the Tao produced one. One produced two produced three, and three produced all things. In addition, from Han Sen's perspective, this technique written in Dongxian Sutra was somewhat similar to the kiting skills of Queen. Han Sen only learned some superficial techniques from Queen and did not learn it systematically. However, after reading this part in Dongxian Sutra, Han Sen was thrilled because he had some epiphanies that he had never imagined before. The more he read, the more fascinating he found Dongxian Sutra. Only such a small technique represented plenty knowledge, which made Han Sen look forward to reading the main part of the Dongxian Sutra even more. Han Sen had more and more notes as he read. However, it was a bit boring for him to practice alone. Han Sen decided to fight someone else to test whether what he was thinking was correct. However, because of the ban on Daphne, there was no way he could use the Skynet. Naturally, he could not log into the Gladiator platform. There was, however, another way. Han Sen used the holographic trainer to connect to the virtual camp of the military, which allowed him to spar with other soldiers. Han Sen did not bother to think of other names and still used the ID name as soldier on warship in the virtual camp. Although Han Sen's rank was major, he was still a newbie in the virtual camp and had to gain experience from fighting to upgrade. Han Sen chose a random match and was soon matched with a captain. Han Sen checked his opponent out and found it was a tall woman who had used the face blur function. Her ID was Ms. Perfume. In the same time, in the teleport station of planet Roca, Qin Xian was also using the holographic trainer to log into the virtual camp, and her ID name was Ms. Perfume. Checking the ID name of her opponent, Qin Xian was surprised because the name became quite famous among soldiers after the video of 7 Kill was released. However, she looked at the record of her opponent and found he was a newbie with no win and no loss, so she thought the name should just be a coincidence. Han Sen did not imagine that he would be matched with Qin Xian, and Qin Xian would never expect to be paired with Han Senator. The two old friends went into the contest without knowing anything. Qin Xian had great luck, at least much better than Han Senator. After she evolved to Second God's Sanctuary, she was randomly assigned to a large shelter that had already been occupied by humans. There were millions of humans in the shelter, among which many were strong evolvers. There were also lots of people working for the special squad with many talents as well. After Qin Xian arrived, she gained a large supply of meat and had already filled her ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points. With some sacred geno points gained, she had managed to break 100 in fitness after 2 years, definitely one of the top evolvers. Seeing that her opponent was just a newbie, Qin Xian did not pay much attention to him. She thought she should be able to finish up pretty fast. However, after the fight began, it was completely unexpected for her. She turned from calm to angry to sullen, almost crying in the end. Qin Xian was someone who had seen great talents of various types. However, it was the first time she had encountered such an opponent. A soldier on warship did not attack at all, dodging her attacks all the time. However, when she had used all she got, she still failed to hit her opponent. In addition, to her dismay, she was forced into a dead end by her opponent without her noticing. Obviously, her opponent could have ended the fight with one move, but he did not choose to do that. His toying with her was simply an insult to Qin Xian. "You will regret this." Qin Xian bit her lips, upset. She then used atomic fission and the hyper-geno art called Thunder Knife that she had newly learned as an evolver. Although its name was Thunder Knife, it was not a knife skill, but a hyper-geno art that could change the body cells on one's hands, especially the edge of one's hands, making it as sharp as a blade, crushing everything in its way. Of course, in the virtual camp, this feature could not be embodied fully. However, Thunder Knife could also enhance one's speed greatly, which was rather useful. Her hands slashing like thunder, Qin Xian was incredibly fast, putting great pressure on Han Sen. Crack! Han Sen did not dodge in time and was hit on his shoulder. His health value suddenly went down by 64%, which showed how powerful Qin Xian's strike was. Although it was not a vital part that was injured, Han Sen still lost more than half of his health in one strike. Feeling slightly excited, Han Sen knew it was only in front of a powerful opponent that he could truly test whether what he had learned was useful. Therefore, the stronger his opponent, the happier he would be. However, his health could no longer pull him through a second strike. Han Sen became more careful and started to integrate what he had learned from Dongshan Sutra to his footwork and movements. In the beginning, he was somewhat green. When Qin Xian launched fast attacks using Thunder Knife at him, he was trapped in risky situations multiple times. However, as Han Sen gradually put what he had learned into use, he was surprised to know all the possibilities there were. It was as if he had pushed open the gates to the new world, seeing lots of things that he had never imagined before. Han Sen was more and more immersed in his new discovery. In the beginning, he felt his opponent Ms. Perfume brought him a lot of pressure. But gradually, Han Sen could no longer feel the pressure and became fully committed to mastering the technique mentioned in Dongshan Sutra. His opponent was not in his eyes. From that moment on, Han Sen's opponent was no longer Ms. Perfume, but his yearning for the new world. In the beginning, Qin Xian was very mad, wanting to use whatever she got to beat this damned opponent. However, gradually her anger became surprise and then respect and astonishment. Qin Xian found about one fact. Judging from the speed of her opponent, his fitness should be lower than hers. Or, he must have lowered his fitness on purpose to fight her. Even so, her opponent's incredible footwork still left no hope for Qin Xian to beat him, because of the large gap between the two of them. Qin Xian had once had this feeling before against some true masters, so she naturally thought that her opponent was not an ordinary newbie, but some military mogul in disguise. Therefore, Qin Xian no longer had the anger, but wanted to learn something from her opponent, observing the footwork and skills of her opponent closely. As she observed, Han Sen became more and more surprised. I wonder who this mogul is. His footwork is almost comparable to Heavenly Go, but it is also somewhat different. This is so amazing. When is this footwork developed? Is it a new one or some ancient legacy? Han Sen had no idea that Qin Xian thought he was some military mogul playing with her. Continuing to figure out the Dongxian Sutra, Han Sen was very inspired. With his new knowledge, his footwork was now elevated from the level of imitating Queen, and he was getting better and better at it. As Han Sen was excited, he found his opponent had stopped attacking. Han Sen looked at her, puzzled, not understanding why she would pause. May I ask who you are, Chief? Qin Xian saluted to him and asked respectfully. Han Sen's footwork was overwhelming to Qin Xian, so she thought he must be a military mogul. I am no chief, just a soldier, Han Sen replied directly. There was no way Qin Xian would believe him, because a soldier could never have such footwork. She had only seen the ability to put incredible pressure on the opponent just using footwork in a couple of masters. It was not a state that one could achieve with just some hyper-geno arts. One must have enough cultivation in martial arts to be so impressive. Han Sen was not that cultivated in martial arts. However, given how amazing Dongxian Sutra was, he was able to put such pressure on Qin Xian just by integrating some of the techniques into his footwork, leading her to believe that he was a military mogul in disguise. Since her opponent did not want to admit it, Qin Xian did not want to force it either. However, she was still fully convinced that Han Sen was a military mogul. Watching Han Sen, she asked, Comrade, what is the name of your footwork? Could you teach it to others? You want to learn? Han Sen was surprised by the request of this female soldier named Ms. Perfume. Yes, Qin Xian nodded. Obviously, I could teach you that. But it is not a hyper-geno art that belongs to the military, so I could not teach for free. Han Sen thought about it and said. He had only learned a part of it himself so far. Practicing alone, he might not be able to tell his own flaws, just like a chess player could not be as objective as an observer. If this Miss Perfume was willing to pay the price, Han Sen did not mind teaching her something. It would be nice to experiment on her anyway. Of course, Han Sen would not tell her the complete techniques. Name your price, comrade. I will pay as long as I can afford it, Qin Xian said hastily. She knew that money could not buy the footwork of her opponent. Let's make an agreement first. I can only teach you some parts of the skill. It is up to you how much you could master. Since his opponent was sincere, Han Sen did not want to lie to her and put the truth forward. Of course, I understand that. Because of the way Han Sen said it, Qin Xian was even more convinced that he was a military mogul. It was okay for him to instruct her once in a while, but he definitely had no time to be her personal tutor. All right, if you want to learn, one class is half an hour. I will teach and you shall listen. No question asked. The interval between classes is up to me. As for the fee, Han Sen hesitated. Money was out of the question. His accounts and identity would easily be exposed. Staying on Daphne right now, he could not make any face-to-face transactions either. Let's trade martial art with martial art. For the first class, you could give me the tutorial of the hand skills you just used. We will talk about future classes later. What do you think? Han Sen suggested to Qin Xian, feeling he was asking a lot. Her hand skills were not anything ordinary. By teaching her half an hour, He was asking for a hyper-geno art that was probably an S-class art designed for evolvers. This price was obviously very high. Okay. Qin Xian agreed with no hesitation. Qin Xian sent the tutorial of Thunder Knife to Han Sen, and Han Sen started to teach her. Half an hour was a short amount of time. After explaining some techniques and demonstrating, Han Sen asked Qin Xian to imitate him twice. And then half an hour was gone. How should I call you? After the class, Qin Xian felt even more respectful toward Han's senator. Even what he said casually made her feel very inspired. She was more and more convinced that her opponent must be a master. However, she could not guess which military mogul he was. Call me soldier, Han Sen said casually. He did not want to expose his identity to anyone, and he was not interested in knowing who she was either. In Han Sen's eyes, this wasn't no more than a transaction. Then I will call you coach in the future? Qin Xian firmly believed that he was a master, so she understood that he would like to keep his identity confidential. That'll do as well. Han Sen added Qin Xian as a friend and left the virtual campus. He had many new understandings after the fight and would practice more on his own. After Han Sen left, Qin Xian recalled every single detail that Han Sen had taught her and started to practice repeatedly. The more she practiced, the more respect she had for Han's senator. Just a simple technique could have so many variations. Using Thunder Knife to trade for a class like that, Qin Xian felt it was such a good deal. In addition, Qin Xian even felt this person was cultivating her on purpose. Otherwise, how would she be able to get the class from such a master using just Thunder Knife? There was no way that Qin Xian could imagine that the master in her eyes was Han Sen, who she had bullied 1,000,000 times before. In addition, the incredible skills were just a small technique in the basics of Dongxian Sutra. Han Sen himself had only scratched the surface, and what he had taught her was even less than that. Han Sen, you have been training and studying quite hard, the fat squad leader said with a smile to Han Sen, who had just come back from the training hall. It doesn't hurt to learn more when I am young, Han Sen said, licking his lips. Han Sen, what is the use of reading those ancient words? If you have time, you should train more. Vice Squad Leader Lu Mingliang pointed to the pile of ancient language textbooks on Han Sen's desk. Han Sen had purchased these books for a grand price before he came to Daphne. Many of the books he could not find in ordinary libraries. Many hyper-geno arts are adapted from ancient martial arts, so it doesn't hurt to learn the ancient language, replied Han Sen. Lu Mingliang did not continue the topic but said, Han Sen, since you graduated with the rank of major, you should be a sacred blood aristocrat? Yes. Didn't I tell you that before? Han Sen looked at Lu Mingliang, not sure why he would bring this up. This might be your opportunity then, Lu Mingliang said with a sigh. Many comrades died on Daphne this time, including guards, the squad leaders of the Warframe department and the demolition team. When we return, many grassroots officers will be promoted for sure. Although you are not in the army for a long time, you graduated from a renowned academy and have the title of Sacred Blood Aristocrat. Therefore, you will definitely have your chance. Although veterans like us are majors like you, we do not have the title or background to be promoted. Han Sen was enlightened. Lu Mingliang did make a good point. This time, Daphne did lose a lot of crew members. Even if the upper level would like to recruit more people, they would not be able to make such a large recruitment immediately. After all, a careful background check must be conducted before one could enter Daphne, so not many soldiers could be recruited here. It was almost inevitable that some original crew members would be promoted, which was Han Sen's opportunity. If he could become a squad leader of a less busy department such as the Warframe team, he would be able to have more time to study or go to God's sanctuary. In a quiet corner, Han Sen called Ji Yanran to ask about this matter. I was just about to tell you this. The upper level will promote some grassroots officers among the original crew members of Daphne. However, I don't want you to become the squad leader of other teams, but prefer if you could be my guard, said Ji Yanran. Guard? So I will be able to follow you anywhere. I love it. Han Sen was overjoyed. Being Ji Yanran's guard, he would have more time to spend with her alone. In addition, as long as she agreed, he would have infinite free time, which was much better than a squad leader. Ji Yanran blushed and said, You are full of dirty thoughts. How's that? Han Sen glanced at her fair skin underneath her sleepwear and felt an urge to go to her bed right away. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at him and said seriously, "Although I would like you to be my guard, there are things that I could not choose. I have recommended you as much as I could, but all I earned was an opportunity for you. Whether or not you could end up as my guard is totally up to you. I do not feel we have a great chance, but it is worth a try. If it doesn't work, I will then try to recommend you as the squad leader of the Warframe department." "What opportunity?" Han Sen asked. "I am given 2 guards. One of them is already decided and could not be changed. For the other guard, there are 4 candidates including you. I am not allowed to decide which one of you is to become the guard, so you must fight it out," said Ji Yanran. "Will my opponents be surpassers?" Han Sen blinked and asked. "Not really, they are all evolvers, but one of them is very impressive," Ji Yanran said with a wry smile. "How impressive?" Han Sen frowned and asked. "Same as you, he is a major. However, he is a 40-year-old veteran who has spent about 2 decades in the military." Ji Yanran paused and continued. "You have seen Li Mingtang using that hyper-geno art, which cost him 60 years to practice. I will not say anything more than the fact that your opponent had already succeeded in practicing Super Diamond Body. He was serving in Blue Blood Special Force previously and was called the Tiger of Blue Blood. Of course, his strength was more than just Super Diamond Body. He is almost always among the top 3 evolvers of the military contest, while Wang Ho was not even top 100. Ji Yanran looked quite troubled. "This is somewhat troublesome, but it does not mean there is no chance to beat him." Han Sen thought about it and asked, "When is the fight?" "It is not a fight. The 4 of you will all attend the military contest. Whoever with the highest rank will become my guard. Unfortunately, there is no way to fake it in the military contest. You have to rely on your own strength," Ji Yanran lamented. If she was able to do something, Ji Yanran would definitely let Han Sen win. "That's good. I will have a lot of time until then," Han Sen smiled and said. Hanging up, Han Sen started to think how he could win. Li Mingtang had once said that one needed to have at least 120 in fitness to break his Super Diamond Body. However, even Han Sen used all he got, he would only be able to approach 100, which was still far from the threshold. In addition, Han Sen did not have any strong beast soul weapons, so he could not depend on a weapon either. In addition, he was forbidden to enter God's sanctuary, so there was no way he could increase his geno points. Han Sen gave it a lot of thought, and the only possible way was to break the Super Diamond Body from within. Han Sen did not believe that someone who had just succeeded in practicing Super Diamond Body could strengthen their inner organs as much as their bones and muscles. As long as he could send his force into their inner organs, he would be able to break their bodies. Han Sen was especially good at this kind of force. The Yin force in Yin Yang Blast could achieve that. To be more confident, Han Sen decided to spend more time to practice Yin Yang Blast, especially the Yin force which could penetrate one's body. Currently, when Han Sen used the Yin force, he could penetrate a steel plate 3 inches thick and send 60% of his force to the object behind it. This meant he would be able to send enough force to one's inner organs through one's skin and muscles. However, the conversion rate of 60% was still a bit low. Han Sen wished that he could increase that rates to more than 90% and preferably 95% before the contest. Otherwise, with Han Sen's fitness of a little less than 100, even if he could use the Yin force effectively, he might not be able to hurt his opponent. After all, his opponent would be someone with a fitness level over 100. It was actually harder to practice the Yin force than the Yang force. Also, there was almost no convenient way to practice it. Han Sen had to spend a lot of time and used all his brain power. Although Han Sen did not spend all his time on it, he had been practicing the Yin force for several years. And even after that, his conversion rate was just about 60%, which showed how difficult it was to practice the Yin force. During the amount of time that Daphne traveled back to the Alliance, Han Sen was practicing the Yin force every chance he got. He did not log into the virtual camp again. Qin Xian was frequently in the camp, wishing to meet Han Sen again and learn some things from him. Unfortunately, she never did and was disappointed every time. Before Daphne reached the human space harbor, A warship sent from the Alliance came to it and investigated everybody separately. This time, Daphne had suffered a great loss, including two of the most renowned professors studying crystallizer civilization. Many researchers also died on the planet. The accident was quite severe. Fortunately, the two advanced crystals that Han Sen brought back was submitted by Ji Yanran, which was credited by the Alliance. Coupled with the great influence of her family, Ji Yanran was not punished. After all, she was not responsible for the excavation work. After returning to the Alliance, the soldiers on Daphne eventually gained some freedom. Although Daphne would not be on a mission in a short amount of time, the soldiers were not excused. The good news was that they could enter God's sanctuary as they wished. It was more than a month until the military contest started. Han Sen planned to use this amount of time to increase his geno points as much as possible so that he would have a bigger chance at the contest. Returning to Goddess Shelter again, Han Sen found that Yang Monli had done a good job managing the shelter. Many people had already resided in the shelter, which brought Han Sen more money than he thought. Each month, he had an income of more than 10 million. The region was not quite populated, so he would earn even more if there were more people. Zhu Ting had got his hands on Treading Cloud a long time ago. Because Han Sen was absent from God's sanctuary for a long time, it was the first chance Zhu Ting could have given the hyper-geno art to him. After receiving Treading Cloud, Han Sen went to hunt. He still asked Zero to stay in Goddess Shelter. Since she could not gain geno points from eating meat and could not use beast souls either, there was no point for her to go hunting. She could stay in the shelter and defend it when there were creatures attacking the shelter. Han Sen went deep into the glaciers and snow mountains alone. On his way, Han Sen was almost traveling at full speed and bypassed all the creatures he saw. He wanted to kill creatures that were so small that they could be finished in 1 to 2 days in order to increase his geno points rapidly. However, few creatures were of a small size in this area. Having traveled 2 to 3 days in the glaciers and snow mountains, Han Sen eventually saw a smaller creature that he had never eaten before. It was a creature the size of a cat. It looked like a ferret covered in shiny purple fur, eating red fruits growing on a bush at the foot of a snow mountain. Having never seen this kind of creature, Han Sen did not dare to be careless. Making sure there was no other creatures around him, he sneaked to the purple ferret quietly. However, when he was still 100 feet from the purple ferret, it suddenly noticed him. Glancing at him with its purple eyes, it was not scared away, but threw itself at Han Sen fiercely. Han Sen's heart leapt. The speed of the ferret was incredibly fast. Came to Han Sen's face in just a moment. A sacred blood creature. Han Sen was both surprised and overjoyed. The creature's speed was even faster than himself, so there was no doubt that it was a sacred blood creature of Second God's sanctuary. Using both Heresy Mantra and Overload, Han Sen stepped out to dodge the purple ferret's attack by a hair. At the same time, he punched at the tiny body of the purple ferret. In the air, the purple ferret twisted its body in an incredible angle and dodged Han Sen's punch, continuing to strike at Han Sen. Having no time to move around, Han Sen was scratched by the ferret. The armor coming with the Fairy Queen was not effective at all. If Han Sen did not avoid the attack, that scratch would gut him. An injury like this was not enough to make Han Sen cringe. He was still very calm, using his footwork to fight the ferret. The strength of the creature was completely beyond Han Sen's imagination. What was worse was that his skin scratched started to bleed purple blood. Obviously, he was poisoned. Since he had practiced Jade Skin, Han Sen was immune to most poisons. After he made the first breakthrough, normal poisons were completely useless on him. The fact that the toxins of this purple ferret were effective on him showed how strong the creature was. Luckily, Jade Skin was still effective. After the purple blood flowed for a while, his blood turned red and the injury started to heal. This purple ferret was incredibly fast and nimble. It was even able to shift its directions in the air. Punching a dozen times, Han Sen missed every single time. Luckily, Han Sen's effort in practicing his footwork was not a waste. Relying on incredible kiting skills, he managed to dodge the lightning snap of the purple ferret each and every time. A man and a ferret were fighting in the snow. The tiny body of the ferret was at an absolute advantage. The animal attacked Han Sen continuously in a fierce way. Unfortunately, most creatures were not that smart like humans. The sacred blood purple ferret had amazing fitness and talent in fighting, but all it was relying on was its instinct. Han Sen used his footwork to its limits. It seemed that he was at a disadvantage, but in fact, he had already had everything under control. Tempting and intimidating, he had forced the purple ferret into a spot that he desired. Dongxian Sutra was not only effective in footwork, but also in fistfight. It was somewhat similar to Sprocket Sword that Wang Ho used. However, Sprocket Sword was applied to the collaboration between two swords, while the application of Dongxian Sutra was wider and cleverer. Each and every part of one's body could be used to play a part in attacks. However, the more methods there were, the harder it was to calculate the moves in a comprehensive way. Han Sen had just started to practice, so he was naturally unable to reach a profound level. Calculating his punches alone proved hard to him. When other people fought, physical energy was consumed. However, when Han Sen fought, his brain power was consumed more. With one punch, he needed to consider how to make the next dozen or several dozen punches, how to place himself, how his opponent would react and cope, and how to react to his opponent's reaction, etc. With one punch made, Han Sen had in fact seen the results following a dozen punches instead of this one punch alone. Of course, he couldn't achieve 100% accuracy. After all, as he was calculating, his opponent was as well. And his opponent might not necessarily follow his calculation. This was only the way to go when the two parties were balanced in strength. If one was able to beat the other based on strength alone, there was no need to consume so much brain power. The more ideal way was still to overpower the opponent. Han Sen had no other way at present. After all, most of the enemies he encountered were stronger than him, so there was no way to beat his enemies with power. The poor sacred blood purple ferret was not intelligent enough to tell Han Sen's hidden calculation. Although it was much faster than him, it was gradually forced into a hopeless state. Very soon, Han Sen threw his fist, which was the color of jade, at the purple ferret, which was between its two moves, and lost its ability to dodge. Naturally, it was hit by Han Sen's fist. Boom! The Yin force penetrated the sacred blood purple ferret's body. Its tiny body flew 50 feet away and fell after crushing a large chunk of glacier. When Han Sen was about to chase after it, it suddenly rolled around on the ground and ran away in the opposite direction. Obviously, this sacred blood purple ferret was severely injured, coughing blood from time to time and slowing down. There was no way Han Sen would let it go. He quickly ran toward the purple ferret. As he was slower than the ferret, he could not catch it momentarily. Because it was injured, the purple ferrets could not get rid of Han Sen either, coughing blood from time to time. If they kept going, even if Han Sen could not catch it, it would die from the injury. Han Sen initially thought he would be able to kill the sacred blood purple ferret in a short amount of time, but he did not realize how strong his fitness was. After chasing for 4 days and 4 nights without any shut-eye, the purple ferrets eventually stopped when Han Sen was about to give up himself. Dragging his tired body next to the purple ferret, Han Sen found it was about to stop breathing. Sacred blood creature ghost pod ferret killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost pod ferret gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen had heard the voice that hadn't sounded in a long time. At the same time, the beast soul of a ghost pod ferret was added to his mind. Han Sen was in no mood to check the beast soul of the ghost pod ferret, sitting on the snow immediately and then lying down. Having chased after the ghost pod ferrets for 4 days and nights without any rest, Han Sen was tired out himself. All he was relying on was his resolution and jade skin. Because he was afraid to attract the attention of other creatures, Han Sen did not dare to use the golden growler mount either. After all, the golden growler was only a super mount from First God's Sanctuary. At its biggest state, it might be able to catch up with the ghost pod ferret. However, when it was smaller, its speed would be much worse, so it would not really serve purpose. That was why Han Sen had to chase the ferret on foot. At this point, he did not even want to lift a finger. Having lied on the snow for 2 to 3 hours, Han Sen still felt sore all over, not wanting to stand up. "Hey, friend, are you okay? You could not sleep here. You will die like this." Seeing him from afar, a tall woman pushed Han-san, who was lying on the snow, and said. Han-san was indeed too tired. Seeing she was not trying to steal the body of the ferret on the ground, he knew she did not mean him harm, so he did not stand up and just said in a laid-back manner, "Don't mind me. I will not die." Since he had made the first breakthrough in Jadeskin, Han-san would not die even when buried in snow, let alone sleeping on snow. "You will die like this." The woman frowned, pulled Han-sen up from the snow, and put him on her back. She lifted the body of the ghost-pawed ferret with her other hand and said as she walked, "So tired after killing such a small thing. Men are such useless creatures. Let me down. I can walk on my own." Han-sen felt both surprised and amused. This lady probably had nerves as thick as her figure. "Relaxed. I will carry you back to the shelter for free," the woman said thoughtlessly. Han-sen was too lazy to move in the first place. After hearing from the woman that there was a human shelter nearby, he decided to rest on her back, letting her carry him to the other side of the snow mountain. The lady was quite tall, almost like a man. It was hard to tell how old she was. Han-sen felt she should not be too old. Her fitness seemed quite ordinary as well. He thought her fitness index was probably less than 30. She should be a mutant evolver who had entered God's sanctuary not long ago, which explained her low fitness level. According to the statistics of the Alliance, 100 ordinary geno points from second God's sanctuary could increase one's fitness by 8 to 10 points. 100 primitive geno points could increase one's fitness by 15 to 20. 100 mutant geno points could increase one's fitness by 25 to 30, and 100 sacred geno points could increase one's fitness by 40 to 50. Although it was just a rough estimate and the actual statistics depended on personal situation, it almost always fell in this range. As long as Han-sen maxed out on ordinary geno points and primitive geno points, he would be able to increase his fitness index by 30. With his original fitness index of 70, he could break 100 in fitness. For ordinary people, it was not so easy to hit 100 in fitness. Even a sacred evolver started with a fitness level around 30. Even with ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points maxed out, a sacred evolver would not be able to reach 100 in fitness index but must gain some sacred geno points as well. It was even harder for the mutant evolvers. As for primitive evolvers, they were basically cannon fodder in second God's sanctuary. It was hard for them to kill even just an ordinary creature. Obviously, this woman did not have a prominent background. Relying on herself, she probably had as hard a time like Han-sen did when he was first in steel armor shelter. Many people could not even reach 100 in their fitness index for their entire life, which was why they did not dare to go to third God's sanctuary and died of old age in the second. Even there were some people who would risk their life by going to third God's sanctuary without hitting 100 in fitness level. Most of them died from accidents. Only less than 1/1000 would survive. The reason that Han-sen worked hard to lay his foundation in first God's sanctuary was not just to have a good time in second God's sanctuary. In third and fourth God's sanctuary, he would need even stronger fitness in order to just survive. To go far, he must first establish a profound foundation. With a shaky beginning, his road would only become more and more difficult. The woman was obviously a talker. She was very outgoing, chatting with Han-sen while carrying him. By replying to her from time to time, Han-sen soon learned a lot. The woman was named Guantong, 29 years of age. She came to second God's sanctuary 3 or 4 years ago. Fortunately, she had the good luck to end up in a middle-sized shelter which had about 10,000 people without encountering any risks. However, the family of Guantong was quite ordinary, so it was quite hard for herself to evolve with mutant geno points maxed out. In second God's sanctuary, her life was even more difficult. Until now, she still had not reached 30 in her fitness index. The shelter she was staying at was named Starwheel Shelter, the owner of which was Li Xingluan. When hearing the admiring tone in Guantong's voice when talking about Li Xingluan, Han-sen felt rather curious about Li Xingluan. After Guantong carried Han-sen and traveled past 2 mountains, Han-sen eventually saw Starwheel Shelter. What he saw surprised him completely. It was not because the shelter was marvelous. In fact, Starwheel Shelter was about the same as Han Sen's goddess shelter, so it should also be the shelter of an aristocrat spirit originally. The reason Han Sen was surprised was that surrounding area of Starwheel Shelter was filled with creatures. Giant eagles were snapping at the shelter from the sky. Floods of beasts came toward the walls of the shelter. Dead bodies and blood turned the ground near the shelter into a graveyard. A creature taller than the walls of the shelter was hitting on the crumbling wall with its hammer like fists, trying to make a huge gap on the wall. The beast roars and human cries and the clashing between blood and fire were the symphony of life and death. Broken body parts could be seen everywhere, from both humans and creatures. On the main battlefield in front of the gate of the shelter, a man wearing snow armor was wielding a long bronze sword, fighting a black ape, a silver two-headed bird, a unicorn beast, and a red serpentine. Fighting for creatures alone, he was not at any disadvantage, which made Han Sen quite surprised. The 4 creatures were obviously all sacred blood creatures. The man was able to fight all of them alone, blocking the main attacks of the creatures, which was why the shelter was still standing at this point. However, the current situation was not promising. There were so many creatures that they hit the Starwheel Shelter like waves of the ocean. Among them, 2 other sacred blood creatures were blocked by 2 strong evolvers in the shelter. However, other creatures still caused a great damage to humans who were defending the shelter. Everyone knew that if they teleported back to the Alliance at this point, they could never come back here after the creatures occupied the shelter. At that time, they would never be able to teleport back to God's sanctuary again. That was the reason why everyone was still guarding the shelter with their lives. However, they still fell short compared to the fearless and endless creatures. There was no telling until when they could hold their posts. Behind the creatures, a young lady with silver hair and eyes, and a silver staff in her hand was standing on top of the head of a creature that looked like either a snake or dragon, watching everything happen coldly. Beside the young lady, groups of various creatures launched continuous and fierce attacks at the shelter as she wielded her staff. Either the death of creatures or humans could not change the looks of the young lady. Royal Spirit. Seeing the young lady's look, Han Sen exclaimed inwardly. He did not know whether his luck was good or bad. After all this time, he eventually ended up in a human shelter, which, however, was under the attack of a royal spirit who was controlling more than 7 sacred blood creatures. Obviously, she was not someone easy to deal with. Boom! Guan Tong threw Han Sen and the body of the ferret on the snow, running toward the shelter down the hill. What are you doing? You are committing suicide by going there now, Han Sen exclaimed at the tall figure of Guan Tong. We could not lose the shelter. There is no other teleport device nearby. We will all be doomed if we lose the shelter, so I have to go help. Guan Tong replied without turning her head, rushing into the shelter. Han Sen frowned slightly and cast his glance at the royal spirit. The only way to save the shelter was to kill the royal spirit. Otherwise, groups of creatures would flood in endlessly, and humans would lose the shelter sooner or later. It was almost impossible to see such bloody battles in First God's Sanctuary, so it would be hard for someone who had never experienced this to imagine the scary scenario of creatures attacking a shelter. Even Han Sen, who had witnessed lots of deaths, could not help shivering. All he needed right now was a set of strong bow and arrow. If he had them, he could shoot the royal spirit dead right away, which will lead to the collapse of the creatures. However, he did not have any weapon he could use, not to mention bow and arrow. Thinking of weapons, Han Sen immediately took a look at his mind, which was his sea of soul. His newly gained ghost pod ferret beast soul was lying there. Han Sen took a look at the ghost pod ferret and became excited. Type of beast soul of sacred blood ghost pod ferret. Weapon. With his thought changing, the weapon of the beast soul immediately appeared on his hand. 3 purple claws of a foot long suddenly appeared on Han Sen's right hand, gleaming with poison. It looked somewhat like the adamantium claws of Wolverine in X-Men. With these claws, Han Sen suddenly felt he had an opportunity. Approaching the battlefield, he observed the situation quietly. Lots of creatures were guarding the royal spirit, so he probably only had one opportunity if he wanted to launch a sneak attack on the royal spirit. Any tiny mistake would render his efforts in vain. No matter how fast Han Sen wanted to kill her, he had to examine the battlefield carefully first with patience and calculate all the possibilities. Guantong rushed back to the shelter. However, as she stood on top of the walls, she felt helpless watching the creatures attacking the shelter like floods. In addition, everyone guarding the shelter was feeling hopeless. The creature was endless, as if they could never be wiped out. Many people were already sore from the killing, but more creatures threw themselves at humans nonstop. Boom! The creature taller than even the wall eventually managed to break the wall open, and a large number of creatures started to enter. People guarding the shelter became desperate and pale. Without the structure protecting them, it would be even harder for them to defend themselves from the creatures. It was almost certain that Starwheel Shelter would fall. Retreat. Everyone teleport out of God's sanctuary immediately, commended Li Xingluan loudly as he fought for sacred blood creatures. He then wielded his long sword fiercely and killed dozens of creatures ahead of him. Although no one was willing to give up on the shelter, they did not have any choice. Although it might be hard for them to teleport back to God's sanctuary in the future, survival was the first priority. People started to retreat from the shelter in an organized manner. These people were not a mob, which showed the good job their leader did. However, in front of absolute strength, no one had any solutions. The army of the royal spirit was so much stronger than them that no matter how strong Li Xingluan was, fighting for sacred blood creatures and killing endless mutant and primitive creatures, he could not save the day. All sorts of negative emotions like helplessness, reluctance, anger, and depression weighed heavy on the heart of every single person in Starwheel Shelter. People did not even want to speak. They slowly retreated to the teleport device inside the shelter, speechless. Even the evolvers who were in charge of protecting others from behind could not make a sound in the fight, as if their throats were stuffed with something better. Speechless retreat. It was an ending that no one was willing to take. Retreat meant failure, and even losing the shelter forever. After the shelter was occupied, unless someone else came to wipe out all the creatures in Starwheel Shelter, they would be committing suicide if they teleported back. Kill! Li Xingluan was gleaming like a piece of jade. His long sword danced like wind, protecting half of the wall from the creatures, buying others more time to retreat. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the foot of the mountain nearby to the silver-haired spirit hiding behind the army of the creatures quickly, giving rise to roars among the creatures. Someone is there? Someone noticed the strange turbulence among the creatures and glanced that way. They suddenly saw a man throwing himself at the royal spirit in the back. Ah, there is really a person there. How come he went there? That place is filled with creatures led by the spirit. Is he trying to get himself killed? Idiot. He is trying to kill the royal spirit. How is that even possible? She is the royal spirit with the sacred blood snake and thousands of other creatures guarding her. It would be impossible to approach her. Possible or not, he has balls for going there. I admire him. People who had been feeling depressed couldn't help crying out loud, wishing they were right there with him. Momentarily, that person had already rushed into the thousands of creatures surrounding the spirit, going toward her. Everyone's heart leapt. Even those people who were retreating couldn't help slowing down. Although they did not believe there would be a miracle, they could not help wishing there were one. It is him. Guantong saw who it was and explained. The man throwing himself at the royal spirit was the man who he saved from snow. Watching Han Sen entering the group of creatures, people had complex feelings. The moment when Han Sen threw himself at the royal spirit, the silver-haired spirit had a strange look in her eyes. She waved the staff, and all of a sudden, the sacred blood creatures attacking the shelter turned to attack Han Sen. Stop them. We cannot let them go back. Looking at Han Sen, who was risking his life, Li Xingluan was determined. He stopped the two-headed bird with his sword and then stood in the way of the other sacred blood creatures that were going back as if he was crazy. At Li Xingluan's command, the evolvers who were giving up on the shelter immediately joined the fight without even thinking. The other two strong evolvers went back to fight the two sacred blood creatures that were about to turn back. Boom! Li Xingluan took a hit from the unicorn beast with his bronze sword and fell, leaving a long furrow on the ground. However, he was still holding his sword tight with the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was fine for him to battle for sacred blood creatures when he was able to move around. At this point, he had to stand in their way and take all their attacks head-on, and he could not bear it no matter how strong he was. No matter who you are, kill the spirit for me, please. Spitting blood, Li Xingluan slashed his sword to stop the red serpentine that was trying to go back. On the other side, Han Sen was already deep in the siege of creatures. After absorbing the red crystal, Han Sen had gained stronger brain power, although the ability to move things was not that useful. The countless details of the entire battlefield were clearly projected in Han Sen's mind, making it easier for him to make a precise judgment. When he made the first step, Han Sen had calculated his route to go forward and all the possibilities on the way, including the reactions of different creatures. Although it could not be 100% accurate, Han Sen knew it was the best route he could have chosen. The evolvers fighting were all paying attention to the figure deep into the creature army, wishing for the impossible to happen. At this point, Han Sen's performance had just begun. The moment he sent himself into the group of creatures, the entire battlefield had become a huge chessboard for Han Sen. Every single creature, including the royal spirit herself, was pieces on the chessboard for Han Senator, and his end goal was to take out the piece represented by the royal spirit. Those fierce creatures were attacking Han Sen, but his eyes were extremely calm. Moving his legs rapidly, he was going forward according to the route he had designed. Tempting, misleading, or killing directly, Han Sen could not be stopped by the group of creatures. In the impossible situation, Han Sen made a possible route which led to the royal spirit. The scenario was incredible in other people's eyes. Thousands of creatures were simply a sea of heads without even a gap. In others' eyes, unless all the creatures were wiped out, it was impossible to approach the royal spirit. However, after Han Sen went there, he moved left and right at an incredible speed. Flashing his right hand, one creature after another were bleeding heavily and many were beheaded, which was not even the best part. The best part was that initially many creatures were actually in Han Sen's way, but for some reason, they suddenly moved their bodies to let him pass. In the crazy group of beasts, Han Sen was like a butterfly dancing solo. Although he was in a terrible situation, the elegance and beauty of his figure were not affected. In the most incredible way, thousands of gruesome creatures failed to stop Han Senator through a huge army. Han Sen managed to go up to the royal spirit's mount, the dragon snake. Many people were completely dumbstruck. It was like a thrilling magic show. The blood and the strange rhythm made one's heart leapt with the beat. Boom! The moment Han Sen was in front of the dragon snake, the silver-haired young lady had a cold smile on her face. The rock underneath Han Sen suddenly split. A black gargoyle looking like a ghost emerged from underground, its cold hands grabbing at Han Sen's legs, which were right in front of its face. Almost at the same time, the giant dragon snake opened its mouth to swallow Han Sen. Damn it! The spirit is so wicked that she hid a sacred blood gargoyle underneath. That is the end of it. People who had seen some hope suddenly lost faith. Attacked by the sacred blood gargoyle, snapped by the dragon snake, and surrounded by fierce creatures, the person had nowhere to go. Cold light flashed in Han Sen's eyes. He suddenly jumped up, disregarding the gargoyle and throwing himself into the mouth of the giant dragon snake. Evolvers who were watching this scene couldn't help feeling sad. Their hope was almost all gone. This was a desperate move. However, the dragon snake was so big that it could simply swallow the man. The claws were so small that they were not enough to threaten this giant creature. Even if he could hit the creature, the cut would only be a scratch to its gigantic body. Maybe he would not even be able to break the snakeskin. As Han Sen was about to be swallowed by the dragon snake, his body suddenly paused in the air and rose a couple of feet, stepping on the snake's nose with his right foot. He rose higher at an incredible speed to the same height as the royal spirit standing on the head of the snake. The royal spirit blinked and moved her staff slightly. Silver light covered her whole body, turning her into a warrior covered in silver armor and her staff into a slim silver sword. Without any expression, her delicate fingers moved, and the slim silver sword was stabbed to Han Sen's forehead like a lightning bolt. Fast, incredibly fast. There was no time for him to react. Behind Han Sen, the sacred blood gargoyle appeared like a phantom, its hands grabbing at Han Sen's legs from behind. The snake also spit out its tongue, looking like a trident to hit Han Sen's waist. In other people's eyes, Han Sen was faced with a death trap. However, from Han Sen's perspective, this was his opportunity. All the planning, the careful design, and the performance were for this moment. His heart thumping like thunder, Han Sen used heresy mantra to its full. Overload made his bones squeak. Reed armor appeared on Han Sen's body as the ruby crown appeared on his head. His black short hair became blonde and long, dancing in the air like crazy. His eyes, which were now golden, were completely emotionless. As he shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen, everything became slower in Han Sen's eyes. The sneak attack of the sacred blood gargoyle, the tongue blade of the snake, the slim silver sword of the royal spirit, and the countless creatures throwing themselves at him, all became a holographic image in Han Sen's brain, even the slightest details of which could be learned by him. Without moving away, Han Sen, who was now at his best, thrust his chest to the slim sword of the silver-haired spirit girl without hesitation, letting the sword pierce his chest and approaching the spirit at the same time. They were so close to each other that Han Sen's face was about to touch hers. Han Sen smiled, waving his right hand and cutting the 3 purple claws into the pretty head of the spirit girl. With her incredulous look, her head was cut into 4 parts. Boom! The figure of the spirit girl became twinkles of lights and disappeared. Suddenly, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. Both humans and creatures stopped a beat. All eyes were on the gorgeous figure. The red armor and ruby crown were shining in the sun so bright that people could hardly look at them. The injury on Han Sen's chest had stopped bleeding. Although it was a decision he made at the moment he saw the spirit girl shifting into a warrior, Han Sen executed it perfectly with his peerless control of his body and timing. Although the slim silver sword pierced his body, Han Sen managed to avoid all his inner organs. It stabbed him in the gap between his heart and lung. In addition, his heart was the toughest among all inner organs because of the heresy mantra. It was probably even tougher than his muscles, which was why Han Sen dared to take such a great risk. It looked very scary, but the danger was not so great and the result was great. If it was a normal fight, the spirit might be guarded. Han Sen could not even be her match. Without any special tactics, it would be impossible for him to kill her so fast. Sneak attacks were focused on plots. Without any sacrifice, it would be impossible for someone weaker to beat someone stronger. After Han Sen killed the royal spirit, the army of creatures lost their leadership and became a mess. The evolvers of Starwheel Shelter roared in excitement, attacking proactively instead of defending themselves. Momentarily, the situation was completely reversed. The army of creatures was defeated, scattering around, while the evolvers started to chase the creatures falling behind. Disregarding his injury in the chest, Han Sen launched the strike at the sacred blood gargoyle closest to him. The spirit could resurrect in spirit stone, so there was nothing left for Han Senator if he could not take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 sacred blood creatures. He would be risking his life for no reason. Being attacked by Han Sen, the sacred blood gargoyle did not manage to run away and had to fight him. Its stone-like hands continued to hit the ghost-pawed claws, while the claws were only able to leave shallow marks on the gargoyle's skin. However, the blood flowing from those marks gradually turned purple and black. Ghost-pawed claws were extremely toxic, which almost defeated Jadeskin. Obviously, this gargoyle did not have any ability to cure toxins. Han Sen became overjoyed. The toxins of the ferret stayed on its beast soul weapon, which would be extremely helpful for him to hunt sacred blood creatures in the future. Poison was something very useful, but there were not that many beast souls with this feature. When Han Sen was feeling excited, the gargoyle raised its head and roared. Its stone-like skin suddenly contracted and turned into the color of steel, looking much tougher. Unexpectedly, it became a berserk creature. Clank, clank, clank. Han Sen made 3 strikes in a row and failed to cut Gargoyle's skin. The gargoyle did not linger and ran away immediately. It was not easy for Han Sen to have an opportunity to kill a sacred blood creature, so there was no way he would let it go. Han-san started to chase the gargoyle as fast as his legs would carry him. Without running too far, he saw the skin of the gargoyle showing a color of purple. Feeling excited, Han-sen knew that the gargoyle was not cured from the toxins earlier, although it became berserk. Now Han-sen were even more driven to chase after the creature. This gargoyle was most likely doomed. Now the only thing Han-sen worried was that if it died of poison, its meat might not be edible anymore. However, Han-sen was not afraid of it either. As long as it did not affect the increase of genopoints, he was fine with it. When the evolvers from the shelter came over, Han-sen had already run far, chasing the gargoyle. Except for Guantong, no one knew who Han-sen was. Does everyone know who the friend killing the spirit was? The creatures either run away or got killed. After everything was settled, Li Xingluan raised his voice and asked. Everyone in the crowd looked to each other, feeling confused. They also would like to know who that person was, saving Starwheel Shelter by killing the spirit alone. His bravery and power to behead the queen among thousands of creatures deeply impressed everyone. Do we have such a strong man in Starwheel Shelter? I don't think I have ever seen him. He seems so young. I want to bear his baby. Guantong flushed, failing to make a sound. She wanted to say that she knew Han-sen, but then she found that she did not even know what his name was or where he came from. Although she opened her mouth, she could not say a word. Seeing that no one knew the person, Li Xingluan did not hesitate to summon his mount, running in the direction where Han-san went. I must meet such a great character, even just to learn his name. Li Xingluan urged the horse to run fast. Fortunately, the footprints of the gargoyle were clearly imprinted on the way, pointing the right direction for him. After Han-san chased the berserk gargoyle on the vast ice field for more than 300 miles, the berserk creature eventually lost its energy because of the poison. Han-san went up and wielded his claws at it, beheading the creature after more than 100 strikes. He only succeeded because the creature was too weak after being poisoned. Otherwise, even a sacred blood weapon could not cut its skin, which had turned so tough after it became berserk. Berserk sacred blood creature evil gargoyle killed. Beast soul of berserk evil gargoyle gained. Meat inedible. The voice he heard almost made Han-san laugh out of happiness. Lady Luck was still on his side. After coming to Second God's Sanctuary, he gained a beast soul from each of the 3 sacred blood creatures he had killed. His luck was simply peerless. Evil gargoyle, I wish it is armor. With a weapon and armor, I would not need to worry about anything. Han-san quickly looked to his sea of soul and saw the evil gargoyle squatting quietly. Type of beast soul of berserk sacred blood evil gargoyle. Glyph. Another glyph. After Han-san saw it, he was dazed for a while. He still hadn't figured out what was the use of the evil-blooded condor beast soul he gained last time. Unexpectedly, this sacred blood evil gargoyle was also a glyph. Han-san summoned the evil gargoyle, and a tattoo in the color of tungsten and shape of a ghost suddenly appeared on his body, looking gruesome. After the tattoo emerged, Han-san saw that the skin all over his body gleamed like tungsten. Han-san summoned the ghost pod claws to cut at his own arm and heard clanks of metal on metal. His metal-like arm was only left with some white marks, not even broken. Haha! This is great! Fantastic! After cutting a few times, Han-san saw the result was the same, which made him feel overjoyed. This berserk evil gargoyle glyph was much better than the evil-blooded condor glyph, the use of which was still unclear. This glyph was the equivalence of a terrific defense hyper-geno art. Using this glyph, he could still use beast soul armor, which was quite amazing. Although Han-san did not gain beast soul armor as he expected, he was even more pleased with the result. He took shelter from the wind and took out the ghost pod ferret in his backpack. He carefully boned and skinned ferret, cleaned it with snow, sliced the tender meat, dipped it in sauce and put it into his mouth. He was on a vast ice field where not even grass could be spotted, so naturally there was no way to make a fire. Luckily, the meat of the ghost pod ferret was very sweet and tasty, without any foul smell or taste. In fact, it was extremely good with sauces, comparable to sashimi. Meat of ghost pod ferret eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Hearing the voice ringing over and over, Han-san was very pleased. Roughly speaking, 2 sacred geno points could increase his fitness index by 1 point. If this ferret could give him 10 sacred geno points, his fitness index would be increased by 5. After eating a small part of the ferret, Han-san suddenly saw a ride coming over on the ice field. To his surprise, it was the man fighting 4 sacred blood creatures in Starwheel Shelter earlier. Han-san did not know why the man would be here. As he was puzzled, he saw the man examining the spot where Han-sen killed the evil gargoyle and tracing the footsteps to him. Han-san suddenly became alerted, watching the man running his way and approaching him. "Friend, do not get the wrong idea. I did not mean you harm by tracking you down, but only wanted to make a friend." Seeing Han-sen, Li Xingluan became happy and told Han-san why he was here. "If you just want to thank me, then it's not necessary," said Han-sen. "If I will only want to thank you, I did not need to chase you for more than 300 miles. Li Xingluan said in a clear voice. "What are you trying to do then?" Han-sen looked at Li Xingluan, feeling curious. "It is hard to see someone I like, and I do not want to miss a friend," Li Xingluan said seriously. "You could not make someone your friend by talking," said Han-sen after eating another piece of meat. "But I first need to know you. If I don't know you, strangers can never become friends." "That is true." Li Xingluan sat down opposite Han-sen, and the two started chatting. After a while, Han-sen felt this person was quite interesting. He was gallant, intelligent, and humorous, the kind of person that easily lets others put their guard down. Although Han-sen was vigilant, he could not help feeling impressed by his knowledge and manner. This person was definitely from a prominent family. Thanks to Li Xingluan, Han-sen had a general grasp of the situation at this place. On this ice field, there were as many human shelters as 20 to 30. However, most of them were shelters taken from squire spirits and knight spirits. There were only 3 shelters that were taken from aristocrat spirits, and each of the 3 shelters was managed by a different person. The 3 persons represented the 3 largest forces on the ice field. Other smaller shelters were almost all under the control of the 3 forces, and Starwheel Shelter managed by Li Xingluan was one of the 3 largest shelter on the ice field. In addition, there was that shelter of the royal spirit, blocking the way between the ice field and outside. Although the situation in this place was much better than Han-sen's goddess shelter, it was still an area relatively desolate, not connected to the vast population of humans. Li Xingluan had always been wanting to take down the royal spirit shelter and expand the hunting area. Otherwise, the resources were limited in this area, which made it hard for him to max out on sacred geno points. However, depending on the ability of Starwheel Shelter alone, there was no way they could take down the royal spirit shelter. In addition, human shelters on this ice field had been competing against each other for years, so there were lots of grudges between them, making it hard for them to work together to conquer the royal spirit shelter. Although Li Xingluan had been trying to urge all the shelters to unite since he took over the Starwheel Shelter, the grudge and hatred that had accumulated for centuries were not that easy to be resolved. Han-san admired Li Xingluan's strategy and way of thinking quite a lot, so he agreed that he would help if Li Xingluan could persuade the other 2 shelters to conquer the royal spirit shelter together. Han-sen knew his own strength very well. Although he had killed the royal spirit once, it was a sneak attack which would only work for the first time. Next time, the royal spirit would be guarded. If he fought the royal spirit one-on-one, face-to-face, he might not be her match. In addition, there were a lot of sacred blood creatures in the royal spirit. Han-sen could cope with 1 or 2 of them. If there were more, he had to run for his life. Therefore, there was no way he could conquer the royal spirit shelter on his own. If Li Xingluan could unite the 3 forces to conquer the royal spirit shelter, Han-sen would not miss the opportunity to take part in it. Moreover, as long as he could get the spirit stone, he would be able to gain the allegiance from the royal spirit for sure, which was the most valuable thing in the royal spirit. Han-sen had also learned that the creatures in this area were almost all split up by the 3 large forces. In addition, there were not many creatures in the area to begin with. Therefore, it would be hard for him to hunt other sacred blood creatures. To increase his geno points in a short amount of time was out of the question. Han Sen thought about it and stopped hunting. He followed Li Xingluan back to the Starwheel shelter and teleported back to the Alliance using the teleport device inside the shelter. The Ghost Pod Ferret gave him 10 sacred geno points as he expected. With the 2 sacred geno points he already had, Han Sen now had 12 sacred geno points. With such gains, Han Sen was very satisfied with this trip. Initially, he did not have much hope for hunting an edible sacred blood creature, which was completely a surprise. Since he could not increase his geno points in a short amount of time, Han Sen decided not to hunt anymore. Before the military contest began, he would like to focus on practicing the techniques written in Dongxian Sutra. After the fight against the royal spirit, Han Sen had some new understandings of the techniques in Dongxian Sutra, which he hoped to reinforce through lots of sparring and practice. Han Sen thought about it and logged in to the official Skynet platform of the Alliance. Before he became an evolver, he could not enter the evolver section on the official platform, which was why he chose to go to Gladiator. Now with the official identity as evolver, he could register at the official platform to fight evolvers from all over the Alliance. In addition, the official platform had a benefit. Although the account information on the official platform was private and was protected by law, the marks of aristocracy would show when someone entered the platform. Aristocrats with different titles were most likely matched with opponents with the same title. Han Sen was a sacred blood aristocrat, which would be marked next to his account on the official platform. This way, the majority of his opponents would be sacred blood aristocrats, same as him, and a small part of his opponents would be other people with good record. That meant it was easy for Han Sen to meet Oster players on this platform, which was why Han Sen gave up the Gladiator and chose the official platform instead. When registering, Han Sen thought about it and used the name of Dollar. However, after he entered the ID name, he saw it had already existed. Han Sen then added some words and changed it into, "I am Dollar," which still could not be used. Han Sen tried a couple of times, but even $95.27 was registered as well. Feeling quite upset, Han Sen wrote "Kill Dollar" in his ID name, which was eventually usable. After entering the virtual platform, in front of Han Sen's chest there was a shiny purple badge in the shape of a shield, which represented the identity of sacred blood aristocrats. Anyone could tell he was a sacred blood aristocrat at first sight, so there were a lot of envious glances cast his way. Although at this day and age, there were much more sacred blood evolvers than there were before, the percentage of sacred blood evolvers was still low. Han Sen chose to be randomly matched and was soon matched with someone. Seeing there was a sacred blood badge on the chest of his opponent as well, Han Sen felt quite pleased. Wang Dongyun checked out his opponent and found the ID name was "Kill Dollar." Wang Dongyun curled his lips and felt even more amused when seeing his record was 0 win and 0 loss. Kill Dollar? A newbie like you does not even deserve to be killed by Dollar. Wang Dongyun licked his lips, wondering how he could teach this newbie a lesson to show him he should be more careful with the ID name he used. Dollar was a celebrity, so you could fashion your name after him. But don't take yourself so seriously. Kill Dollar my ass. Wang Dongyun became a sacred blood evolver in recent years as well, so he knew the name of Dollar, who was so famous that it was hard for him not to know. Wang Dongyun was quite a fan of Dollar's, so he was even more upset when seeing this ID. After the fight began, Wang Dongyun did not hesitate to use the explosive punch that he was best at, ready to kill this arrogant newbie that dared to insult Dollar. However, when he threw half a punch, he suddenly saw his opponent throwing a fist at him as well. Although the strike was not that fast, Wang Dongyun had to retreat. Otherwise, before he could hit his opponent, he would be punished first. Taking back his fist sullenly, Wang Dongyun stepped back at the same time, preparing to kick the newbie's ass later. However, after this punch, Wang Dongyun was shocked to find that he never had another opportunity to make an attack. The strikes from his opponent never stopped, making him feel suffocated. It felt he had to dodge or block every punch from his opponent, and there was no opportunity for him to fight back. As he blocked and dodged, Wang Dongyun ended up on the edge of the battlefield without even noticing it. With nowhere to go, he was finished off. Wang Dongyun could not believe that he was not able to make a single punch facing a newbie. Unable to accept this kind of result, he challenged his opponent again quickly. His opponent clicked yes. Although Wang Dongyun was trying to take the initiative this time around, he quickly ended up in the same situation as the last time, unable to fight back at all. Wang Dongyun sent an invite again, while his opponent chose to reject him this time. Wang Dongyun insisted, but his opponent had already entered another fight, obviously with a new match. Wang Dongyun searched for the room of his opponent and chose to watch. He would like to see why that person was able to beat him and why in such a strange way. Neither the person's speed nor strength was that great. However, he was beaten completely, which made him feel reluctant to accept. Wang Dongyun checked Killdollar's opponent, who was named, I Am Swordmaster, with more than 1,000 wins and 800 losses. That was way record. Since this person was a veteran on the platform, he was definitely not bad. The moment I Am Swordmaster moved, Wang Dongyun knew he was right. This person's sword skills were fierce and fast. Judging by his moves, Wang Dongyun could tell that this person had put a lot of effort into practicing his sword skills. If Wang Dongyun was against this person, he could probably only choose to back off and defend himself under such sword skills. However, the choice of Killdollar made Wang Dongyun stare his eyes wide open. Killdollar did not go back at all, but went forward, punching at I Am Swordmaster. The punch was neither fast nor fierce. In Wang Dongyun's eyes, I Am Swordmaster could definitely cut Han San with his sword, but I Am Swordmaster chose to retreat, dodging the punch from his opponent. Later on, Wang Dongyun felt like he was watching a playback of his own match. I Am Swordmaster made the exact same choices as himself, suppressed by Killdollar until the last minute, unable to fight back. No way in hell. Wang Dongyun almost jumped up and yelled. He could not understand why I Am Swordmaster would choose to retreat in the beginning. Nor did he understand how I Am Swordmaster lost in the end. From his perspective, there were so many opportunities to fight back. In addition, the punches of Killdollar were far from perfect. In fact, they were even quite flawed. If I Am Swordmaster was able to take advantage of any of the flaws, he could have turned the situation around, which he failed to do. Maybe I Am Swordmaster is too weak? Yes, it is definitely so. Wang Dongyun thought it must be the swordman's problem that he could not utilize any of the flaws. Although his sword skills were impressive, he must not be that intelligent. However, Wang Dongyun completely forgot that he acted exactly the same way. He did not feel he was too weak and did not take his loss too well. I Am Swordmaster did not take his loss well either, sending another invite to Killdollar. He had the exact same thought as Wang Dongyun. However, Han Sen did not agree to fight him again. He was practicing the techniques in Dongshan Sutra, so it would make little sense for him to fight someone he had defeated already. What he needed was endless new challenges against opponents using various skills. After launching the sneak attack on the Royal Spirit, Han Sen had a deeper understanding of the techniques in Dongshan Sutra. The techniques did not need to be perfect, and there was no victory against overwhelming odds in its true sense. If one beat someone much stronger than oneself, one was merely using one's strength to tackle the stronger person's weakness. How to hit his opponent's weakness with his own strength was Han Sen's main focus at the point. It would be the best if he could be stronger than his opponent. If not, he had to show his strength against his opponent's weakness, making himself the stronger one, which was the correct way to go. What Han Sen was practicing currently was to use calculation to match his strength with his opponent's weakness. Even if his opponent was stronger than him overall, he could be partially stronger and consume his opponent's strength in order to win in the end. Wang Dongyun insisted on watching Han Sen's fights one after another. Soon, he discovered that the reason that I Am Swordmaster lost was not because he was weak, but that Killdollar was too strong. In a dozen fights, Killdollar crushed his opponents in the exact same way, which was so strange that he was about to question destiny. Is he Dollar himself? Wang Dongyun suddenly thought of a question. After Wang Dongyun had thought of it, he could no longer hold it back. Wang Dongyun then recorded all the following fights by Killdollar. After Wang Dongyun watched several rounds, Killdollar suddenly left the virtual platform. Wang Dongyun then watched what he recorded repeatedly. The more Wang Dongyun watched, the more incredulous he felt. In every fight, Kill Dollar was winning overwhelmingly, leaving his opponent no chance to fight back. This guy is very likely Dollar himself. Wang Dongyun felt more and more excited. Although there were a lot of master fighters and evolvers, he could not think of anyone else other than Dollar who would name himself that. However, Wang Dongyun was not sure whether that was true. He hesitated and uploaded his recordings to the official forum with the title Dollar is back, crushing it all. Because there had not been any news about Dollar in a long time, the video did not attract too much attention in the beginning. However, one person had always been paying attention to the news of Dollar, which was the host Fang Mingquan. Currently, Fang Mingquan was already the top host of Huaxing Station. Almost all the shows he hosted had great ratings. One of his recent programs had a rating over 100 million in the entire alliance for his first episode, which was definitely among the top shows. Compared to his old days, Fang Mingquan was having a great time, enjoying the life as a celebrity. However, Fang Mingquan had never forgotten about Dollar who made his career, constantly looking for news of Dollar. Unfortunately, Han Sen had not used the identity of Dollar recent years. Even if Fang Mingquan wanted to do something, he could not since he had no news of Dollar at all. This day, Fang Mingquan searched for Dollar on the Skynet as usual, looking for the latest news. As he was searching, Fang Mingquan thought, Dollar, you should have been in the second god sanctuary for 2 or 3 years. With what you got, you should have gained a lot of Geno points already. Come on, it's your time. Fang Mingquan suddenly saw the video named Dollar is back, crushing it all, and clicked to watch. In recent years he had seen lots of articles and videos with titles like this. Many of the titles were even more dramatic, such as The Truth About Dollar's Fall, The Mysterious Woman in His Bed, The Mystery of Dollar's Disappearance, A 4-Day-Long Sin, etc. However, none of them had any substantial constant. After watching the video, Fang Mingquan's face suddenly became grim. He was so excited that he was shivering. Although the person in the video used the face blur function and all he could see was his ID name, he had a feeling that this person was Dollar. After watching the video seriously, Fang Mingquan was quite surprised. Indeed, it is Dollar. Even among revolvers, he is the absolute top. I have never seen anything like this. Without any hesitation, Fang Mingquan edited the video into a more solid version, ready to show it during his showtime. Lu, make some arrangements to move the topic today to next episode. Fang Mingquan called his assistant. Lu felt puzzled about why Fang Mingquan would suddenly change the topic, which was something he had prepared for nearly a month. However, Fang Mingquan was so popular these days that even the station master was calling Fang Mingquan brother with a huge grin every time he saw Fang Mingquan. Fang Mingquan was totally authorized to change the topic without asking for approval. Mr. Fang Mingquan, what topic should we focus on in this episode? After making the arrangements, Lu asked Fang Mingquan. Dollar. Fang Mingquan only said one word. Fang Mingquan played the video in his show and announced the return of Dollar with thrilling words, which was a bomb among the evolvers in the alliance. Many people started to discuss about it, given the hundreds of millions of audience Fang Mingquan had. Is it true? Is he really Dollar? His name is Kill Dollar. That is more like Dollar's enemy. These punches are so amazing. How did he do it? Dollar is so handsome, crushing it all. My king, you're eventually back. Please accept my allegiance. I've been waiting for so long. What king? He was not necessarily able to beat Lin Feng when he was unevolved. Not to mention he is now in Second God's Sanctuary. He has not been there for many years. How strong can he be? There are so many revolvers who could kill him. Fuck off. My Dollar is invincible anywhere he goes. What the heck do you know? Do not be so excited. It is obvious whether Dollar is strong or not. You can tell from the video that all his opponents were sacred blood aristocrats, but they were all defeated by Dollar. Exactly. The strength of my king is beyond doubt. Heck, I wish to see him fight again. After waiting for so long, I see my king again. Dollar, I want to have your baby. Oh, you must be a man. We are not even sure whether he is Dollar. No rush. It is the official platform, so we can all go check it out. It seems that he has fought a lot. Just like this, a large number of people flooded into the official platform, and many among them tried to send $friend requests. When Han Sen logged into the platform again, he heard the notification sounds of friend requests ringing like a fire engine. Han Sen took a look and saw tens of millions of friend requests, which shocked him completely. He had no idea what had happened. However, there was no way for him to check all these requests, so he had to change his privacy setting to reject every friend request. Also, he chose not to accept any new friend request. And his world suddenly became quiet. What on earth happened? Han Sen looked at the news on the Skynet and found out what had happened. He felt both surprised and amused. In the same time, he felt Fang Mingquan must have some mysterious connection to him, being able to tell he was dollar under such circumstances. Han Sen did not mean to explain and chose a random match. The moment he entered the fight, the observers in his room maxed out. There were so many people waiting to watch his fight and they all clicked at the same time. Some had entered the room, while some were told the room was full. The evolver matched with Han Sen was completely dazed after he entered the battlefield, seeing how packed the stands were. Wang Sun had no idea what had happened. Although he was a sacred blood evolver and was quite well known for that, he had never had such a treatment. The limit of the audience was several million, which was surprisingly filled up momentarily. What on earth has happened? Did someone find out about my porn collection and report me? No way, even so, there would not be so many bored people. As Wang Sun was puzzled, the countdown had stopped. After entering the battlefield, Wang Sun saw his opponent and thought, "Is my opponent some celebrity? Is that why there are so many people watching?" Thinking of that, Wang Sun quickly checked his opponent's record, which was only more than 20 fights, 100% wins. He must be a celebrity. This is my opportunity. If I beat him, won't I be famous as well? Wang Sun felt very excited. Without any hesitation, he seized his two broadswords and hit his opponent with all his strength. The broadswords were shaped like crescents, and his broadsword skills had a strong spinning force. It turned out to be the famous Moon Blade, an evolver broadsword skill that was very hard to practice. Moon Blade required the person who practiced the skills to have a special talent called ambidexterity, which sounded a bit odd. An ordinary person was either left-handed or right-handed. Even with training, one would naturally prefer one hand over the other. Very few people had no preference as a baby, maybe 1/10,000. Therefore, the rudimentary requirement to practice Moonblade was very high, and only a few people could practice it. However, Moonblade was very powerful. One person using two blades would be as powerful as two persons using blades at the same time. One could even fight two persons at the same time. In one-on-one fights, the person who practiced Moonblade would have the absolute advantage. With the same fitness and martial arts skills, almost no one could beat someone who had practiced Moonblade. Even the opponent was also using double blades. Moonblade would still be much better. Those who came to see Dollar did not expect Dollar to be randomly matched with someone who had practiced Moonblade. However, they soon understood. Dollar himself was a sacred blood aristocrat, so it was impossible for him to be matched with someone weak. Although Dollar was strong, all his opponents were aristocrats among evolvers with great skills. Do you think Dollar will win? There's no need to guess. Dollar will win. I don't think so. Moonblade is not that easy to cope with. In addition, Dollar had only entered Second God's Sanctuary for 2 to 3 years. I don't believe his genopoint count is too high. There were a lot of discussions among the audience, while Wang Sun had already attacked Han Sen with Moonblade. However, his opponent's reaction made Wang Sun pause. He had never met someone trying to attack him first when he was using Moonblade. In addition, his opponent was not using any weapon, attacking at him with bare hands. Heck, don't you dare to look down on me. Your brother will teach you how impressive Moonblade is. Wang Sun added force to the broadswords, trying to kill his opponent in one strike, which would make him really famous. However, before his broadsword fell on Han Sen's body, Han Sen moved sideways although Han Sen's hands were going forward. Han Sen's position was so strange that Wang Sun did not know how to react for the time being. This guy is weird. I will take it slow. Wang Sun thought, then took back his weapon and stepped back, trying to figure out what was happening. but he never had a second opportunity. Han Sen's fists flew at him non-stop in a manner similar to Sprocket's sword. The attacks were so tightly arranged that Wang Sun had to protect himself first, without any chance or time to fight back. Boom! Wang Sun failed to make a single strike until the end when he was finished off by Han Sen. Feeling regretted and upset, Wang Sun presented himself for not insisting during his first attack. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like that. Ha! Dollar indeed. Incredible skills. That looked exactly like the video. This is a random match, so there was no way to cheat. My king is so strong. Such incredible fight. Only Dollar could achieve that. The king is after all a king. Who dares to say that he has fallen? Dollar did not pay any attention to the audience and chose to be randomly matched again. As he moved, all the audience chose to be randomly matched as well, wishing to be his opponent. When Han San started the fight again, those who were not matched with him became the audience. Momentarily, the room was filled up. This time, Fong Mingquan, who had received the message, also came into the room, broadcasting the fight as he watched. It was just an ordinary fight on the official platform instead of a match. The two players were even randomly matched. However, the number of the viewers were still rising at an incredible speed. The online viewers had hit 10 million in just a few seconds and was growing still. It seemed that it would take no time for the number to hit 100 million. Eventually I see Dollar. You did not get into the room either? Yes. There are too many people trying. Ha, when we were in First God's Sanctuary, Dollar was our faith. Now we are all evolvers. D-God is still peerless. I really enjoy watch him beating others. Kill Dollar, what an ironic name. Dollar is probably the only person who could kill himself. Look at Dollar's opponent. Well, what a bimbo. She must have had the surgery. Oh my, they are huge. Damn it, those globes. Opposite Han Sen, a tall woman came out. Besides her long legs, her ample breasts were almost out of this world. At first glance, anyone would be attracted to look at her girls. It would take people a while to notice that her other features were pretty as well. Han Sen looked at his opponent and was also immediately attracted by her nice racks. Being a man of cast iron will, he only took a glance before he looked at her profile. Her ID name was Wish I Did Not Understand. Same as Wang Sun, Wish I Did Not Understand was startled. She had no idea about the news of Dollar, so she was not prepared for such a large audience at all. However, none of those chosen to be matched with Han San was weak. After slight surprise, Wish I Did Not Understand became calm and positioned to defend herself, waiting for attacks from her opponent. It seemed that she was not nervous at all. Audience of the fight and viewers of Fong Mingxuan's show were all surprised by the performance of the large-breasted beauty. Faced with such a situation, it was not easy to stay calm and be herself. Enclosed like a box, this is iron wall boxing of Taisho Wang. Fong Mingquan recognized the woman's skills and explained in excitement. I believe we are all familiar with Taisho Wang, who is a senator and demigod. Iron wall boxing is known as the best self-defense boxing skills in the world. We will have a great show today. When the best attacking skills meet the best defense skills, what would happen? Let's wait and see the fight between the sword and shield. Wow! It turns out that the beauty is one of the Taishas. Look at her boobs. I would surrender the moment I see them. Iron wall boxing is also good. I would kneel before I surrender. I'm afraid Dollar is in trouble this time. Iron wall boxing is very impressive indeed. I have seen it before. An evolver besieged by 6 persons walked out easily with this skill. So good. This is going to be a great show. Seeing the defense skills of the beauty, Han Sen's eyes lit up. After fighting 36 opponents, he had never encountered someone who was good at defense, which intrigued him very much. Without hesitation, Han Sen threw a punch at her. There was no such thing as perfect defense in the world. Similarly, Han Sen's attack could not be flawless. If 2 persons with equal strength were fighting, one would have to beat the other when there was a mistake. Without moving, there was no mistake, which was why whoever threw the first punch could more easily make mistakes and thus lose the fight. Iron wall boxing was more than defense. It was also about fighting back. The beauty understood the logic profoundly, so when she saw Han Sen making the first move abruptly, she felt a bit contempt toward her opponent. Even so, the big-breasted beauty was still quite careful. Since the biggest mistake in defense was carelessness, she would not make such stupid mistakes. The beauty used iron wall boxing skills to block Han Sen's attack. When the two fists touched, both of them felt a shock. Han Sen did not earn any advantage, and the strength of the beauty was no weaker than his. Han Sen did not plan to beat her with strength anyways. Her goal was to practice the techniques written in Dongshen Sutra. To overpower his opponent would do him no good, not to mention the fact that his strength was not better than hers. After one strike, Han Sen's fists were thrown at the beauty endlessly. She uses her fists to block his, only to find the punch a fake one. If one put all one's force into a punch, then it would be difficult for one to take the punch back in the middle or change direction. However, if one was reserving some force in the beginning to control one's arm and fist, one could always easily change the direction of one's attack. This was the application of black and white boxing in an actual fight. Using defense, the beauty thought she had blocked Han Sen's fist, but suddenly found it was a fake move. When their fists touched, Han Sen's fist had already changed direction, hitting her in another place. If it were a different person, the person would not be able to put up defense under such a swift change. However, the beauty stepped out and turned her waist around abruptly to put her arm in front of Han Sen's fist. It turned out that Han Sen's second strike was still a fake move. Without even touching the girl's arm, Han Sen's arm twisted like a snake, hitting her stomach. Iron wall boxing deserved to be called the best skills for defense. The beauty elbowed Han Sen harshly on the fist. However, Han Sen's punch was still a fake move, after which he quickly changed direction again. The ever-changing situation was dazzling to watch. Damn it, Dollar is so good at making fake moves. I could never tell that he was not putting any force into it. I thought he used all his force in the 3 punches. If I were her, I would have died a long time ago. Great offense and great defense. Dollar is in trouble. Excellent iron wall boxing of Taisho. The defense is simply flawless. Great to watch. However, the fact was not as simple as people saw. The beauty was extremely pissed off at this point, feeling her opponent was looking down on her. Her opponent obviously knew that she was good at defense, so he used several fake moves in a row to toy with her, believing that she only knew how to defend herself without fighting back. If just now, the beauty did not pay any mind to his attacks and punched him, he would probably have died by now. However, Han Sen made fake moves consecutively, which fooled her indeed, making her very mad. My family's iron wall boxing is more than just defense. The beauty felt angry, staring at Han Sen's fist closely, ready to finish him off with one punch when he made another fake move. However, what happened next was so insulting that she was about to cry. Han Sen made 18 fake moves consecutively, while the beauty was never sure whether it was actually a fake move, which was why she never fought back. Like this, the beauty was fooled by Han Sen 18 times before she eventually decided to make a move. When Han Sen hit her again, she fought back without any hesitation. Boom! Her face was suddenly full of helplessness, anger, and most of all, frustration. Her eyes were full of tears, which were about to fall. She held back 18 times and was fooled 18 times. When she finally decided to fight back, it turned out that her opponent's strike was a real move. His strike with all his force was naturally faster and fiercer than her reaction. Before her arm was out, she was hit by Han Sen already. Even the audience couldn't help blaming Han Sen for being so cruel. How could you bully a beauty with boobs like these? However, Han Sen did not think of all that. All he wanted to do was to break the defense of iron wall boxing. The defense was so perfect that it was impossible to be tackled head-on. He had to trick his opponent into fighting back using the skills of black and white boxing in order to break her defense. If she was tough enough, staying on the defense side always, then Han Sen would make mistakes sooner or later as the proactive party. After all, making moves was riskier than making no move. When making a move in a prolonged fight, one would always risk making mistakes. If she kept her original strategy, she would have a bigger chance at winning. Once she made a mistake, it was almost impossible for her to maintain the perfect defense. Very soon, the beauty was finished off by Hansen. In a room, a pretty girl came out of a holographic device, her eyes red with tears. In the end, she couldn't hold it back, and her tears fell on her fair cheeks. Hansen won every fight he was in for a dozen times. Because many fans were trying to match with him, the better half of his opponents were his fans, among whom a girl even asked for his signature, blushing. This is a virtual platform. There is no way I am able to do that. Hansen had to log out of the official platform. If he kept going like this, it would not help him at all. The news about Dollar appearing again was spread very fast. Many people were debating whether Kill Dollar was really Dollar himself. And more people were waiting for Dollar on the official platform. Hansen did not use the platform again. People were checking to see whether he was online 24/7. There was no way to fight normally. Currently, what he needed was tough fight instead of fanfare. Lying on the bed and resting, Hansen decided to use the military virtual camp the next day instead of the official platform. He could not fall asleep right away, so he dialed Ji Yenran's number. After a while, Ji Yenran picked up. "Are you still busy with work so late?" Hansen asked. "No, I was on the official platform," said Ji Yenran excitedly. Dollar appeared again with 40+ wings and no loss. "So impressive. I was just watching him fighting. So good. You also went to see Dollar? Are you his fan as well?" Hansen was dazed, not knowing Ji Yenran was so interested in Dollar. "Yes, I am his fan. Who wouldn't like such a hero? He used to save those kids and fight the Golden-Horned Shura. So manly." Ji Yenran's face was filled with worship. There were almost hearts in her eyes. "Hey, your boyfriend is still here. This is inappropriate." Hansen curled his lips and said, "Ha! Why are you jealous? Idol is different from boyfriend. I only need to worship my idol from afar. If I got too close to him, I would definitely be disappointed. However, my boyfriend is my dearest person in the world, for whom I would give up everything," she said with a smile. "I'm not that happy to hear this. Can't you worship your boyfriend?" "Your boyfriend is also awesome," Hansen said reluctantly. "That is different. In my mind, you are the best. However, Dollar is a national hero. I just can't compare the two of you," Ji Yenran said. "Then I'll let you watch your national hero. I, this ordinary good guy, will go to sleep." Hansen pretended to be hanging up. "My dear, don't be like this. If you don't like it, I will not watch him anymore. What de God? He's definitely a loser compared to my genius. $100 can't even compare to your big toe. Forgive me my genius," Ji Yenran said flirtatiously. Tempted by her looks, Hansen was enamored. He was not really mad anyways. He was not so bored that he would be jealous of himself. Lying on the bed and chatting with his girlfriend, Hansen gradually fell asleep after a long time. When he woke up, the comlink was still on. Ji Yenran was the same way, falling asleep during the call, and she was not up yet. Not wanting to bother her, Hansen turned his comlink off. After brushing his teeth, he went to eat something and got ready for his virtual camp fight. However, his comlink suddenly started to ring. Hansen thought it was Ji Yenran and answered it casually. However, in the holographic image that popped out, Huangfu Pingqing appeared. "Huangfu Pingqing, how come you have the time today?" Hansen said casually. They were quite familiar with each other, so he did not bother to go through the greetings. "Do you know that Dollar has appeared again?" Huangfu Pingqing said directly. "I believe every evolver knows that," Hansen said helplessly, spreading his hands. He did not expect the attention he attracted by using an ID name related to Dollar. "You really think that person is Dollar?" Huangfu Pingqing said. "I think so," replied Hansen. "Why?" Huangfu Pingqing asked, puzzled. "Instinct," Hansen said casually, thinking, that person is me, so of course I know. Huangfu Pingqing thought about it and said, "I also feel it is probably true. However, Dollar is making such a huge progress. I wonder which shelter he's at. If you don't know, I would know even less. Right, why do you look for him? Does Son of Heaven still want to go after him? Hansen asked, pretending to be casual. Although my cousin hates Dollar, he is not so bored. The reason I want to look for him is because the footwork he was using in the fights looked like Heavenly Go. Huangfu Pingqing said grimly. Even if he is using Heavenly Go, what does that have to do with you? Hansen asked, puzzled. Currently, in the Alliance there should be only 2 persons who practice Heavenly Go. One is my grandmother, and the other is the student of my grandmother. Even I did not manage to learn Heavenly Go. If he was really using that, Ares Martial Hall must investigate into that. Hearing Huangfu Pingqing out, Hansen felt puzzled. And then he looked at her and asked, is the student of your grandmother that queen from Queen Restaurant? How do you know that? Huangfu Pingqing looked at Hansen, surprised, her breasts moving up and down dramatically. Huangfu Pingqing's are the best. Although that girl has huge breasts, their shape was not as perky and perfect as Huangfu Pingqing's. Hansen couldn't help thinking. I've met Queen on Gladiator before and learned some kiting skills from her. It helped me a lot, but I don't know if that's the Heavenly Go you mentioned, Hansen said. Is that true? Huangfu Pingqing was shocked, asking Hansen to show her the skills he learned hastily. Hansen only demonstrated what he learned from Queen and did not expose any part of the technique in Dongxian Sutra. Huangfu Pingqing was even more surprised. After she watched Hansen's demonstration, she looked at Hansen with a strange look and said, Queen is a very proud person. Except for my grandparents, she did not care for anybody. Even I was ignored by her constantly. She would not even look at ordinary people. The fact that she would teach you Heavenly Go is simply incredulous, although she did not teach you a lot. Tell me, why is that? Hansen told Queen the story in details. The reason he was explaining was to let people know that he learned the footwork from Queen, in case anyone recognized the footwork. Huangfu Pingqing was surprised hearing the story. So that's what has happened. You are indeed a genius for making her treat you differently. Unfortunately, I have only learned a little bit. Hansen licked his lips and said, a little bit is quite nice already. Without the talent, one could not learn anything. Heavenly Go is definitely one of the top 10 hyper-geno arts, even better than Super Diamond Body. Not everyone has the chance to learn, Huangfu Pingqing said admiringly. Why didn't your grandmother teach you? Hansen asked her. My grandmother said that my character and talents were not right for Heavenly Go. If I force it, I would probably get myself killed, which is why she did not teach me. In fact, I'm not the only one. No one in my family was taught Heavenly Go. Queen is her only student, Huangfu Pingqing said helplessly. So, I really envy you for having such talent. That's right. If one does not learn the kiting skills well, one would get oneself killed even faster. Hansen agreed with her. The kiting skills that focused on calculation could easily be manipulated by the opponent if the user had poor abilities, which would cause the user to be killed. For example, when Hansen was against Queen, if he were to use the kiting skills, he would lose even faster, which was because Queen had better skills in calculation and designing. She was even able to turn Hansen's calculation against himself. Before he gained better abilities at calculation, Hansen would rather stand still than use kiting skills in front of Queen if they were fighting for their lives. Maybe you could. Oh, I have to go. Talk to you later. It seemed that Huangfu Pingqing suddenly thought of something. She muttered some words out of order before she hung up. Hansen shrugged helplessly, not knowing what had happened to Huangfu Pingqing. He had never seen her so disorganized before. Ready to go to the military camp, Hansen suddenly heard a crack in his sea of soul. The blood snail, which had gone through transformation of several months, eventually broke out of the cocoon. Hansen was suddenly overjoyed. Initially, he thought all the beast souls would finish the upgrade within 1 month. However, all beast souls had different paces. It took several months for the blood snail to finish its upgrade. The upgraded blood snail had different looks from before. It used to have a jade shell and red meat, looking like a snail shell floating on a red cloud. Currently, the entire blood snail had turned red. its shell looking like red crystal. The beast's soul seemed to be on fire from afar. Type of beast soul of Berserk Super Blood Snail. Pet armor. The introduction to the blood snail did not change much. There was only an extra word. Berserk. Hansen thought about it and went into a training field. He then summoned the Golden Rockworm King and equipped it with the super pet armor. The red armor turned the Golden Rockworm King into a red tank with a ferocious and fierce look. Hansen used 30% of his force to hit the pet. Although the Golden Rockworm King backed off a little bit, the pet armor was still intact. Hansen almost jumped with joy, hitting the Golden Rockworm King again with 60% of his force, and the pet was still fine. Hansen increased his force gradually, but the Golden Rockworm King equipped with super pet armor was never injured, like a cockroach that could never be killed. In the end, Hansen hit the Golden Rockworm King with all his strength, while he was only able to blow the pet away. With the protection of the super pet armor, the pet was not hurt severely. And the super pet armor only had a dent on it and was not broken. The result made Hansen feel both surprised and disappointed. The blood snail did not turn into a beast soul of second god's sanctuary like the holy angel. It seemed that not all the beast souls could evolve like that. The black crystal only turned the blood snail into a berserk beast soul. However, a berserk super beast soul from first god sanctuary was comparable to a sacred blood beast soul from second god sanctuary. This was great news to Han. Senator Hansen suddenly had a thought. If I upgrade a beast soul from second god sanctuary, I wonder if it could be turned into a berserk beast soul directly. If that is possible, I will be able to make a huge fortune. For the same beast soul, the value of a berserk one would be several times or several dozen times that of a normal beast soul. If he could turn a beast soul berserk, the profit was unimaginable. In addition, if he could turn the sacred blood beast souls from second god's sanctuary into berserk ones, it would be a great help for Hansen to hunt super creatures in the future. Of course, what Hansen was worried about the most was the time it took for the upgrade to take place. The holy angel only used a month, while it took several months for the blood snail to become berserk. Hansen had not yet figured out the rules. Hansen had no mood to go to the military camp anymore. He immediately went to the teleport device and entered Starwheel Shelter. On the plaza of the Starwheel Shelter, Hansen bought an ordinary beast soul, which was the weakest of all, and made it swallow the black crystal. It was a snow kitty, the weakest creature on the ice field. The chance of getting a beast soul from this kind of creature is relatively high. Its beast soul was a cape, which worked well to protect people from cold. After the snow kitty swallowed the black crystal, light suddenly turned into a cocoon, wrapping the snow kitty up. Hansen left the shelter, hunting while observing the progress of the snow kitty. After only 1 or 2 hours, the light cocoon had already cracked. The snow kitty that used to be white had turned into a silver color. Type of beast soul of berserk snow kitty. Cape. Hansen was thrilled. It was about the same as he thought. The black crystal could turn other beast souls into berserk beast souls. And it did not take much time for the ordinary creature. However, just upgrading ordinary beast souls would not be that helpful. He had to at least be able to upgrade mutant and sacred blood beast souls. Hansen gritted his teeth and gave the black crystal to the ghost pod ferret, trying to test how long it would take for the crystal to turn a sacred blood beast soul into a berserk one. Turned out to be incredibly fast, which Hansen did not expect. It only took less than 3 days for the ghost pod ferret beast soul to break out of the cocoon and turn into a berserk sacred blood beast soul. The ghost pod claws became darker and sharper. It was as if a piece of iron was made into stainless steel. Hansen knew it was much more advanced than it was before just by its look. Amazing! Such good luck! Hansen was excited, because he knew how much it was worth. Unfortunately, Hansen did not have a mutant beast soul from second god sanctuary, so he could not test the upgrade time of a mutant beast soul. However, he had a rough estimate. Hansen guessed that the reason the upgrade of the blood snail took so long was that it was a beast soul from first god sanctuary. Beast souls from first god sanctuary did not have the feature of berserk, but the black crystal added the berserk feature to the blood snail, which probably called for a bigger change to the beast soul itself. Hansen thought that was why it took so long. The reason that the upgrade of the Holy Angel was faster was probably that she had the feature of to be involved to begin with. Of course, this was only Hansen's own guess. He would have to make further experiments to test if that was true. Hansen hesitated and then fed the black crystal to the sacred blood beast soul evil-blooded condor. The berserk gargoyle did not show any desire toward the black crystal, similar to the holy angel and blood snail which had already used the black crystal. Hansen was looking for suitable praise on the ice field, but to no avail. In recent days, he had not even run into a mutant creature and had only gained some primitive genopoints. Li Xingluan was right. The resources on the ice field were not enough to support so many humans to cultivate. In comparison, the mountains around Goddess Shelter had quite a lot of advanced creatures that acted alone. However, the terrain of the mountainous region was not suitable for large-scale hunting because of the potential dangers. If they did not want to risk their lives in the mountains, they had to take down the royal shelter in order to communicate with outside. Otherwise, they had to stay at the spot and rely on the limited resources. Hansen decided to check out the royal shelter, getting ready for conquering it in the future. After marching for 2 days toward the royal shelter, the evil-blooded condor had already become a berserk beast soul. However, Hansen still did not know what the glyph should be used for. It was not that easy to tell like the glyph of the gargoyle. Because Hansen had no other beast souls, he fed the black crystal to the golden growler. He did not have time to make money using the black crystal recently anyways. Running on the ice field, Hansen was using Treading Cloud on his way. Without 7 twists, he had to settle with Treading Cloud. Luckily, the effect of Treading Cloud was much better than Hansen had thought. It enhanced his speed and was also quite easy to learn. Hansen was pleased that it was much better than Sparticle he used. Indeed, the Chens are great at footwork. I wish I could get my hands on 7 twists someday, Hansen said to himself. A few hundred miles from the royal shelter, Hansen saw the silver-haired spirit riding the dragon snake on the ice field, followed by groups of creatures. Hansen had no idea where she was going. Seeing the sacred blood creatures among the groups, Hansen immediately decided against a sneak attack. Last time, there was Starwheel Shelter as his backup, which he now did not have. If he went there alone, he would most definitely get himself killed. However, on a different note, since the silver-haired spirit had left the shelter, could he take the opportunity to steal her spirit stone from her shelter? Although there were definitely sacred blood creatures guarding the shelter, this was an opportunity nonetheless. Even if the chance was slim, it would not hurt to check it out. After Hansen arrived at the royal shelter, he was surprised by what he saw. Although he had read about the description of royal shelters, it was simply overwhelming seeing it with his own eyes. It was not even like a castle. It was a huge metropolitan. At first glance, he could not even see the borders. In the sky, huge creatures were flying, and groups of strange birds were hovering. A large number of creatures were going across the shelter, many of which were sacred blood creatures. Even on the lawn in front of the royal shelter, humongous creatures were feeding. Initially, Hansen imagined that he might be able to sneak into the royal shelter, but with a glance, he knew that he could never sneak inside, and he would have no idea where the spirit stone was even if he did. A stone the size of a fist in a large metropolitan was harder to find than anything else. Unless he had the power to take down the spirit shelter the hard way, it was almost impossible for him to touch the spirit stone. If I could take down such a huge shelter, I would be so rich just by collecting taxes. It would be no worse than a large city. I would not even be able to count the money I could earn. Hansen became more and more excited. If he could conquer the royal shelter, he would be dominating this region. In addition, he would also have a royal spirit servant. This place was such a treasure. The only thing bothering him was that he did not have the power to take down the place alone. This is not okay. I have to think of a way to urge the other 3 shelters to unite together. It would be good if I earn the allegiance of the royal spirit first. As for this royal shelter, the humans will have to give it to me when I am strong enough. Hansen thought to himself. He did not dare to hunt in this area. Once noticed by the creatures of the shelter, it would be hard for him even to run away. Han Sen had to go back following the way where he came from. Luckily, Han Sen had hunted a lot of small creatures these days, which gave him quite a few primitive geno points. Now he had 63 primitive geno points and 100 ordinary geno points already. Currently, Han Sen's fitness was around 100. After he used Heresy Mantra and Overload, his strength and speed could easily break 100. Such fitness and Yin-Yang Blast would be enough to beat that tiger of blue blood, right? Han Sen estimated that it was time for the military contest and returned to the Alliance. This military contest was not the one of the entire Alliance soldiers, but just the contest in the Southwest Galaxy where Daphne belonged to. All units in Southwest Galaxy would send contestants. Initially, Blue Blood Special Force was not a part of Southwest Galaxy. Because Ji Yenran was selecting guards, Tiger of Blue Blood chose to give up the contest of the Central Galaxy and came down to Southwest. This made the soldiers ready to take part in the contest in the Southwest Galaxy clench their fists, ready to teach this person a lesson. Blue Blood Special Force was always the best of the best, which got on the nerves of the soldiers of other forces naturally. Now that they had a chance to compare themselves against the best soldier from the Blue Blood Special Force, they definitely wanted to prove how good they were. Brother, which department are you from? In the warm-up area of the military contest, a young soldier asked Han Sen, who was sitting next to him, will stop. I am from a warship, a cookhouse soldier. Han Sen replied. When the young soldier heard Han Sen say that he was from a warship, he thought Han Sen was an elite. Who knows that Han Sen then said he was a cookhouse soldier, which made the young soldier change his looks. It was not to say that cookhouse soldiers were definitely weak, but normally speaking, in the military the cookhouse soldiers were trained less than others. Therefore, it was understandable that they were relatively weak. Ha ha, your warship must be so good, sending cookhouse soldiers to take part in the contest. The young soldier joked casually, meaning nothing malicious. All other departments are quite busy, and we are the only one who have time. That's why they sent me, Han Sen said with a smile. Actually, we are only here to be onlookers. We are all counting on Zhang Yuza here. I hope that he could beat Tiger of Blue Blood Special Force and make Southwest Galaxy proud, said the young soldier. Zhang Yuza. Han Sen thought about it, and it seemed he had heard of this name. Zhang Yuza appeared to be one of the other two candidates competing for the position of one of Ji Yenran's guards. After chatting with the young soldier for a while, the warm-up zone suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked in the same direction, and so did Han Senator. A hunk walked over in large steps, giving everyone present strong pressure. When looking at him, one would even want to run away. Tiger of Blue Blood, Tai Yi, whispered the soldiers from Southwest Galaxy. Glancing at the soldiers in the warm-up zone with his black eyes, Tai Yi eventually gazed at a 40-year-old veteran and asked seriously, You are Zhang Yuza? I am, Zhang Yuza said and nodded. Great, replied Tai Yi, and then sat down without saying anything else. Will stop. After all, he was not from this galaxy and had no friends here, so he was simply resting. Seeing how Tai Yi acted, Han Sen knew that he thought nothing of Han Sen and the other competitor and believed that Zhang Yuza was the only one worthy of his attention. Han Sen did not care much. After all, everything was strength in the end. It would not benefit him even if Zhang Yuza gave him more credit. Very soon, the contest began. The contestants walked in an array into the venue, seeing a sea of soldiers and officers who were the audience. It was quite magnificent to watch. Southwest Galaxy included two main galaxies, Zhijili Galaxy and Nansangshuan Galaxy, and 16 smaller galaxies. Only Zhijili Galaxy and Nansangshuan Galaxy had a large number of habitable planets. Only one or two of the 16 smaller galaxies had military bases. Other planets were either inhabitable or used for mining only. Among all the military zones, Southwest Galaxy was a smaller one. Even so, it had hundreds of millions of troops. Those who were able to come to the contest were just a small part of the representatives, but it was already quite astonishing to watch. The reason for humans to dominate the universe was their number in addition to their intelligence. After all, this was not a fight in private. So the contest included many items in addition to duels. The first item was to test what strength. A strength tester was placed on the venue, looking like a giant drum. The contestants could hit the drum using whatever method they chose. And then the screen on the drum would show the score of the last hit. The higher the score, the better. Although no one would be eliminated because of a bad score, one's final score was the sum of the scores of all items. If in the end, one's final score was not among the top 4, one would not be able to enter the combats for the title of Soldier King. Shortly, in the thunder-like cheers of the soldiers, the first round of the strength test began. The soldier who was called his name came up to the stage to make his hit on the drum. Since all the contestants were elites from their respective unit, they were all evolvers with fitness over 100. After watching for a while, Hansen noticed that the score was ordinarily between 100 and 105, and there was not any outstanding performance. Although it was a galaxy-wide contest, there was an age limit on the contestants, and some special forces were not allowed in the contest. Very soon it was Tai Yi's turn. All the eyes of the contestants were focused on him. Even the audience stopped cheering, waiting to see Tai Yi's performance quietly. Under all the attention, Tai Yi was not nervous at all. He simply walked up to the drum and hit it without any additional moves. Boom! A loud sound made people's ears hurt. The number on the screen of the drum changed quickly and ended up on the number 113.7584. Everyone couldn't help gasping. This kind of strength was nerve-wracking among evolvers. A Sacred Blood evolver only had a fitness index around 30 to begin with in Second God Sanctuary. With ordinary, primitive, and mutant genopoints maxed out, a Sacred Blood evolver could only reach around 90. In order to have a fitness index of 110, one would have to gain at least 40 to 50 sacred genopoints. All the contestants changed their expression. Zhang Yuze looked grim. This kind of strength was a huge pressure on all of them. From Han Sen's perspective, this should not be the best Tai Yi could do. If he used all he got, he should be able to make the score a bit higher. It seemed that Tai Yi is even stronger than I thought. I hope that I could break his defense effectively, otherwise it would be trouble. Hansen thought to himself. If the two opponents were more than 30 apart in their fitness indexes, there would be the effect of overpowering. For example, when Hansen first tried, he could not even break the eyes of the baby golden growler, which was because they were too different in fitness index. However, Hansen's fitness had reached 100. With Heresy Mantra and Overload, he could do the same to the drum as Tai Yi. There was no overpowering. Hansen's main concern was still Super Diamond Body of Tai Yi. It was after all a hyper-geno art in the top 10. Later on, it was Zhang Yuze's turn. Zhang Yuze walked up to the drum, took a deep breath, gave a loud roar, and then hit the drum fiercely. Boom! The screen showed the number 114.2584, giving rise to loud applause from the audience. This number was even better than Tai Yi's, which boosted the morale of the soldiers in Southwest Galaxy. Zhang Yuze did well. On the stands, the chief of the Southwest Galaxy troops nodded and complimented. Chief, I don't think he is the match of Tai Yi. Zhang Yuze had the all he got in his strike, while Tai Yi was still conserving his strength, said the secretary. The chief did not mind it. How much resource did Blue Blood Special Force put into their tiger? And how much resource did Zhang Yuze have? The fact that he has such performance is enough to prove his excellence. However, we would have no chance to get in touch with the JIS, whispered the secretary. We did not have a big chance to begin with. The chief thought about it and then asked, how are the other two persons? Major Wang Gang was also an elite from his department, but he is not as good as Zhang Yuze. As for the person recommended by Ji Yanran herself, I have looked him up as well. The secretary looked through his files on his comlink and said, Ji Yanran and Han Sen are schoolmates and a couple. Han Sen does not have much of a background. Ji Yanran must have pulled some strings for him to go to Daphne. He had been in Second God's Sanctuary less than a year. Being a Sacred Blood evolver, he had a great foundation. However, according to his registration, he is currently located in a remote small shelter. There are only 2,000 to 3,000 people there, so it should be impossible for him to gain geno points efficiently. I think that Ji Yanran originally wanted for Han Sen to be her guard, and only failed because of the pressure from the upper level. So, among the candidates, Han Sen should be the least competent, the secretary summarized. The chief nodded. Unfortunately, he does not have much to offer. If he does, would be a good option for him to stay around one of the JIS. As they were speaking, it was Han Sen's turn. Brother, no need to be nervous. Just do your best. The young soldier that had a conversation with Han Sen encouraged him. Okay. Han Sen replied and marched toward the strength tester. In front of the drum, Han Sen took a deep breath, his heart thumping and his bones squeaking. His punch traveled through the air and hit on the drum. Boom! With a loud noise that hurts people's ears, the number on the screen quickly changed and froze at 111.1111. This number was so neat that it looked like it was faked. Everyone was dazed. Of course, it was not just because the number was needed, but mainly because it was such a good score. Up until this moment, it was the third best. The soldiers started to applaud for Han Sen, because he was one of the Southwest Galaxy. Damn it, what's wrong with the score? It must mean I am going to be single all my life. Han Sen felt quite depressed. He uses his best to see how much he could get and did not expect such a number. Despite the unlucky number, he was quite satisfied with his score. With the score, he could be counted as an elite him on the evolvers, not to mention the fact that he had great space. Well done, brother. Are all the cooks on your warship so good? When Han Sen returned to his seat, the young soldier gave him a thumbs up. That's true. But we're not cooks. We are cookhouse soldiers. Han Sen smiled and said. Because of his punch, lots of contestants were impressed by Han Sen. But Tai did not even look at Han Sen. Naturally, Tai could tell that Han Sen had given all he got with his punch and even tapped into his potentials using hyper genoarts. Although his score was good, Tai did not think much of him. This Han Sen is not bad. He does know something, the chief said, slightly surprised. The secretary wiped some cold sweat off his forehead. The discrepancy between Han Sen's performance and his investigation was a negligence on his side. Although the chief did not say much, the secretary understood very well that he should not have made such a mistake, and the chief would not tolerate such mistakes every time. I'm so sorry, Chief. I will reinvestigate right away, the secretary said hastily. No need. This is the best test. Let's wait and see, the chief said quietly. Yes, sir. Although the secretary continued to watch the game, he still quickly looked at the information he found on Han Sen again. The chief could be merciful, but he had to be committed to his duty. Otherwise, there was no need for him to stay on his position, which was utterly dangerous. After the strength test, Tai Zhang Yuza and Han Sen became top 3. Wang Gang's number was less than 110, posing no threat to any of them. The second item was Sprint, to Han Sen's surprise. However, this device was tuned to level 10 with a gravity of 100. Without a fitness level of over 100, it would be impossible for someone to run inside, let alone pass all the metal walls. After the game began, soldiers entered the device. However, the result was not great. 8 soldiers had failed at Sprint. None of them finished even 1/3 of it. The gravity of 100 was simply too difficult. Even with the fitness index of 100, one could easily get tired, so it was hard for them to maintain the speed and reflex. Han Sen frowned. This gravity setup was clearly too high. With the fitness level around 100, it would be more sensible to set it at 80 or 90. Even Han Sen himself could not help frowning seeing such a hard test. One soldier tried after another, but they all failed. After the better half of the contestants had failed, it was eventually Tai's turn. Although many soldiers from Southwest Galaxy wished Tai to lose, they were soon disappointed. Tai's muscular body jumped across the metal walls like a robot that was never tired. It looked like he was not bound by gravity at all. Without a single mistake, he kept the same speed and rushed through wall after wall, which made Han Sen gasp with admiration. Tai was indeed an impressive figure. Great fitness, sensitive senses, and a perfect judgment of the bigger picture. He seemed that this incredibly difficult sprint could not trap him at all. He really is tough, Han Sen said to himself. In the end, Tai finished Sprint perfectly. As if he had done something trivial, he returned to his seat quietly and sat down. The soldiers of Southwest Galaxy all placed their hope on Zheng Yuze, who followed. Unfortunately, although Zheng Yuze did everything he could, he fell after going through 70%, which made many soldiers sigh in sadness. Seeing that even Zheng Yuze failed at the test, the soldiers of Southwest Galaxy felt disappointed. Damn it, even Zheng Yuze failed. The tiger of blue blood must be so content, said the young soldier sitting next to Han San disappointedly. After he said that, he looked at Han San and said, "Brother, how about you? Do you think he can do it? We can only count on you right now." Hearing the young soldier, the other contestants were also paying attention to Han Sen's reply. Most soldiers had already failed and there were only a few people left. Han San was definitely the biggest hope among the remaining soldiers, so people had naturally placed their hope on him. "No problem," Han San replied concisely. Between soldiers, there was no need to be humble on the battlefield. You must trust your comrades and make them trust you. Although this was not a battlefield, it was about the honor of Southwest Galaxy. Therefore, Han San could not show any cowardice or lack of confidence. Hearing the conversation between Han San and the young soldier, Tai Yi curled his lips with contempt and did not say much. From Tai Yi's perspective, ordinary soldiers were not even comparable to him. Blue Blood Special Force was the best of the best, so he was naturally much better than any ordinary soldier. Before he came, Tai Yi had investigated a lot into his three competitors. Han Sen, who entered Daphne using nepotism, was not even an opponent he acknowledged. Even if Han Sen's fitness was higher than his expectation, Tai Yi still did not think that Han Sen had what it takes to be his opponent. A strong fitness only meant that Han Sen had been offered lots of meat in God's sanctuary. It was still hard to say whether Han Sen had done all the hunting himself. As for sprint, Tai Yi did not think Han Sen could finish the task. In level 10 with a gravity of 100, it would be hard for him to go through the test with a fitness around 100. Zheng Yuze failed because of his insufficient vigor. In the strength test, Han Sen had to tap into his potentials to get a score of 110, which meant his fitness should be around 100, which was even worse than Zheng Yuze. How was it possible that Han Sen could go through? Therefore, in Tai Yi's eyes, Han Sen was totally bluffing when he said no problem. The fact that Han Sen promised something that he could not accomplish to his comrades made Tai Yi look down on him. It was soon Han Sen's turn. Han Sen ran into the sprint and did not rush to start. He first made some adjustments to his body. His fitness was around 100. With the gravity of 100, he could only walk inside. In order to reach the necessary speed, he must run under the state of overload. In order to go through the entire device, Han Sen must allocate his strength reasonably. Otherwise, he might fall because of lack of energy. It would not even matter how well he mastered the system. After Han Sen made the adjustments, he took a deep breath slowly and made his first step under everyone's watch. When making the first step, Han Sen had actually already calculated all the steps he was going to make in the device, in order to perfectly spend each ounce of his energy without any waste. Going forward on the metal walls at a high speed, Han Sen's heart was thumping like a motor and all his bones were slightly squeaking. Han Sen's moves were different from any other person's, and also much different from the brutal way that Tai Yi passed the device. Han Sen's moves were incredibly smooth. It was as smooth as the demonstration video. It felt like Han Sen's moves were pre-programmed. Each of his moves and even looks was so reasonable that it was incredulous. Very good. After watching for a while, the chief couldn't help nodding. At Han Sen's age, it was incredible that he had such great and accurate control of his body. Many Surpasser officers were watching the game even felt surprised. It was even hard for them to control their bodies like this. It was probably even beyond humans' limit. The level of control was more like it was conducted by AI. Each phone and muscle were moving in the most efficient way possible. The perfection made people feel their scalp was prickling. The secretary felt the same, covered in cold sweat. Mistake, a huge mistake. The investigation and analysis he conducted about Han Sen were so far from the truth. It was as if he had investigated into a different person instead of Han Sen. Although ordinary soldiers could not understand as much as the officers, they felt very excited and thrilled watching Han Sen's smooth moves. Tai Yi frowned slightly. Even he was surprised by Han Sen's performance. The ability to control the body so delicately was something even he could not achieve. However, Tai did not think that Han Sen could go through the task by using incredible control. After all, Han Sen did not have enough strength to begin with, and techniques were not everything. For example, if someone only had $1, no matter how he saved and allocate the money, he could not buy food for a month using $1. Reasonable allocation could maximize the use of strength, but he first needed to have enough strength to be allocated. After going through half, Han Sen was covered in sweat as if he jumped out of water. Even his hair was stuck to his scalp. With abnormal flush on his skin, rising body temperature, and squeaking bones, he felt like he was going to collapse any second. All the soldiers and officers watching Han Sen couldn't help cheering for him. Under the state of overload, he still had half of the device to go through. They were afraid he could not last that long. Naturally, Han Sen did not think the same. Although the consumption of his energy under the gravity of 100 was even higher than he thought, as long as he wanted to do it, he could still finish. In terms of enhancing one's stamina, there were not many hyper-geno arts that could be compared to Jadeskin in the world. In the past, when Yang Monli was trying to test his stamina, she was shocked by him. Sweating like a pig, Han Sen's eyes were calm and focused. Still following his pace, Han Sen used Jadeskin quietly, and the coolness filled his body, making his heated body feel better. However, he was still incredibly sore all over. Although Han Sen looked like he was about to use up all his strength, for some reason, people felt reassured looking at his expression. People couldn't help but think he was trustworthy and he could last until the end as long as he wished to. It was the special charisma of a soldier, and it could not be described with words. It was nothing but trust. Only someone with charisma could be a general. A soldier that could not make his comrades trust him could only be a good soldier at best instead of a general. Obviously, Han Sen was equipped with this charisma. It was just he had not got a chance to use it properly. Sweating heavily and burning his muscles, Han Sen felt he was a beast on fire, squandering his wild nature and rushing toward the end. Many soldiers clenched their fists at some point and stared at Han Sen, as if they were in the device with him. When Han Sen finally reached the end, everyone felt relieved and incredibly good. Applause sounded like thunder. "Chief, cookhouse soldier Han Sen has finished the test. Waiting for your instruction." Han Sen saluted to the officer judging the test. As he moved his arm, sweat fell, reflecting sunlight and the vital energy of youth. "At ease. Well done, you could go back to your seat," the officer said with a smile. Seeing Han Sen going back, the chief said, very good indeed. This is more like a soldier from Southwest Galaxy." The secretary, who understood the chief very well, had very different understanding of this short comment. According to what the secretary knew about the chief, if he said good, then it was a great compliment already. If he said very good, it meant the chief appreciated the person a lot. Now that the chief said very good twice with a strong tone, he must feel so excited inwardly. The secretary rarely heard the chief say something twice, and yet he did. "Brother, well done. You really made it." When Han Sen returned to his seat, the young soldier patted Han Sen excitedly. "Piece of cake." Han Sen licked his lips and sat down on his seat. Currently, Han Sen was sore all over. Although it did not take long, he consumed a great deal of his energy. Also, he was exhausted from using overload. Luckily, he had Jadeskin, otherwise his body might collapse. Han Sen was so fatigued that he wished he could simply lie on the floor and sleep. However, there were other items that he needed to finish, so he could not gain enough rest. Luckily, all the remaining items did not have much to do with body strength. Shooting, warframe operation, disassembling and reassembling the combat machines were the main parts of the military contest. In interstellar wars, science and technology were still the priority. Unless someone could reach the level of surpasser, a soldier could not beat a warframe, let alone large weapons. What Han Sen had learned from school was put into use here. He ended up with a high score on each item, definitely a well-rounded soldier. Although Tai was great, Han Sen was not worse than him. In many items they were each either the first or the second. The two were on quite the same level. All the soldiers felt it was great to watch. As a cookhouse soldier from Southwest Galaxy, Han San was able to perform as a close match to the Tiger of Blue Blood Special Force, which earned a great honor for the Southwest Galaxy and left a great impression on the soldiers. Although Zhang Yuzi did well in the following items as well, he could not be compared with Han San or Tai Yi. When the total score was calculated, Han San was the first place, beating Tai Yi by 0.2, making all the soldiers of Southwest Galaxy cheer. Tai Yi did not ignore Han San like before, but he still did not think Han San was a worthy opponent. Although Han San did well, his advantage was mainly in the technical items. It did not mean that Han San had better fighting skills than Tai Yi. However, the final combat was a one-on-one combat which would call for real strength, of which Tai Yi was very confident. Han San did not say anything but tried to recover as much as possible, waiting for the combat for the title of Soldier King. Only the top 4 contestants with the highest scores could participate in the combat. In addition to Han San and Tai Yi, Zhang Yuzi and some soldier from an army came to the combat. Wang Gang did not make it to the top floor. The 4 of them were split into 2 groups. The winners of the groups would enter the finals to compete for the championship, while the losers would compete for the 3rd place. The grouping was decided by a draw. Luckily, Han San and Tai Yi were in the same group, which meant the finals came earlier. It was a great news to Han Senator he had not fully recovered yet. If he consumed some of his energy in another fight before he met Tai Yi, it would be even harder. If I could finish the 3rd phase longevity in Heresy Mantra, I should be able to resolve the issue of the lack of energy. However, the 3rd phase is so hard that I am still unable to complete it after so long. Han Sen thought to himself helplessly. However, it was useless to think too much. He had to think of a way to beat Tai Yi, Southwest Soldier King. Although Han San was not that interested in the title, he must beat Tai Yi. The position of the guard could not be given to anyone but himself. Zhang Yuzi's fight began first, which gave Han San more time to rest. After fighting another soldier for more than half an hour, Zhang Yuzi won. If Han San could beat Tai Yi, he would battle Zhang Yuzi for the title of Southwest Soldier King. It was Han Sen's turn. Han San moved around and felt the sore was relieved a lot. He had been using jade skin for the past half an hour, relieving his fatigue. It seemed that the effect was quite good. Tai Yi walked up. Standing opposite Han Senator Han San was tall himself, while Tai Yi was a foot taller than him, bringing lots of pressure. However, Han Sen did not feel much. He had seen creatures as tall as skyscrapers and he was never scared, not to mention Tai Yi was only a foot taller. When the whistle was blown, Han San stepped out and punched at Tai Yi's chest. However, Tai Yi stood still, looking at Han San with contempt. His body turned gold like the Buddha. It was as if he had become a statue. It turned out that Tai Yi was trying to use Super Diamond Body to take Han Sen's punch and did not mean to block it at all, which made many soldiers of Southwest Galaxy hiss, pissed by the arrogance of Tai Yi. However, Tai Yi was not just being arrogant. The reason he was showing such confidence was not because he looked down on his opponent. For Tai Yi, it was less important to beat Han Senator. His main goal was to earn the approval of Ji Yanran and the JIS. Otherwise, even if he had become a guard of Ji Yanran's, he would not receive too much attention. Therefore, Tai Yi needed to show his strongest side. Even if he could not make Ji Yanran satisfy, he would need to get the approval from the JIS at least. Seeing Tai Yi was trying to block his punch with Super Diamond Body, Han Sen was not mad at all, but happy instead. If there was an idiot standing still taking your punch, what was there to be mad about? Han Sen added more force into his punch and hit Tai Yi's chest. The horrendous punches ripped off Tai Yi's combat suit, exposing his significant muscles gleaming like metal. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the fist and muscle made muffled sounds like metal, making the audience feel shocked. After a series of attacks, Han Sen took back his fists and stepped back. His jade-like fists were already swollen and red. Blood even flowed from some spots. However, Tai Yi did not even move. His muscles were not even red. Standing on the stage like an ancient god, he looked invincible. So scary. How come he was not affected by the punches at all? Of course he was not affected. It was Super Diamond Body that ranks top 10 among all hyper genoarts. I heard that even if someone had just gained initial success, he could not be hurt by anyone with a fitness level under 120. Damn it. That's awesome. If I knew it, I would have practiced it as well. Ha ha. Forget it. The difficulty to get that hyper geno art notwithstanding, even if you have it, it would be impossible for you to gain initial success without 5 or 6 decades of practice unless you are especially talented. Would you take that bet? How old is Tai? He must only be 30-something? How come he have practiced for so long? That's why we call him an elite and genius. Ordinary people could not be compared against him. Only someone with a fitness level above 120 could hurt him, so doesn't it mean that Han Sen had no chance at all? His strongest punch was just 110 plus. Yes. Didn't you see that Tai did not even pay attention to Han Sen's attack? The gap between them is so big that there is no way around it. Han Sen could not beat Tai after all. You can't put it that way. How old is Han Sen? At Tai's age, he must be much stronger than Tai. Unfortunately, he's too young now. Don't talk about age. Losing is losing. We soldiers from Southwest Galaxy are not sore losers, and we did not need excuses. A lot of soldiers watching were discussing. Most of them were impressed by the strength of Super Diamond Body and felt sorry for Han Sen. Seeing Tai's performance, the secretary was secretly relieved. This time he made a huge mistake, but luckily, the result was not too different from his prediction. Tai would still beat Han Sen, which made the secretary felt much better. If Tai was defeated by Han Sen, then his investigation would become a huge joke. Even if the chief did not scold him, the secretary would feel bad himself. What was more important was that this might cost him the trust of the chief. If he could not even do a brief analysis right, would the chief trust him with more important matters in the future? For a secretary, it was dangerous to lose the trust of his supervisor. You seem to be relieved? The chief suddenly turned back and looked at the secretary. No. The secretary was surprised and answered hurriedly. Do you think Han Sen will lose? The chief asked again. Aye. The secretary muttered, not sure how to answer. It is not your fault to be mistaken in the investigation. After all, you did not see Han Sen in person. However, if you still failed to make the correct judgments after he saw him, then it could only mean that you still have much to learn, the chief said casually. Chief, you're saying that Han Sen will win? The secretary suddenly became pale, but the chief did not say much more, gazing at the two soldiers on the stage deeply. Did you finish? Seeing Han Sen stepping back, Tai said coldly. Yes. Han Sen swung his arms to relieve the prickling of his bones. Having hit Tai's a dozen times, his bones were about to be cracked. Super Diamond Body was indeed quite frightening. Do you want to go alone? Tai asked. No, I'm good. Han Sen shook his head and said. Then it is my turn, Tai said and raised his fist, ready to hit Han Sen. I don't think you should make that move, Han Sen said sullenly. Why? Tai frowned slightly, not understanding what Han Sen meant. Because you have already lost, Han Sen said seriously to Tai. Ha, nonsense. Tai snorted and did not deign to speak to Han Sen again, raising his fist at Han Sen. Same as Tai, Han Sen stood still against Tai's fist. So, Han Sen has also practiced Super Diamond Body? That's unlikely. How old is he? Even if he's talented, it is impossible for him to succeed in practicing Super Diamond Body. Why is he staying still then? Is he waiting to be punched? Who knows? He just said Tai has already lost. So, there must be some reason. The soldiers looked at Han Sen, who was motionless, puzzled. Tai's fist was about to hit Han Sen's face, but Han Sen was still standing calmly, as if Tai were not trying to attack him. When Tai's fist was less than 5 inches from Han Sen's face, everyone's heart was in their throats, and Tai suddenly froze. Although Tai's fist was only inches away from Han Sen, Tai suddenly stopped moving and looked terrified. Very pale and cold sweat started to appear on his forehead. If observed closely, his body was also shivering. I just suggested you not to make that move, but you didn't listen. Now I'm afraid you have to suffer a bit. Han Sen sighed and said, You. Tai Yi was about to say something, but when he just said a word, blood filled his mouth, and his metal body suddenly became pale. The places where Han Sen had hit became red. Tai Yi tried hard to punch Han Sen's face, which was right next to his fist, but he only moved an inch before he started to vomit blood. His magnificent body found next to Han Sen's feet, and he failed to stand up again after struggling. Blood came out of his mouth continuously. Strange silence fell on the venue. Everyone looked at this incredulous scene, feeling shocked. Yin-Yang Blast that Han Sen had practiced for a long time was eventually put into use. Yin-Yang Blast, invented by Professor Bai, was a method to use strength, and it could be used by people of any status. Han Sen's conversion rate of the Yin force had reached over 95%. Initially, he thought it might take some extra work to get rid of Tai Yi. After all, the Yin force could not hurt Tai Yi when his limbs were hit. Only when Han Sen hit Tai Yi where the inner organs were located could Han Sen manage to injure the vulnerable organs. However, unexpectedly, Tai Yi was so confident in his fitness and super diamond body that Tai Yi did not try to block Han Sen's punches at all, which saved Han Sen a lot of trouble. Since it was merely a contest, Han Sen did not have any murderous thoughts. Otherwise, if he hit Tai Yi's head, Tai Yi would at least become an idiot if he was not killed. However, Tai Yi was not to blame for his negligence. In such an interstellar era where efficiency is everything, there were few people willing to spend time and energy to practice the Yin force. In addition, even fewer people could succeed. Normally speaking, an evolver could greatly improve their ability to fight no matter what hyper-geno art they practiced. For example, Thunder Knife that Han Sen had received but did not have time to practice yet could show obvious effects in a short amount of time. However, the practice of the Yin force not only needed a lot of time, but it did not help as much in improving one's ability to fight. In the very beginning, it would be commendable if the Yin force could penetrate 1 inch with a low conversion rate. In terms of hunting large creatures, one's ability to fight was not enhanced, but weakened. For larger creatures, even their skin would be more than 1 inch thick. With the Yin force, one could not even penetrate their skin. In the meantime, one's force was reduced by almost half. So, this skill was completely useless. And frankly, it sucked. There were few people who practiced the Yin force and even fewer who succeeded. Tai Yi had such a great fitness that even his inner organs were tough enough to endure hits above 100. If his opponent were not Han Sen but someone with a fitness index just over 100, the Yin force would not really hurt Tai Yi if the conversion rate was under 95%. A conversion rate of 80% was quite rare already. Tai Yi had never seen such powerful Yin force before in his life, so he did not think Han Sen had any way to hurt him in the first place. Han Sen repeatedly punched Tai Yi, hurting his inner organs secretly. The Yin force could not be detected easily, and it was completely normal for someone to feel pain under strong strikes, which was why Tai Yi did not pay any attention. After Tai Yi used his force, his injured inner organs collapsed. That was why Han Sen told him not to move. If Tai Yi went to the doctor directly, the consequences will not be very severe. However, Tai Yi still tried to attack, which worsened his injuries in inner organs. Without resting for several months, he would not be able to get up again. The doctors from the medical team quickly carried Tai Yi was turning up the whites of his eyes away, leaving Han Sen enjoying the cheers and applause alone on the stage. No one had imagined that the invincible tiger of blue blood was defeated like that, in such an unimaginable way. Tai Yi's choice to let Han Sen hit him was seen as a sign of ignorance and arrogance, while Han Sen became the hero and glory of the southwestern galaxy overnight. Many real masters were astonished by Han Sen's performance. Naturally, they could tell that Han Sen was hurting Tai Yi's inner organs with the Yin force. However, the super diamond body that Tai Yi practiced had an effect on enhancing his inner organs, although it was the first stage. Without the strength of over 100, even Yang force could not hurt Tai Yi's heart directly, let alone the Yin force. Han Sen had a fitness level around 110. The fact that he was able to beat Tai Yi like that indicated his incredible talent in practicing the Yin force. With numerous advanced officers present, among whom many were surpassers, no one dared to say that they could use the Force better than Han Sen. Many surpassers looked at Han Sen with more respect. A young man who could endure the boredom to practice the Force so well was in no way an ordinary person. His perseverance and insistence were all what it took for people to remember his name. The last fight was between Zheng Yuze and Han Sen were competing for the title of Southwest Soldier King. The fight for the third place was cancelled because of the serious injury of Tai Yi. It did not cost Han Sen much effort to beat Tai Yi, which made it easier for Han Sen to fight Zheng. Zheng Yuze had a fitness level similar to Han Sen's when Han Sen used all the methods to improve his fitness. In addition, Zheng Yuze was a good fighter, so he would not be careless in front of Han Sen who had just beaten Tai Yi senseless. Zheng Yuze was very careful and took the defense position in the beginning, trying to beat Han Sen who had already fought once by consuming his energy, which showed his respect to Han Sen as well. This way, Han Sen had the perfect opportunity to fully demonstrate the skills that he had learned. 7 kill, double blade, diversion and other skills were so great that the soldiers were all bedazzled, applauding louder and louder. In the eyes of the true masters, Zheng Yuze had lost from the very beginning. The two persons had similar fitness, or maybe Zheng Yuze was even stronger. However, in terms of the cultivation of martial arts, Han Sen was obviously on a much higher level. Zheng Yuze was completed following Han Sen's lead. He could only act passively without any hope to win. Nowadays less and less young people are truly dedicated to martial arts. Most people only focus on the skills instead of the arts. That's why they never reach a high level. This Han Sen is very good, looking like a true master. He will have a great future for sure, said the chief with approval. The secretary smiled wryly inwardly. The more the chief liked Han Sen, the bigger his mistake was. However, after being criticized by the chief, the secretary had realized that he should stop covering up his mistake, but face it to avoid similar mistakes in the future. Without any suspense, Han Sen beat Zheng Yuze and became the new Southwest Soldier King. Zheng Yuze was not able to fight back effectively from the beginning to the end. It was as if the two persons were not on the same level at all. In fact, Zheng Yuze was afraid before he even started. Terrified by Tai Yi's injuries inflicted by Han Senator Zheng Yuze was too conservative to perform at his usual level. If he could fight normally instead of being overly defensive, Han Sen would not be able to win so smoothly. Although the title of Southwest Soldier King was an annual one, it was still quite valuable, especially for the fact that Han Sen beat Tiger of Blue Blood Tai Yi to gain it. The chief himself personally awarded Han Sen the medal and certificate. Unfortunately, there was no material or monetary reward in the military, which upset Han Sen a little bit. The soldiers who had participated in the contest returned to their troops and told others about how Han Sen beat Tai Yi, making the name Han Sen known to almost everyone in the Southwest Galaxy, which was a great honor. "I'm sorry, Captain. I messed up," Tai Yi said wryly to the good-looking man sitting next to him, lying on the bed in the hospital. "Kitty cat, don't feel sorry for yourself. A man can only grow in mistakes. If a man had never made a mistake, it only means that he is a dedicated flower that has never seen storms. You are still a kitty cat right now, but after experiencing mistake after mistake, you will become the true tiger of blue blood one day. Mistakes are not bad for you. As long as you have not died yet, those mistakes will nourish you eventually," the good-looking man said with a smile. "Captain," a hunk as strong as Tai Yi almost sobbed. "To cry after being beaten is not blue blood style." The good-looking man patted Tai Yi on the head lovingly. Someone had seen the scene, he would definitely feel weird or even amused. The good-looking man seemed to be in his 20s, much younger than Tai Yi. However, Tai Yi looked like a child in front of him. However, as weird as it looked, there was a harmony to it. Although it looked amusing, there was nothing too strange. If someone knew the good-looking man, he would not feel weird about it at all. Lu Hui, the captain of Blue Blood Reserve Force, was only 27 years old but has the nickname Devil Captain. No one knew how strong Lu Hui was. The Blue Blood Reserve Force members were like children in front of Lu Hui, including Tai Yi. The training schedule of Blue Blood Reserve Force was most likely made and executed by Lu Hui. The nickname of Tai Yi, Tiger of Blue Blood, was in fact from Lu Hui. However, Lu Hui initially called Tai Yi Kitty Cat of Blue Blood. Except for Lu Hui, anyone who called Tai Yi that would be beaten hard. Then, the other members of the reserve force twisted the name and called Tai Yi the Young Tiger, which later became Tiger of Blue Blood when spread wider. Get better and there are worse training waiting for you in the future. Don't think there is no consequence for your loss. After you go back, your training will be doubled. Lu Hui said lightly. Yes, Captain, I will train harder. Next time, I will not lose to that guy, Tai Yi said, gritting his teeth. He is no longer your opponent. However, it is a nice thought to have. Keep it. Lu Hui smiled and thought of Han's senator, reflecting on the details of Han Sen's performance in the contest. Lu Hui curled his lips into a strange smile. When Han Sen returned to Daphne, he reported to Ji Yanran's office. Just when he entered the office, he smelled fragrance before he saw his girlfriend throwing herself at him. She wrapped her legs around his waist and held his faces with her hand, kissing him passionately. My dear, you are so great. I love you so much. Ji Yanran did not expect Han Sen to beat Tai Yi and gain the post. She excitedly offered her hottest lips, which Han Sen would never turn down. He held her butts with his hands, admiring how plump and bouncy they were. Ji Yanran, who was shy in general but seemed to be in a great mood this time. She even unbuttoned Han Sen's shirt and kissed down his neck. When Han Sen went out of the office with limp legs, he could still hear Ji Yanran's tempting voice. This is a special reward for you. I love this reward. Han Sen walked as he hung a little song. Before long, he suddenly felt a chill. Han Sen shivered and looked ahead. A woman in military uniform was standing opposite him, looking at Han Sen coldly as if he were an animal. The looks on the woman's face made Han Sen feel she was not looking at a man, or even a human. In her eyes, Han Sen was no different from a cat or dog. If Wendy could be described as a cold soldier, then this woman just seemed like a bloodthirsty killer. Although Han Sen had never seen this woman before, he had this impression already at the first sight. He could not tell why, but he thought this woman was so scary that he would rather beat 10 men like Tai Yi before pissing her off. The woman walked straight past Han Sen and surprisingly, knocked on Ji Yanran's door. Who is that woman? How come I have never seen her before? Han Sen suddenly had a thought. At this time, the most plausible explanation for the woman who was not from Daphne to visit Ji Yanran was that the woman was the other guard. Although Han Sen did not know what the identity of the woman was, he could sense that the woman was much stronger than him with his keen perception. Han Sen even suspected that the woman was a surpasser, otherwise it was unlikely that she gave him a sense of suppression. Very soon, Han Sen's guess was corroborated. At night, Ji Yanran was chatting with Han Sen using Comlink lying on her bed. That woman is your other guard? Han Sen still remembered that woman and asked casually. Yes, that is Colonel Annie. She is my new guard. Do not try to flirt with her. She is a surpasser. If you piss her off, I could not stop her, Ji Yanran said, smiling. My dear wife, what is it that your family do? They're able to get you a surpasser as guard. Han Sen couldn't help asking. Han Sen had never asked about Ji Yanran's family, but he was so surprised this time. Even those captains of interstellar warships will not be so extravagant that they used surpassers as their guards. Have you been following the news recently? Ji Yanran did not answer but asked. Not a lot, but I know something. Han Sen would read the news from time to time in case that he knew too little about the society. Have you seen any news related to the JIS? Ji Yanran asked with a smile. News about the JIS? Han Sen thought about it and suddenly stared his eyes wide. You mean the one who entered the election recently? The next morning, Han Sen got up and teleported into God's sanctuary. This time, he did not rush to go hunting. He decided to go to the market of the Starwheel Shelter to buy some mutant beast souls. Even if mutant beast souls were not that helpful to him, he could easily elevate them into berserk mutant beast souls with the black crystal to make a lot of money. Such a good deal was not to be missed. Han Sen wandered around in the market of the Starwheel Shelter, which was much more bustling than the Goddess Shelter which belonged to Han Senator. However, mutant beast souls were still hard to find, and there was none of the sacred blood beast souls. Han Sen had his eyes on several mutant beast souls and asked for the price, but most of the owners did not want cash, but to trade for a beast soul on the same level. For the ones sold for cash, Han Sen did not like them as much. 1 out of 100 beast souls would be berserk. So, if Han Sen sold berserk beast souls in large quantities, someone would eventually suspect him, which was why he did not want to sell too many. Currently, Han Sen was looking for a beast soul that could become a dozen or even dozens of times more valuable once it became berserk. Maybe he could even make enough money to purchase a sacred blood beast soul. That was not unlikely. He could not pick and choose sacred blood beast souls, but he could pick some rare mutant beast souls that were highly popular among evolvers. Once he made them berserk, their value would be incredibly high. Of course, if Han Sen kept the beast souls for a while, they would be useful to him as well. Han Sen wandered slowly in the market and saw 2 mutant beast souls in a shop after a while, one of which he liked a lot. "Hello. How much do you want for the mutant snowy wolf?" Han Sen asked the owner, pointing at a wolf beast soul that looked like a snowball. Snowy wolves were not rare on the ice field. In fact, there were so many of them that they caused a lot of troubles. On the ice field, you could easily spot hundreds of thousands of snowy wolves wandering around. Although most snowy wolves were primitive creatures, normally speaking, humans could not attack such a large group at all. Some snowy wolves even had a group of 100,000. Without the team of thousands of people, humans could not fight the wolves. Therefore, unless it was in a large hunting campaign organized by the shelter owner, ordinary people could hardly kill any snowy wolves. To get their beast souls were even harder. On the other hand, the ability of the beast soul was essential to people living on the ice field. The beast soul could even save people's lives. Even primitive beast soul of snowy wolf was several times of other primitive beast souls. Mutant snowy wolf beast souls were even more inaccessible. Han Sen estimated that if he could produce a berserk mutant snowy wolf beast soul, its price will not be cheaper than ordinary sacred blood beast souls. The type of the beast soul of snowy wolf was armor. Different from ordinary armor, snowy wolf armor had an effect against the cold. The more advanced the beast soul was, the warmer it got. With a sacred blood snowy wolf beast soul, one could survive snowstorms on the snow field and go back safely. Even if one fell into an ice hole or slept in the glaciers, one would not be frozen to death. This ability was not to be taken lightly. Nature's force was horrendous, especially in God's sanctuary. If one unfortunately encountered snowstorm and got lost on the ice field, unable to find any shelters, then even evolvers with more than 100 in fitness level could easily be frozen to death. Of course, Han Sen was equipped with jade skin himself, so the ice and snow were not that harmful to him. Unless he lost food supply for a long time, he would not die from the cold. Trading for beast soul weapon on the same level. Better be heavy sword. The owner glanced at Han Sen, lacking the enthusiasm that a seller should have. That was completely normal. After all, he was selling popular stuff which everyone wanted. Because the owner's request was specific, a deal was never made. A dozen minutes before Han Sen came, several people had come by and asked, but there was still no deal. "You want to trade for a St. Hall license?" Han Sen did not have beast souls on his hand, so he could only trade with licenses. "An S-class license for evolvers. I could pay you extra, but I don't want anything below S-class," the owner said directly. Although the mutant snowy wolf is valuable, it is not quite enough to be traded for an S-class St. Hall license, right? Han Sen looked at the other mutant beast soul that the owner had. It was a black ape beast soul, 6 to 9 feet tall. His hair looked like tungsten. The muscles on his chest were so strong that they looked like bulks of iron, looking magnificent. "You really have an S-class St. Hall license?" The owner's eyes lit up. He eventually got excited and looked at Han Sen expectantly. "What is the type of this mutant beast soul?" Han Sen did not answer, but asked, pointing at the black ape. "It is a shape-shifting beast soul, violent ape. After shape-shifting, your strength will be enhanced greatly. However, it could only enhance your strength, and would even hurt your flexibility a little bit." Being an honest man, the owner explained both the pros and cons of the mutant violent ape. "How much strength can it give me?" Han Sen's eyes lit up a little bit. Beast souls with shortcomings would definitely have more outstanding strengths. Pure strength was quite useful to Han Senator after all. His strength was not quite enough at this point. It was still hard for him to kill sacred blood creatures with strong defense. This depends on your fitness. Normally speaking, the increase should be more than 10 points. The owner pondered and said. Han Sen calculated and found that more than 10 points were quite good. With his current ability, he could easily achieve 120 to 130. If he evolved it into a berserk beast soul, the increase should be higher. 1 S-Class Evolver St. Hall license for 2 beast souls of yours. How about that? Han Sen took out a license and showed it to the owner. The ice field was a small region after all. If it were in a more populated area, many people would kill to trade to mutant beast soul for an S-Class St. Hall license. However, in this place, the resources were so limited that the owner was still hesitating about the deal. After pondering for a while, the owner obviously wanted the S-Class St. Hall license very much. He said decisively, "Okay, let's do it." The deal was completed smoothly, and Han Sen got the mutant snowy wolf and violent ape. Feeling excited, Han Sen summoned them to try them out. The snowy wolf turned into white leather mail that covered Han Sen's body. The helmet was shaped like the head of the wolf. Han Sen looked like the white werewolf from afar, looking quite handsome. As for the effect against the code, Han Sen also experienced it. He was much warmer after wearing the mail, feeling like air conditioning. Shape-shifting into the violent ape, Han Sen became a black ape and found empowered immediately. Obviously, the beast soul enhanced his strength greatly. Although his body did become much clumsier, Han Sen could accept that result because of the enhancement in his strength. Han Sen was very satisfied with this deal. In the future, if he turned this beast soul into a berserk one with the black crystal, he could choose to use it or sell it. Han Sen left the Starwheel shelter to hunt. Because the golden growler had not finished its evolution, Han Sen could not feed the violent ape or snowy wolf the black crystal at this point. Han Sen was about to go to the frozen lake, which was near the ocean and possibly connected to the ocean below ground. Because of the cold, the lake was frozen all year round and could be treaded upon by humans or mounts. Ordinary people only needed to drill a hole in the ice to fish creatures. Once creatures looking like fish left water, their abilities would be reduced greatly, making it much easier for them to be killed. Han Sen bought the specially made fish line and bait in the Alliance. When he came to the frozen lake, he found that it was no different from the glaciers. Under his feet was thick ice. Even the thinnest place was 3 to 6 feet thick. There were many people on the frozen lake. Because of the limited resources on the ice field, the frozen lake could be counted as a nice spot to go fishing since mutant creatures could be spotted sometimes. Took some patience to fish there. If he had good luck, it might only take 1 day for him to catch a mutant creature. If his luck was bad, it would take him more than half a month to catch one. Han Sen mainly came to the place to fill up his primitive geno points. Since the fish in the frozen lake were mostly primitive and small in size, they were perfect for him. Of course, it would be the best if he could catch a mutant creature. If not, it did not matter as well. In the large area of the frozen lake, Han Sen could see many people fishing next to holes of diameters around 3 feet. Han Sen did not plan to make the hole himself. He found a hole no longer used, took care of the thin ice that had formulated already, put the bait on the hook and fished in the hole. Han Sen put down his stool and sat down. Wearing the leather mail of Snowy Wolf, he did not feel cold at all. Taking out a textbook of ancient language, Han Sen started to read as he waited for fish to take the bait. "It's you." When Han Sen just sat down for a while, someone who walked past with staff in her hand ran to Han Sen in surprise after seeing him. Han Sen looked up and found it was the tall woman, Guan Tong. Seeing what she had in her hand, Han Sen figured that she was there to fish as well. "You're also here to fish?" Han Sen smiled at Guan Tong. Thank you for last time." Guan Tong opened her mouth and did not know what to say. "What?" Han Sen was dazed, unable to perceive what he was thanked for. "Thank you for saving Starwheel Shelter," Guan Tong said hastily. "There was a piece of cake." I needed to thank you for carrying me back the other day, Han Sen said with a smile. Guantong, who was rather carefree but couldn't help blushing hearing what Han Sen said. She had understood that Han Sen was fine the other day. Different from what she had thought, Han Sen did not need to be saved, while she took him on her back by force. Go fishing now. If you're late, you will miss the nice spots. Han Sen pointed to the ice holes. Guantong nodded and quickly ran there. She did not know what to say, since this kind of situation was beyond her emotional intelligence. Guantong started to fish about 20 feet from Han Sen. While she glanced at Han Sen from time to time as she fished, Han Sen kept reading and did not notice her at all. More than half an hour later, Han Sen, who was reading, felt some movements on the fish line on his hand. Han Sen put down the book in his hands and looked to the buoy floating on the water, which was shivering slightly. Han Sen put his finger on the fish line and felt the shiver like a traditional Chinese doctor feeling the pulse. He did not pull immediately. After absorbing the red crystal, Han Sen's brain had much stronger perceptive abilities. From feeling the movements of the fish line, he could picture what was happening under the water in his mind. This ability was out of Han Sen's expectation, but it was a great thing for him at this point. Just by feeling the fish line, Han Sen had learned that the creature had not swaddled the bait at this point, but biting the edge of the bait. Suddenly, the fish line moved violently. Without any hesitation, Han Sen grabbed the fish line and pulled hard. The fish line was pulled rather hard on the other end. Han Sen did not pull it by force, but relaxed a bit and continued to roll in when the creature became weaker. As the creature pulled hard again, Han Sen relaxed the fish line again. After several times, the creature eventually became quite weak. Han Sen then pulled the fish line hard. It was a huge bluefish more than a foot long, with its scales gleaming dark blue light. Han Sen immediately turned his hand into a blade, cutting at the bluefish using the thunder knife skill he was still practicing, cutting its head off quickly. Primitive creature bluefish killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Although it was just a primitive creature, Han Sen was quite glad already. There was not any risks and the gains were great. Also, the creature was readily available for eating. No wonder so many people had come to the frozen lake. Han Sen dissected the bluefish and cut it into thin pieces. Dipping the fish into the sauce he had brought, Han Sen felt the sweetness of the meat was stimulating his taste buds. It was incredibly tasty. Meat of bluefish eaten. 1 primitive geno point gained. Han Sen continued to read as he fished. In less than 2 hours, he had caught 4 bluefish and 3 gold anchovies. Although he had not gained any beast souls, his gains were considerable. People next to Han Sen were less lucky. When Han Sen had caught 7 fish already, the luckiest among the others had only caught 2 fish. Many people looked to Han Sen with jealousy. Every time Han Sen pulled the fish line, many people nearby would glance at him. Guantong was obviously less lucky. Like most people, she had got nothing since she came. She was not to be blamed for that. Not everyone had the perceptive ability that Han Sen had. It was normal not to catch anything, otherwise everyone would have come to the frozen lake. Guantong, the fish tastes good. Come here and try it. Han Sen waved to Guantong and said. Guantong had been there for a long time, but she had caught nothing, which made Han Sen feel a bit sorry for her. In addition, Guantong had carried him on her back. Han Sen then told her to share the fish with him, which he could not finish anyway. I have brought something to eat. Guantong felt quite shy, taking out some nutrition solutions from her pocket. Come here. It is rather boring to eat alone. There is so much food that it would be a waste if we don't finish it, Han Sen said with a smile. As Guantong was still hesitating whether she should go over, several people walked to Han Senator. One of them stared at Han Sen and said, Friend, you have a good appetite, even for a tomboy like this one. Han Sen glanced at those people. Those people did not have any fishing tools or personal belongings, so they did not seem to be fishing here. Fuck off, Han Sen said coldly. You have quite a temper, but I'm afraid that you have not been told who this place belongs to. The leader of the group of people, a middle-aged man, did not get mad, but smiled coldly at Han Sen. Those people did not take Han Sen's words seriously at all. They walked to Han Sen's side and started to pull the bag that Han Sen used to place the fish he caught. "Didn't you hear me? Do not make me say it again." Han Sen frowned and said, "Haha, boy, you are tough. However, Black God Shelter is not the right place for you to get tough." The middle-aged man reached to grab the fish in Han Sen's bag. "Our boss at Black God says that half of the gains in the frozen lake must be handed to the Black God Shelter. You have 7 fish here, so I will make it cheaper for you, only taking 3 gold anchovies from you." Han Sen had heard that since the frozen lake was near one of the 3 biggest shelter, Black God Shelter, people from Black God Shelter would charge some fees from people who was fishing there. Normally speaking, only a primitive fish would be charged, and then the person could fish as long as he wanted to. These people asked for 3 fish from Han Sen, which were the most valuable ones. Obviously, they were jealous of Han Sen's gains and planned to blackmail him. Initially, Han Sen planned to give them a fish when encountering people from the Black God Shelter. After all, it was their place. However, these people wanted to blackmail him, which made Han Sen reluctant to give them even 1 fish. Seeing the middle-aged man reaching to his back, Han Sen did not speak but stepped on his hand. The strike was fast and fierce, which the middle-aged man could in no way dodge. His hand was stepped on by Han Sen, and he suddenly screamed like a pig. "Damn it! He dared to attack us." The rest people saw Han Sen making a move and quickly summoned their beast souls, hitting Han Sen immediately. It seemed that they were being merciless, aiming at Han Sen's vital parts. Han Sen's eyes became cold. When other people tried to kill him, of course he would not be soft. When the weapons were about to hit him, he waved his right hand. With the flash of 3 purple lights, all the weapons were cut into pieces, and 3 persons in the front were cut in the chest and died immediately. The other 2 persons survived luckily because they did not run as fast. Full of terror, they turned to run while shouting, "Go away now! People of Black God Shelter are nearby, and they will be here in a minute." Guantong ran over and said. Han Sen nodded slightly and said, "You should go as well. Avoid this area for the time being." After parting with Guantong, Han Sen left the frozen lake. He did not want to make things worse between him and Black God Shelter, so there was no need for him to look for trouble. However, as Han Sen just left the frozen lake, a dozen mounds ran to him and approached him shortly. Obviously, they were targeting him. "Boss, he is the one who killed of our brothers." Among the dozen mounts, one was of the middle-aged man who had run away. He pointed at Han Sen and yelled. The dozen mounts quickly circled Han's senator, their leader, a man in black mail with eyes like hawk, stared at Han Sen and said coldly, "You killed my men? They were trying to kill me, so of course I could not choose to be killed," Han Sen said, looking at the man in black mail. The men in black mail quickly summoned a beast soul knife that was narrow and long. He pointed it to Han Sen and said, "No matter for what, you killed my men at the place of that god shelter, so you deserve to die." As he said, the men quickly slashed the knife at Han's senator. The knife was so fast that it was a black light, coming to Han Sen's face in a second. Han Sen quickly changed his expression. The strike from the men in blackmail was so fast that Han Sen could not completely dodge it with his speed. He had to roar and summon the gargoyle to block the strike with his claws. As his claws were about to clash with the long knife of the man in black mail, the long knife unexpectedly disappeared. When it appeared again, it cut Han Sen's chest. Blood started to come out of Han Sen's injury in the chest. Luckily, Han Sen stepped back in time and diverted the majority of the force from the knife. In addition, the gargoyle glyph also made his skin tougher to block the damage. Otherwise, Han Sen would have been gutted by this strike. The knife skills of this man in black mail were very strange, and his fitness was incredible, definitely much tougher than Tai. Han Sen was not killed by the strike, which surprised the men in black mail slightly. However, he did not stop attacking, but slashed at Han Sen again with his knife. Several people in the group also summoned their beast soul weapons to rush at Han's senator. Judging from their speed, they were all evolvers with fitness above 100. Han Sen knew that he could not stay, or else he would definitely die there. Using heresy mantra and overload at the same time, Han Sen quickly stepped away, running. However, those people besieged Han Sen and there was no place for him to go. Han Sen had to rush at two of them. The two persons cut at Han Sen without hesitation. Han Sen moved left and right, like a willow tree in the wind, dodging the attacks from both persons. However, there was no way he could dodge the strike from the men in blackmail was chasing after him. His back became blood immediately. Han Sen gritted his teeth and stayed silent. He rushed away as fast as his legs would carry him and broke the siege of the two persons, running fast on the ice field. He knew he could not stay. The fitness of the man in blackmail was even stronger than his. In terms of both fitness and knife skills, the man was the top of the top. With the help of the evolvers with fitness level above 100, Han Sen would definitely die if he chose to stay. We could not let him leave alive. The man in blackmail led the group of people to chase after Han Sen, showing strong desire to get rid of him. The resources on the ice field were so limited that it was completely normal to fight for them. The Black God would not tolerate any challenge to his interests or authority. Otherwise, there was no way he could lead the Black God shelter. Han Sen had known that the competition for resources was heated, but he did not expect it to be as fierce as this. Han Sen's speed was lower than that Black God's to begin with. Without any place to hide on the ice field, there was no way he could run away like this. If there were no other evolvers, he could try to fight Black God, risking his life. However, under the circumstances, he could only try to run away. Turning quickly, Han Sen ran toward the frozen lake again. Seeing Black God approaching him, Han Sen jumped inside one of the ice holes and disappeared. Guard the ice holes nearby. I don't believe he will not come out, Black God commanded coldly. The temperature of the water in the frozen lake was incredibly low. Even someone with a fitness level above 100 could not last long under the water. In addition, Han Sen could not breathe under the water, which was why Black God believed that Han Sen could not stay longer than 5 minutes under the water before he appeared in other ice holes. At that time, even if Han Sen wanted to fight again, he would be almost frozen to death, which would make Black God kill him more easily. However, after Han Sen entered the water, he was not frozen to death as Black God predicted. Although the lake water was incredibly cold, Han Sen still had jade skin and the snowy wolf mail. The cold did not affect him too much. However, he did not dare to stay too long under the water. After all, he did not have the ability to breathe underneath the water. Although he could hold his breath for less than an hour because of his fitness, he could not survive longer. In addition, there were fish creatures under the water. Han Sen was afraid to encounter advanced fish creatures. Under the water, his ability to fight was much worse than on the land. Han Sen was swimming underneath the ice. Some fish creatures would approach to attack him from time to time, which were all hit senseless by Han Sen's fist. None of them dared to approach him again. The reason that Han Sen did not kill those fish was that he was afraid the bodies of the fish would float to the surface, which would expose his location under the water. The frozen lake was huge after all. If he swam further away and climbed up, he could naturally escape successfully. After Han Sen swam for a while, he felt there was something wrong with the current. The current behind him seemed to be moving. He turned around and found a silver creature that looked like an eel, which rushed toward him like a torpedo. The silver body as wide as a bucket stirred up the water, which made Han Sen roll around before he stabilized himself. The eel turned around and rushed to Han Sen again. Han Sen thought it was not the way to go, so he moved sideways to dodge the eel and did his claws into its silver scales. As if he were climbing a tree, Han Sen wrapped his arms and legs around the eel's body. No matter how the eel rolled, Han Sen stuck to the creature. Although the claws were berserk, which made it tougher than ordinary sacred blood weapons, it only pierced the eel's body by 2 inches. The eel was so strong that it was definitely a sacred blood creature. In the water, Han Sen was not its match at all. He closed his eyes and held the eel tightly as it rolled. With the toxins on the claws, the eel shouldn't be able to survive too long. The eel rolled so hard that it was incredibly fast in the lake. Han Sen stayed on the eel for a long while and felt something was wrong. The eel turned out to be swimming deeper and deeper. Han Sen did not know how deep the lake was, but the pressure became higher and higher. Even with his fitness and snowy wolf mail, he still felt terrible from the pressure. Is it possible that this guy is immune to the poison? As Han Sen was feeling depressed, he suddenly felt emptiness below his feet and fell. The first thought Han Sen had was that the eel had jumped out of the water. However, he denied the thought immediately. He was falling down from the water and did not go up for it at all. Han Sen quickly opened his eyes to look, and what he saw made him feel dazed. Thump! Han Sen and the eel fell on the crystal-like floor. Luckily, Han Sen acted fast enough to flip himself up on the eel's back, making the eel take the impact. Having left the water, the eel wiggled like a snake on the crystal-like floor. However, the places injured by the claws on its body had become purple and black, easily to be spotted on its silver body. Han Sen did not think too much and cut the eel with the claws like crazy, making injury after injury on the silver body. The eel struggled to fight back, but it was very much poisoned. Having left the water, it soon left the ability to struggle and lied motionless on the floor. Sacred blood creature silver eel killed. Beast soul of silver eel gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han Sen was excited. However, he did not look at the body of the killed creature. Looking straight ahead, Han Sen felt incredulous. Han Sen did not know whether Atlantis, the legendary city, was real. However, this place shocked him no less than finding Atlantis. A gigantic sailboat was sitting at the bottom of the lake. Water avoided the sailboat and formed a spherical space under the water. Han Sen and the silver eel fell on the left of the boat. Standing on the boat, Han Sen looked like an ant. This sailboat was a dozen times bigger than Daphne. However, it looked too ancient to be a spacecraft. As far as Han Sen could see, there was no gaps on the material of the boat. It looks like it was carved out from an entire piece of crystal. Such a huge project was only possible in the Alliance. In the God's Sanctuary, there were no available mechanics, and it was impossible to be carved out by hand. Judging from the huge silver oars, humans should not be able to manipulate this boat. As Han Sen was dazed, he suddenly heard noises from the mysterious crystal boat. Looking to the direction of the noise, Han Sen saw something coming out of the chambers of the boat. With the gleaming of golden light, Han Sen's eyes were even prickly. The thing gradually appeared in his sight, and what he saw first was a crab pincer, followed by the body of a golden crab. It slowly climbed down the rope. Seeing where the golden crab was going, Han Sen originally thought it was targeting himself. However, the golden crab quickly rushed to the dead body of the silver eel. Damn it! This guy wants to steal my food. Don't you know that I am famous for being petty? Han Sen bristled. Disregarding his injuries, Han Sen waved his claws at the golden crab. The golden crab was naturally much larger than ordinary crabs. However, it was not too big among creatures about the size of a jeep. Like ordinary crabs, it could only climb sideways. Creatures with flaws like this were Han Sen's favorite. He went to the back of the crab and clawed at the golden shell. Ding! The seemingly clumsy body of the golden crab suddenly bounced, facing Han Sen with its head. The golden pincer blocked Han Sen's claws. Feeling a huge force, Han Sen's right hand started to bleed. His entire arm was numb, and he couldn't help stepping back a dozen steps before he could stable himself. Moving all its 8 claws, the golden crab moved sideways toward Han Sen quickly in an incredibly nimble way. What kind of crab is this? So weird. Han Sen turned back and ran around the crystal sailboat. Since the golden crab was incredibly fast and strong, Han Sen found he could not take care of the creature at all. Running after Han Sen for several laps, the golden crab failed to catch up with him and became so upset that it kept making noises with its pincer. Because Han Sen was so good at his footwork, although he was slower than the golden crab, he could leverage the crystal sailboat as an obstruction to get rid of the golden crab. As Han Sen was pondering what kind of tricks he needed to adopt to take care of this golden crab, the crab suddenly gave up chasing him and ran toward the body of the silver eel. I wonder if this guy eats the toxic meat of the silver eel, will it be poisoned as well? Although Han Sen had this thought, The meat of the silver eel would be wasted if the golden crab was immune to the toxins. Thinking that, Han-san ran to launch a sneak attack against the golden crab from its back, trying to stop it from eating the silver eel. Han-san and the crab were both trapped in a dilemma. The golden crab could not catch up with Han-senator, nor could it eat the eel peacefully. They kept fighting and none of them was able to take any advantage. Guarding the body of the silver eel, the golden crab faced Han-san, no longer wanting to chase him. However, it did not dare to turn around to eat the meat either. With the golden crab next to him, Han-san stared at the creature. Neither of the two knew how to proceed. Han-san observed the golden crab carefully, wishing to find its weaknesses. If it were an ordinary crab, the links and gaps between its shells should be its weakness. However, this golden crab was obviously somewhat different. The links between its shells were of a deeper golden color. Although the links were narrow, he could tell that they were even tougher than the shells. As for gaps, the golden crab did not have any. It was as if the crab was made of a piece of gold. As Han-san was feeling depressed, he suddenly saw the golden crab waving its pincer at him. Han-san thought it was about to attack again, and then found it did not move. It was waving its pincer to Han-senator. The act did not look like a provocation or an assault, but seemed to be a come here between humans. Han-san thought he was mistaken, rubbed his eyes, and found it was still waving like that. Big crab, you are not a flirty girl. There is no use for you to tempt me like this. Han-san did not know what the golden crab wanted, so of course he could not approach it. Han-san simply yelled at the crab. Han-san did not know whether the golden crab understood himself, but it most likely did not. After Han-san said that, the golden crab turned around and pointed at the silver eel's body with its pincer, and then pointed to Han-senator. Han-san saw the golden crab making gestures, not understanding what it meant. He was so confused that he was full of questions. At this point, Han-san only regretted that he had never learned the language of the crab. Otherwise, he might be able to chat with this crab to see what was it that it wanted. The golden crab made the gestures again and again, repeating its moves. It was blowing bubbles from time to time, seeming to be very anxious, wishing it could speak to Han-san. Han-san watched for a while and felt his talent in learning the crab language was indeed lacking. However, he suddenly thought of one thing, which was the fact that he still had the spirit snow charmer. Although she had lost the ability to control other creatures after it gave Han-san her allegiance, she had been the master of creatures once, so she might understood what the crab was talking about. Summoning Snow Charmer, Han-san pointed at the golden crab making the gestures and asked her, "Snow Charmer, do you know its language?" "No," Snow Charmer answered decisively. Han-san was suddenly very disappointed. Since even Snow Charmer did not understand the crab language, it was impossible for himself to know what it was trying to say. "However, I do know what it means," Snow Charmer continued to say. "What does it want to say?" Han-san was excited and asked Snow Charmer. Snow Charmer said quietly, "Its gesture is quite obvious. It wants to split the body of the silver eel with you." Han-san was dazed. Looking at the gestures of the golden crab, he felt it was true. The golden crab made a gesture in the middle of the silver eel's body, and then pointed to both sides, and Han-senator it seemed to be saying Han-san could pick one side. Han-san blushed. Such a simple gesture, yet he was unable to understand it. How foolish. Han-san quickly took Snow Charmer back. Making his servant see his foolish side, Han-san felt quite embarrassed. "Half is no. 2/3. Mine." Han-san gestured as he spoke, sounding like an alien. However, this time the golden crab was the one who was confused. It stared at Han-san with bubbles coming out of its mouth and even scratched its head with its pincer like a person. Seeing that the golden crab did not understand him, Han-san did not dare to approach the body either. He had to gesture to the golden crab to ask it to step aside repeatedly. Luckily, this gesture was easy to be understood. The golden crab moved aside and stared at Han-san in suspicion. Han-san gestured it to move aside a bit further, and so it did. After a couple of times, Han-san made sure that the distance between the golden crab and the silver eel was safe to him. He then walked next to the silver eel's body, gesturing at 2/3 of the body like the golden crab. He then pointed the smaller part and then the golden crab the larger part and then himself. The golden crab seemed to be understanding this time. As it shook its pincer, it moved its claws and returned to the eel. Hansen felt scared and stepped back quickly, but the golden crab did not mean to chase after him. It gestured on the body again, meaning it insisted on half and half. Hansen could not believe that he would bargain with a crab at this place with gestures. And this golden crab looked like an older lady bargaining in the farmer's market, not willing to sacrifice anything. The man and the crab discussed for a while and finally reached an agreement. Hansen could take about 3/5, while the golden crab was to take 2/5. Eat as you want. I wish you the bloody crab would be poisoned to death. Hansen cut the body of the silver eel according to the proportion they had agreed through gestures. Seeing the golden crab taking its part with its pincer, Hansen cursed inwardly. Hansen was afraid that the crab might snatch his part after it finished its own. So he summoned the angel, feeding the remaining silver eel to her. The archangel was the main force to help him hunt super creatures, so it was essential to Hansen that she transform again. Sacred blood meat was not a waste on her. In addition, this silver eel was as thick as a bucket and more than 30 feet long. Hansen's part was about 18 feet long. It was too much for him to eat up, while the archangel was eating with ease. Her mouth moving non-stop, she was not affected by the toxins at all. The silver eel disappeared quickly. Hansen then had the time to look at the beast soul of the silver eel. Hansen felt he was a bit too lucky recently. As long as he hunted a sacred blood creature, he would gain a beast soul, which even scared Hansen himself a little bit. He was afraid that he might have used up his luck and would become unlucky. Type of beast soul of sacred blood silver eel, water mount. Water mount. Hansen became overjoyed. He was just wondering how he could come back to this place again. After all, humans could not stay in the water for a long time and this place was so deep in the water. Hansen was not sure whether he was able to dive so deep himself. With the silver eel mount, it would be easy for him to come down. The only shortcoming of the beast's soul was that it could not be used on the land. However, that did not trouble Hansen at all. He had the golden growler on the land and did not need anything else. As the archangel was enjoying the needs of the silver eel, Hansen checked the crystal sailboat out and climbed to the deck. The sailboat was so big and carved out of crystal. However, nothing could be seen inside the boat, which made him feel quite weird. The golden crab had disappeared in a cabin, so Hansen wanted to see whether there was other stuff in the cabin. However, before he came to the entrance, the golden crab suddenly rushed out, waving the pincer fiercely at Hansen. "Buddy, don't be so nervous. I am only looking around and do not mean you harm." Hansen stepped back and said with a smile, seeing that the golden crab was just guarding the entrance and did not chase him. However, the golden crab did not know what he was talking about, threatening him against approaching with its pincer. The more reluctant the golden crab was, the more Hansen wanted to see what was in the cabin. However, he looked at the entire crystal sailboat and found that entrance was the only one. Since it was guarded by the golden crab, there was no way that Hansen could enter. "How come you are not poisoned?" Hansen became upset. As he was not able to see what was inside the boat, he tried to stick his head up and look. Hansen was no match of the golden crab, so he had to retreat temporarily to think of another way. Currently, Hansen was very curious about the thing inside the crystal boat and was not in a rush to leave. In addition, he wondered if those people from Black God Shelter were still guarding outside, so it was unnecessary for him to go out of the water. "When I go out, I will definitely try to wipe out Black God Shelter." Hansen decided that as long as Black God Shelter was still there, his grudge would never disappear. In addition, Goddess Shelter was surrounded by ocean in 3 directions. In order to develop, it must expand to the ice field, which meant he must have his own place here. Now that Black God did him a service by becoming his enemy, Hansen would not be polite with him. He was calculating how he could kill the group of people and take their place for himself. Hansen had heard from Li Xingluan that Black God was the strongest among the 3 forces on the ice field with the most resources. Li Xingluan and the other force could only be its match when they united, maintaining the balance between the three. Previously, when Starwheel Shelter was under the attack of spirits and the other shelter was distracted, Black God Shelter did not try to help. They probably wanted to unite the entire ice field after Starwheel Shelter was wiped out. It was not easy to conquer Black God Shelter, obviously. Blood God himself was stronger than Han Sen, so he was very likely someone that had almost maxed out on sacred geno points. His fitness index should be more than 120. In addition, Han Sen was deterred by the knife skills of Black God. Up until this moment, Han Sen still failed to understand how the strike disappeared, and if he did not understand it, he would suffer again when faced with Black God. If I could not beat him, I would rob him. Black God Shelter has such a large territory that I don't believe they could guard all the places if I attacked one by one. Han Sen made up his mind to take care of the Black God territory when he got out. When he returned to the lower level of the boat, he saw that the Archangel had almost finished the body of the silver eel, with only a head left. Han Sen had a thought and stopped the Archangel from her feast, taking her back into his sea of soul. Han Sen looked around and hanged the head of the silver eel on a rope in front of the ship and hid on the right flank of the ship himself. After waiting for several hours, he indeed saw the golden crab sneaking out. However, because there was only a single rope, the crab could not climb up with its claws. It had to jump up to reach the head of the eel with its pincer. Seeing that the golden crab, having left the crystal, Han Sen secretly climbed onto the deck and sneaked into the cabin. When the golden crab was under the silver eel, it jumped twice but did not catch the head of the silver eel. Han Sen felt content secretly. He had calculated the height of the jump of the crab, and he deliberately made it hard for it to reach. However, the crab would not give up either. This way he had enough time. Standing in front of the entrance, Han Sen looked inside the cabin. It was a hall inside. Everything was carved out of crystal, looking very delicate and beautiful. In the middle of the hall, the crystal table was placed. Han Sen originally thought it was a table, but when he entered, he found it was no table, but a crystal treasure box, with the crystal lock on the outside. However, the lock was not locked, so it was not really effective. Is there some kind of treasure of the pirate or curse of the phantom boat? Han Sen suddenly felt hesitant, not sure whether he should open this giant whistle box. It was so weird that there might be something dangerous inside. Greed and curiosity eventually beat his logic. Han Sen heard the noise of the head of the silver eel falling and knew that the golden crab would return very soon. He gritted his teeth, summoned Snow Charmer, stood next to the cabin door, and asked Snow Charmer to open the crystal box. The spirit was absolutely loyal to her master. After hearing the command, she took off the lock and lifted the lid of the box. Seeing nothing dangerous had happened, Han Sen quickly walked up to the crystal treasure box and had a look. Han Sen blinked and failed to react in time. In the treasure box there was a woman whose lower body was a fishtail. Her upper body was naked and pale, with 2 scallops covering her boobs. Her long blue hair fell like a waterfall, and her ears were blue fins, looking pretty but weird. Is this thing a mermaid? Han Sen looked at the woman inside the treasure box and saw 2 other things next to her. One was a staff shaped like blue coral, and the other was a shiny gemstone. Spirit staff. Spirit stone. Is this mermaid-like creature a spirit? Han Sen saw what the 2 items were and looked to the mermaid in the box, surprised. According to the logic, once the shelter was conquered, the spirit had no way to run away. It could either choose to give its allegiance or destroy itself together with the spirit stone. How come this mermaid-like spirit was placed in this box? Suddenly, a thought made Han Sen's eyes lit up. The sailboat does not look like it was made by humans. Is it possible that this crystal sailboat is in fact a shelter? With the noise outside, Han Sen knew the golden crab seemed to be back. He quickly grabbed the spirit stone. If the mermaid was really a spirit, as long as Han Sen grabbed the spirit stone, the spirit must be his. Just when Han Sen put his hands on the spirit stone, the golden crab had rushed into the hall. After it saw Han Sen, it became furious, rushing toward him waving its pincer. He took the spirit stone in his hand and ran around the hall. He used the techniques in Dongxian Sutra and ran from the golden crab using the pillars and other stuff as obstructions. Han San and the crab were running inside the crystal boat, and there was nothing the golden crab could do to Han Sen. When Han Sen ran, he suddenly heard a noise. Where the noise came from was the box that trapped the mermaid spirit. When he turned around to look, he saw the mermaid had sat up. Her white hands rubbed her eyes and then stretched. It looked like she had slept well. After the mermaid woke up, she saw Han San and the spirit stone in his hand. Her blue eyes were suddenly dazed, and she froze for a while. The golden crab was still chasing after Han Senator when Han San was about to continue to run. He suddenly saw the mermaid taking up the staff and pointing it to the golden crab. The golden crab went to the side immediately and did not chase Han San anymore. The mermaid went out of the crystal box with the staff in her hand. When she walked, a piece of wave moved under her fishtail, supporting her to go forward. The mermaid went up to Han Sen, bowed to him with a hand on her right chest, and then she said, "Mermaid Princess wishes to give her master her pure soul and become his loyal servant." Mermaid Princess. This mermaid is a royal spirit. Han Sen heard her words and became overjoyed. He did not expect a mishap had come a blessing. Just by wandering around under the water, he had gained a royal spirit. There were two types of royal spirits. One was princess and the other was prince. Since the mermaid caught herself a princess, she was for sure a royal spirit. Han Sen did not hesitate and put the spirit stone on her forehead. In blue light, the spirit stone and the mermaid became one. They both became a light that entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Mermaid Princess, royal spirit. She is indeed a royal spirit. Han Sen checked the information of the princess. Although he had expected it, he still became overjoyed. After the mermaid princess became Han Sen's, the golden crab suddenly became fierce again. It was no longer bound by the spirit and rushed to Han Sen again. Han Sen ran out of the cabin to dodge the attack of the golden crab. He made it all the way under the crystal boat and the golden crab then gave up its chase. Han Sen moved further away from the boat and summoned the mermaid princess. He then commanded her, "Get rid of the annoying crab." Since it was a royal spirit, then her ability should be the equivalence of a sacred blood creature. With her unique intelligence, she should be able to be the match of the crab even if she could not kill it. However, the mermaid did not move at Han Sen's command. She took a deep breath. Her ample breasts under white scallops shivered, and she said, "Master, I don't have the ability to kill it." Han Sen felt dazed and looked at her. "Are you not a royal spirit? Even if you could not kill the crab, you should be able to fight it." "Sorry, master. I am not a fighting spirit. I do not have the ability to fight," said the mermaid princess. "Then what is your ability?" Han Sen asked curiously. He had heard about the non-combatant spirits, which were rather rare. However, that was mainly because the spirits that humans gained were limited in general. "I could operate the crystal palace." The mermaid princess pointed at the crystal sailboat. "How would that be useful?" Han Sen looked at the mermaid princess, dazed. The ability of this royal spirit was just to operate a boat. Han Sen could not think of what use it would serve. The crystal palace shelter is indestructible internally. It could sail to any place in the water, and it could go to the bottom of the sea. Except for the fact that it could not leave the water, Crystal Palace could reach anywhere. Mermaid Princess was obviously upset about Han Sen questioning her ability. Han Sen thought about it and reckoned that this ability was rather nice. Since the boat was a royal shelter, Han Sen now had a moving castle on the ocean with Mermaid Princess. He could go hunting without any efforts, which would solve the issue of the lack of creatures. Thinking it was a nice thing to have, Han Sen commanded the Mermaid Princess again. "Okay, get the Crystal Palace over here right now." "Sorry, Master. I could not," the spirit said helplessly. "How come you could not do that either? Didn't you just say that you could operate the Crystal Palace?" Han Sen looked at the spirit in suspicion. "I must be sitting on the operating seat of the Crystal Palace to control it," answered Mermaid Princess. Han Sen became somewhat depressed. The golden crab was guarding the cabin. So, It did not make sense for him to rush inside. In addition, God knows whether there were more impressive creatures inside. Forget it. When I think of a way to kill the crab, I will take back the Crystal Palace. Han Sen gave up the thought of taking the sailboat by force. Other people did not have Mermaid Princess anyway, so they could not take the sailboat away even if they had discovered it. At a remote corner of the frozen lake, Han Sen made an ice hole from underneath the water and climbed out. He shook off the water on his body and quickly left the lake for the ice field, seeing no one was around. Han Sen wanted to go to Starwheel Shelter to ask Li Xingluan about the detailed information of Black God Shelter. Only when he had more information about his enemy could he hit his enemy harder. Especially, Han Sen must find out about Black God's knife skills. Li Xingluan was very glad to see Han Sen visiting him. Hearing Han Sen explaining his conflict with Black God, he frowned and said, "Black God is more and more arrogant and wanton." Li Xingluan explained the background of Black God in details to Han Sen, which made Han Sen frown slightly. The family of Black God was quite ordinary, but he was working for a force in the Alliance, which made it almost impossible for Han Sen to kill him in the Alliance. Among all the shelters, he was the strongest on the ice field. In addition, every month he provided a large sum of income to the force in the Alliance, which gave him strong support. It was not easy to take him down. As for the knife skills of Black God, all Li Xingluan knew was that it was called Tornado Knife. He did not know how it worked either. Li Xingluan only knew that when Black God made the move, the knife would disappear for a moment, as if it was teleported. Of course, Black God was merely an evolver, so he could not have the ability to make the knife teleport. There must be some special techniques that they did not know of. Tornado Knife, it sounds familiar somehow? Han Sen felt he had heard about the name somewhere. Thinking about it, Han Sen then remembered that Tang Jinliu had once said that one of his knife skills was Tornado Knife. However, from what Han Sen could remember, Tang Jinliu did not have the ability to make his weapon disappear. Would this Black God be related to Tang Jinliu? Han Sen was determined to ask Tang Jinliu first when he went back, to figure out what Tornado Knife was about. After he returned to the Alliance, Han Sen asked Ji Yanran to get him the number of Tang Jinliu in the military. Han Sen then contacted Tang Jinliu. "Han Sen, how does it feel to be a soldier?" Tang Jinliu asked Han Sen, smiling. "I don't feel much," Han Sen shrugged and said. He was telling the truth. Although he was now Ji Yanran's guard, the actual guard was Annie, so Han Sen was merely a declaration. In fact, no one expected that Han Sen could protect Ji Yanran as an evolver. His position was required by Ji Yanran herself, and initially her guard was only Annie. However, since Annie had arrived, Han Sen had a lot less time to spend with Ji Yanran. That woman was following Ji Yanran almost 24/7, which made Han Sen very mad about it, even questioning whether she was a lesbian in love with Ji Yanran. "Haha, your life is great. With the beauty on your side, it is not like an ordinary service. You are completely on vacation with your girl. Lin Feng and I are having a terrible time. We are either training or fighting the Shura, almost losing our lives several times," said Tang Jinliu, feeling upset. "How come you guys are at the front?" Han Sen asked, puzzled. With the background of Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng, it should be easy for them to stay in the back, but they were serving in the front. "It is completely Lin Feng's idea. He said only by doing this can we exercise ourselves. He must stay in this hell, and the wars are so frequent that I have almost gone mad." Although Tang Jinliu said that he was smiling, obviously he was just joking. Stop. Han Sen looked at Tang Jinliu carefully and found he had much darker skin than before. He also looked tougher with an injury that had not cured on his forehead, looking more like a man. Tang Jinliu explained briefly what was happening on his side. Lin Feng and he were Warframe soldiers, and on their planet humans and Shura were coexisting, fighting for the mines. However, because of the location of the planet, no one could take the entire planet. Both forces had armies on the planet and they fought once in a while. When they had finished chatting, Han Sen then asked about Black God and Tornado Knife. After hearing Han Sen's words, Tang Jinliu hit the table madly and said coldly, "Damn it, Han Sen, if you have the chance, kill the bastard for me." Han Sen was surprised to see Tang Jinliu being so excited, so he asked Tang Jinliu what had happened. Tang Jinliu told Han Sen that tornado knife was originally one of the family secrets of the Tangs. Later on, due to some incidents in the family, tornado knife was robbed by others, which was a huge shame for the family. Then I could act freely. Han Sen was initially afraid that there might be some kind of connection between Black God and Tang Jinliu, which might be awkward in the future. At this point, he was completely relaxed. Kill him, and I will treat you to drinks. Do not worry about people supporting Black God. If you could kill him, I will take care of those people. Tang Jinliu told Han Sen about the core secret of tornado knife, wishing Han Sen could get rid of Tang Jinliu, giving his family justice. After hearing Tang Jinliu's explanation, Han Sen understood why it looked like Black God's knife had disappeared. In fact, it did not truly disappear. Just because the tornado knife was so fast, it felt like it had disappeared. The speed was not continuous, but a temporary effect in the attack. In a short amount of time, the speed of the knife increased greatly, making the high speed even higher, causing a visual illusion. In fact, the knife seen by the eyes was the shadow of the knife. The real knife had already changed its location. Although Han Sen had understood the mechanism of tornado knife, it was still very difficult to tackle it. At that kind of speed, even if he knew what was happening, it would be useless if he could not follow the knife. With Han Sen's eyesight, he could not even see the knife, so even if he knew the knife was elsewhere, he could not block it. Tang Jinliu did not have enough speed and strength in the past, so he did not achieve the same effect as Black God. Currently, if he used the skills, he would not be worse than Black God. Do you have time tomorrow? Tang Jinliu asked Han Sen. Yes, replied Han Sen. Okay then, you go to the virtual camp tomorrow and I will spar with you. Today I have something else, so I must leave now. Tang Jinliu was a decisive person, so he directly hung up. Han Sen knew that Tang Jinliu was going to spar with him using tornado knife, which was great news to Han Sen. The next day, Han Sen logged into the virtual camp at the time agreed with Tang Jinliu. According to the ID name that Tang Jinliu told him, Han Sen added him as a friend. Tang Jinliu accepted Han Sen's request and invited him to enter the room, changing the setting to no audience allowed. Tornado knife was one of the secrets of Tang Jinliu's family. Although it was leaked once, the secret shall still be kept. Tang Jinliu demonstrated for Han Sen in a slower speed than normal. In addition, he told Han Sen about the keys of the tornado knife in slow motion, which could not be seen by outsiders. The front was different from the back. Because Tang Jinliu could not make much time every day, he was sacrificing his limited resting time and sparing 1 hour a day. Therefore, the two did not speak at all and went directly into the fight. Tang Jinliu slashed at Han Sen with his weapon, and Han Sen tried to block it. When the two weapons were about to clash, Tang Jinliu's weapon weirdly disappeared at Han Sen's side. When it appeared again, it was already on Han Sen's chest. Although Han Sen could use his footwork to dodge the strike, it would not be meaningful at all. If he could not block the strike up front, the best Han Sen could do was not to lose. If he could not beat Black God, it would mean nothing to Han Sen. Han Sen did not continue to dodge Tang Jinliu's strikes, taking the strike directly and feeling the rhythm of the skills. Again, Han Sen waved his weapon again, attacking Tang Jinliu one more time. Although Tang Jinliu had explained the key to the skills, Han Sen still felt it was difficult to predict the tornado knife in actual fight. It was mainly because the speed of the weapon was so fast that Han Sen could only stop it by attacking Tang Jinliu. The best he could do was mutual destruction, and most of the time Han Sen was killed off directly. Neither of them could predict the other. However, because tornado knife was fast enough, Tang Jinliu was able to cut Han Sen earlier, which Han Sen had no solution to cope with. Again. 1 hour had soon passed, but the result was not that great. When Tang Jinliu was using all he got, Han Sen still could not block tornado knife. There is a unique way to use force in my family, which is integrated in tornado knife. It allows the speed to be incredibly high momentarily. At the same fitness level, one is unlikely to block tornado knife. In addition, Black God is even stronger than you. If you want to beat him, You can only rely on your footwork and wait for him to expose his weaknesses. Otherwise, it is hard for you to win. I am only sparring with you to get you familiar with the rhythm and attacking range of Tornado Knife, so that you will have more information when you face him again, Tang Jinliu said and quickly left the virtual camp. Han Sen knew that Tang Jinliu was right. If it was the one-on-one, Han Sen could use his footwork to deal with Black God, and it will not be easy for Black God to beat him. However, that way he will only have an opportunity when Black God made a mistake, which meant handing the initiative to Black God, which Han Sen could not accept. In addition, the Black God shelter was huge, so Han Sen would never have an opportunity to fight Black God one-on-one. Black God would definitely be surrounded by other evolvers. In order to kill Black God, Han Sen had to block Tornado Knife up front. So fast. How shall I block it? Han Sen thought to himself but did not have any conclusion. Beep beep. As Han Sen was thinking, he suddenly heard a call on the virtual camp. He took a look and saw it was from Ms. Perfume. Han Sen chose to accept, and Ms. Perfume suddenly appeared in front of Han Senator. She looked at Han Sen and asked, "Coach, do you have time to teach me? I have several questions about last session that I want to ask you." "I'm afraid today's not a good time." Han Sen shook his head. He was thinking what the solution to Tornado Knife was and was in no mood to teach Ms. Perfume. Qin Xian was slightly disappointed. She had waited for a long time to see Soldier on the warship again, but she did not have the opportunity to ask him questions. Naturally, she was let down. When Qin Xian was about to say goodbye, she suddenly heard Han Sen asked, "Do you practice fast sword or knife?" "Yes, but I am not that good at it," Qin Xian answered hastily. Atomic fission that she practiced was great in both strength and perseverance. That was why her techniques were all quite balanced. There were no extreme techniques. "Then, if you encounter someone who is much faster than you, what will you do?" Han Sen did not truly want to ask her, but only voiced his concern. Qin Xian thought about it and said, "Avoid it with my footwork and then find the perfect opportunity." Qin Xian thought he was using questions to teach her and felt quite happy inwardly, not daring to take Han Sen's question lightly. "If you could not dodge and have to fight it out with your opponent, what then?" Han Sen asked again. "If we are fighting for life and death, the faster one will definitely win. If I am not faster than my opponent, and I could only enhance my strength," Qin Xian said after serious consideration. "Why strength?" Han Sen looked at her in surprise. He initially thought Qin Xian would say to increase her defense. Qin Xian thought Han Sen was testing her, so she organized her words and said, "If one is fast, then his strength must not be too strong. If I am strong enough, I will not die from his strike. However, my strike will kill him. That is a method. Although what you said might work, it is not the answer I want." Han Sen shook his head with a wry smile. This method would not work against Tornado Knife. The strength of Black God was stronger than Han Sen's to begin with. Even if they trade one strike for the other, Han Sen would be the one who suffered more. "I am not smart enough. Please instruct me, coach." Qin Xian could not think of a way to win when her opponent was faster than her. Han Sen wanted to say he did not know, but when he saw Miss Perfume, Han Sen suddenly thought of one thing. Last time, when he was teaching her, he was explaining the techniques in Dongxian Sutra. At that time, he explained several techniques that he was practicing. However, thinking of those techniques, Han Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. It was not about those techniques but about some other words in Dongxian Sutra. The other words were also included in the parts of Dongxue Sutra that Han Sen had already translated. It was related to what Han Sen had learned about footwork, but Han Sen was not able to perceive it fully. However, thinking back, Han Sen felt he suddenly understood those words. He invited Ms. Perfume to fight and said to her, "Come on, use all you got to attack me at full speed." Qin Xian was overjoyed, thinking Han Sen was trying to teach her. She did not save any energy and cut at Han Sen with Thunder Knife at full speed. Han Sen had been practicing Thunder Knife as well recently, so he was quite familiar with the skill. When Qin Xian just raised her hand, before the skill was launched, she felt she had to stop. Although Han Sen's hand moved later and slower than Qin Xian's, He placed his hand at a spot that made Mary feel very uncomfortable, stopping her from attacking. If Qin Xian continued her attack by force, her arm would hit Han Sen's hand blade. Qin Xian took back her hand and was ready to attack again, but the result was the same. Han Sen's hand was again placed at a spot that made her feel very uncomfortable. Qin Xian had changed the way to attack 7 to 8 times, but she was never able to make a complete strike. All of her strikes were forced to change in the middle, which made her feel so uncomfortable that she almost wanted to vomit blood. This way, Qin Xian was even more respectful toward Han Sen, believing more firmly that Han Sen was a martial arts master and some incredible figure in the military. I understand. Coach, you are saying that even if my opponent is fast enough, as long as there is space and distance, I could stay still to fight his moves and buy myself time using space and distance so as to react. Qin Xian said happily. It is not completely like that. You do not understand. If you practice more, you will naturally understand it in the future. Han Sen was very happy, and he did not mean to put Qin Xian down. Qin Xian was right, he did buy some time using the distance. However, this amount of time was not enough for him to beat the opponent. The key to win was the word block. In ancient times, there was a strategy in wars called attacking Wei to save Zhao, which meant attacking the opponent in his vital parts to make him give up the original target. The explanation about the word block in Dongxian Sutra was to attack where the enemy had to save and find out the enemy's weakness so as to tackle the enemy's strengths, making the enemy feeling uncomfortable to use his own strength. This technique was also called no-kill. The aim of this technique was not to kill the enemy, but to force the enemy to take defensive position. As long as the enemy turned from attacking to defending, then Han Sen could use his footwork. Since the enemy no longer had the ability to attack, it was just a matter time to beat him. In order to use the blocking technique well, Han Sen must first figure out the importance of each moves, which meant he needed to understand the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent. For example, Han Sen himself had also practiced Thunder Knife, so he knew what the positions that Qin Xian had to defend herself were. If Qin Xian uses a different technique that Han Sen was not familiar with, the effect would not be as good. Currently, what was beneficial to Han Sen was that Tang Jinliu, who had the same level at using Tornado Knife, was his sparring partner. All he needed to do was to fully understand Tornado Knife, and then he could reach the effect that Tang could not attack him at all. Thinking of that, Han Sen wished that he could fight Tang Jinliu right away so as to familiarize himself with Tornado Knife. However, unfortunately, Tang Jinliu had too many tasks in the front, so he only had limited time every day. When he was in the middle of a project, he did not have time at all. Even so, Tang Jinliu was astonished by Han Sen's performance. Initially, he only wanted for Han Sen to avoid the attacks when Han Sen got familiar with the knife skills. However, Han Sen was trying to block the attacks altogether. Tang Jinliu originally thought that was something couldn't be achieved. It was a family secret, and he knew very well how strong the techniques were, which were impossible to block. However, the more he sparred with Han Sen, the more he doubted his own thought. When facing Han Sen, Tang Jinliu felt harder and harder to make his moves. He felt like he was trapped in a barbed cage. Whenever he tried to reach out his arm, he would be stabbed. And when he was trying to reach out his legs, his thighs would be hurt. The feeling was so depressing that he almost wanted to vomit blood. The more he fought Han Sen, the more painful Tang Jinliu felt. He almost wanted to drop his weapon. Weirdo. You and Lin Feng are both weirdos. Finally, one day, Tang Jinliu could not take it anymore. He threw his weapon away and exclaimed madly at Han Sen. Han Sen knew that his blocking skills were quite good now. Although it might not work against other skills, it will definitely function when it came to Tornado Knife. All he needed to do was practice more in order to beat Black God. This time, you better not give me the chance. Han Sen was thinking how he could get rid of Black God the bastard. Tang Jinliu was feeling quite glad. Luckily, his family had more secrets than Tornado Knife. Otherwise, in the future, he did not need to fight Han Sen again and could simply call him Grandpa. In the meantime, Tang Jinliu swore to himself that he would never use his family skills again in front of Han Sen. Han Sen asked Tang Jinliu to practice with him a few more days. In the end, Tang Jinliu had become the one who was tortured. He could not make his moves, and he was beaten miserably by Han Sen. Sometimes, Tang Jinliu could not stand it and used different knife skills to turn the situation around. When Tang Jinliu no longer wanted to spar with Han Sen and avoided virtual camp, Han Sen then gave up. Currently, Han Sen was very confident to face Tornado Knife. However, he was not sure whether Black God had practiced other impressive skills. In addition, Black God had many master fighters that it was almost impossible to kill him without a perfect opportunity. If I could not kill you, I must gain some profits first. After learning from Li Xingluan the recent moves of Black God, Han Sen squinted his eyes. At this time of the year, because of the ocean currents or other causes, on the beach of Ice River where there were normally no creatures at all would witness the arrival of a large number of snakefish. They came to the beach from the ocean for unknown reason. Most snakefish were primitive creatures. However, if the cluster of fish was huge enough, there might be mutant and sacred blood snakefish among them. The beach of the Ice River was the territory of Black God Shelter. Every year, tens of thousands of snakefish would climb up from the ocean. They could always harvest several mutant snakefish and a sacred blood snake fish king. This was one of the fixed benefits of Black God Shelter. At this time of the year, Black God would summon a large number of people to come to the beach to hunt snakefish. Han Sen arrived at the Ice River early. However, he did not go hunting, but dug an ice cave that only one person could fit in at a quarter of the beach. He then hid in the cave and piled up snow on the outside. No matter how hard Black God thought, he could not predict that someone would be hiding in the ice cave for several days. After the large cluster of snakefish had come to the shore, he led people to clear up the place and did not find Han Sen. Han Sen was hiding inside the ice cave, biting the meat jerky as he observed the situation from the gap he kept deliberately. A large number of snakefish started to climb out of the ice river and reached the beach covered in ice. More and more fish arrived, yet no one knew what they were trying to do. More than 1,000 people had gathered from the Black God Shelter, hunting the snakefish that had arrived. Snakefish looked like sea snakes. In fact, different from snakes, they did not have fangs or any teeth. Because they were covered in slime, weapons would easily slide on their skin. If one was entangled by the creature, its sharp scales on the stomach could even break one's bones. If there were not a huge group hunting snakefish together, a small number of people would easily be besieged by the snakefish and killed. Ordinary people did not have the conditions to kill them. Only a large force like Black God could organize some new people to hunt snakefish together. Because the Sacred Blood Snake Fish King had not appeared, the strong evolvers with a fitness level above 100 including Black God himself did not make a move. All they did was to lead thousands of evolvers to hunt the creatures on the beach. The primitive snakefish were all black. Occasionally, some larger snakefish with a golden lion on their back could be spotted, which were the mutant ones. Han Sen had not seen the Sacred Blood Fish King, but he heard that the Fish King would be smaller in size, even smaller than primitive ones. It was probably around the size of an ordinary cobra. Because of this, Han Sen wanted to steal the Sacred Blood Snake Fish King. If it were bigger, he could not take it away even after he stole it. The Sacred Blood Snake Fish King was perfect in size. There were 2 to 3 days from the snakefish arriving at the shore until they returned to the ocean, so Han Sen was in no rush. The cold inside the ice cave did not have much of an effect on him. However, he was uncomfortable crawling and had to use jade skin to make himself feel better since he could not move. Luckily, the second day since the snakefish came to the shore, Han Sen heard exclaims among the crowd. He quickly looked into the gap and saw a large ball of snakefish had arrived at the shore. On top of the ball, a small dark red snakefish was standing with its head up. The dark red snakefish was a bit more than 6 feet long. Standing on top of the wall, it had a pair of fins or wings on the back of its head. As the fins moved, it made a weird noise. The Sacred Blood Snake Fish King had eventually arrived. Han Sen suddenly became excited, observing the condition on the outside. Once he had an opportunity, he would go ahead and catch the Snake Fish King. He had even planned the route to escape. Currently, it was the snake fish season. For the snake fish to arrive, so there were no other creatures in the ocean nearby. After Han Sen took the Snake Fish King, he would rush into the ocean. Riding on the silver eel, he could escape with ease. As many people as Black God Shelter had, they could not catch up with him and had to watch him go. After the Snake Fish King appeared, the other snake fish became even crazier, rushing to the floor. The advanced fighters at Black God Shelter eventually moved. 5 or 6 evolvers with fitness above 100 killed their way toward the Fish King, led by Black God. Other people continued to guard their own positions, killing the other snake fish. They did not look nervous at all. Obviously, they were quite experienced. Black God and his fellows rushed out, and primitive snake fish could not block their way at all. Very soon they were approaching the Snake Fish King. Snake Fish King issued a strange squeak and bounced itself into the air. Its fins moving, it flew in the sky like a bird. Its little wings were too small. On the back of its head, they looked like a pair of ears that were slightly bigger. Unexpectedly, it could fly with the wings. Black God and the rest were besieging the Fish King. As they hit it with their weapons obviously slid off. They could not kill the creature in a short amount of time. The Snake Fish King was 100 times more slimy than an eel. Even Sacred Blood Beast Soul Sword would slide off its body, not leaving any marks. Even Black God's Tornado Knife did not work on it, which made Han Sen feel quite surprised. If they could not hurt the Snake Fish King, how did Black God and the rest kill it in the past years? Those people did not use any special method but attacked the Snake Fish King together while killing the primitive snake fish that were approaching them. After watching for a while, Han Sen could guess what they were trying to do. Although that Snake Fish King could fly, obviously it could not last long in the air since it took more than the little wings to fly. The first time when it was flying, it could maintain about 15 minutes in the air. However, gradually it could last shorter and shorter in the air and had to land. In the air, he did not have any point of force application. However, when it was on the land, there were points of force application. When the weapons cut it again, they would not slide off that easily. After watching for more than half an hour, Han Sen noticed that the Snake Fish King was weaker and weaker. He knew that it was his opportunity, took away the snow on the outside, and climbed out of the ice cave. Currently, it was the key moment for him to hunt the Snake Fish King. Because the Snake Fish King had felt ominous and continued to scream, which made the cluster of snake fish even crazier. Everyone was doing their best to hunt the snake fish, and no one had extra energy to look at other people. In addition, they had already cleared the space and blocked the way to the beach, so there was no way they could expect an outsider present. Han Sen got inside the group of thousands of people, and no one found he was an outsider. Han Sen killed several snake fish casually and gradually approached. Black God and the rest had already circled the Snake Fish King in different directions, for fear that it might escape into the ocean. It was harder and harder for the Snake Fish King to fly. It looked like it was about to be dead. Once it lost the ability to fly and could only wiggle on the ground, it would be easily killed. Han Sen gradually approached Black God and his mates, focusing his eyes on their moves. Han Sen thought, this is a good opportunity. If I could kill Black God here, then Black God Shelter would have no leader, which would make it much easier for me to conquer the shelter. Initially, Han Sen only wanted to steal the Snake Fish King. Now that he had an opportunity to assassinate Black God, he would not let it go. Han Sen focused on Black God first. Very soon, the Fish King could no longer fly. Black God was overjoyed, found an opportunity, and rushed to cut it in half. Brother, watch out! When Black God was about to make a strike, he suddenly heard his friend calling him and felt ominous. Black God was indeed quite impressive and decisive. The moment he heard the voice, he directly fell forward. However, it was still a bit too late. He felt a burning pain on his back. It seemed that the armor on his back and his muscles were slashed open by sharp weapons. Han Sen felt it was a shame. Black God and the top evolvers were a bit too far from the crowd. When he approached them, he was still discovered by an evolver opposite him, who warned Black God in time. With his claws, he did not kill Black God this time. Black God fell to the ground and rolled a dozen feet away, holding back the pain on his back. The 5 evolvers with fitness level above 100 came to Han Sen. Han Sen did not linger. His strike did not kill Black God, so he knew that he had lost his opportunity. He rushed to the snake fish king directly, using the claws to cut off its head. Taking up the creature's body, Han Sen ran toward the ice river. Sacred blood creature snake fish king killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. The evolvers tried to stop Han Sen, but Han Sen swayed left and right, zigzagging among 3 persons momentarily. He ran past 5 persons non-stop. When Black God got up, holding back his pain, Han Sen had already gone. It is that asshole. He's not dead yet? Kill him for me. Black God saw what Han Sen looked like, recognized him, and yelled to the evolvers in surprise and madness. The evolvers quickly caught up with Han Senator, however. Han Sen directly jumped into the ice river. A giant silver eel appeared underneath his feet. The giant silver eel broke the ice on the river and was 100 feet away instantaneously, leaving Black God and his friends appalled on the land. Black God, I am taking some of the interests today. Next time I see you I will kill you. Han Sen said loudly and rolled the silver io away. You are dead. I will kill you definitely. Kill you. Black God was so mad that he was standing, cursing at Han Sen's direction. When he scolded Han Sen, he moved his back, which made his injury so painful that his face became grim. Black God became very mad. Not only was he almost killed by a sneak attack, but his sacred blood snake fish king was stolen. In addition, the one who did all that was someone who he thought had died underneath the frozen lake. Since he came to Second God's sanctuary, Black God had never suffered so much, which made him so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Han Sen disregarded what Black God did and rode the silver eel away, landing at a remote location. He summoned Meowth and rode Meowth away from the territory of Black God's shelter. La la la, la la. I am a barbecue master. Han Sen barbecued the snake fish that he had skinned on the convenient stove he brought with him and hummed a little song happily. It was not easy to get his hands on such a sacred blood creature. This sacred blood snake fish king would give him 8 or 9 sacred geno points at least. What was more important was that this creature was stolen from Black God, which made Han Sen feel it was extra tasty. Just by smelling the fragrance of the barbecue, he could not stop his mouth from watering. Unfortunately, they only come to the shore once a year. Otherwise, it would be so good if I could still want every day. Han Sen thought as he barbecued. Before the barbecue was done, Han Sen saw a man coming his way in the snow outside. Black God's guys are here? Han Sen was surprised, glanced that way, and it did not look like it. If it were the people from Black God's shelter, they should be more than one person. The person walked closer, and Han Sen saw what he looked like. Out of Han Sen's expectation, he knew the man. Although they were not familiar with each other, he had a deeper impression of him. The grandson of Senator Yi Dongmu. When Han Sen participated in the contest of First God's Sanctuary using Dollar's identity, Han Sen beat Yi Dongmu to become top 10, and the Fairy Queen was his reward for being one of the chosen. After that, he had never heard the news about Yi Dongmu again. Unexpectedly, Han Sen ran into the person here. Yi Dongmu walked directly opposite Han Senator. He looked at the barbecue on the stove and placed a fox-like red creature on the snow. Pointing to the barbecue, he asked, I want to trade this mutant creature for your barbecue. Will you do it? No. Han Sen rejected directly, thinking, you think I'm an idiot? A mutant creature for my sacred blood creature. Yi Dongmu could not help frowning, checking Han Sen out again. Because he had not had anything cooked in so long, he wanted to trade the mutant creature he hunted for the barbecue, which was unexpectedly turned down by the other person. Can I borrow your stove? Name your price. Yi Dongmu could not tell where Han Sen was from, so he did not mind the answer. Yi Dongmu pointed to Han Sen's stove said, the stove is quite cheap. Just use it. Han Sen smiled and said. Yi Dongmu did not say anything but summoned a dagger to clean up the fox-like creature. Cutting off a piece of meat, he started to make the barbecue. The two persons did not converse much but barbecued respectively. When Han Sen barbecue was about ready, he took a bite and felt it was so tasty. The grease melted in his mouth. So nice. Han Sen took out some condiments to put on the barbecue before he gobbled it up. Lee Dongmu was stunned. It was the first time he saw someone being so relaxed when hunting. Not only had Han Sen brought the stove, he also brought a dozen types of condiments, which filled up a large bag. Swallowing, Lee Dongmu continued to make his own barbecue. However, Han Sen's barbecue with condiments smelled so good that it was hard for Lee Dongmu not to notice. Lee Dongmu had been working hard to cultivate, trying to enhance his martial arts skills and clear his name that was belittled by Dollar. He often spent several months every time he came to the god's sanctuary, and sometimes even more than half a year. On the ice field, all he could eat what was raw meat. Even if he was made of iron, his stomach would no longer take it. "Will you sell me the condiments?" Lee Dongmu asked eventually. "This is quite expensive," Han Sen blinked and said. He was nice enough to let Lee Dongmu use the stove for free. There was no way he could give the condiments to Lee Dongmu for free as well. Han Sen was the one who brought the condiments to the god's sanctuary. "Name your price," Lee Dongmu said directly. "Give me the remaining half piece of your meat, and you can use my condiments as you like." Han Sen's condiments were not valuable in fact. However, because they were rare, they were worth something in this place. Without even blinking, Lee Dongmu threw the half piece of mutant meat to Han Sen and said, "Give me the condiments. I like a decisive person like yourself." Han Sen gave the condiments to Lee Dongmu and took the mutant meat with pleasure. "How long have you spent in God's sanctuary?" Lee Dongmu asked Han Sen. "Not long, just a few days," Han Sen said. "Have you heard about Dollar recently?" Lee Dongmu had spent about 6 months in the god's sanctuary this time. He had been hunting alone all the time and did not have any news from the outside. Han Sen was dazed, as he did not expect that was what Lee Dongmu would ask. He thought about it and said, "I heard that there was someone named Kill Dollar on the official platform. He had won consecutively. Some people said he was Dollar himself, and I wondered if that was true." "Tell me about the details," Lee Dongmu said immediately. Having taken the mutant meat, Han Sen explained briefly to Lee Dongmu, and added in the end deliberately, "I have only heard about it. No one knows whether Kill Dollar's actual Dollar. And I will be the last one to tell. It must be him. Except for him, no one could be that good," Lee Dongmu said assertively. Han Sen was embarrassed inwardly. There were definitely evolvers who could be as good. He just had not met a truly good opponent. "I want to hunt a sacred blood creature and need an assistant. Come with me. I will spare you 10% of the meat after I succeed," Lee Dongmu said to Han Sen after eating a smaller half of the barbecue and taking the rest into his pocket. 20%. Han Sen blinked and doubled the price. "Let's go." Lee Dongmu did not bargain and asked Han Sen to go with him. Han Sen liked people like this a lot. Rich people who did not care about the price and only cared to be happy are the best. Following Lee Dongmu eastward on the ice field, Han Sen reached the snow-capped mountains in less than 2 days. If he were to go back to Goddess Shelter, he must cross this region. However, because of the terrain, it was not easy to pass this region. Furthermore, if he encountered sacred blood creatures, it was too dangerous to fight on the mountains without the ability to fly. If he were not careful, he would fall into deep valleys. The reason that Li Xingluan and Black God would try to conquer the royal shelter before they expand to the mountainous region was because of the terrain, which was unsuitable for large-scale fights. "You are not trying to enter the mountains to hunt sacred blood creatures?" Han Sen asked Lee Dongmu, surprised. "Relax, there is no risks. I'm only asking you to lure the creature out for me. The rest is my job. That creature had suffered in my hands, so it would not dare to come out if I were there," Lee Dongmu said quietly. Han Sen did not say anything more and followed Lee Dongmu into the snow-capped mountains. Like Lee Dongmu said, he did not go deep into the mountains, but stopped after climbing one mountain. "Just walk around ahead of me. When the creature had come out, run in my direction." Lee Dongmu dug a hole in the snow and lay down, asking Han Sen to bury him with the snow. Han Sen knew that, like himself, Lee Dongmu was also an assassin. He did not say much and followed Lee Dongmu's instruction, walking around in the valley ahead of him. Looking around, all he could see was continuous snow-capped mountains. There were no creatures, let alone sacred blood creatures. What creatures would be here? Han Sen looked for a while and did not spot any creatures. As Han Sen became impatient, he suddenly heard hoofbeat. From afar, he saw a donkey-like creature with a pair of antlers running from behind a mountain. Its hooves were rather wide, which prevented it from being trapped in the snow. It ran toward Han Sen quickly, faster and faster. There is a creature indeed. Han Sen did not know whether this one was the one that Yi Dongmu was talking about. He turned around to run toward where Yi Dongmu was hiding. The creature looked like it could fly, running fast on the snow. Luckily, Han Sen was close to where Yi Dongmu was hiding and soon reached him. The creature followed Han Sen and approached him quickly. Yi Dongmu quickly emerged from underneath the snow, appearing under the stomach of the creature, stabbing his dagger into its stomach, making a long cut. The creature was bleeding on its stomach. Forgetting about Han Sen, it neighed, turned around and ran. However, Yi Dongmu would never let it go. Catching up with it, he cut the creature repeatedly. The creature finally fell on the floor quietly. Good skills, good footwork. Han Sen couldn't help complimenting. Yi Dongmu had made great progress in these years indeed. In addition, he was in Second God's Sanctuary several years earlier, so he had improved his Geno points greatly. If it were dollar, he would have killed the creature with the first strike. I am not good enough, Yi Dongmu said seriously. Han Sen felt very embarrassed inwardly. Yi Dongmu was simply obsessed. It should have been several years since Yi Dongmu saw him. So, there was no way Yi Dongmu knew what level Han Sen was on. It was completely his own illusion. Is that the sacred blood creature that you were talking about? Han Sen walked up to the creature and asked, puzzled. Although this creature ran fast, it did not look like a sacred blood creature judging from its fitness. Yi Dongmu shook his head. Not this one. This is a mutant creature. Yi Dongmu then paused and said, this is good as well. We will use this body as the bait. That creature would come out smelling the blood. You can stay here and make a barbecue out of this mutant creature. Yi Dongmu then dug another hole and hid himself again. Brother, you do not need to work so hard. How about we continue after eating something together? Asked Han Sen. No need. If it were dollar, he would have done even better. Yi Dongmu said seriously and urged Han Sen to bury him up. Han Sen did not know what to say. Even he felt somewhat embarrassed. He did not feel he was as good as Yi Dongmu had described. Han Sen buried Yi Dongmu up again. Dissecting the mutant creature's body, Han Sen thought it was a bit too big for him to eat. He then summoned Meowth to offer him the food. Meowth bit the body of the mutant creature excitedly. As for Archangel, she did not care to eat mutant meat at all, not wanting to come out. Han Sen took out a piece of barbecued snake fish king, eating while squatting. He soon heard the voice telling him the increase of sacred Geno points. Seeing that Han Sen was feeding mutant meat to his pet, Yi Dongmu frowned slightly. This behavior was a bit too extravagant. Even Yi Dongmu himself had never done that before. After all, the resources on this ice field were so limited that Yi Dongmu had not even filled up his mutant Geno points yet. After Han Sen had just taken a few bites, he heard loud hoofbeat behind the mountain again. Meowth that was eating suddenly bristled. It bared its teeth toward the direction of the noise and growled fiercely. Han Sen stared at the direction of the snow-capped mountain, and soon saw a creature that looked like a triceratops rushing out from behind the mountain. Its horn looked like a silver awl and its skin looked like iron. The moment the triceratops came out, Han Sen felt dazed. Han Sen wondered if Yi Dongmu was dumb. Such a large creature weighed at least a dozen tons. It would take more than a year for someone to eat it. What use would it be even if he killed it? But then Han Sen thought, Yi Dongmu was probably just trying to gain the beast's soul. The meat was not that important to him. Han Sen felt a bit upset. However, it would not be a waste if he got the meat. He would not eat himself, but he could feed Archangel. Han Sen took Meowth and ran back. He did not need to move a finger anyway. With 20% of the meat, he could feed Archangel happily. That Triceratops had rushed to the location of the body of the mutant creature. Without a pause, it still came toward Han Sen. Yi Dongmu, who was buried in the snow, suddenly came out of the pit, stabbing his dagger at the stomach of the Triceratops. The skin of the Triceratops was much thicker than that of the mutant creature. The dagger of Yi Dongmu disappeared in the skin of the Triceratops. Yet no blood came out. Only black leather and white fat was cut open. The Triceratops tried to get rid of Yi Dongmu under its stomach. However, Yi Dongmu moved up its body and came to its back like a gecko, stabbing its back fiercely. The Triceratops roared and stamped like crazy, trying to take Yi Dongmu down. However, Yi Dongmu stuck himself so closely to the creature that he would not fall. Han Sen found a remote spot and sat down, caressing the head of Meowth and enjoying his barbecue as well as the performance of Yi Dongmu. Bravo! I will give you 9.9 for this move. When seeing an excellent move, Han Sen could not help sharing. Yi Dongmu was so upset. The skin of the Triceratops was so thick and tough that only a little blood came out when he had stabbed the creature multiple times. On the other hand, the Triceratops seemed to have infinite strength. Jumping and wiggling, it almost got rid of Yi Dongmu several times. He had to hold the creature tied with both hands and stick close to it. There was no chance for him to touch the dagger again. However, Han Sen was enjoying the show, applauding when seeing something good, which made Yi Dongmu feel so upset he was about to vomit blood. Come and help me! Yi Dongmu could not last any longer and yelled to Han Sen. That is not okay. We had an agreement. You give me 20% of the meat and all I need to do is to lure the sacred blood creature out. I will not mind other businesses. Han Sen shook his head and said, If this creature runs away, you will get nothing. Yi Dongmu exclaimed again. If you want me to make a move, that is fine. However, that way we could not split the meat like this. I must have 60% of the meat. 20% is my reward for leading it out. And the other 40% is what I should have for collaborating with you to kill it. Han Sen counted his fingers and said, 60% is fine. You help me kill it, and you can take 60% of the meat. Yi Dongmu was in no mood to bargain with Han's senator. His main goal was to try to gain the beast's soul. The meat was less important. Okay, that's a deal. Han Sen then stood up, summoned his claws and walked toward the Triceratops. Help me to distract it from the side. Seeing Han Sen approaching, Yi Dongmu quickly said. However, Han Sen did not pay any attention to him. He walked directly to face the Triceratops. The Triceratops noticed Han Sen and rushed to him with its eyes red. It almost looks like a locomotive at full speed. Incredibly scary. Han Sen was still walking toward the Triceratops at a normal speed. The moment it was about to clash with the Triceratops, Han Sen's body suddenly leaned back. The Triceratops rushed over Han Sen's body. Han Sen was lying in the gap between its legs. The Triceratops went ahead but did not hurt Han Sen at all. Han Sen dusted off the snow on his body and got up. The Triceratops screamed with blood coming out of its stomach. It wiggled and fell to the ground with a thump. It struggled several times but failed to get up again. Yi Dongmu jumped off the back of the Triceratops, observed the struggling creature carefully, and saw 3 marks on its stomach that went through its entire body. Obviously, they were left by Han Sen when he brushed by the creature. Yi Dongmu stared at Han Sen for a long while. He did not expect that the random person he met was such a master. If you do not move fast, it will die, Han Sen noted Yi Dongmu. Normally speaking, under these circumstances, Han Sen would abide by the agreement. Since he had agreed to help Yi Dongmu kill the creature and he had 60% of the meat, he did not need to be greedy about the potential beast's soul. Yi Dongmu did not say anything and stabbed his dagger into the jaw of the Triceratops, ending its life with several strikes. Whether Yi Dongmu had gained a beast's soul. However, he did not have any special expression after killing the creature. Walking up to Han Sen, he said, "You're good. Just average. I just broke 100, Han Sen said casually. I know the locations of some other sacred blood creatures living alone. How about we continue to cooperate in the future? Yi Dongmu said seriously. That's okay. However, if it were a long-term cooperation, we could not split like this. Han Sen smiled and said, we will split the meat half and half. The beast's soul will depend on our own luck. The fact that Yi Dongmu said that showed he reckoned that Han Sen was stronger than himself. Otherwise, because he provided the location, he should have taken 10% more. Okay. Hansen agreed. It would take Han-san some time to find sacred blood creatures, and he would not necessarily be able to kill those creatures alone. Lee Dongmu will provide him with the location of the sacred blood creatures and he could take half of the gains. There was nothing wrong about that. Let's split up the sacred blood meat first. Hansen pointed to the body of the Triceratops and said, "You can have all of it. You have poison on the weapon, so the meat has already been contaminated. Even if I take it, I will not dare to eat it," Lee Dongmu said calmly. "Thank you then." Han-san summoned the angel, asking her to eat the Triceratops up. Humanoid pet? What is the level of it? Lee Dongmu stared at the archangel. With his background, he had never got a chance to have a humanoid pet. Sacred blood, Han-san said casually. Lee Dongmu stared at the angel eating the Triceratops, feeling dazed. It was very hard for him to imagine that the angel who looked like a little girl would be able to consume the better half of the meat of the Triceratops in a little while, and did not seem to be stopping anytime soon. He turned back and looked at Han-san. Seeing Han-san was eating his leftover barbecue, Lee Dongmu's expression became more complicated. As the descendant of a senator, he was someone who had seen a lot. However, he had never seen someone like Han-san who fed a humanoid sacred blood pet with all his sacred blood meat since he entered Second God's sanctuary. The resources on the ice field were extremely limited. Although this creature was big in size, it was a sacred blood creature nonetheless. Feeding it all to the pet made even Lee Dongmu cringe. At this point, Lee Dongmu had to reassess Han's senator strong, wanton, and careless. Even Lee Dongmu felt puzzled about the background of Han-sen. It is about time. I must return to the Alliance now. Let's meet next time. After the Archangel finished eating the Triceratops, Han-sen directly said goodbye. Although as long as Ji Yanran did not call him, he was idle and had infinite free time, he'd still go back from time to time in case Ji Yanran got worried. I will return to the Alliance as well. Let's go together. Although Lee Dongmu did not need to go back to the Alliance, he wanted to find out about Han-sen's background and who he was. The two persons teleported back to the Alliance from Starwheel Shelter. Lee Dongmu immediately looked up all the information about Han's senator. The name Han-san being real was out of Lee Dongmu's expectation. After looking up Han-sen's materials, Lee Dongmu felt quite strange. Judging from Han-sen's background, he was such an ordinary guy that it did not match his achievements at all. From his information, the biggest difference in Han-sen's life was his girlfriend Ji Yanran. However, although the JIS were an incredibly prominent family, Han-sen only knew Ji Yanran after he went to the military academy. Before that, he did not receive any help from the JIS. Even now, the JIS had not been helping Han's senator before Ji Yanran married the guy. The JIS had no reason to help him. Whether she would marry Han-sen was still unknown. Aside from that, Lee Dongmu felt incredible reading about Han-sen's growth. Lee Dongmu thought if he were Han-sen, he would never have achieved what Han-sen had. In addition, according to the information, Han-sen had entered Second God's sanctuary for less than a year. The fact that he had such fitness on the ice field with limited resources made Lee Dongmu feel incredulous. How did he do it? Lee Dongmu couldn't help frowning. Han-sen returned to Daphne, trying to meet Ji Yanran. However, at the door he was blocked by Annie. We are both guards. Why are you minding my business? Han-sen was very upset with Annie. Since she had come, he did not have much chance to be alone with Ji Yanran. Because I said no, Annie stayed cold and said, what if I must go inside? Han-sen was mad, asking Annie coldly, you can try. Annie looked at Han-sen indifferently, as if she were looking at a dead man. Han-sen immediately wanted to go inside by force. Just because she was a surpasser, Annie was being incredibly arrogant, which pissed him off. The doors of Ji Yanran's office suddenly opened and Ji Yanran came out from inside. She held Han-sen's hand and said to Annie, Colonel Annie, he is also my guard. He has the right to see me at any time. I'm sorry, Ms. Ji. The order I got was to protect your safety 100%, ruling out all the unsafe elements. Annie said calmly, please, Captain. This is in the military. Ji Yanran said, a bit upset. Annie did not speak again, but she looked the same, not taking Ji Yanran's words seriously. Ji Yanran did not say anything more and pulled Han San into her office. Do not have any conflict with her in the future. She will kill you, Ji Yanran said helplessly to Han Sen. A guard can be so arrogant? Disrespecting your words. Han Sen said. Technically speaking, she is my guard. However, I do not deserve to have a guard like that with my current position. She was arranged by that person in my family. In fact, she only listens to him and my words are basically useless, Ji Yanran said helplessly, leaning against Han San. However, she is also doing it for my safety, so do not provoke her in the future. Han Sen nodded. He also knew that Ji Yanran's safety depended on Annie. It was impossible for her to count on him as her guard since he was away all the time. When Han Sen left Ji Yanran's room, it was already nighttime. Annie was still guarding the door. Judging by her position, it seemed she had not even moved in the past couple of hours. Men like you are a shame to all soldiers. When Han Sen just stepped out of the room, he suddenly heard Annie saying coldly, Are you talking about me? Han Sen turned around, stared at Annie and asked, The most disgusting are men who live off women like you, Annie said to Han Sen, disgusted. Han Sen looked Annie up and down for several minutes, but he said nothing. What are you looking at? Annie felt uncomfortable under his gaze and exclaimed coldly, With the professional judgment of someone who lives off women, I can tell you that you do not have what it takes for a man to live off you. You will probably die alone, Han Sen said seriously. You! Annie was shivering in anger. You think you are so good because you are a surpasser? If I were a surpasser, I could kill you with one strike. Do you believe that? Han Sen curled his lips and said, I will wait for you to become a surpasser and see how you kill me with one strike. Annie's face became blue. However, she was not someone good at talking. She was so angry that she could say nothing. In fact, there was a reason for Annie to hate Han Sen so much. Because her dad died early, she was raised by a single parent. Later on, Annie's mother found a boyfriend, who initially treated both Annie and her mother well. He had nice temper and worked hard. Even Annie as a little girl thought he was a good man and called him father. Who knows that the man was not only a gigolo but also a fraud. A couple of days before he was about to marry Annie's mother, he took away all their belongings, which made life very hard for Annie and her mother. She grew to loathe this type of man very much. Furthermore, Han Sen came to Daphne and became Ji Yanran's guard because of nepotism. Coupled with what Annie had heard at the JIS, she hated Han Sen very much. You do not have to wait until the future. If you dare to play with me, I can prove it to you how weak you are if we are of the same status, said Han Sen, curling his lips. What do you want? Annie thought Han Sen wanted her to suppress her strength to fight him. Annie did not mind that. Even if she had to lower her strength, she believed she could beat Han Sen completely. Let's go to the training room, Han Sen said and walked toward the training room. Now is not the time. Annie did not move but said coldly. What? Are you afraid? Han Sen looked at her sarcastically. Annie ignored it and said, Now I still have to work. I will see you at the training room in 3 hours. Okay. I will wait for you. Han Sen appreciated this quality about her very much. She was indeed a good soldier, loyal to her duties. Han Sen returned to his room and caught the unicorn beetle which was going around everywhere. Without eating or drinking, it did not starve. Han Sen tried to feed it with different things, but it was not interested in any food. Han Sen wondered how it kept itself alive. At the agreed time, when Han Sen reached the training room, he saw that Annie had changed from uniform to a white combat suit. Let's begin, she said coldly, seeing Han Sen coming in. What do you want? Han Sen stood outside and did not enter. Don't you want me to suppress my strength to fight you? Are you afraid now? Annie said with contempt. Sister, when have I said that? I am no idiot. Even if you suppress your own strength, your eyesight and reflex are not something that could be reduced. I am not foolish, so why would I ask for that? Han Sen curled his lips. Then what do you want? Annie frowned. We have both learned military boxing, right? Hansen said. What if I have? Annie asked. If you have learned it, that's easy. Let's do it the civilized way. I name a move and then you can name a move. We will both use the techniques from voter boxing only. If that fair? Hansen said. The way of combat is focused on the reflex and flexibility. If we are talking about the moves, how can we decide who is the winner? Moving the lips is no fun, said Annie frowning. Just tell me if you dare to do it. If you do not dare, you can leave now and stay out of my way in the future, Hansen said contemptuously. Okay. I will see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Annie did not believe that Hansen would win using the same military boxing. Lady first. You go. Hansen felt relaxed, as he was fully confident. Talking about the moves, he would definitely win. All other elements were ruled out and only the moves matter. It was like playing Go. Although the pieces were the same, the method to calculate was different. In order to win, the strategy was key, which was what Hansen was good at. Strength, speed, and reflex were less important. Although Annie was surpasser, a civilized fight like this one wiped clean all her advantages. On the other hand, Hansen, who was good at calculation, had an advantage. Head punch. Annie thought about it and said a move of attacking. Sideway punches, left of your ribs, Hansen answered quickly. Backward elbow, turning to the left to attack your neck. Annie felt slightly uncomfortable. She had never tried to make the move mentally and had to think for a while before she said anything. The two persons exchanged 30 moves and then Annie felt something was wrong. She found herself trapped in a dangerous situation. Although the moves were all the same, Annie felt it was hard for her to attack. When 14 moves were exchanged, she could no longer think of a way to dodge Hansen's attacks. You lost, Hansen said contentedly. This is just talking. If it were in a real fight, you could never have done that, Annie said, unwilling to accept her failure. That is okay. We can act out what we had just said. However, this time, neither of us shall use force. We will just act out what we had said. Hansen walked up to Annie and said, Okay. Annie did not believe that. However, when the two persons were sparring like Hansen had just explained, Annie did not have anywhere to dodge when it came to the 39th move. Unless he used speed and strength beyond Hansen, she would lose for sure. How about that? Are you convinced? Hansen glanced at Annie and said, This is the first time for me to do this. I'm not like you who is all talk. Annie was not convinced. She did not believe that she would be inferior to Hansen. That's fine. We can do it again. I will beat you until you are convinced. Hansen curled his lips and said, Okay, but we will both speak and act out this time. Annie thought she lost to Hansen because she was not good at imagination. Okay. Hansen smiled and said, Acting out was not the important part. As long as no strength was involved, then Annie would not still be inferior to him. After all, everyone had a specialty, and Hansen's was calculation. Annie seemed to be the type that were good at violent moves. The fight began again. However, the result was no different from last time. This time she lost even faster. She could no longer continue after the 35th move. Are you convinced? Hansen asked again. No. Annie bit her lips. Unable to accept the fact that she was inferior to Hans Senator, there was no way she was now the match of a man who lived off a woman. Then let's do it again, Hansen grinned and said. Annie was looking for trouble herself, so he had no reason not to give it to her. Annie was someone stubborn. They fought for more than 30 times and she did not win even once. Lost, lost, and lost. She did not even make it to the 40th move once. Although she did not use strength and her energy was not consumed, she became pale and sweaty on her forehead. She did not understand why she would lose to Hansen again and again using the same moves only with different order, not to mention in such a miserable way. Initially, she thought as long as she was familiar with this way of fighting, she could turn the situation around. All her previous losses were just because she was not used to it. However, the fact was cruel. Whether or not she knew the way of fighting well, she lost equally. Annie found that she was so weak in front of Hansen just based on the moves in martial arts. This man who she despised seemed to be exceptionally good in this regard. Now Annie had understood she was no match to Hansen in this respect. Do we need to continue? Hansen smiled at Annie. It is no wonder that you want because you have studied these trivial matters. However, if it were a real fight, there is no way you could beat me. Annie knew that she had lost, but she would not admit it. Then let's fight for real, Hansen said abruptly. You really dare to fight me? Annie was dazed. She did not believe that Hansen dared to fight her. In terms of real fighting abilities, Hansen was quite weak compared to her. Yes, but hands only. Hansen smiled. Hansen explained himself. What he was talking about was to play red hand. If she were to fight him, Hansen might not even be able to survive 2 or 3 strikes from Annie. Okay. After hearing Hansen's explanation, Annie agreed without hesitation. The fact that she was not able to use her strength just now made her feel quite sullen. Although there were many limitations in terms of playing red hands, she could use her own speed and strength to punish Hansen slightly in order to avenge herself. Annie did not believe that she would still lose to Hansen when she could use her own strength and speed. That could never happen. You made the first move just now. So, it is my turn this time, right? Hansen asked Annie. She did not say anything but put her right hand above Hansen's right hand. She did not believe that Hansen could beat her with his speed. Did you know why you lost just now? Hansen asked her suddenly. Why? Slap. Annie was still preoccupied with the fact that she had lost to Hansenator when Hansen mentioned it. She was distracted immediately. When she was about to ask why, Hansen's hand had already hit hers. You are shameless. Annie gritted teeth, wanting to kill Hansen immediately. The game is all about tricks. If they are not allowed, you should say that earlier. Tell me, are tricks allowed? Hansen asked, smiling. As you slap. When Annie just said 2 words, she was hit on her hand again. Annie was so pissed that she almost vomited blood. Staring at Hansen with her eyes wide, she almost looked like a tigress that was about to swallow Hansen. Hansen played red hands with Annie from the very beginning. It would be hard for him to hit her even with his sneak attack skills, considering her reflex and speed as a surpasser. However, because Hansen had already broken the piece of her mind earlier, she could no longer treated the game normally, which was why he was able to affect her state of mind and hit her unexpectedly. At this point, Annie's mind had become a mess. She was watching out for Hansen at any moment. However, the more she did that, the easier it was for her to be hit. Slap, slap, slap. Annie stared her eyes wide, watching Hansen as if she had seen a ghost. She was both sullen and angry. There was no way she could understand why she would not be able to dodge Hansen's strikes based on her speed. She hated Hansen's shamelessness and wickedness even more, which distracted her each time so much that she could not focus on dodging his strikes. As the stone was tossed into a well, there was bound to be ripple. The amazing fact about human mind was that sometimes you knew what the right thing to do was, but you could not control your own temper and thoughts. Slap, slap, slap. Annie was hit again and again. She could not tolerate Hansen's words. Boom! All of a sudden, electricity boomed on Annie's body, turning her into a burning light bulb. She hit the table with her palm and turned the table into ashes. Hansen looked at Annie, appalled. He was terrified. The strength of a surpasser was so scary that it was beyond imagination. If it were him that Annie attacked, Hansen would probably become ashes as well. Fortunately, it was in the alliance, so there was no way Annie would lay a finger on him no matter how mad she was. Watching Annie was so mad that she was shivering and sparkling. Hansen said with a smile, "You want to hit me because you lost?" Staring Hansen for a long while, lights disappeared on Annie's body. Without saying anything, she turned around and left. She was afraid that she might not be able to resist the urge to kill Hansen if she said one more word to him. Asshole. Bastard. Shameless. Annie did not go back to her room but went to the virtual camp directly. She vented her madness in the virtual camp like crazy. Seeing the alloy table that had turned into ashes, Hansen could not help spitting his tongue. He decided not to provoke that woman killer. If she disregarded anything and hit him, Han Sen could not survive a strike from her at all. Surpasser is so scary. They are not human anymore. Although Han Sen said that, he looked forward to becoming a surpasser even more. After eating the entire Snake Fish King, Han Sen had gained 9 sacred Geno points, and currently he had 21 sacred Geno points already. When Han Sen was trying to find Yi Dongmu to hunt sacred blood creatures together, he failed to find him. Without other sacred blood creatures to hunt, Han Sen thought of the crab again. Although the shell of the golden crab was hard, Han Sen had practiced the Yin force and could penetrate its shell. Maybe he could kill it after all. The key was his strength. If he did not have enough strength, that was fine as well. Han Sen decided to dive into the Crystal Palace first, hunt some primitive fish creatures at the bottom of the lake, and fill up his primitive Geno points. Hunting fish creatures at the bottom of the lake was much easier than fishing. Han Sen returned to the bottom of the frozen lake again. With the silver eel this time, it was easy for him to come to the Crystal Palace. The golden crab climbed out after hearing the noise. When it saw it was Han Sen, it quickly went back to the cabin, disregarding what Han Sen was doing outside. It never went out again. Han Sen did not provoke the crab but looked at the fish creatures that were swimming at the bottom of the lake. He thought to himself, when I have the Crystal Palace to myself, I will never worry about creature resources because I can go to the deep ocean to hunt. Since the Crystal Palace was indestructible, Han Sen was not afraid to encounter scary creatures at the bottom of the sea. He could always hide in the cabin. The most important thing at this moment was to control this Crystal Palace. Otherwise, he could go nowhere. Standing on the deck, Han Sen felt like he was in an aquarium. Above his head, all kinds of fish creatures were swimming around. However, because there was no glass, Han Sen could reach into the water to touch them. After waiting for a while, when seeing a golden anchovy swimming nearby, Han Sen reached out immediately and grabbed it into the shelter. The golden anchovy suddenly fell on the floor. Without water, it had lost almost all its abilities to fight. All he could do was to jump and try to go back to the water. However, Han Sen would never give him the opportunity and trampled it to death. Primitive creature golden anchovy killed. Beast soul of golden anchovy gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive Geno points randomly. It was so easy to kill fish creatures the bottom of the water. I must get my hands on the Crystal Palace. This is such a bug. With the Crystal Palace, I own the entire ocean. Han Sen was overjoyed. He summoned Snow Charmer, asking her to shoot down the creatures in the water with her spear, while Han Sen was cooking the fish, feeling relaxed. Meat of golden anchovy eaten. 1 primitive Geno point gained. Snow Charmer killed primitive golden swordfish. Beast soul of golden swordfish gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive Geno points. Han Sen did not have to move a finger. As he was reading, Snow Charmer could help him kill the creatures and Mermaid Princess would cook the creatures for him and even feed them to him. All he needed to do was to open his mouth. This is such a life in heaven. I have wasted more than 2 decades. This is what hunting should be like. Han Sen felt so good as he could gain Geno points while lying. If I could get that silver-haired royal spirit as well, that would be even better, Han Sen thought to himself. There were all kinds of creatures at the bottom of the lake. Some Han Sen could not recognize at all. There were shellfish as big as a mill, lobsters as big as a motorcycle, and even sea beasts of different shapes. There were many mutant creatures. However, because Crystal Palace could not be moved, Han Sen could only wait for the creatures to approach the shelter to kill them. If he entered the water, even he would not be the match of those creatures, not to mention Snow Charmer. This made Han Sen want the Crystal Palace even more. If the Crystal Palace could be moved as he wished, he could kill all the creatures he liked. Even so, Han Sen had incredible gains still. In just a dozen days, he had filled up his primitive Geno points and gained 17 mutant Geno points. In addition to the increase in his Geno points, he also gained a dozen primitive beast souls and a mutant beast soul. These gains were much more than back in the days when Han Sen hunted alone. The only shame was that he did not hunt any sacred blood creature. There seemed to be only one sacred blood creature, which was the silver eel in the area of the frozen lake. Other than that, there was the golden crab. For the dozen days, Snow Charmer had hunted a lot of primitive creatures. Since Han Sen could not finish all the food himself, he piled the food up, wanting to sell it after he got out. Who knows that the golden crab was so shameless that it came to take some every day, treating Han Sen's place as its kitchen. Damn you, crab. I must get straight with you today. Han Sen had tolerated its behaviors for days and felt he should be on the same level as the golden crab in terms of fitness. So, he planned to try to kill it, getting the Crystal Palace back. As usual, the golden crab came to Han Sen to steal the meat again. When it turned away, Han Sen used his claws to hit the crab's shell. The golden crab quickly reacted. It threw away the 2 fish it had taken. Flipping itself around, it shot its pincer at Han Sen's claws. Ding! The pincer hit the claws and sounded like metal. Han Sen stepped back 3 times before he could stabilize himself. The golden crab also fell back. They were about on the same level judging from this round. Seeing that his strength was no weaker than the golden crab, Han Sen felt overjoyed and waved his claws again. However, this time, Han Sen did not hit the golden crab head-on, but walked around it using kiting skills. Very soon, Han Sen found an opportunity to hit the crab hard on its shell. However, the claws only left 3 shallow marks on the golden shell and did not crush it. So hard! After fighting for more than half an hour, Han Sen made several hits on the golden crab, but only shallow marks were left. The crab was not hurt for real. Han Sen took his claws back and decided to use his fists to fight the golden crab. When hitting the golden crab, he secretly used the Force. However, since the Force only penetrate 3 to 4 inches, Han Sen could not really hurt the crab if he was hitting at the wrong spot. Boom! Han Sen found an opportunity to hit the golden crab on its head. Suddenly, he saw the golden crab wobbling as if it were drunk. Han Sen was overjoyed, going up to hit its head hard. The golden crab seemed to be dizzy from the hit. Its strikes were no longer organized or forceful. For several punches, Han Sen had hit the head of the golden crab repeatedly. The Force went deep, and the golden crab became even more dizzy, could no longer stand straight and fell on the floor. Hitting madly on the crab shell with his fists, Han Sen sent Force into its head. Gradually it stopped moving. Sacred blood creature Golden Pincer King killed. Beast soul of Golden Pincer King gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Hearing the voice at last, Han Sen felt overjoyed. He quickly checked the type of the beast soul of the Golden Pincer King. Type of beast soul of sacred blood creature Golden Pincer King. Armor. Han Sen summoned the beast soul and golden armor suddenly appeared on his body, covering him up completely. He looked lean and strong, full of power. At first sight, this armor and the black beetle armor were very similar. They were both golden armor that covered the whole body. However, their shapes were slightly different. The helmet of the Pincer King armor was clearly a golden crab. Eventually I have a sacred blood armor again. In the future, I will use the black crystal to turn it into a berserk sacred blood beast soul. At that time, I think not even sacred blood weapons could hurt it. Han Sen was very happy. He was used to having sacred blood armor with him. When he came to Second God's Sanctuary, he had always wanted his armor, and this was his dream coming true. Putting the armor on, Han Sen climbed on the boat and walked slowly into the cabin. After passing the hall, there were corridors and rooms inside everywhere. He did not encounter any other creature. However, Han Sen could not find where the operating room was, so he had to summon Mermaid Princess. Mermaid Princess guided Han Sen's way, and they soon reached the operating room, which was on the upper level of the crystal sailboat. Seeing the crystal rudder, Mermaid Princess cheered and grabbed it. The moment she grabbed the crystal rudder, Han Sen felt the entire crystal sailboat was vibrating, making squeaking noises. Looking from the crystal window ahead of him, Han Sen saw the weather was flowing and the sails rose. The entire sailboat was rising slowly. "My dear master, where do you want to go?" Mermaid Princess looked at Han Sen excited. The three sails rose at the same time. The mysterious and gorgeous crystal sailboat slowly rose from the bottom of the lake and floated in the water in a magical way, looking magnificent. My girl marched toward the ocean. Han Sen was incredibly excited. This crystal sailboat was much better than a submarine. It was an interstellar warship in the water. Master, do you want to go above the surface? Asked Mermaid Princess. No, let's march on the bottom. Naturally, Han Sen would not let the crystal sailboat to go up to look for trouble. Yes, master, replied Mermaid Princess and turned the rudder in her hand. The giant crystal sailboat suddenly sailed toward the ocean, following the channel connecting the lake and the ocean. The scenery at the bottom of the sea was indeed incredible. Han Sen saw a region of shellfish, which piled up like small mountains for hundreds of miles. Luckily, the Crystal Palace was indestructible. Otherwise, if it were hit by the horrendous beast, it would be ruined before long. Boom boom. A dual-headed turtle that looked like a hill hit the Crystal Palace several times before it went away slowly. The number of the creatures inside the ocean was beyond Han Sen's imagination. However, he did not know what the status of those creatures was. He could not hunt as he wished for that reason. In addition, Han Sen wanted to check out first what the ocean had to offer. All kinds of sea creatures that he had never seen before were swimming. From afar, he seemed to see a red river flowing on the bottom of the sea. However, when he approached it, he found it was formulated by numerous red-shelled prawns, each as thick as a motorcycle. They were swimming among the seaweeds growing on the seabed. At first glance, Han Sen could not see the end of them, and he did not know how many there were. Han Sen's mouth was watering, so he commanded the Crystal Palace to stop. Not turning on the function to avoid water, Han Sen opened up a channel that looked like a swimming pool. When one of the red-shelled prawn passed by, Han Sen used the Yin force to hit its head and killed it instantaneously. Primitive creature fire prawn killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Han Sen took the prawn back, shelled it to expose the meat that looked like jelly. He cut the meat into pieces and dipped it into some sauce. Suddenly, he felt the meat was so sweet and tasty. With such treasures, will I ever worry that the resources are lacking? Han Sen was overjoyed, commanding Mermaid Princess to control the Crystal Palace to continue forward on the bottom of the ocean. The creatures in the ocean were much more than the land. They were beyond Han Sen's imagination. Many of them Han Sen has never heard of before. Humans did not have the ability to hunt creatures in the ocean yet. This might be the first time for humans to hunt creatures in deep sea. However, because most of the sea creatures were huge in size, Han Sen did not rush to hunt. He mainly came to check out the resources nearby first. When there were suitable creatures, he would do some hunting. If there were none, he was in no rush. The speed of the crystal boat was very fast inside the water. In just 5 to 6 days, it had already sailed out of the area of the ice sea. The water gradually became warm, and the species of the creatures had also changed. Han Sen saw some blue balls glowing at the bottom of the sea. When he approached them, he saw they were giant jellyfish dancing in the water. Fish of different colors were swimming in groups. Some shellfish were opening up at the bottom of the sea. Han Sen saw there were several shiny pearls inside a scallop that was the size of a bowl. Feeling interested, he swam out of the Crystal Palace and tried to grab the pearls. However, the scallop quickly shot, trying to break Han Sen's hand. Luckily, Han Sen took his hand back fast enough and took the closed scallop back to the sailboat. Placing the scallop the size of a bowl on a crystal table, Han Sen hit it with the Yin force and suddenly heard the voice. Mutant creature treasure scallop killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points. Han Sen was very happy. He did not expect it to be a mutant creature. There was not much meat inside the scallop, so he should be able to finish it in one meal. This would give him at least 7 to 8 mutant geno points. Opening up the scallop, Han Sen took out the pearls. They were 3 in total, all around and shiny. These would be rare in the Alliance. Is this a gear as well? Han Sen thought to himself. He was not sure whether these pearls could be counted as gears. Han Sen took back several more scallops. However, after killing them, he found that not all of them were mutant creatures. Most of them were just primitive creatures, and only the treasure scallops with silver pearls were mutant ones. There were at least tens of thousands of treasure scallops in this region. Han Sen took a dozen back to eat himself and commanded the Crystal Palace to go forward. After traveling for a few more days and eating many sea creatures, Han Sen had gained a dozen mutant geno points, making his mutant geno points as many as 33. This day he saw from afar that in the deep ocean, there was a huge city that looks like a gigantic beast crawling on the bottom of the sea. An underwater shelter. Han Sen glanced at it from afar and commanded the Crystal Palace to turn around, not daring to approach the shelter. Judging by the size of the shelter, it was at least a royal shelter. Han Sen was alone at this point and he was under the water as well. There was no way he could conquer the royal shelter. Because the royal shelter had blocked the way of the Crystal Palace, Han Sen could only try to sail to the side. However, the water became more and more shallow and it eventually reached the shore. Han Sen glanced at the shore from afar and found many humans, out of his expectation. There was a castle next to the shore, which should be a human shelter, to Han Sen's joy. The ice field was surrounded by ocean and blocked from other places by the royal shelter. There was no way for the ice field to contact the outside. However, now Han Sen could drive the Crystal Palace and come out from the bottom of the sea. This was a great business route. If he used it well, it was easy to make money. Parking the Crystal Palace at the bottom of the sea, Han Sen rode the silver eel to go out. He swam to the shore and planned to ask where he was at. However, when he approached the shore, he found it was different from he had imagined. The reason for there to be so many people was that they were trying to conquer the shelter on the shore. In front of the shelter, there were many creatures that looked like porcupines, covered in spikes, which could be shot like arrows. The humans charged several times but failed to break into the rain of spikes. Many people ended up getting hurt. In front of the group of porcupines, a giant 9 feet tall covered in black iron armor ran into the army of humans on a huge boar, holding a tower shield in one hand and a double axe in the other. There was no one among the humans who could do anything to him. A human evolver who looked quite fit and should have a fitness over 100 was slashing a long broadsword at the giant. However, all the strikes were blocked by the tower shield of the giant warrior, who was not hurt. With the rampage of the huge boar, no one could stop the double axe in the giant's hand. Han Sen took a look at it and felt surprised. This seemed to be an aristocrat shelter, so the giant warrior should be an aristocrat spirit, the equivalents of mutant creatures. However, the defense of his armor and shield was so good that even the human evolver with more than 100 in fitness index cannot break his shield, which was astonishing. Coupled with the spikes coming from the porcupines, the humans could not go inside the shelter at all. Nor did they have any opportunity to destroy the spirit stone of the giant warrior. What a nice meat shield spirit. I will not miss it. Han Sen was very motivated. That spirit was very strong and muscular. Together with the tower shield and armor, he had incredible defense. Although he was just an aristocrat spirit, he was no worse than some royal spirits in terms of defense. If he could get this spirit, it would be much easier for him to kill creatures in the future with a shield. Han Sen summoned the golden armor and rushed out of the ocean. He directly went to the direction of the spirit shelter. There was no use to kill the spirit. He must grab the spirit stone as soon as possible. The injuries were heavy in human army. As they were hesitating whether they should retreat, they suddenly saw a golden figure rushing toward the spirit shelter at an incredible speed. The group of porcupines bristled and shot spikes at the golden figure. A rain of spikes was flying toward him. Many people were nervous as they watched. They had suffered a lot from the spikes and knew how good they were. Even mutant armor could not fully block their penetration. There were at least 1,000 spikes shooting at the golden figure. The man will very likely be killed in the end. However, the golden figure did not stop at all and rushed into the spikes. The spikes hit him like a storm, making noises continuously. All the spikes that touched the golden figure were flicked away or broken. Yet the golden figure was not hurt at all. He was still charging toward the spirit shelter at a high speed. Round after round of spikes did not affect the golden figure at all. The golden figure soon went into the porcupines. As he moved, he killed several porcupines already. The porcupines guarding the shelter suddenly became a mess, while the golden figure had rushed into the spirit shelter. Everything happened so fast. When the golden figure disappeared in the shelter, the army of humans then realized what had happened. As the porcupines were disorganized, humans started to charge with all they got. The spirit giant warrior saw him entering the spirit shelter and became astonished. Riding on the giant boar, he ran into the shelter. Without the help of the giant warrior, the disorganized porcupines became even weaker in front of the army of humans. Shortly, humans had entered the shelter. Inside the shelter, they saw creature bodies lay everywhere. The golden figure rushed deep inside the shelter nonstop. Even groups of creatures cannot stop him at all. With no weapon, he killed every creature in front of him and entered the most magnificent hall in the castle. The spirit warrior riding the boar chased after him like crazy, but it was too late. When the spirit warrior came to the hall, the golden figure had already walked out of the hall, with a glowing gem in his hand. Thump! When the spirit warrior came to the golden figure, he did not launch a suicidal attack toward the man as people expected. Surprisingly, it kneeled in front of the golden figure. Mad Shield is willing to give his master the purest soul, follow his master all his life, and never betray his master. Everyone felt astonished, seeing this incredible scene. It was so rare that a spirit would offer his allegiance. In addition, one should beat the spirit before the spirit offered his allegiance. However, the golden figure did not even fight the spirit warrior, yet the spirit gave his allegiance already. The chance that this would happen was probably less than 1 out of 10,000. Seeing the golden figure placing the spirit stone on the forehead of the spirit, people were almost blinded by the strong light of the stone. Then, both the spirit and spirit stone disappeared. Obviously, they had been taken back by their master. After the spirit was gone, the creatures in the shelter became a mess. The giant boar, which was the spirit's mount, roared and charged the golden figure. However, the golden figure did not try to dodge at all. The moment when the giant boar had come to his face, his fist covered in golden armor hit the boar. Facing the giant creature that were rushing over like armored vehicles, the golden figure simply took back his fist casually, while the giant boar suddenly had blood coming out of all the holes on its body, dying at the feet of the golden figure. Strong, he's too strong. Everybody gasped. Just now, when they were fighting outside, the humans had seen how strong the giant mount was. Even evolvers with a fitness index more than 100 could not face it head-on. However, the creature was killed by the golden figure with one strike. Dollar, he must be Dollar. Dollar is among us. Someone suddenly exclaimed, making people having a chill. Yes, the golden armor, the invincible attitude. Who else could it be other than Dollar? Damn it! It turns out Dollar is here. Dollar is simply invincible, even in Second God's sanctuary. Dollar, I love you. With Dollar here, we will never be afraid of the creatures. That punch is so badass. Hansen did not stay at all. After killing the boar, he jumped to the top of the palace and quickly left the shelter. He was basically stealing other people's spirit and felt too ashamed to stay. The article Dollar spotted at Yellowstone Beach soon gained a lot of attention on the Skynet. The article depicted how Dollar came from nowhere, beat all the porcupines, gained the allegiance of the spirit, and killed the giant boar with one punch, and other details. In the end, it also praised Dollar for not staying for the compliments. If it were Hansen who was reading this article, he would feel quite embarrassed. He was not being selfless but did not want to be scolded for stealing the spirit after the other people had sacrificed their lives. However, the golden armor of Dollar was so famous that people simply treated him as Dollar after they saw the golden armor. Most people did not know that Hansen had sold his golden armor already. Not knowing Hansen himself, other people could only determine whether it was him by the armor. If whoever wearing golden armor is Dollar, then there will be countless dollars. This one is definitely real. His arrogance and strength show everything. He is covered in armor. You can tell he's arrogant? Of course, who is Dollar? He is so peerless that I could tell it is him from 3-inch thick steel plate. How can his armor block my eyes? I was there. He is 100% Dollar. So strong. Killed the boar with one punch. As far as I know, Dollar had sold his golden armor a long time ago. The one you met is definitely not him. It is definitely him. I could feel that he is Dollar. And he looked at me full of love. I think he is in love with me. Wake up, son. Many people were discussing whether it was Dollar or not. Some believed so, some not. No one could persuade the other it was otherwise. It soon became a quarrel. At the same time, Han-san was sitting in the Crystal Palace, checking out the new spirit he had gained, Mad Shield. As he had expected, this was an aristocrat spirit. More than 9 feet tall, he was covered in black iron armor. With a tower shield and a double axe, he looked like an ancient god. The guy had shield in his name, so his shield was especially strong. Han-sen's claws attacked the shield and only left a mark about 3 inches deep. In terms of defense, Mad Shield was definitely the equivalence of a sacred blood creature. If it were not for the fact that the ghost pod claws were berserk, ordinary sacred blood weapons would be even less threatening to him. Unfortunately, he is not a pretty woman's spirit. Han-sen felt ashamed. Initially, he wanted to form a gang full of pretty spirits. However, spirits were so rare that he might as well recruit some male spirits first. In the future, the Crystal Palace needed a lot of help on board in order to gain a huge amount of sea creatures. However, Han-sen did not want to recruit too many humans, but preferred his own spirits. After resting for half a day, Han-sen went to the shore again and asked about the situation nearby. This was Yellowstone Sea. Not far from the beach was a forest. In the forest there were a lot of human shelters. However, there were also a lot of spirit shelters. Humans and spirits were fighting intensely. This is somewhere that is truly designed for human cultivation. On the ice field, there are so few resources that I can't even have any night spirits. Han-sen thought to himself. As he was thinking how he should make use of his current resources, he suddenly heard a crack in his Sea of Soul, which made Han-sen feel happy. He looked to his Sea of Soul and saw the light cocoon of the golden growler had broken. The golden growler that was all golden and shiny came out of the cocoon. It seemed that its body had turned into gold completely, like a gold statue, looking much stronger. Berserk Super Creature Golden Growler, Mount. The Berserk Golden Growler had enhanced greatly in both speed and strength. It could even be compared to the Sacred Blood mounts in Second God's Sanctuary. In addition, its ability to change size was something that an ordinary Sacred Blood mount did not have. Han-sen fed the black crystal to the Snowy Wolf, and the mutant Snowy Wolf turned into a berserk beast soul after just 1 day. As he fed the black crystal to his beast souls, Han-sen ordered Mermaid Princess to take the Crystal Palace to the ice field. Because the resources were rich near Yellowstone Sea, beast souls were relatively cheap in that area. If he wanted to sell his beast souls, he should go back to Goddess Shelter to get a good price. When he went back, Han-sen tried to make the Crystal Palace go directly to the sea near Goddess Shelter. His journey was quite smooth. The Goddess Shelter was surrounded by the ocean in 3 directions. Therefore, it was easy to get to the sea near the shelter. He did not encounter other shelters under the water, and he saved himself the trouble of traveling through the mountainous region. On his way back, Han-sen hunted a large number of primitive creatures and some mutant creatures he found in the water, put them on the back of the golden growler, and returned to Goddess Shelter. When people in the shelter saw the golden growler and mountain of meat, they were all surprised. There were less and less creatures that they could hunt nearby, so they had never imagined a scene like this. Hearing the news, Yang Monli also came by. Seeing the huge pile of creatures, she was also dazed. Monli, count the meat and you can decide how to sell them. Han-sen then transferred all the primitive beast souls and mutant beast souls he had gained to Yang Monli, asking her to sell them all. Yang Monli saw the dozens of beast souls that Han-sen transferred to her, many of which were not only mutant, but also berserk, which made her feel quite incredulous. Where did you get the meat and beast souls? Yang Manli looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. I hunted them from the sea. Han Sen knew that the creatures looked like they were from the ocean, and there was no way he could hide it. The sea? Yang Manli became even more surprised. It was much harder to hunt in the sea than on the land. I'm such a guy that could kill the tiger on the mountain and dragon in the sea. Isn't it absolutely normal for me to be able to hunt in the ocean? No need to look at me like that. Han Sen smiled and said. Yang Manli did not want to smile. Although Han Sen was joking, she understood that the difficulty of the task was no joke. How did he achieve that? Yang Manli felt it was more and more difficult for her to understand Han Senator when she was in First God's Sanctuary. She felt Han Sen was inferior to Dollar. However, after they met in Second God's Sanctuary, what Han Sen did astonished her every time. At this moment, Yang Manli no longer had the thought she first had. She only felt it was more and more difficult for her to know Han Senator. She did not know what kind of guy he was. The members of Goddess Gang all bought some meat and beast souls at a very low price. However, people outside of the gang could only purchase the meat and beast souls at a high price. Even so, there were still many people competing for them. The resources at Goddess Shelter were so limited that if they did not compete for it, lots of people wanted it. Han Sen planned to sell some stuff like this every once in a while in the future. The money he earned would be enough for him to spend in the alliance. However, Han Sen was not really obsessed. He did not want to waste too much time on it but want to focus on his own evolution instead. There was much meat of the golden crab left. It would take Han Sen a few days to eat them all. In addition, to eat the same thing every day was not fun, and he wanted to change to other food once in a while. Han Sen decided to take a few days off. When he finished eating the meat of the golden crab, he thought it was time for him to try to kill the berserk gargoyle in the nest. When he returned to Daphne, Annie ignored him when he went to see his girlfriend, not even glancing at him. Han Sen was happy enough that Annie did not do anything. He did not want to provoke her and ignored her as well. Han Sen, aren't you interested in the ancient language? An expert in that area has come recently. If you're interested, you could go see him. Hearing Ji Yanran's words, Han Sen was immediately excited. He quickly asked, which ancient language expert? Why would we have one here? Ji Yanran smiled and said, Professor Su is very talented in linguistics. Also, he is quite a celebrity in the alliance. Besides ancient language, he has studied a lot of languages from other species. If he is famous, will he ignore me if I just go see him? Asked Han Sen. I don't think so. The management asked him to come over to teach us some knowledge about crystallizers. You could go and have a look first. If you have the opportunity, just ask him about the ancient language. That should be fine, Ji Yanran replied. Han Sen knew what had happened. Since the last incident, Daphne did not have a chance to undertake a task again. New people were recruited, and some affairs were rearranged. This time, the management asked Professor Su to teach them about the crystallizer culture, so obviously there will be no task in a short amount of time. This also showed that the management was paying a lot of attention to Daphne. Han Sen was naturally very interested in the ancient language. He now could read everything in Dongxian Sutra, but it did not mean he could understand them. Han Sen still did not understand many parts, and he did not want to practice the martial arts before he understood what was going on. When it was time for the lecture of Professor Su, Han Sen went to attend. Unexpectedly, he saw the fat squad leader and other cookhouse soldiers. After chatting with them for a while, he then learned that the lecture was compulsory. Except for some higher officers and guards including Annie and Han Sen, everyone needed to go to the lecture on time. The language of crystallizer was too complicated. In other words, they were not even words, but more like images. All sorts of complicated lines were put together to make an image that looked like the inner structure of a machine. It was indeed very difficult to learn the meaning. Even with Han Sen's brain, which had been strengthened, he felt it was difficult to memorize those images. The other soldiers felt even more painful. When they went to the lecture, they felt like they were not understanding anything. Although it was very difficult to learn, Han Sen was still paying attention to the lecture and tried to memorize. There seemed to be some kind of a connection between the nine-life cat and the crystallizers. In addition, he would go to the ruins anyways in the future, so it would not hurt if he understood more about the crystallizer language. After Professor Su's lecture, Han Sen quickly walked to the professor and saluted to him. Professor Su, I have a question regarding other languages that I want to ask you. I wonder if you have the time. Professor Su was a general in terms of military ranks, which was much higher than Han Sen's. However, Professor Su did not have any power. Is it about the crystallizers? Tell me about it. Professor Su was quite easygoing. I want to ask you something about the ancient language of the Alliance, Han Sen said. Professor Su looked Han Sen up and down in surprise and asked, You have studied the ancient language? Currently, although the Alliance did not put less emphasis on liberal arts, many young people were more willing to spend time on practicing hypergenoarts. After all, that would bring them direct benefits. In addition, that would help them to survive and cultivate in the God Century. Very few people would spend a large amount of time to read books and study. Professor Su did not know whether Han Sen had really learned the ancient language or he was just trying to kiss the professor's ass. I have studied a little bit. However, I have many confusions and there are not enough materials for me to clear them, said Han Sen. All right, it is about lunchtime. Let's work together and we can chat in the cafeteria. Professor Su was not arrogant at all. If Han Sen was indeed interested in the ancient language, Professor Su would like to answer his questions. Han Sen was overjoyed and followed Professor Su to the cafeteria. After they had ordered, they found a quiet spot to chat and eat. Initially, Professor Su thought even if Han Sen had learned the ancient language, he probably only knew some superficial things. After all, Han Sen was too young. However, after chatting with Han Sen, he found that Han Sen had worked hard on ancient language. Han Sen was also quite talented and knowledgeable, which surprised Professor Su. Han Sen's level was beyond his age. Han Sen, do you have any relatives studying the ancient language? Professor Su couldn't help asking. No, my family used to have an alloy factory, but it was closed later. Han Sen looked at Professor Su, not understanding why the professor asked that. Okay, so when did you start to learn the ancient language? Professor Su asked again. Probably 2 years ago, said Han Senator. In fact, he just started before he evolved, so he had learned about a year at most. Professor Su was even more surprised. In 2 years, Han Sen had achieved so much, which was very rare. Han Sen was probably extremely talented in this area. Otherwise he cannot have done so well. In fact, Han Sen did not have other special talents. The reason he was learning fast was that his brain had absorbed the red crystal and developed again. Both his memory and analysis had been greatly improved. As he remembered more and analyzed more, he naturally became better in this area. Because they shared common interests, Professor Su and Han Sen felt more and more happy as they chatted. And Han Sen impressed Professor Su even more. Professor Su told some things to Han Sen, which Han Sen could quickly remember and understand. He could even discuss with Professor Su or raise a deeper question, which made Professor Su appreciate Han Sen a lot. As the two were chatting, they forgot to eat. In the end, their food had gone cold, and they were the only 2 persons left in the cafeteria. When the cookhouse was about to close, they had to leave. Before he left, Professor Su gave Han Sen some materials on the ancient language and asked Han Sen to read them. He also told Han Sen to ask himself if Han Sen did not understand. After chatting with Professor Su for a long while, Han Sen felt he was inspired. The materials he got from Professor Su were also a great help to him. For the things that he couldn't understand before, he had managed to perceive them after reading Professor Su's materials. After that, when he read Dongxian Sutra again, he had many new understandings. Although there were still places that he did not understand, he had a more profound grasp of the text. Unfortunately, there were too many technical terminologies about cultivation in Dongxian Sutra. Because it was written a long time ago, Han Sen still felt difficult to understand and translate everything with what he had learned. However, after reading the materials and asking Professor Su some questions, Han Sen had some new gain and translated another technique. The reason that Han Sen was able to do that was that he had read Yin Yang Sutra, which Yin Yang Blast was based on. This technique in Dongxian Sutra was focused on the Yin force, which had a lot of similarity with the Yin Yang Sutra. However, obviously the technique was better. If he could practice well, he could make his force to penetrate a large object. It was a bit exaggerating to say he could hit the bull behind the mountain, but it would not be difficult for him to penetrate through a steel plate of several feet thick. Hansen was a big fan of the Yin force, so he practiced according to the technique recorded in the sutra. If he was able to reach that level in the future, he could hit the inner organs of the creature when he met one and did not need to break their tough skin and bones. After several days, Hansen felt he had already been able to use the Yin force better. Originally, he could only penetrate 3 to 4 inches, but now he could penetrate 1 foot already. This sutra is indeed a great book. It deserves to be called the very best secret technique of a strong man. If I could learn the true content, it should be even much better than Jadeskin. Hansen wanted to translate the entire text right away, but he cannot rush. If he practiced before he understood, there might be danger and risk. There is no Geno solution designed for Dongxian Sutra, so he might hurt himself. When he had rested for more than 10 days, eating golden crab every day in the shelter, he had eventually finished eating the crab and gained 7 sacred Geno points. Currently, Hansen had 28 sacred Geno points. Hansen, super body, king spirit, status, evolver, lifespan 300. Requirement for next evolution, 100 Geno points. Geno points owned, ordinary Geno points 100, primitive Geno points 100, mutant Geno points 43, sacred Geno points 28. Checking his progress, Hansen felt the number was quite good for someone who had entered Second God Sanctuary for less than a year. Currently, Hansen's fitness index had definitely passed 120. It took a test for him to find out the exact number. Anyway, he was much stronger than Tiger of Blue Blood in the past now. Hansen estimated that when he maxed out on all 4 types of Geno points, he should be able to reach 170 or 180. He wondered how strong the super creatures of Second God's Sanctuary were, and whether he would be able to hunt them by then. It was too early to think about that at this point. The most important thing for him was to fill up his sacred Geno points. As for mutant Geno points, Hansen was not that worried because there were a lot of mutant Geno points in the ocean. If he had patience, it would be easy for him to fill up the mutant Geno points. However, in order to kill a sacred blood creature in the ocean, it would take a lot of work. Humans' ability to fight would be reduced greatly in the water, and they cannot breathe in the water. To fight a sea creature on the same level as him, even Hansen was scared. Once he had an accident in deep ocean, there was no way for him to run. I will go kill the berserk gargoyle first. Hansen entered God's sanctuary again, making up his mind to go to the nest. Sacred blood beast souls were still very attractive in Hansen's eyes. In addition, the beast souls from the eggs were normally very good and of rare types. However, before Hansen even left the goddess shelter, Zhu Ting found him. Captain, I heard you have several berserk mutant beast souls in the ones you brought back? Zhu Ting grinned and asked. There are 2. What? You want them? Hansen looked at Zhu Ting, smiling. Yes. Name your price. Zhu Ting nodded quickly. A berserk mutant beast soul could even have similar abilities to sacred blood beast souls. Of course, Zhu Ting wanted something like that. In such damned place, if he had a berserk mutant beast soul, he could have a much better life because it would be easy for him to kill anything but sacred blood creatures. Easy, you have 7 twists to trade. Hansen smiled and said. Zhu Ting suddenly had a long face and said, Brother, you don't understand. I do not dare to give you 7 twists. Otherwise the Chens will never forgive me. Then I have no way to help you. Just purchase them from Yang Manli, Hansen said, looking helpless. No, her price is incredibly high. Except for those who are rich, no one has that kind of money. Zhu Ting was depressed. If he had that kind of money, he wouldn't go to Hansen. In fact, Hansen told Yang Manli that there was no rush to sell the berserk mutant beast souls, which was why Yang Manli's price was high. He was just trying to show off the power of Goddess Gang and did not plan to sell for real. Of course, if someone were really willing to pay a high price, Yang Manli would not turn it down. I could not help you with that. Hansen patted Zhu Ting on his shoulder and left the shelter. Zhu Ting looked at Hansen, puzzled. He did not understand how Han Sen was able to get so many nice stuff. Han Sen spent much less time than him in Second God's Sanctuary. However, in less than 1 year at such a bad place, Han Sen had even sold berserk mutant beast souls, which was astonishing. However, when Zhu Ting found Yang Manli told him that not only berserk mutant beast souls, even mutant beast souls were sold out. Damn it! So many rich people. Zhu Ting regretted that he did not buy Violent Ape when he could, and now he did not even have the chance. It seems that I must have a conversation with Han Senator. He must have better beast souls. Maybe that item could make him give me some better beast souls. Zhu Ting muttered to himself. When Han Sen was at the nest again, he summoned all his beast souls. For the time he spent in the Alliance, the Golden Pincer King had already been evolved into a berserk sacred blood beast soul, and the golden armor looked even better at this point. The gargoyle glyph had also been summoned. The desert bird was hovering over his head, enhancing all the beast souls further. Han Sen felt he had enough strength to blow up a planet. Of course, that was only an illusion. However, he was much better than before. Into the nest again, the silver berserk gargoyle quickly rushed toward him. Han Sen did not dodge this time, blocking the gargoyle's arm with his ghost-pawed claws. Bang! The claws and the arm of the gargoyle suddenly clashed, leaving a new long injury on the gargoyle's arm. Silver blood suddenly started to flow. Han Sen stepped half a step back. His strength was no weaker than this berserk creature. The gargoyle roared fiercely, trying to grab Han Sen with its claws, its nails looking like silver daggers. Han Sen was not weaker than it in terms of either strength or speed. In addition, his footwork was much better than the creature's. So, there was no way Han Sen would let it grab him. As he swayed, not only had he dodged the attacks, but he had also managed to leave scratches on the gargoyle, making it bleed. The gargoyle roared angrily, but it could do nothing to Han Senator. It could not even touch Han Sen's body because Han Sen's kiting skills were so good. As Han Sen was feeling content, the gargoyle suddenly scratched at him. Just when he dodged the attack, the arms of the gargoyle suddenly gained 2 inches and still clawed at him. The 10 nails looking like silver daggers suddenly hit Han Sen's armor. Ding! The sound of metal made people's ear hurt. However, the nails that looked like daggers did not manage to penetrate the armor, but only left some shallow marks on it. Han Sen was more than surprised. Berserk golden armor and berserk gargoyle glyph combined. The defense was incredibly strong. Even the berserk gargoyle did not manage to hurt him. This strike gave Han Sen more confidence. He took back the ghost-pawed claws and hit the gargoyle with his fists. Boom boom. His fists were thrown, and legs were dancing. His fists hit gargoyle, making it step back continuously. The gargoyle was overpowered by Han Sen and killed by Han Sen in the end using the Yin Force. Berserk sacred blood creature Inferno gargoyle killed. No beast soul gained. Meat inedible. Han Sen was dazed. It was the first time he encountered such a result. There was no beast soul or meat. What bad luck! Exclamation were. Luckily, Han Sen did not mind. There was an egg, which 100% would produce a sacred blood beast soul. In his hand, it was the same as a berserk sacred blood beast soul. What sacred blood beast soul should it be? I would prefer a pair of wings, or a beast soul add-on like the Devil Sword. Han Sen climbed up the cells carefully, looking inside. There were many cells at this place. However, as he went deeper, he did not see any other creatures. It seemed that the gargoyle was the only creature there. Is there not an egg? Han Sen became a bit worried. Luckily, very soon he saw the egg, making him feel relieved. Walking up to the egg, Han Sen broke it with the claws and heard the familiar voice. Producing beast soul. Han Sen saw a piece of fog coming out of the egg, which gradually became a beast soul in front of him. The beast soul looked like it was made of tungsten. It looked like a tiger or a panther. With a horn looking like a lightning bolt, the creature had wings on its back. As it blinked, it looked incredibly fierce. The beast soul turned into a light, entering Han Sen's sea of soul. He suddenly heard a voice. Beast soul produced. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Nightmare gained. Han Sen quickly looked at the information of Nightmare and saw it was a flying beast soul. He summoned Nightmare and suddenly had a huge pair of tungsten devil wings on his back, looking rather cool. Han Sen tried its speed and found it was much faster than the Sacred Blood wings from First God's Sanctuary indeed. He almost reached the exit of the nest immediately. Ha ha! I can fly again eventually. Han Sen was overjoyed. With the ability to fly, it would be easier for him to do a lot of things. The Sacred Blood wings should be fast enough in Second God's Sanctuary. Without hesitation, Han Sen fed the black crystal to Nightmare. Berserk Sacred Blood wings should be the fastest humans had ever seen in Second God's Sanctuary. With Nightmare wings, unless he had encountered a super creature, Han Sen could be the king of Second God's Sanctuary. It will be even better if I have Sacred Blood bow and arrow. Then, I could go back to the top and look down on the entire Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen felt it was a pity that the Sacred Blood bow and arrow beast souls were hard to find. After destroying the egg, Han Sen did not have any need to stay in Goddess Shelter, so he decided to check out the situation on the ice field. Using Crystal Palace, Han Sen entered the frozen lake from the sea. The Angel, Snow Charmer, Meowth, and Mad Shield were also summoned by Han Senator. He had no need to worry about being seen by others, and his trip was rather nice. Snow Charmer and Mad Shield were in charge of hunting the creatures in the water. After getting mutant meat, Mermaid Princess and Archangel would serve him. He was simply in heaven. When reaching the frozen lake, Han Sen had gained 3 more mutant Geno points, which was because the mutant creature killed was too big in size, so Han Sen had only finished 1/3 of it. As for the gigantic creatures that looked very fierce, he thought he should learn some hyper Geno arts that could be used under the water so that he could hunt those creatures later. Even if he could not eat all that meat, he could feed it to Archangel. When Archangel transformed, Han Sen would be invincible in Second God's Sanctuary. When I go back to the Alliance, I must find a way to get my hands on a hyper Geno art that could be used under the water. I wonder if there is one that could allow me to breathe under the water, Han Sen wondered. He came to the Starwheel Shelter again. Before Han Sen went to Li Xingluan, Zhu Ting found Han Sen. Han Sen, I eventually found you. I have made an agreement with Black God and Philip. We will attack the royal shelter in a couple of days. Come and help me, will you? Li Xingluan said excitedly. I am afraid I have to let you down. I am the enemy of Black God, so it should be inconvenient for me to go with you. Han Sen smiled and said, You are the one who injured Black God and stole the Snake Fish King? Li Xingluan suddenly remembered, looking at Han Sen in surprise. It is no other than me. I don't think we should go together. When you started the fight, I will join you at that time, Han Sen said. That'll do. However, you must stay careful. At that time, all the advanced fighters in Black God Shelter would be there. If Black God did anything to harm you, it would be hard for you to escape. I am in charge of attacking from the west. You could go to my side. Li Xingluan pondered and said. Who is the one in charge of attacking the main gate? Han Sen asked. Black God is the strongest, so he's doing that. After Han Sen asked about a few more details, he got up to leave. However, he had made up his mind to go to the main gate where Black God would be. Of course, before conquering the shelter, Han Sen would not thwart Black God's efforts. However, after taking the spirit shelter down, Han Sen would not be polite anymore. It was the first time for the human evolvers to unite together on the ice field. The scale was huge. Evolvers preparing and transporting supplies were everywhere to be seen. Some better fighters were in charge of hunting the creatures nearby. Because the resources were so limited on the ice field, humans were only able to fight against the royal shelter after developing for 100+ years and a couple of generations. However, everything needed to be spent on the ice field in order for humans to succeed. If humans lost, they would have such a heavy loss. Therefore, no one dared to slack. In addition, there must be some troubles regarding commanding. Once the shelter was conquered, no one could guarantee that humans would not fight against each other regarding the distribution of gains. Han Sen was in no hurry to go there. This was no use to go too early. He would like to go after the fight had started. Indeed, Like Li Xingluan said, the three forces launched a united strike against the royal shelter after 2 days. Black God Shelter was in charge of attacking the main gate of the royal shelter. From afar, Han Sen saw groups of creatures rushing out of the royal shelter, fighting against human evolvers. Black God took a dozen evolvers who had a fitness level above 100, trying to go inside the shelter. However, they were soon stopped by sacred blood creatures. In the other 2 directions, humans were also stopped by creatures. Fighting could be heard everywhere, while the silver-haired spirit girl was standing on top of the wall of the shelter, looking at everything coldly, not planning to move a finger. Han Sen eventually witnessed a large-scale fight. Han Sen could not see clearly what was going on with Li Xingluan and Philip. However, against the dozen evolvers with a fitness level above 100, nearly 20 sacred blood creatures had rushed out of the royal shelter, blocking the attacks from Black God Shelter completely. This was obviously not everything the royal shelter had got. There were definitely more sacred blood creatures inside the shelter, fighting against enemies from the other 2 directions. This royal shelter was incredibly strong. One man could never take down a large royal shelter like this one. Han Sen felt quite impressed. Without uniting the forces on the ice field, an individual could never conquer shelter like this unless he had the strength of a super creature. Giant snakes as long as 300 feet, huge beasts that looks like titans, black-winged beasts and birds flying in the sky. The whole battlefield was a mess. The scene was 100 times more impressive than a movie. It was equally magnificent as an interstellar war. In addition, the bloody scene was something that could not be seen there. Even Han Sen, who was preparing to steal some gains, felt his blood burning, wishing to fight next to the evolvers. Black God was better at commanding than Han Sen thought. In addition, the majority of the evolvers had been through service, so they were no strangers to fighting together. When they were besieging creatures, they collaborated well. In fact, the casualties were not huge. In addition, some were weaker evolvers would be in charge of logistics. Once someone was hurt, he would be sent out of the battlefield immediately. Not a lot of people died. This Black God is quite impressive. He is able to command such a large-scale war. Quite talented, Han Sen thought to himself. However, an enemy was an enemy no matter how good he was. Because for more than 100 years, humans had been bullied by this royal shelter and fought the shelter multiple times, humans had a profound understanding of how strong the royal shelter was. After discussion, the 3 forces launched the attack with preparation. Although the royal spirit was strong, it started to fall. It seemed that it could not withstand the attacks from all 3 forces for a long time. However, the silver-haired spirit did not plan to attack. She was watching the entire battlefield coldly on top of the wall, moving her staff once in a while, commanding the creatures to fight. If this continues, the shelter will be conquered if the silver-haired spirit did not have other creatures to help her. Han Sen thought to himself. If it were an aristocrat shelter, Han Sen would have gone inside to steal the spirit stone already. However, it was a royal shelter and he did not know whether there were more sacred blood creatures inside. Even if Han Sen went inside, he might not necessarily be able to find the spirit stone. As Han Sen was thinking, he saw the silver-haired spirit living the war. However, he did not join the battlefield, but went back to the shelter. Han Sen was surprised by her move. Currently, the fight had gone into a very fierce stage. The army of the creatures were at a disadvantage. If they lost her command, wouldn't they lose even sooner? When Han Sen was feeling puzzled, he suddenly saw the earth started to shake on the battlefield in front of the shelter. Many stones were broken, and silver beetles started to come out like waves. Where the silver beetles passed, the bodies of both humans and creatures were eaten up completely, making one's scalp prickle. More and more gaps started to appear on the land, and numerous silver beetles came out. All of a sudden, the entire battlefield was a mess. Both humans and creatures were rushing to run for their lives. No one had any intention to continue the fight. Humans and creatures that were fighting against each other a minute ago started to escape together. It was hard to imagine that they were fighting for life and death just now. Even the huge snake and the giant beast were running as fast as they could. It seemed that they were very scared of the silver beetles. Han Sen was also rather scared. However, after careful observation, he found that the individual of the silver beetles was not that strong. They were slightly stronger than primitive creatures, but weaker than mutant creatures. However, there were so many of them and their mouth were really sharp. Even sacred blood creatures had their weaknesses, so it was painful for them to have a silver beetle inside their body. However, Han Sen felt his opportunity had come. The strength of the silver beetles was only their number and sharp mouths. In fact, their strength was not too impressive. However, wearing the golden armor and gargoyle glyph, Han Sen could completely block out the silver beetles. In addition, he was covered all over, so there was no gap where the silver beetles could approach him. Although the silver beetles chased humans away, the creatures were also chased away. Taking advantage of the mess, he could enter the royal spirit and maybe there was a chance for him to get the spirit stone. Han Sen summoned his armor and glyph, sneaking into the shelter in the mess. Just when he approached the battlefield, waves of silver beetles had come to him, drowning Han Sen with their little bodies. Han Sen felt the crackling outside his armor as the silver beetle was trying to bite his armor. However, because of the double berserk sacred blood beast souls, even their sharp mouths could not hurt the armor at all. Han Sen felt reassured and marched toward the royal spirit in the sea of beetles. Under the cover of the silver beetles, no one was able to notice him. Outside the royal spirit, Han Sen jumped over the wall and entered the royal spirit that looked like a cosmopolitan. The majority of the creatures had been scared away by the silver beetles. There were obviously less creatures in the royal shelter, but their number was still astonishing. Seeing the silver-haired spirit girl walking toward the center of the shelter from afar, Han Sen gritted his teeth and chased in her direction. There were no silver beetles inside the shelter, but a lot of creatures rushed to Han Sen. Han Sen did not linger but spread his nightmare wings, dodging the majority of the creatures and went toward the spirit girl. The weird birds and black-winged beasts in the sky came toward Han Sen. Han Sen flapped his wings and dodged the block of the beasts and birds like a butterfly. Thanks to the speed of the berserk sacred blood wings, he quickly reached where the spirit girl was standing. The spirit girl had already come to a large ancient architecture. Feeling the turmoil in the sky, she looked back standing on the stairs. Seeing Han Sen who was in the sky, her silver pupils contracted. Even he was covered in armor, the silver-haired girl still recognized Han Sen who had once killed her. She was not depending on her eyesight, but her scent that she left on Han Sen's body when he killed her. Her face turned cold. The silver-haired girl waved her staff and the birds and beasts rushed to Han Sen. A dual-headed silver bird and a black bull with wings also rushed to him. Han Sen did not mind ordinary birds and beasts, because they were much slower and weaker than Han Sen. Han Sen could kill them as he wanted. However, the silver bird and flying bull were obviously both sacred blood creatures. They blocked Han Sen's way among other creatures. After doing that, the silver-haired spirit girl did not mind Han Sen anymore and continued to go inside the mysterious architecture. After the spirit girl went inside the architecture, two identical black snakes were climbing on the columns at the gate, flicking out their tongues. Han Sen had seen one of the black snake before. As time when the spirits were attacking the Starwheel shelter, she brought that black snake, which was also a sacred blood creature. How come there are so many sacred blood creatures in this royal shelter? Han Sen frowned. Not all the royal shelters had a large number of sacred blood creatures. The number of sacred blood creatures in a royal shelter depended on the size of the shelter, the number of sacred blood creatures nearby, and the spirit's ability. In terms of both size and number of sacred blood creatures, this royal shelter was exceptional, which showed how strong the silver-haired girl was. To go back or forward was an impending decision that Han Sen must make. There were so many creatures here that Han Sen could not be trapped. Once he was trapped, he could never escape again. In just 1 second, Han Sen had decided. He had already entered the shelter, so it was the perfect opportunity, and he had no reason to go out. If the three forces could not take down this royal shelter when they united, since most sacred blood creatures were not even inside the shelter at this point, he would never have an opportunity to try again if he missed this opportunity. With his eyes cold, Han Sen was calculating all the moves and trajectories of the creatures he was seeing. In his mind there was a holographic image and a route that would take him inside the ancient architecture. Boom! Flapping his wings, Han Sen made a dive, avoiding the silver bird and flying bull. However, because he went slower, many creatures on the floor started to jump at him, throwing themselves at Han Sen, who was flying low. Remaining calm, Han Sen landed on an architecture. When he flew, he avoided the snaps of the creatures on the land and flew up again. In the sky, the dual-headed silver bird and other creatures rushed over again. Han Sen landed again, changing his position continuously and dodging the attacks from different creatures, going toward the ancient and mysterious architecture like crazy. There was no way to block him. Han Sen moved quickly among the architectures, flying up from time to time. He perfectly used the space between the architectures and the creatures themselves, going to the ancient architecture at last. The creatures were always a bit too late, not formulating any threat to Han Sen. That included the two sacred blood creatures, because they never stopped Han Sen. However, because he was using the terrain and the creatures, Han Sen did not go straight but made a huge circle in order to arrive at the ancient architecture. The two black snakes had come down from the giant columns, blocking the closed stone gate. They opened their mouths and issued screams at Han Sen, bearing their frightening fans, looking rather scary. Han Sen did not pause and went up the stairs, rushing at the two black snakes. Behind him were all kinds of fierce creatures, looking like ghosts from hell. They followed Han Sen and tried to take him down. The mouth of the two black snakes looked like the dark gates toward hell. Their fangs were each longer than 3 feet, dripping disgusting venom, blocking Han Sen's way. Han Sen no longer saw a way out. There were only the two snakes. However, he did not mean to stop at all but speeded up. With her heart thumping like a drum and blood boiling, every inch of his muscles was motivated. Stepping out, Han Sen almost immediately rushed inside the mouth of one of the black snakes. Crack! The black snake quickly closed its mouth, trying to swallow Han Sen like that. However, blood suddenly spilled, and its snakeskin was ripped from inside. Blood and the golden figure both came out. The 3 purple lightning bolts shone. Boom! Han Sen rushed out of the stomach of the snake and hit the giant stone gate of the ancient building, smashing one of the doors and going inside without hesitation. The inside of the ancient architecture looked like a temple, full of mysterious symbols and statues of deities. Inside the temple, a statue of ghost more than 100 feet tall stood like a demon. Between the brows of the ghost there was a silver gem about the size of a fist, which should be the spirit stone of the silver-haired girl. Under the statue, the silver-haired girl had changed into her fighting state. Her perfect body covered in silver armor. She looked lean and delicate with a perfect curve. Holding the silver slim sword, the girl had cold light in her eyes, staring at Han Sen. Han Sen quickly rushed toward the girl. Initially, he thought the sacred blood creatures would chase him inside, but they were all guarding outside the architecture and none entered the gate. Han Sen was overjoyed. Just coping with the silver-haired spirit girl was much easier for him. In addition, he had killed her once. Even if he could not kill her this time, it would be easy for him to get the spirit stone. Seeing Han Sen was approaching the statue, the silver-haired girl exclaimed coldly and slashed her silver sword at Han Sen's throat, almost reaching her throat immediately. Han Sen was astonished. Last time, he deliberately took the strike that went through his body, so it did not matter how fast her sword was, since Han Sen did not want to dodge at all. However, as she cut his throat this time, he would be beheaded if he did not dodge, which could never happen. Fighting the silver-haired girl face to face, Han Sen felt how fast her sword was. Stepping back, Han Sen raised the ghost pod claws to block her strike and managed to save himself. Ding! The silver sword and the ghost pod claws clashed, making noise of metal. Feeling a huge force, Han Sen could not help stepping back. Her strength was even a bit stronger than his. After the strike, the silver-haired girl did not stop her attacks. Like silver lightning bolts, she continued to hit Han Sen with her sword, forcing him to defend himself with no chance to fight back. After taking a dozen strikes, Han Sen felt the sword was so fast and unpredictable that he could only go back and could not even leave. Same as her sword, the girl had incredibly fast footwork as well. She followed Han Sen like a shadow, not giving him any chance to breathe. Ding ding ding. Although Han Sen had blocked all the strikes from the girl, his berserk ghost-pawed claws were chipped by the slim sword of hers. Han Sen's arm was also numb. Until this moment had Han Sen realized how lucky he was to kill the silver-haired girl last time. If he did not surprise her by taking this sword with his body and take advantage of her carelessness, he would never have had any chance. After all, Han Sen had much worse fitness at that time. He was at a disadvantage facing the silver-haired girl this time still, which meant he would have suffered even more last time if it were not for his scheme. It seemed that the silver-haired girl hated Han Sen to his guts. She did not conserve any energy, forcing Han Sen to step back with her sword. Changing his footwork and using kiting skills, Han Sen was not the match of the silver-haired girl because he did not know any advanced claws skills. He was merely using the claws at a knife with blade storm. If it were not for the good footwork that Han Sen had, he would have been killed by her a long time ago. Even with his footwork, Han Sen was still hit so hard that he could not fight back. All he could do was to step back inside the hall in order to avoid the girl's sword. Otherwise, even if his claws did not break, his arm would be broken. The sword skills of the silver-haired girl were excellent. She almost became one with her sword, crossing the sky like a lightning bolt. She was so fast that her figure became a blur. Han Sen tried to use the blocking technique in Dongshin Sutra to block the sword of the girl. However, he knew nothing about her sword skills and did not know what the moves were. Unable to determine which move was the important one, he could not block her sword. Also, the sword was so fast that even with Han Sen's eyesight, he could not see it clearly, which made it even harder for him to block it. Ding! Han Sen missed a strike and quickly avoided his vital parts. The cut was made on his shoulder and blood started to flow through the cracks of the armor. Han Sen was shocked. Even the golden armor with gargoyle glyph could not block the silver slim sword, which showed how sharp the sword was. The silver-haired girl became even fiercer in her attacks. Waving her sword faster and faster, she made it more and more difficult for Han Sen. As the sword was about to reach Han Sen's face, Han Sen did not have his claws in place in time, so he could no longer block his strike. That's it. Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned Mad Shield, putting him in front of Han Sen to bear the strike from the silver-haired girl. Han Sen quickly rushed to the giant statue and went for the spirit stone, no longer lingering. Ding! Han Sen heard steel being ripped apart. The tower shield of Mad Shield was cut deeply by the silver-haired girl, almost breaking in half. Han Sen wanted to take back Mad Shield, but the sword of the girl was too fast indeed. Before he took Mad Shield back, another flash flew across. Crack! This time, the tower shield was cut in half for real. The slim sword cut to the tall figure of Mad Shield like a lightning bolt. With a flash, there was a line added to the body of Mad Shield. Boom! The body of Mad Shield fell into two halves. The spirit was killed like that, not having any time to regret the loss of the aristocrat spirit that he had gained not long ago. Han Sen ran toward the statue at full speed. Treading cloud, Han Sen had eventually put the footwork into use. Running like wind, Han Sen rushed to the statue like a tornado. However, the silver-haired girl was not slower than him at all, but even faster. Catching up with him momentarily, she stepped her sword at Han Sen's back. Without turning back, a golden worm covered in red armor appeared behind Han Sen, blocking the girl's sword, while Han Sen jumped up and spread the nightmare wings, throwing himself at the sparkling spirit stone between the statue's brows. Ding ding ding. The three strikes cut the golden rock worm king consecutively, and the red armor was cut deeply. Even the shell of the worm king was broken. Golden blood started to flow. Luckily, the pet armor that had become a berserk super beast soul was much harder than the tower shield, so the golden rock worm king was not killed after taking 3 strikes. Han Sen took back the golden rock worm king. The spirit stone was right in front of him. Even if the silver-haired girl came at this moment, there was no time for her to stop him from taking the stone. However, when Han Sen's fingers were about to touch the spirit stone, he suddenly felt a strong anxiety. His back was covered in cold sweat. Something's wrong. As Han Sen felt that, he saw a golden figure coming from behind the giant head of the statue. At the same time, a gold sword went to Han Sen's chest. That sword was so fast and Han Sen was so close that there was no time for him to dodge. Whoosh! The golden sword pierced the golden armor into his chest. Han Sen then saw the person who stabbed him. It was a girl with wavy blonde hair and golden eyes covered in golden armor, holding a golden slim sword. Except for the fact that everything was golden on her body, the girl looked almost identical to the silver-haired girl. They were almost like two dolls made from the same mold, only with different colors of their armor and hair. Boom! The blonde girl kicked Han Sen down to the floor. Han Sen fell hard and saw that on the back of the statue there was another face. The statue was two-faced, and between the eyebrows of the face in the back, there was another spirit stone, which was golden and shiny. Twin spirits. Han Sen eventually understood why the silver-haired girl would be so relaxed to fight Han Sen alone, not asking the creatures to hit him, because that was unnecessary. The spirit shelter was in fact a rare double spirit shelter. In addition to the silver-haired girl, there was a similarly good blonde girl. Han Sen could not even get rid of the silver-haired girl, let alone two girls. Without any hesitation, the moment when Han Sen fell to the ground, he got up and brushed toward the outside. Motivating his body and cracking his bones, Han Sen pushed his potentials to his limit. The silver-haired girl and blonde girl did not mean to let him go. The two beautiful but deadly figures rushed toward Han Sen like to lightning bolts. Blood spilled like rain. Han Sen had used the kiting skills to his limit. However, all he could do was to avoid his vital parts. The silver and golden slim sword continued to leave one injury after another on his body. The sword skills of the blonde girl and silver-haired girl were compatible. They complement each other and were much stronger when used alone. Han Sen did not even want to fight anymore. He had miscalculated from the very beginning, so he did not have a chance to win again. All he could do was to go out as fast as he could in order to survive. With blood covering his body, Han Sen was extremely lucid. His eyes cold, he quickly calculated every possibly as fast as he could. Han Sen only had one goal. Under the attack of both royal spirits, he did not any chance to get the spirit stone again. Every step he made was traded with his injury. Every step was carefully designed, but it could not save him from being hurt. At this point, Han Sen had no other ways than trading injuries for his life. When he reached at the stone gate, he was covered in a lot of blood already. At this point, Han Sen could only celebrate the fact that he had both the armor and the glyph. Otherwise, even if he had practiced Jadeskin, he would have died a million times. The effect of the armor and glyph blocked the majority of the force on the swords of the girls. When the swords hit him, the remaining force was less than 30%, only leaving shallow marks on him. Although they seemed scary, they were not deadly, allowing Han Sen to fight again. However, outside the architecture were full of all kinds of creatures, including sacred blood creatures like the black snake, looking even more scary than hell. Han Sen no longer had other options. If he could go out, he could survive. Those sacred blood creatures were still inferior to the girls. In addition, they were less intelligent, which was Han Sen's opportunity. Boom! With all kinds of scary creatures at the door, Han Sen did not cringe but rushed into them, thanks to his armor. The flying bull fiercely threw itself at Han Sen, charging Han Sen with its horns. However, the next second, a huge golden creature fell from the sky, smashing all the creatures nearby. Rush out! Han Sen threw himself onto the back of the golden growler, which was the size of a hill, and roared, grabbing his hair. The golden growler routed and ran into the group of creatures like crazy, getting rid of the creatures and marching toward the main gate. As a super mount, the golden growler was no weaker than a sacred blood mount of Second God's Sanctuary after becoming berserk. In addition, its giant body was extremely fast. Every step it made was more than 300 feet. Even with the speed of the silver-haired girl, she could not catch up with it. In addition, most creatures were like ants in front of the golden growler, unable to block its way. Even so, numerous creatures still threw themselves at the mount, biting at it and making it bleed. As the golden blood was spilled, the golden growler rolled in pain. As Han Sen killed the creatures that threw themselves at him, birds and flying beasts were charging him from the sky. With blood and dead bodies of creatures everywhere, it was incredibly violent. Boom! Han Sen was hit hard on his head. It was the beak of the two-headed silver bird. Although Han Sen's helmet was not broken, it was so painful that Han Sen screamed and almost fell from the golden growler. The golden growler had God knows how many creatures on its body. Bleeding everywhere, golden growler was still the king of First God's sanctuary. With a roar, it fiercely jumped up into the sky like a hill. When it fell, several palaces were smashed and there was almost an earthquake in the future royal shelter. A lot of creatures were killed and the majority of the creatures on its body were shaken down. Han Sen grabbed the golden hair of the mount and managed to stay on top. The golden growler got up and ran toward the main gate again. Groups of creatures came up to it. Fight, fight, fight. It was the first time for Han Sen to be trapped in such a hard battle. He had no idea how many creatures he had killed. His hand became numb, but more creatures kept coming at him. A mile from the main gate, the golden growler roared and fell to the ground, smashing the earth. It was covered in golden blood and its skin was broken everywhere by numerous creatures. One of its paws no longer looked intact, bearing bones. It was incredible that the mount had lasted so long. Han Sen took back the golden growler and spread his wings, flying outside the shelter. However, all the bird creatures and flying beasts were coming at him already, especially the flying bull, diving at him with its horns like spears. Without the protection of the golden growler, Han Sen knew that he could not be stopped again. Seeing the two-headed silver bird chasing him from the back, Han Sen gritted his teeth and charged the flying bull. A black lightning bolt and a golden lightning bolt clashed. When Han Sen's head was about to hit the horns, he suddenly contracted his wings and flipped in the sky, putting his legs forward, clipping the neck of the bull and bowed to hit the bull's stomach hard. Boom! The ghost-pawed claws stepped into the stomach of the black bull with fierce force. Han Sen pulled hard and blood was spilled. A scream sounded, and the magnificent body of the bull fell to the ground. Han Sen stepped on the back of the black bull and summoned his wings, rushing out of the shelter. Boom! Hearing a loud object fall, Han Sen then heard the voice. Sacred blood creature Inferno Bull killed. Beast soul of Inferno Bull gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. However, Han Sen had no time to mind those. Like a butterfly covered in blood, he broke the blockage of the flying creatures and came out of the royal shelter. Seeing Han Sen going out of the shelter, the silver-haired girl looked mad. However, there was nothing she could do. Under these circumstances, the men still managed to leave the shelter, so there were no other methods that she could adopt. Outside the shelter, both creatures and humans had left. The silver beetles were going back to the underground. Han Sen's berserk nightmare wings were incredibly fast, and he quickly disappeared on the ice field. Back to the Crystal Palace, Han Sen treated his wounds as he thought about the twin spirits that he ran into. Han Sen did not regret at all. All he could think about at this point was how to take the twin spirits for himself. He wanted them so much. Rare twin spirits, both royal. They were so scarce. Coupled with their strength and beauty, it was a gift from heaven. I must have them, Han Sen thought, feeling resentful. However, the twin spirits were so powerful and had so many sacred blood creatures. When Han Sen entered the shelter, only several sacred blood creatures were guarding the shelter. If it were any other time, there should be at least 3 to 4 dozen sacred blood creatures inside. So it was very unlikely for him to go inside again. However, that did not make Han Sen give up his greedy thought. He was determined to have the twin spirits, so no matter how hard it was, he will have them. In order to have them, I must first have the ability to beat them and get the 2 spirit stones. The sacred blood creatures were not that frightening. After all, they were not intelligent. There is always a way to cope with them. However, the spirit sisters are very clever and powerful. If I am not able to beat them, I can never have the spirit stones. Hansen thought back on their sword skills. Hansen had taken countless strikes from the sisters. He had at least 100 to 200 injuries on his body. With his experience to fight the silver-haired girl, Hansen had learned their sword skills. Give me some time, and I will come up with a solution for sure. Hansen was certain that he had this ability. Their sword skills were so strange and fast. With the 2 working together, there was almost no solution. However, no matter how strong their sword skills were, there was a pattern to it. As long as there was a pattern, there must be a solution. Hansen was confident that he could think of a way to tackle that. Wait for it, you 2 will become mine next time. Hansen was determined. Although he had sacrificed Mad Shield, luckily, he had killed a lot of creatures in the shelter. He had gained several primitive beast souls and a mutant beast soul, in addition to the sacred blood beast soul of Inferno Bull. He did not really suffer a loss. Sacred blood Inferno Bull. Fuse the transfigured beast souls. Hansen looked at his new beast soul with a touch of hesitation. He had never thought it would reach the level of a sacred blood transfiguration beast soul. It was a shame that it was only a humanoid beast soul. If it could transfigure, it could only battle with something that had an Inferno Bull status. Hansen was not really interested in the transfigured beast soul, but an Inferno Bull had the ability to fly. A beast soul like this would sell for a high price. And if he used black crystals to evolve it into a berserk beast soul, its selling price would be even higher. There was another mutant beast soul that was also a shield beast soul, but Hansen was not particularly interested in that type. He thus made plans to sell it further down the line. If there's a humanoid transfigured beast soul, the chances of beating the twin spirit in battle will be much higher, Hansen thought to himself. Although the Fairy Queen's ability in the second shelter was close to that of the beast soul, she was prone to a particular weakness. When she was transfigured, she could no longer wear armor. If that happened, Hansen's defenses would be too low. He had no hope of withstanding attacks from the creatures from the second shelter. This entire situation had yet to yield a solution. Although Hansen's wounds were not grievous, they were genuinely quite serious. So he was for now sidelined, and he was left to think of how the twin spirit might be beaten. Before he returned to the Alliance, Hansen went to see Li Xingluan. He asked him to keep an eye out for anyone who was selling humanoid transfigured beast souls. A humanoid transfigured beast soul? That sort of thing is extremely rare in the ice fields. Even if someone managed to get one, there's no way they would be willing to trade, Li Xingluan said. I would offer a sacred blood transfigured beast soul in exchange. Although it's a beast, and not a humanoid, it possesses the ability of flight. Furthermore, it is a berserk beast soul. Hansen explained. A berserk sacred blood transfigured beast soul that has a flying ability? Can such a thing actually be real? Li Xingluan's face conveyed his shock. As he looked at Hansen, they were both transfigured beast souls. Generally, the beast soul was not as good as a humanoid one, but the combination of it being a berserk beast soul and its flying abilities changed the stakes. The price of a berserk beast soul was higher than that of an ordinary beast soul, but the ability of flight made its value even greater. Of course it's true. Do I have to lie? Hansen did not summon the Inferno Bull because he had not yet raised it to become berserk. If he wished to sell it in the future, summoning it now would be a problem. This was because the berserk one would look different to the one now, and would be easier for others to discover. Okay, I will help you in asking around. How will I find you if I have news? Li Xingluan asked. I am in the middle of conscription. It would be inconvenient for us to communicate, but I'll soon travel to the Starwheel shelter, so we can talk there later, Hansen said. Okay. Li Xingluan said this straightforwardly but did not elaborate any further. Hansen then traveled from the Starwheel shelter to the Alliance. While he healed the wounds he had incurred, he also tried to think how he might crack the twin spirit's sword skills. With Hansen's knowledge opposed to their sword skills, All he would need is a little more time to conjure a blocking skill that would prevent their attacks. But their attacks would come at the same time, and to fight them all was different to battling an opponent one-to-one. Han Sen wasn't entirely sure whether he could block both of their sword skills. To be safe, Han Sen decided to learn a hyper-geno art to withstand their sword skills. Because of this, he went to the St. Hall community in the military base to find the hyper-geno art he desired. The twin spirit's sword skills relied entirely on speed, so there were many ways to overcome their flurry of attacks. One could use speed to beat their own speed, but another could enable a high defense to withstand each hit. Han Sen had seen many evolvers' hyper-geno arts, but none had satisfied him. The military's St. Hall community, compared to the St. Hall community ordinary people could visit, offered a far wider variety of hyper-geno art. After Han Sen read the introduction, he found a species of the hyper-geno art that made him feel optimistic. This was a joint strike sword skill called duel, one that required 2 people. That meant that 2 people were needed to practice the sword skill. Han Sen thought about this for a moment. If each person was able to use one sword, it would be incredibly difficult for them to block the twin spirits' dual blades. With their speed, it would not matter how fast Han Sen's sword was. It would be extremely difficult for him to be faster than the twin spirit. If he wanted to beat them, Han Sen would require 2 swords. Therefore, Han Sen selected duel for its double strike sword skill. Of course, Han Sen did not think about looking for someone who could practice alongside him. He wanted to learn the dual sword skill by himself, and to learn to wield a sword in each of his hands in order to battle with the twin spirit. With this quality, the possibility of triumphing in battle became feasible. If this was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to use both hands to cast such a sword skill. But Han Sen possessed the necessary talent of both hands. His hands weren't classed separately, as they were both considered primary, and the fortitude of his mind allowed for perfect individual control. He could use a different sword skill in each hand. He only needed to slightly modify the operation of the dual skill. He would have no problem making use of this skill on his own. Besides this, Han Sen used his body to remember the joint strike sword skill possessed by the twin spirit. He had learnt the 13 slashes from the overflow of slaying all with double blades, and Han Sen believed that he could modify duel to become a skill that could beat the twin spirit. Han Sen was the owner of many S-class licenses for the St. Hall, and without hesitating, he immediately purchased the sword skill duel. He now only had to wait for the Geno solution to arrive before he could begin to learn it. But the wounds Han Sen had incurred still had to heal, so he couldn't put himself through exercises that were too vigorous. Every day he went to the shelter and ate the flesh of some mutant creatures that he had prepared, and spent the rest of his time figuring out how to modify the dual sword skill. After he had started learning it, Han Sen noticed that the skills that required 2 people were completely different to one person wielding 2 blades. To complete this sword skill, it was nearly impossible for one person to do it solo. After all, if there were 2 people, they could strike from different positions. Being alone and using both hands, your position and angle was limited. So a lot of the moves in the dual blade sword skill were impossible to perform with 2 hands. But Han Sen was not a person who gave up easily, and he could not think of any other ways he could defeat the twin spirit in battle. He was still set on making big changes to the dual sword skill, but before that, he needed to learn the default sword skill in each hand, and then adapt it into a sword skill that suited the use of both hands together. Perhaps this would have been difficult for other people, but Han Sen had practiced panorama for many years. He had a great talent for fighting, so it would not be impossible for him to modify the skill on his own. While he was thinking about the twin spirit sword skill, he was also modifying his dual skill, and at the same time, he referred to the 13 slashes double blade skill. His progress was rapid. Within 12 days, Han Sen had modified a double blade skill. It was just that with this sword skill, there were many negatives. It was useless to dwell on them, so Han Sen decided to go to a virtual training camp. There, he would test out the skill he had created for real. There were a lot of negatives associated with the dual sword skill, and they created problems that would arise during combat. This made Han Sen realize that creating a sword skill was no easy task. But Han Sen had no other choice. Any new sword skill creation required vigorous combat testing. so he had to be patient and make a note of every flaw he noticed during battle, in order to rectify and improve later. If there were any mistakes, he was free to make changes now, but if a problem arose during a real field of battle, the price for such a mistake would be paid in his own blood. Knowing this, Han Sen was in no rush. Han Sen continued to improve over time as he tried to perfect the dual-blade sword skill. Today Han Sen had visited the shelter again. Li Xingluan was there and found him, wearing a strange facial expression. Han Sen, I found a humanoid sacred blood-fused, transfigured beast soul. Li Xingluan's tone of voice was also somewhat strange. Is its owner willing to trade? Han Sen asked. Li Xingluan did not answer directly, instead saying, earlier, I sent out word that a friend was willing to swap a berserk beast soul for a humanoid beast soul. Although many people wanted to trade, and many people called me, humanoid transfigured beast souls were too rare and no one was willing or able to make a trade like that. Li Xingluan paused for a moment, then continued. Yesterday, Black God contacted me. He said he wanted to use an egregore soul to trade for your berserk beast soul. Does he really have an egregore soul? Han Sen asked. Yes, I looked. It is a sacred blood class Snow Lady Beast Soul. The abilities of the Snow Lady Beast Soul are quite special. It does not increase one's strength, just one's speed. It also has the ability to reduce one's temperature. But that seems rather useless to me. It would most likely just become a problem. I don't think it's worth trading a Berserk Beast Soul for a Snow Lady Beast Soul. Plus, you had argued with Black God before. Li Xingluan said severely. Did you say that it was me who wanted to trade? Han Sen asked. No, I only said that it was a friend. Li Xingluan shook his head as he spoke. Han Sen thought for a moment about what to say, then said, That's okay. Feel free to tell him it's me who wants to trade. If he is willing, tell him to come here so we can complete the transaction. Speed was what Han Sen needed most right now. The strongest aspect of the twin spirits' power was their speed. If he was able to match with their speed and break their sword skill, the battle would be much easier. And combined with the beast soul's ability to lower the body's temperature, for Han Sen, there was an absence of negatives. The ice skin skill worked even better in a cold environment. So not only was it of no detriment to Han Sen, it was an outright benefit. For others, this would have been a debilitating attribute, but Han Sen would be glad to receive it. Besides, to find a humanoid sacred blood beast soul was extremely difficult in the ice fields. It was good to be able to trade a Snow Lady beast soul, which was not too far from a humanoid beast soul. Han Sen was satisfied at the proposal of this trade. You really want to make this trade with Black God? Li Xingluan asked. You really have to consider this well. If you trade your berserk beast soul with Black God, he may use it against you in the future. Han Sen laughed. Thank you for your concern, he said. If I am willing to trade this with him, of course I am not afraid of his ownership of the beast soul. Okay then, did you bring the beast soul? Tell me about your situation and I will talk to Black God. Li Xingluan smiled. In the past few days, Han Sen had already raised the Inferno Bull into a berserk beast soul. When he summoned it, it combined with his body to become a black-winged bull. He told the specific attributes of the Inferno Bull to Li Xingluan, all the while muttering, It's a shame. A beast soul that was able to greatly increase one's strength and which provided the ability of flight was much stronger than the Snow Lady of Black God, one which appeared to be inherently flawed. The Snow Lady beast soul, aside from being humanoid and providing a passable speed boost, did not appear to be anything special. The ability to lower one's own temperature seemed pointless and stupid. But Han Sen insisted on making the trade. So Li Xingluan went off to talk with Black God. Han Sen waited a day. On the second day he went to the shelter. Li Xingluan was there and he had already spoken to Black God. Aside from the Snow Lady, Li Xingluan had managed to bargain for an additional 2 mutant beast souls. Thank you, Brother Luan. But for those 2 mutant beast souls we should share them. Let's take one each. Han Sen said. But Li Xingluan did not want any, no matter what. He only told Han Sen that after the saving of the Star Wheel shelter, it was an honor to help. It was time to trade with Black God. Black God had brought people with him to the Star Wheel shelter. He noticed that Han Sen's eyes were a little cold, but of this he made no mention. After they both observed the beast souls they were to receive, they handed their own over to Li Xingluan. Then Li Xingluan completed the trade by handing the beast souls over to their new owners. The transaction was smooth and without incident. Han Sen received the 2 mutant beast souls and Snow Lady beast soul. He looked them over to ensure no mistakes had been made, and while he was getting ready to bid Li Xingluan farewell, Black God called to him. Black God looked at Han Sen with disdain, and coldly said, "Han Sen, you dare gamble with me? Perhaps now we can settle our grudge. What do you want?" Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows in response. "You and I engage in battle. Regardless of who wins or loses, our grudge can be settled." Black God looked at Han Sen and continued, "Of course, if you do lose, you must leave behind the Snow Lady beast soul. If I lose, however, I can leave behind the Inferno Bull beast soul." Li Xingluan frowned and said, "Black God, we only want to exchange beast souls on this day. Nothing else. I am merely suggesting a solution to our grudge. It is entirely up to him if he wants to partake in my idea. If he does not dare to engage me in battle, that is fine," Black God said sternly. "What if I do not wish to gamble?" Han Sen looked at Black God as he asked, "If you do not wish to settle our prolonged dispute, then you will become my enemy, and I do not go soft on those I deem to be my enemy." The few people who had accompanied Black God now summoned their beast souls. "Black God, this is the Star Wheel Shelter. This is not Black God Shelter." Li Xingluan's eyes went cold, and he summoned a few leaders from the Star Wheel Shelter to push back against Black God's people. "Li Xingluan, this is about me and Han Senator. This is none of your business." Black God furrowed his brow. "I am the notary of the exchange. I do not care for your grudge with Han Sen, but in my Star Wheel Shelter, none can lay a finger on him." Li Xingluan's eyes were firm, hesitation and the desire to hold back entirely absent from them. "Li Xingluan, do you really want to offend me on the behalf of a person who doesn't even matter?" Black God looked at Li Xingluan sternly. "Han Sen saved me when the Star Wheel Shelter was in crisis. He is my savior. No one can do him any harm before me." Li Xingluan said these words directly. Black God's emotion began to change, the atmosphere inside the shelter growing tense. It was like a room that was packed to the brim with explosives, where the presence of a single spark would be enough to ignite the volatile atmosphere. "It is okay to have a one-on-one, but the beast souls that we gamble must be held onto by Li Xingluan," Han Sen said all of a sudden. "That is no problem." Black God agreed to the terms, as he knew all about Li Xingluan's identity. He knew he was not the sort to accept the beast souls and make a run for it. There was also the fact that Black God's purpose there was not merely to win a beast soul. He wanted Han Sen's life. Han Sen had stolen the Snake Fish King in the past and used a poison dagger to hurt him. This had almost taken Black God's life, and was the cause of the anger that he could never find it in himself to swallow. Han Sen. Li Xingluan was a little nervous. Judging from his knowledge of Black God, he knew his true intent. "It's okay. If someone wants to give me the beast soul for free, I will gladly accept it. So it's settled." Han Sen stopped Li Xingluan from talking. Han Sen knew that Li Xingluan was trying to be nice, and he also understood Black God's line of thought, but this went perfectly with his own idea. He and Tang Jinlu had been in training for a long time and they had 100% confidence in their ability to repel the tornado knife skill. It went well with their irritation at being unable to take care of Black God once and for all. But now he had delivered himself here, and Han Sen was extremely glad. He could also get his Inferno Bull back. Han Sen would not let this opportunity pass him by. "Good. That was a quick decision. I think I'm starting to grow fond of you." Black God laughed coldly. "Go to the plaza. This place is too open," Han Sen said equally coldly. "Good," Black God replied, though he did not allow his men to leave. They surrounded Han Sen as they left for the plaza, as if they were escorting a dangerous criminal. They were unsure whether Han Sen would run off. Li Xingluan had also brought his own people to escort Han Senator when they arrived at the plaza, Han San and Black God handed their beast souls over to Li Xingluan. "Please," Black God said, as he went onto the stage of the plaza, staring at Han San as he went. Ever since he had taken control of Black God's shelter, he had never been put at such a disadvantage. If he had the opportunity, he would relish killing Han San immediately. This time, he did not want only the return of his beast soul. He wanted his life back too. Black God was highly confident in his tornado knife skill. He had battled with Han Sen once before, so he thought he knew the extent of his abilities. That is why the idea of combating on stage intimidated Han Sen. Word of the bet between Black God and Han San spread quickly, and drew quite the crowd to the Starwheel shelter to observe it firsthand. Li Xingluan began to feel hopeless. If Han Sen did not agree to the bet, he could still protect Han San and keep him safe inside the Starwheel shelter. But if Black God managed to kill Han San, then there was nothing he could do but to adhere to the terms of the wager and provide the beast souls all to Black God. Once Han San was on stage, Black God no longer felt no desire to exchange words with him. He wanted to bite into Han Sen's flesh with a savage ferocity. He summoned the Black Beast Soul Knife and started swiping at Han Sen with fierce desire. Han Sen meanwhile summoned Ghostpod Claws and returned an attack. The slashes looked shallow, but they made Black God furrow his brow. A strange look came from his hawkish eyes. If he continued to slash in that manner, his elbows were looking likely to be sliced off by the Ghostpod Claws. He would be feeding the weapon of his enemy. Feeling hopeless, Black God could only pull back. After he dodged a swipe from Han Sen's claws, he mustered another attack. He was confident in his tornado knife skill, though for others in the same class, it was incredibly rare to see someone block such an attack twice. It should be impossible for Han Sen. Numerous people thought the same thing as Black God, as his tornado knife skill as renowned across the ice fields, where it was known as the disappeared demon knife. Most people weren't aware of who Han Sen was. Aside from Li Xingluan, who did know him, they couldn't fathom what sort of a person would willingly do battle with Black God. But quickly the audience's eyes were opened. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Black God took a step back and dodged the Ghostpod Claws. He took up his stance with the knife again and attempted to attack, but he had only raised his weapon halfway when he realized he couldn't do what he had planned. As before, if he opened himself up with a wide attack, his waist would be exposed to the fury of the Ghostpod Claws. Coincidence? Black God was stricken with worry, unable to believe what was happening. Nor could he believe that someone could so effectively block his tornado knife skill. Black God took a step back and attacked again. His face distorted into an ugly grimace. Black God swiped toward Han Sen a dozen times, but none of the attacks made in a whirlwind of madness landed. His weapon had barely extended past halfway before he was forced to return it. Black God had no chance but to cast the tornado knife skill twice as fast, which made his face darken with anger. He had never faced something like this before, though he still thought it might just have been an unlucky day. The people watching were already shocked. Those outside as well inside the arena could see quite clearly everything that was happening. The famous knife skill of Black God was utterly useless against Han Sen. It wasn't just useless in terms of effectiveness, but also that few attacks could be made due to Black God having to constantly return his weapon. If the sword Black God used had been a scabbard, he would only have been afraid that he would not even be given the opportunity to draw it at all. Every time Black God moved his waist to unsheath a knife, the next moment, he would be forced to bring it back. No matter what he did, he couldn't find any opportunity to draw his weapon. From head to foot, Black God kept backing off. Watching him was like viewing an apprentice trying to draw a knife out for the first time, or like training in front of a teacher, where the teacher can predict every move and strike a weak spot before his student even knew it was there. The disappearing demon knife, tornado knife skill, seemed to have all of a sudden become a total joke. Black God could not even draw his knife out, so there was no way he could attempt to attack twice as fast. Fall back. Keep falling back. It seemed as if there were no choices other than to fall back. Black God had never appeared so lame, so feeble, as at this very moment. The tornado knife skill that had given him a reputation suddenly looked utterly useless skill. He even started to feel like he had completely forgotten how to use a knife. He's so strong. Who is this person? It's so scary. It's like watching a father punish his own son. Since when has the ice field harbored such a strong individual? Black God is getting beaten like despised child. Is this really Black God from Black God's shelter? He must be a phony. How can Black God's infernal knife be so useless? It's not that surprising. Have you ever heard of someone with a reputation they don't deserve? Black God is like that. It's only because he has so many diligent subordinates that people put stock in the claims he is great. But the man behind the curtain is nothing. When he's on stage alone, he gets beaten like a novice. But who is that other person? Black God's movement had been wholly restricted, and it was if he had become entangled within thorny vines. He couldn't get a limb free, and if he moved even the smallest amount, he would be pricked by a lethal spike. Black God was dejected, and expressed his displeasure by crying out. And hearing the conversations from below the stage, he was so enraged that he felt faint. He screamed, and began waving his sword to attack without concern for his well-being. As he tried to strike, he realized that if he did not bring back his sword-wielding arm, it would be lopped off. So he swallowed his anger and forced himself to pull back yet again. Hopeless. He felt hopeless. Black God was suddenly overwhelmed with the fear that he was going to die, and that his bladder would give way if he couldn't reach a bathroom in time. Even the few observers from Black God's shelter were shocked at what they were seeing. They were close to being unable to believe their eyes. They clearly knew the strength and extent of Black God's power, and the ferocity of his tornado knife skill ought to have made him unbeatable in the ice fields. How could it be suppressed in the way they were seeing? Where did this guy come from? Their faces were bursting with surprise. If Black God was already close to submission, they would end up in a far worse condition if they were to go on stage. 2 or 3 hits would probably be enough to end their lives. You win. Black God's face was deep like water as he coldly spoke. Had he had any choice, Black God wouldn't have admitted defeat like that. But now he was frightened. He had been pushed to his limit and he had reached his breaking point. If he continued fighting, he knew it wouldn't be long before he was killed. In Han Sen's heart, he felt disappointed. His blocking skill was the last he would have wanted to cast. It was easy to break the tornado knife, but had he wanted to slay Black God, he would have had to rely on it. It was impossible to kill him with one swipe, so Black God had been given the opportunity to concede. He watched Black God call for him and his men to depart, his face draped with sullenness. Li Xingluan then returned the Snow Lady and Inferno Bowl to Han Sen. Brother Han, you have very impressive skills. I can't believe your skills denied Black God the time to perform any actions. Li Xingluan complimented him. My skills are ordinary. Perhaps it was just Black God who is weak. Han Sen laughed. Black God was still in earshot and felt his face turn scarlet when he heard what they said. But he did not turn to speak, and continued to leave. After the fight, all the people across the ice field knew the name Han Sen. His fight against Black God quickly became renowned, a widely spread tale that quickly established itself as the latest hot topic of discussion. Han Sen did not have the time to hear what others were saying, for as soon as he received the Snow Lady, he returned to the Crystal Palace. He drove the Crystal Palace to the goddess shelter so he could inspect the situation there. At the same time, he gathered a batch of meat from deep-sea creatures to sell. On the way, Han Sen tried to get the Snow Lady to possess his body, but all he felt was his body going cold and his face turning pale. His hair turned white and the structure of his body became significantly more feminine, compared to his previous masculine appearance. Han Sen tested his speed, and noticed it had increased greatly. Although the beast's soul only elevated his speed, the degree to which it had increased was truly significant. The chill in his body allowed Han Sen to cast his ice skin skill with far greater ease. If it was an ordinary person taking advantage of the Snow Lady, however, he feared their entire being would be frozen. And now, with regards to the Snow Lady beast's soul, Han Sen was wholeheartedly satisfied with the results. He fed a black crystal to the Snow Lady and evolved her into a berserk variant. Having returned to the goddess shelter, Han Sen delivered the flesh to Yang Man Li. He had been planning on venturing forward now to the alliance, but young Manly told him that Zero had not been eating enough recently, and she hadn't eaten at all in the past few days. Why are you not eating? Is the food here not to your liking? When Han-sen caught sight of Zero, she was sitting by a window of the tower. She watched the falling snow outside, seemingly lost in a blissful reverie. Zero shook her head and said, I am not hungry. You are not God. How can you not be hungry? Come. Tell me what you would like to eat and I shall make it for you. Han-sen gently cuffed her head as he spoke. Can you take me with you? The next time you leave? Zero turned gazing at Han-sen when she spoke, showing her wide eyes. Sure. Han-sen hesitated for a moment. Zero's identity was rather mystical, and he did not want her to know much about who he was. But thinking of her, without any family, he was probably the only person she had a true connection with. He felt sorry for her, and so did not wish to reject her. Zero's face finally took on a smile. Although it was merely a raising of the lips, it would melt the heart of anyone who saw it. Come, let us eat first. Tell me what you would like, and I shall make it. I'm not bluffing when I tell you that my cooking skills cannot be below those of a 3-rank restaurant's chef. Han-sen tugged at her to eat something. Han-sen was bluffing. In truth, his cooking abilities were quite poor. The extent of his abilities spread to cooking stews and grilling meat. If the food he wanted to eat could not be prepared and served through either of those methods, then he would simply eat it raw. For Zero, he grilled the freshest red-shell shrimp he had. She delicately supported her head with her tiny hands as she sat at the table. Han-sen diced the shrimp, and after he grilled a portion, he delivered it directly to her mouth. Zero would open her mouth and quickly consume the entire spoonful of shrimp. Her eyes were shut tight in delight, as her face beamed with joy. Han-sen watched her, and all of a sudden felt sorry. The clothes Zero was garbed in was the outfit he had bought her a long time ago. He then recalled it was the very same outfit he had bought her on their first meeting. It seemed as if he didn't care much for her life anymore. He worried that she might only have 2 sets of clothing, and that their color had long since faded, through the countless washes since. After they had eaten, Han-sen decided to buy a few new outfits for Zero from the shops that populated the goddess shelter. He gave her time to return home and change into her new clothes. When she came back to reveal herself, she looked far prettier and youthful than she had earlier in the day. This is what a young girl should look like, Han-sen told himself. Han-sen was not isolating Zero as much as he was previously because he really thought that she had no one else she could depend on. But that wasn't the only reason, either. He knew how much stronger his own body had become, which gave him less reason to avoid her. He brought Zero into the Crystal Palace, and they searched for a lonely deep-sea mutant creature together. They also tried to figure out the dual sword skill. While Han-sen was content to freely travel in the nearby area, he did not dare to enter the shelter that resided on the seabed there. The creatures in those waters mostly traveled in groups, and their numbers were multitudinous. If he wanted to hunt a high-rank creature, he would have to find one that lived alone. Zero quietly sat in a corner, with her hands firmly planted upon her jaw, as she watched Han-sen practice the dual-blade sword skill. She had no interest in talking with the snow charmers. The boat had been sailing for a few days when Han-sen saw a jellyfish that lit up like a giant lantern, coursing through the water with great energy. It looked beautiful. It seems as if there are many jellyfish in the sea, but most of them are in a group. It's rare to find one that is content to remain alone. Let us see if we can hunt it. Han-sen thought about what to do, and then summoned golden armor and a glyph. He then left the Crystal Palace and swam towards the jellyfish. Though there were no other creatures around him, Han-sen was wearing armor and a glyph for protection. Even if the jellyfish was of the sacred blood class, Han-sen had the power to protect himself. It would not be difficult for him to escape and return to the Crystal Palace if he needed. It was different being in the sea. Due to the flow of water, when Han-sen was swimming, it was possible for his presence to be detected by other creatures fairly quickly. But the jellyfish that looked like a giant lantern seemed now to be moving quite slowly, remaining where it was, then rising up and down in the water. It seemed as if it did not notice Han-san closing in on it. That jellyfish looks so stupid. There is no way it could be a high-class creature. Han-san approached the jellyfish but did not summon the ghost pod claws. He simply got close and punched the semicircular body of the jellyfish. The ghost pod claws were poisonous. Although Han-san was not afraid of poison, the taste of the afflicted creature would be tainted by the substance. He therefore opted to use force to punch the jellyfish to death. It would taste better when they barbecued it later. Han-san punched the translucent, wobbling jellyfish and his fist and arm tore right through the body. Then all of a sudden Han-sen's face contorted. He felt as if his fist had punched through a mound of mud. He lost all strength, and the force no longer worked. He wanted to bring his fist back, which was still lodged in the body of the jellyfish, but he realized that the creature was holding on from the inside and not letting him go. No matter what direction he pulled, the jellyfish followed and remained stuck to him. The jellyfish's tentacles then encircled Han-san and tied him up. He felt electricity surge from the jellyfish, making his body convulse and cramp. Unable to control himself, his mouth opened to gulp in the seawater. What the hell is this? Han-sen was shocked, literally and figuratively. He clamped down to withstand the electricity that surged into him, and then summoned the ghost pod claws to slash wildly at the jellyfish. But the ghost pod claws went straight through the gelatinous skin and became lodged inside the creature as well. Han-san was taken aback. This jellyfish was like a living mound of viscous syrup. All slashes and punches were useless against it, as they would have no effect and his foe would maintain its grasp on him no matter what. Han-san was holding back the cramps caused by the surging electricity and desperately wanted to return to the Crystal Palace as soon as he could. But the jellyfish continued to attack, attaching itself all over Han-Senator already. Half of Han-sen's body had been consumed by the jellyfish, and the rest was sure to follow. This was the first time Han-sen had come across such a terrifying creature, and his heart was overcome with dread. His mind raced, trying to think of a way to escape his terrible predicament. Suddenly, in the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow that was swimming towards him from the Crystal Palace. Han-sen took another look and saw Zero swimming his way. In his surprise, he wanted to shout and tell Zero to stay back, but being in the water made this impossible. Zero was swimming swiftly towards Han-sen and came to his side. He reached out again with his hands, attempting to push the jellyfish away from him. No! Han-sen screamed in his heart, but it was no use. Zero was now caught by the jellyfish, just as Han-sen had been. More electric currents surged into his body and his body continued to convulse with spasms. It felt as if he would become charcoal any second now. Han-sen withstood the pain and desperately tried to think of a way that he could save himself and Zero. But he then noticed Zero's eyes flashing with a strange purple light. Her black pupils were now beaming purple, and the color spread to consume her black hair, too. Little purple horns appeared from the top of her head. All of a sudden, she became the royal Shura that Han-sen had once seen during their first encounter. Ching! Zero, who had taken on the appearance of a Shura, used her hands to tear the jellyfish apart. The creature, which was like mud, seemed to have lost its power under Zero's counteroffensive. As though it had been struck by a Goliath knife, the monster was split into two halves. Han-sen was shocked by what he saw. When Zero was in this form, it was quite difficult to believe how much power she possessed. Even the monstrous jellyfish could not withstand the power stemming from her small, delicate hands. Zero's eyes continued to shine with a purple light, and her hands trembled. In a moment, she cleared Han-sen's body from the vine-like tentacles that had imprisoned him. Then she quickly hauled him back to the Crystal Palace. Splash! They both hurriedly emerged from the water. Zero quickly got back on board and lay down on the floor. The color of her now purple hair began to fade and return to black, as the horns that had appeared on her head shrank and disappeared. All of a sudden, she looked like a typical human female once again. Han-sen quickly went to check on her. He noticed that she had passed out but was free from any serious injuries. Once his survey was complete, he let out a long sigh of relief. Zero remained passed out for over 2 days. When she finally awoke, her body was weak, and she could not muster the desire to eat for the next few days. Is she a human or a Shura? Han-sun pondered in his heart, and the doubts he had over her heritage heightened. But right now, he was mostly worried about her well-being. He did not know if Zero turning into a Shura would damage her, because right now, she was in an extremely weak state. She looked like a patient who had undergone lengthy, intensive surgery. The complexion of her face was devoid of color. Luckily, however, she was not in a critical condition. Han-sen gave her a nutrient solution to drink, alongside fluids that were designed to repair weary bodies. The latter medicine came straight from the Alliance. Through the grace of good fortune, her condition steadily improved. After the incident with the jellyfish, Han-sen did not dare go hunting in the deep sea by himself. He salvaged the jellyfish's corpse and cooked it so that he could understand where it had come from. It turned out that it was a sacred blood class red demon jellyfish, and it increased Han-sen's sacred Geno point score by 8. Upon returning to the Alliance, Han-sen carefully investigated his puzzle a great deal, but he could not unearth anything that would give him any greater understanding of Zero's status. Humans are human, Shuras are Shura. Although they shared similar attributes in terms of appearance, they were two separate species. It was impossible for someone to be both a Shura and a human. Han-sen even looked into the information alongside a biologist. The biologist proved to him that the genes separating Shuras and humans were far too different to be compatible, or for even a hybrid to be birthed. Even if it was an artificial culture, it was impossible for a crossbreed between a human and a Shura to emerge, too. So, how would you best define Zero and the peculiarities of her situation? Han-sen thought about it deeply but could not come to any remote conclusion. Han-sen was also curious about the 9-life cat tattoo on Zero's back. San, can you come with me please? Han-sen had been scouring various outlets of information when Ji Yenran knocked the door and entered the room. Of course. Where are we going? Han-sen was surprised when he looked at Ji Yenran. This was because Ji Yenran rarely came to Han-sen's room, and usually resorted to contacting him only through a communicator. If Ji Yenran was willing to come straight to his room, it had to be a matter of some importance. Therefore, Han-sen did not question her motive for coming and promptly agreed to go with her. Ji Yenran opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but she stopped. Are there certain issues we cannot discuss between us? Han-sen blinked as he asked. Ji Yenran felt hopeless and sighed. Tomorrow I am going to an exchange event. I was hoping that you could accompany me. What exchange event? Han-sen looked at Ji Yenran with some confusion, as he had wondered whether she had come to him over something that had to do with her family. He hadn't expected that she wanted him for an exchange event. How do I best explain this? It is a semi-private exchange event. The people who take part in this event are young, like me. Ji Yenran spoke slowly, detailing her explanation with great care. It's not some dating event, is it? Han-sen blinked his eyes. Ji Yenran took offense and said, Use your mind. That has nothing to do with it. It really is just some exchange event. But you see, the people who are there will be special, and so too will the goods on offer be. I hope you will be able to accompany me, as I am sure it will help you in the future. Could you tell me what sort of exchange event it is? Han-sen asked, now curious. Ji Yenran hesitated but then decided to tell him. You must be aware that humankind has their surpassers, and that this is the true beginning of our evolution. Han-sen nodded and said, I was taught about it when I went to school. A surpasser can exceed the limits of what any ordinary human can achieve, and their existence means the beginning of humankind's genetic evolution. The exchange event will discuss our genetic evolution, Ji Yenran said. Han-sen looked at Ji Yenran, but was not entirely sure of what she meant. If the surpassers were the beginning of humankind's next step, then the people who were to join such an event should be surpassers only. Ji Yenran was simply an evolver, so what was she going to do there? Ji Yenran looked as if she knew what Han-sen was thinking. She started to explain further. Theoretically, humans need to reach the level of a surpasser to evolve their genes by themselves. But there have been certain cases where those with impeccable talents have been able to evolve on their own. The exchange event aims to discuss this matter. Ji Yanran patiently explained what it was all about, but Han Sen quickly understood what she really meant. In his heart, he felt shocked. The information he could gather on the Skynet regarding surpassers was rather limited. The population of the entire alliance exceeded several billion, but the amount of registered surpassers was below 1 million. Ordinary people were aware that the third shelter was dangerous, and the surpassers there were extremely powerful. They possessed powers that regular humans could not. As for what the third shelter looked like, there was no way to know. Therefore, ordinary people had no idea what to think about it. People only knew that powerful creatures were said to reside there in the third shelter, but that was about it. As for the information the Alliance was willing to put out detailing the third shelter, it was minuscule. The data they did provide said that the fitness of the ordinary creatures there were at the very least above 300. This knowledge was frightening enough. A human evolver with excellent genes only averages around 30. Those with excellent genes from the second shelter are said to have a fitness level of around 130 to 150. To reach a fitness level of 150 was a rare and highly prestigious thing for a person to achieve. Only the strongest could enter the evolution pool and evolve into a surpasser, and they would have to reach a fitness level of 300 to do it. And that level belonged to the weakest creatures of the third shelter. It was extremely rare to witness someone reach such heights, so how could they hope to survive in the third shelter, which must be populated with the most insane of creatures? Even the strongest human was weaker than the least creature of the third shelter, so how could they grow up in such a place? Ji Yanran's answer rested in the hyper-geno-art. It was common for humans to call reaching level 300 fitness the sky step. If you can attain that level, you become the equivalent of a celestial being. To become a celestial being requires you going beyond the mortal capabilities of humans and being able to communicate with those in the sky. The so-called communicators of the sky had been saturated in and absorbed the powers of the universe. They would no longer have to consume food for nutrients or sustenance. Any human who reached this height was capable of controlling certain powers of the universe. This included Annie, which allowed for the command of thunder and electricity. Others would be able to control water, fire, and even time and space itself. To hold onto these powers required hyper-geno-arts, yet not any ordinary variants. Ji Yanran spoke a word that Han Sen was quite familiar with, Qigong. Only the hyper-geno-arts that had been modified by Qigong could be used to maintain control of the powers of the universe. According to what Ji Yanran told Han Sen, some high-level Qigong hyper-geno-arts did not require celestial being modifications for use. Even when humans are children, they are able to use Qigong to observe the power of the universe. But before a person reaches the level of a celestial being, the powers that could be absorbed was weak and few. Therefore, they were not very effective. But after years of training, the efficiency of one's absorption could rise greatly. If, after that, you choose to become a celestial being, you would be much stronger than the others. Certain people were gifted, however, and it was possible for them to not even have to become a celestial being before they could control the powers of the universe. The Ji family is the clan that owned Qigong. There were, however, 3 other families that were gifted in the same way. Each family inherited Qigong from the same lineage and heritage. All that was different was the family name. Ji, Lin, Wang, Shui. Ji Yanran spoke these 4 surnames to Han Sen, and it made his heart leap in his chest. Killing of Shui Longyan had given him the ice skin skill. Once he had gained it, he had kept an eye on anyone possessing the surname Shui. But he was never able to glean much information regarding big individuals that belonged to that family. Now, all of a sudden, he heard the surname Shui spoken aloud to him, and his face changed. If possible, it would be best if you could raise your fitness to 150 so that you can become a surpasser. The higher the better, Ji Yanran told Han Sen. Why? To become a surpasser, I would need to raise my fitness level to 300 and reach the sky step, Han Sen said. To be 300 is the level of a celestial being, but there are differences between the talents they possess. If your base is better, then your talents can be higher. But no matter what, you cannot change it once you have become a surpasser. Therefore, it's best if you try raise your fitness level as high as you can. You can always become a surpasser later on. Your genes should be perfect. Ji Yanran reminded Han Sen again. Ji Yanran was going to join the exchange event, due it being the Qigong exchange for the Ji, Lin, Wang, and Shui. Ji Yanran also told Han Sen that at the exchange event, he was sure to meet someone familiar. Who? Han Sen asked curiously. Wang Meng from the Wang family. I have heard she's quite fond of you. Ji Yanran giggled while saying this to Han Sen, and she looked at him with devious eyes. Meng only treats me like a big brother, and I treat her like a little sister in return. You know that, don't you? Han Sen felt a little surprised, because he knew that Wang Meng was not an ordinary person. He had not expected her to be a future inheritor of the Qigong, however. Han Sen really wanted to ask who the Shui family were, and also ask whether they possessed a special skill called ice skin, but he kept his question back for now. I don't think I should go. Could I truly go to an event such as this? Han Sen was trying to test Ji Yanran's resolve to bring him. If Shuelong Yan had really come from the Shui family, then he would be in great trouble if they discovered that Han Sen was in possession of the ice skin skill. Ji Yanran peered directly into Han Sen's eyes. With an intimidating voice, she told him, "You have to." After she spoke, her face reddened and she quietly said, "Although you can purchase modified versions of Qigong Hyper-Geno arts from the St. Hall, they are mostly low-level Qigongs. You and I should go to the exchange event to learn as much as we can. When we marry in the future, you can learn the Qigong directly from my family." Speaking of marriage made Ji Yanran's face turn beetroot red and she went silent. "I will go then." Han Sen knew that he would have to get through the Shui family eventually. He couldn't delay the inevitable forever. The people who went to the exchange event were ordinary people, and their views and opinion could not, at least, be as bitter as those possessed by the older generations of their families. And at least Han Sen would be able to meet the Shui family and finally learn whether Shuelong Yan had indeed belonged to them. With regards to the Ji family's Qigong, however, Han Sen wasn't particularly interested. He only wanted to finish his translation of the Dongxian Sutra. No matter how strong the Qigong of the Ji family was, he had never seen a family member manage to break through the vacuum with their bare hands. The Dongxian Sutra had to be the strongest Qigong to have ever existed. Ji Yanran brought Han Sen to take part in the exchange event, but Annie followed as well, though once they reached the venue, she had no choice but to wait outside. The reason why Han Sen could accompany Ji Yanran there was because when Ji Yanran first introduced him, he was already her fiancé. Lin Feng. Han Sen had not yet seen Wang Meng at the event, but he saw that familiar shadow. The exchange event was taking place in a large auditorium. By they arrived, many young people had already arrived in groups of their own. Han Sen and Ji Yanran's coming was not given too much attention. Ji Yanran wasn't the only member of the Ji family, after all. Nor was she a person of any particular outstanding renown. Some people from the Ji family noticed her, however, and they came over to say hello. As they did, they made sure to observe Han Sen. Ji Yanran then introduced Han Sen, and although she did not say it explicitly, her family acknowledged who he was to her, and why she had chosen to bring him. Han Sen had thought it would simply be an exchange event between the Ji, Lin, Wang, and Shui families, and that the attendance could not be greater than a few hundred people. Needless to say, his expectations were blown out of the water when he saw that several thousand had shown up. Ji, Lin, and Wang are the biggest families of recent times. You can find a trace of them in every nook of the alliance, even if they are simply young people who are below 40. I'm not sure whether this auditorium will be able to host more than 10,000. Ji Yanran noticed Han Sen's confusion and prepared to explain further. Aren't the Shui considered a big family? Han Sen's heart jumped when he posed this question. The Shui family rarely go outside, and there aren't many of them. Admittedly, the Qigong possessed by the Shui family exceeds that of other families, my own included. Han Sen was curious and wanted to learn more about the Shui family. Before he could ask anything, however, someone came over to speak with Ji Yanran and interrupted her. Han Sen looked around and saw a table beside a podium on the stage, where a number of people had already gathered. One of the people there was Lin Feng. Yanran, that must be your boyfriend. A woman of similar age to Ji Yanran approached. She looked over Han San as she spoke. The genes of the Ji family were strong. It was fair to say that each and every member of the family was pretty. And this woman was no exception. In fact, she looked quite beautiful. That being said, she didn't look as fresh and spotless as Ji Yanran. This woman was similar to Ji Yanran in the way she held the arm of another young man who seemed to bear a close relation with her. Yes, Qing Qiu, Ji Yanran confessed to her. If she had brought Han San here, that meant that she had no intention of hiding his identity. Ji Qingqiu had only asked to make polite conversation. She had no real interest in Han Senator before Ji Yanran could even introduce him. Ji Qingqiu had already begun introducing the man who was beside her. Yanran, this is my boyfriend, Shui Yang. Today he is here as a representative of the Shui family, who has come to talk about the Jade Heart Sutra. While Ji Qingqiu said this, her eyebrows were raised boisterously. Ji Yanran politely greeted Shui Yang, whereas Han Sen's heart felt a slight tremor. Seeing Shui Yang before him, Han Sen did his best to observe decorum and drew a comparison with Shui Long Yen. Quickly, Han Sen felt disappointed. Even if they were from the same family, it was not as if they all had to look alike. Over time, Han Sen had also forgotten what Shui Long Yen looked like. It had been a few years, after all. Ji Yanran then spoke to Ji Qingqiu for a while, who continued to gush praise over how delightful and amazing Shui Yang was while paying no attention to Han Senator Ji Yanran felt displeased at her behavior, and thought of an excuse to leave them. My cousin's urge to compete with me has never been quelled. Now she has a boyfriend from the Shui family. She is so full of herself, Ji Yanran quietly explained to Han Sen. Is that something to be proud of? Han Sen feigned surprise as he asked this. Ji Yanran pursed her lips and said, I suppose it isn't something to be particularly proud about, but if he can go on stage and talk about the sutra, he must be a figure of some importance in these four families. Following this, Ji Yanran began saying unfavorable things about the people on stage. Then she quietly said, every time at an exchange event, each family will select a few specific people to give a speech up there. If you are selected to go up there, you must be the best of who that family can provide. Then you should go up there, Han Sen laughed. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes then replied, when my father was young, he was always up there discussing sutras. Unfortunately, I did not carry the flame of his talent. My qualifications aren't particularly outstanding. Thus I lack the necessities required to be chosen to go up there. Who said that? If I had a say, I'd be telling everyone that you were the most qualified to go up there. Once you were up there, you wouldn't have to talk or speak. You could just sit there, and the people that saw you would see the true meaning of beauty. Then they would know the answer to everything. That would be better than making some boring speech. Wouldn't it? Han Sen's flirtation was strong. Ji Yanran's hands were squeezing Han Sen's waist, as her face lit up with the light of 1,000 smiles. Ji Qingqiu and Shui Yang walked around for a bit, but then approached Ji Yanran once again. Ji Qingqiu laughed and said, Yanran, we are going up there to take a seat. Would you like to come along? You two go without us, Han Sen, and I will be fine down here. Ji Yanran smiled. I suppose it's a good thing to be down here. At least you have the freedom to move about. Up there, you're locked in place by the stares of 1,000 people. It all feels rather awkward. If it wasn't for Yi Yang, who has to make an important speech up there, I wouldn't have to go either. Ji Qing Kazkaki, holier-than-thou face tarnished her seemingly pleasant words. After that, Ji Qingqiu looked at Han San and asked, Oh yes, I forgot to ask. Which family does your boyfriend come from? Han San does not come from a Qigong family, Ji Yanran replied. Oh. Ji Qingqiu quickly looked away and ignored Han San again. She spoke to Ji Yanran for a little while longer about other concerns, and then happily grabbed Shui Yang's arm as he led her up to the stage. You really can't judge someone by the way they look. That Ji Qingqiu is quite a beautiful woman, but her personality isn't quite as pleasant, Han San said. Ji Yanran laughed and said, You cannot blame her. Ever since we were kids, all she has ever wanted is to compete with me. It's difficult to find an accomplished man. I would be foolish to believe she wouldn't want to show off her boyfriend and his status to me. By saying that, are you suggesting that I'm not accomplished? Hansen joked. In my heart, you're not only accomplished, you're flat out the best. To the families present here, however, being selected to make a speech before everyone in attendance is quite the honor. It is a glorious thing for them. Ji Yanran laughed and continued. Besides, the Xue family always think highly of themselves. They believe themselves better than any other family. Did you not see Xue Yang's eyes rise to breach the stratosphere? Because the four of our families come from the same bloodline, the Xue family likes to present themselves as the primary lineage. They also possess the most secrets and enigmas that outsiders to their blood can never be made privy to, Ji Yanran explained. What secrets? Han Sen's heart began to skip. The Frost Sutra, Ji Yanran replied. Han Sen sighed in relief, having worried she might say ice skin. Ji Yanran then quickly added. But the Frost Sutra is not easy to learn. Only a few people in the entirety of recorded history have been able to practice what it teaches. The Xue family in recent times, however, have been trying to turn the Frost Sutra into a hypogenoart, so all of the family can learn it. I heard that they have been seeing results in the past few years, and that it has been modified into a hypogenoart called ice skin. But that said, no one has seen anyone from the Xue family cast it. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought, so it is true Xuelong Yen does indeed belong to this family. Han Sen carefully inspected Xue Yang, not knowing whether he had learned. If you were to search people with smooth skin, you'd find that many people's skin was like ice. It seemed as if the people who learned Qigong all had skin that appeared particularly smooth. That made Han Sen feel more secure. Han Sen wanted to ask around about the Xue family, but before he could, the speech began. Everyone fell quiet, and Han Sen had to swallow his questions and turn his attention to the stage. The first woman who came out to talk was called Lin Wei Wei. He could not tell her age, but she looked so elegant that his eyes felt refreshed just from looking at her. Her whole body was like silky jade, and even her hair possessed a halo of sparkling cleanliness. The third world view she spoke of was a classic in Qigong. It was supposed to be a proper speech, but all she did was stand on stage and discuss her own opinions on the subject. She did not even read out the sutra. Han Sen had never learnt the third world view, but hearing Lin Wei Wei's explanation of the sutra made him happy. The reason why Han Sen could not understand the Dongxian Sutra was because he could not decipher a certain section that was composed of an abstruse lexicon. It was extremely difficult to read. Fortunately, Lin Wei Wei's speech provided comments and explanations on the Qigong. After Han Sen heard what she had to say, he felt that he understood it far better. He was captivated by her talk, and so he perked his ears, eager to catch every single word. The events on stage were unlike what he had expected. Ji Yanran had told him that Qigong started with the legend of the timeline of the 7 emperors but ended with the Qin timeline. After Qin, no one was quite sure why Qigong began failing. After it was found again in the God Sanctuary, Qigong returned to be something well known. Because it was just some ancient book and codex like the Dongxian Sutra, its contents were incredibly difficult to decipher. Han Sen thought that the Qigong they spoke about was equally difficult. But after hearing the speech, he noticed the third world view Lin Wei Wei spoke of had already been translated to the language used by the Alliance. It also related well to modern science and to the God Sanctuary. Even people who could not speak or read ancient texts could understand what she said. Although Han Sen had never learnt the third world view, hearing her comments about the Qigong was incredibly beneficial for him. It was better than learning the ancient language outright. Han Sen was enamored by the proceedings on stage. According to what Lin Wei Wei said, Qigong was just another hyper-geno art. It just wasn't like the ordinary types, being designed for humans to maximize the potential of their genes instead. It was a hyper-geno art that could absorb the power of the universe. The core principle of the Qigong was allowing a person's body to absorb and become a vessel for the powers of the universe. It strengthened an individual's genes. According to recent theories, it took a fitness level of 300 and obtaining the status of a celestial being to form the baseline of Qigong requirements. To break through Qigong was to break through the fabric of your genes. The entrance of the Qigong, to use a genetic systematic term, was a sudden change in the gene lock. To reach the level of a celestial being meant an individual had managed to open their gene lock. If you opened a gene lock, your genes would take a great leap in evolution. For some Qigong, however, you did not need to become a celestial being before training how to open the gene lock. Very few people would have the talent to do this, however. But even if you could not open the gene lock before ascending to the level of a celestial being, learning Qigong was still a way in which you could refine your genes. After you open the gene lock, the changes within your genes would be even greater. After Lin Weiwei concluded her talk about third world view, Han Sen was still eager to hear more. Ji Yanran noticed how intently Han Sen had paid attention to the speech and asked, "Have you learnt third world view?" "No," Han Sen replied. Ji Yanran thought he couldn't have learned it before because third world view was a Qigong codex that was exclusive to the four families. It was only natural that he didn't know about it. But if this was the case, why had he been so focused on the speech? After Lin Weiwei, it was time for Shui Yang to give his speech. He went on stage and began to talk about Ice Heart, a subject which he could discuss with great thoroughness. Through a combination of modern science and a shelter gene system, Han Sen was able to learn a great deal about it. This Ice Heart seemed quite familiar. After hearing Shui Yang's speech, although Han Sen did not fully learn Ice Heart, his understanding of it had undoubtedly reached another level. Han Sen had not expected the exchange event to be so beneficial to his understanding of so many things. The words of their speeches and the content of the Dongshan Sutra flooded his mind. There were many sections he had not previously been able to understand, but now did. Han Sen's heart was burning, and he wished he could start learning Dongshan Sutra right away, but he continued to patiently and intently listen to what was being said on stage. Perhaps there was even more he could learn. A total of 13 people would give speeches out of the four families. Each would make a speech each day for 3 days. This meant 39 Qigongs learned greatly through the speeches on stage. Unfortunately, each individual's commentary and personal review colored each on-stage discussion. None of them touched upon the original codexes and how to learn them. It would be impossible to learn the codexes only through hearing them speak. But the special terms and knowledge that comprise Qigong is what fascinated Han Sen the most. Although Ji Yanran felt it strange that Han Sen was so interested in the discussions, it made her happy all the same. It was nice to see Han Sen so engrossed in learning Qigong, as it would make it easier for him to learn the Ji family's Qigong in the future. The 3 days of speeches were over far too quickly for Han Sen, and although he had learned a fair bit, the speeches hadn't gone deep enough for his complete satisfaction. After Han Sen retired to take another look at the Dongshan Sutra, he noticed that the speakers had spoken little more than a basic page of the sutra. But that was enough for Han Sen to understand the basic fundaments of the sutra, and he now understood how to get started with it. But by the end of the speeches, there was still a lot he did not understand and could no longer inquire about, which made him feel disappointed. But Han Sen understood that the people present were only the youngest of the four families, so their levels could not be all that high. So their own understanding would also be quite limited. Still, he was grateful for the benefits he had received, and this was surprising. Dongshan Sutra, I can finally learn it. Although I have only got the basics, according to what they have been saying, I should now be able to learn how to open the gene lock. The only thing I don't know is how long it'll take for me to get started. Han Sen's heart was fixated with the Dongshan Sutra's codex basics, his breath almost panting, his heart pumped faster. Originally, Han Sen had thought the Dongshan Sutra would be really difficult to get to grips with. After all, the Qigong Lin Weiwei talked about could only open 3 or 4 gene locks, but the Dongshan Sutra provided 10 different entrances. According to the current theory, that meant it could open 10 gene locks. The difference between the two was highly significant. But for the time it usually took to learn these things, Han Sen's beginning was off to a good start. Blood flows through all living things. After 36 small cycles, a major cycle is completed. Han Sen felt the heaviness of his body disperse, taking on the weight of a feather. There was a serenity to his existence that he had not previously felt, as if the cells in his body had all come alive. His metabolism had quickened, and it energized his cells. The sweet smell of fresh, Virgin grass permeated the air. "Hey, did you apply perfume?" Ji Yanran was sitting next to Han Sen and looked at him. She sniffed and drew herself closer, so that she could inhale his scent. "Not in public. Wait until we return to the room. Then you can do with me as you please," Han Sen said shyly. "Go to hell." Ji Yanran blushed hard and pinched his waist in retribution. Still, she could not hold back her curiosity, so she continued smelling Han Sen's scent. "That perfume smells really good. Which brand are you using? How come I didn't notice it before?" "I'm not using perfume." Han Sen understood that following his training in the Dongshu Sutra, his body was brimming with the scent of life. "Impossible. My nose has never failed me. You must be using perfume." Ji Yanran did not believe him. "It isn't perfume. It's just the natural scent of my body." Han Sen blinked once as he spoke. "You are a man. Why would you possess an odor such as that? Tell me right now. Which brand are you using?" Ji Yanran peered at Han Sen. "I really didn't use perfume. This is just the smell of my body. If you don't believe me, come to my room tonight." But before Han Sen could finish his sentence, Ji Yanran pinched him again. The speeches were over, and everyone in the auditorium was exchanging views with one another. But no one noticed Han Sen flirting with Ji Yanran. "Lin Feng, come and sit with us." Shui Yang smiled and gestured to Lin Feng to join him. Once the speech was over, everyone was discussing what they had seen. But there were too many people, so it was impossible for the discussions to include everyone. Usually, a discussion group only comprised around half a dozen people. People with similar levels tended to group together. Those who were allowed on stage were considered leaders of their generation. Usually, they gathered in a few groups to discuss certain subjects together. Although the Shui family was incredibly full of self-regard, Lin Feng was considered one of the prodigies of the generation. The sutra that Lin Feng spoke about was the best. Even Shui Yang, who frequently looked down on others, considered him an important character. This was why he felt compelled to invite him over. "Yes, Lin Feng. Ji Lei is with us as well. Let's go." Ji Qingqiu was holding Shui Yang by the arm as she spoke. Ji Qingqiu's abilities did not formally qualify her to join the circle that was being composed, but the eligibility of entrance did not strictly depend on their talents. She was Shui Yang's girlfriend, and as such, was allowed to join. So Ji Qingqiu was overjoyed. It was a glory for her to be able to join the top circle of the four families' brightest young ones. "I'm sorry. I have a few old friends waiting for me elsewhere that I need to catch up with. Maybe next time." Lin Feng rejected Shui Yang and Ji Qingqiu. Shui Yang's face changed. The Shui family had always been a proud family, and to have his own personal invitation be rejected by Lin Feng upset him. Lin Feng cared little for Shui Yang's reaction. He simply turned around and walked off in another direction. Many people were looking at Lin Feng as he did this, and they were interested to see which circle he would be joining. After all, Lin Feng's performance had been truly astonishing and a highlight of the four families. Even Shui Yang could not steal his thunder. Most people suspected that Lin Feng would not join Shui Yang's circle, and that he would most likely join a circle composed of Wangs. But to the surprise of many, he did not go there either. Under everyone's curious eyes, Lin Feng went to sit beside a man who was strange to them. The two of them acted quite naturally, not troubling to greet each other formally. It appeared that they were quite close. Many were quite shocked, as most had no idea who that person was that Lin Feng was with. Shui Yang and Ji Qingqiu, seeing who it was, both grimaced. Lin Feng had gone to sit with Han Sen. At that moment, murmurs arose from the crowd about who that curious man was. While most were unaware of who he was, many did recognize Ji Yanran. Although she was born into a wondrous family, her talents weren't exceptional by any means. It actually seemed as if Lin Feng wasn't there for Ji Yanran either. He really had just sat down and started talking with the unknown fellow. Many people began discussing the origins of this curious person, but they could only glean that his name was Han San and that he was Ji Yanran's boyfriend. That was all. "I didn't expect to see you here." Lin Feng smiled, for he had noticed Han San in the crowd some time ago. Alas, he had had to wait until all the speeches were over before he could join him. I could say the same. Han Sen poured Lin Feng a drink. Without a toasting of glasses, he immediately had a swig. Lin Feng didn't mind this behavior at all, and he too then took the wine that been given to him and had a sip. The two of them then began chatting casually. Even Ji Yanran was surprised to see Han Sen and Lin Feng with each other. She had no idea the two had such a relationship, one that seemed healthy and positive. She had thought he would only recognize Wang Mengmeng, yet even she had not come to see them. Lin Feng and Han Sen spoke for quite some time, but it wasn't long before Shui Yang and Ji Qingqiu appeared. Ji Qingqiu smiled and asked, "Yanran, you wouldn't mind if we joined you, right?" "Qingqiu, you can sit here." Although Ji Yanran wasn't too keen on the prospect of being with her sister, she would have felt bad rejecting her. Both of them sat down. Shui Yang's black eyes were shining brightly towards Han San, and he asked aloud, "Lin Feng, is this your old friend?" Lin Feng nodded but did not elaborate. "Little Feng Feng, are these friends of yours?" Another person now appeared, uninvited. She sat next to Lin Feng and put her arms around him as she laughed. Han Sun looked at the person who had called Lin Feng Little Feng Feng, and saw that it was in fact Lin Weiwei, who had given her speech about Third World View. Lin Weiwei was unbelievably elegant, and her entire presence and being felt radiant. Although she was restrained, Han Sun could feel the enormous power that emanated from within her. Lin Feng felt hopeless, and said, "Sister, this is my friend Han Sr." She did not wait for Lin Feng to introduce Han San, and instead peered directly into Lin Feng's eyes. She then reached a hand over to Han San and said, "I am Lin Feng's big sister, Lin Weiwei. You can call me Sister Weiwei." Han Sun caught sight of Lin Feng's emotionless face, but still, he smiled and shook Lin Weiwei's hand. With a sweet voice he said, "Sister Weiwei." Lin Feng's forehead was already full of creases, but Lin Weiwei was very happy to look at him in such a condition. She said, "Little Feng Feng, your friend is far more interesting than you. Sister Weiwei, this is my girlfriend Ji Yanran. Yanran, come and greet Sister Weiwei." Han Sun very rarely got to see Lin Feng's hopeless expression, and finding it amusing, joined in.